the Great Pale World. Dongsang Domain, Qiantian Prefecture. A small remote city in New Kingdom. The long street in the city is decorated with 10 miles of red makeup, and there are even servants spreading happy money along the road, children shouting congratulations, and magpies flying in the sky, making it a lively and extraordinary event. Today was the big day for the Gu and Lu families. The whole city was celebrating the marriage of the two big families. At this time, in the Gu family ancestral hall, a young boy knelt in front of two spirit plaques. Silent. The young man was wearing a gold silk dragon patterned red robe. His black hair was hanging down. His body was elongated. A silver thunder pattern on his eyebrows was out of the ordinary. His sword eyebrows flew diagonally into his temples, and his facial features were handsome and extraordinary, especially his pair of love-bearing eyes, which were even more seductive, and once one looked at them, it was as if one would fall into them in the next moment, and would not be able to extricate oneself. Gu Xingge looked at her parents' spirit tablet, and a faint reminiscence emerged in her eyes. He was originally a cowhorse of the earth, and when he was pulling out treasures in the antique market, he was fooled into buying a piece of tattered jade disc, saying that it was a treasure from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and that he could hit the big time with it. As a result, just after leaving the antique market, he was really hit by great luck, and then traveled to this side of the great world of immortal cultivation. At the age of 6, with the help of the jade disc, he awakened his ancient heavy pupils and attracted an old ancestor of the Qian Kuandao sect. The old ancestor brought him into the Qian Kuandao sect, attracting a crowd of Yuaning true monarchs and even transformation god celestials to snatch him up, offering all sorts of lucrative conditions, all wanting to take him as a disciple. It was just that he chose true Lord Qingxian, who was cold in nature and practiced the emotionless Tao. It wasn't because true Lord Qingxian was beautiful, but Gu Xingge needed a master who didn't care about him as much, because he didn't want anyone to find out the secret he was carrying. Since then, Gu Xingge has been singing all the way. His cultivation skyrocketed, using the thunder method to enter the Tao, completing the foundation in just 100 days, condensing gold into a dan at the age of 10, and at the age of 18, not long ago, he even succeeded in forming a baby, becoming the youngest Yuaning Zhenjun in Qiantianzhou, and even in Vault Sangdam. He was honored as the true lord of the divine heavens, but even if he was a Yuaning powerhouse, a divine sky true lord, he couldn't escape his parents' wishes. Not long ago, Gu Xingge, who was in the Qian Kuandao sect, received an urgent summons from the Gu family, saying that his parents had been sneak attacked and that they didn't have much time left. Gu Xingge was alarmed and immediately descended the mountain. Nay, time waited for no one, and the Qian Kuandao sect was more than 10 million miles away from the Gu family. Even though Gu Xingge opened a spatial tunnel with her heavy pupils and rushed back to the Gu family with all her might, she only saw the bodies of her parents, who had both returned to the 9 springs. Gu Xingge was so grief-stricken that he cried bitterly, and Gu's eldest uncle comforted him, telling him not to be too sad and handing him a retention stone. Inside the shadow stone is the last wish of Gu's father and mother. Their greatest regret is that they didn't see their son become a family, and they hope that he will fulfill the marriage contract he set when he was young and marry the Miss Lu family as his wife. In order to let her parents go in peace, Gu Xingge decided to follow their last wishes. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter who he married, as long as his parents were happy in the afterlife. As for the people who killed his parents, Gu Xingge wouldn't spare a single one of them. Outside the ancestral hall, Gu Xingge's eldest uncle, the head of the Gu family Gu Tianhao, appeared and warned in a low voice. Xingge, the auspicious time is almost here, and the Lu family is almost here, so you should get moving. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge nodded her head slightly, her thin lips slightly opening as she gave an indifferent him and slowly got up from the futon. He picked up his parents' spirit cards and said softly, "Father, Mother, my child has gone to get married. I hope you will be happy in the 9 springs, and go slowly on your way to the afterlife. The people who killed you will soon go down to be with you." Gu Xingge threw off her red robe, her black hair lightly raised, and turned around to walk out of the ancestral hall. In the front hall of the Gu family, the lights were decorated, guests were coming in an endless stream, and congratulatory gifts were flowing in. The big wedding soon began, except that on the seat representing the high hall, it wasn't a person sitting there, but rather the spirit cards of Gu Xingge's parents, the Gu and Lu families, as well as the crowd of guests. All looked puzzled when they saw the spirit tablet erected on the high hall seat. What's this all about? Hey, why did this Gu family put 2 dead man's plaques on it? Isn't this a slap in the face of the Lu family? What do you know? Those 2 spirit medals belong to the groomer's parents, who were killed by a sneak attack not long ago, but whose last wish was to see the groomer get married. Even if the last wish of the groom's parents was to see him get married, you can't just put up a spirit tablet. Yeah, isn't the head of the Gu family the groom's eldest uncle? He can sit in the high hall seat. The guest's comments fell into Gu Tianhao's ears, and he subconsciously looked at Gu Xingde. Seeing Gu Xingde's calm demeanor, his heart secretly sighed with relief. After all, he knew the terror of this nephew of his and didn't dare to upset Gu Xingde. Soon, the Lu family's elder brother walked into the hall carrying Ruyan Lu on his back, and at the same time, a mediocre teenager slipped into the crowd. Lu Ruffing put down Lu Ruyan, who was covered with a red skullcap, and he saw that there were spirit cards on the high hall seat, and he frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Gu, why are there 2 dead man's tags on this? You've disrespected my Lu family too much." When Lu Ruyan heard this, she immediately lifted the red skullcap, and as she looked at the spirit tablet on the high hall seat, her pretty face surfaced with anger, and she pointedly said, "What do you Gu family mean? Even if you force me to marry in, you want me to worship these 2 dead people? Don't go too far." Gu Xingde sniffed, her eyes tinted with a cold color. Forcing her to marry in? In order to flatter the Gu family, the Lu family took the initiative to come to the door and say they wanted to marry their daughter after learning of Gu Xingde's parents' last wishes. For this reason, the Gu family also gave a large bride price, and he added a lot. The total value of the bride price was more than enough to buy 10 Ryu families. Gu Xingde said in a cold voice, "Lu Ruyan, it's clear that your Lu family is rushing to get married, and you also received the dowry from the Gu family and me. So how does that make it a coercion? If you don't want to get married, you can return the dowry, so why bother to make a noise here? Or maybe you want to take advantage of the situation and want the dowry but not the marriage? Trying to empty your hands." Gu Xingde's mockery was so harsh that it made the faces of the Lu family's people turn ugly, and the ordinary teenager hiding in the crowd also revealed a look of indignation. Damn it, what qualifications does this guy have to judge Ruyan? If it wasn't for his Gu family's pressure, how could Ruyan marry someone she doesn't love? Clearly I'm the one who's a match made in heaven with Ruyan. Lin Fan hated inwardly. Today he had to take Lu Ruyan away no matter what, even if he offended the Gu family for it. Lin Fan, teacher, I'm counting on you today. In the next second, an old voice sounded in his mind. There's no harm in it. A mere Gu family can be destroyed with a single hand when placed at the peak of the old man. And even though the old man is weak now, it's just a matter of lifting a hand to bring you and your little girlfriend back in one piece. With his teacher's promise, Lin Fan's confidence skyrocketed, and he looked at Gu Xingde with a little more contempt. Gu Xingde retracted his gaze from Lu Ruyan. He didn't have the slightest interest in this woman, and if it wasn't for his parents' wishes, he wouldn't have married her at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Gu Tianhao hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. "Niece Lu, it is my brother and siblings' dying wish that you marry Xingde, and they also want to watch you get married. That's why Xingde has placed the spirit tablet on it, and I also ask that you, niece, bear with me and don't care so much. The auspicious time has also arrived. Let's worship first, but don't miss the auspicious time." However, Lu Ruyan did not cover the red head cover back again. Her eyes swept through the crowd, and when she saw Lin Fan, her pretty face revealed joy. Lin Fan returned a reassuring look to Lu Ruyan and walked out from the crowd. Lin Fan wore a smile on his face and said aloud, "Gu family master, since Ruyan is unwilling to marry into your Gu family, why should we force her? If I see it, let's forget about this wedding today." His sudden appearance instantly silenced the originally noisy scene. Everyone's gazes converged on Lin Fan, seeing that he was only a Qi practicing cultivator, and their faces were dismayed. Lu Ruyan, however, revealed a smile and couldn't wait to run towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan was even more pleased as he held Lu Ruyan in his arms as he threatened towards Gu Xingde. "Surname Gu, I am in true love with Ruyan. You are an orphan with a dead mom and dad. You are not worthy of Ruyan at all. I advise you to better be a little self-aware. Break off your engagement with Ruyan and I can still consider letting your Gu family go, or else, don't blame me, Lin Fan, for being merciless." Lin Fan's arrogant words once again caused the guests to talk. Who is this guy? A Qi practicing cultivator who dares to be so arrogant? Not afraid of the Gu family's suppression. A Qi practicing mole cricket actually dares to come to the Gu family to steal the marriage. How much does he want to die? No, Lin Fan. Why does this name sound so familiar? It can't be the Lin Fan who was accepted as a disciple by the Long River sect some time ago. What? It's actually him. No wonder he dared to come to the Gu family to steal the marriage. The Long River sect. That's a big sect with a Yuaning true lord in charge. To be robbed of a marriage by a Qi practicing cultivator. The Gu family is going to lose face this time. Gu Xingde looked at the arrogant Lin Fan and frowned slightly. This guy's afraid he's a cutie. Bar. A mere Qi practicing mole cricket dares to rob the marriage of a Yuaning true lord. Do you think this is a female frequency? End of chapter. The Gu and Lu families, as well as a group of guests from Baiyun City, looked at Gu Xingde in unison, wanting to see how he was going to handle this unexpected accident. Although Lin Fan was only a Qi practicing cultivator, He had already worshipped in the Long River sect, and with a Yuaning powerhouse behind him, he was far from being able to offend the Gu family. But if they just let Lin Fan take Ruyan Lu away, then the Gu family's face would be completely trampled underfoot. Lu Ruffing took a step back, his face as usual. For this marriage snatching today, he had already known. It wasn't just him, the parents and elders of the Lu family knew it all too well. They knew that Ruyan Lu was having an affair with Lin Fan, but they still let Ruyan Lu fulfill the marriage contract and marry into the Gu family for the sake of the Gu family's bride price. Anyway, the Gu family's dowry had already arrived, and even if the Gu family blamed them afterward, with Lin Fan around, they weren't afraid of anything. Feeling the gazes cast in all directions, Gu Xingga's complexion became more and more calm, only for her eyes to gradually appear to change. Lin Fan, who hadn't yet realized that his death was approaching, hugged Lu Ruyan and was still blabbering. Surname Gu, those dowries you gave to Ruyan's family can be considered as a congratulatory gift for my future wedding to Ruyan, and we'll invite you to be there when the time comes. That's right, Gu Xingga, I don't like you at all. It's your Gu family that forced me. What I love the most is Brother Fan. As for those dowries of yours, consider it as a compensation for me being aggrieved for this period of time. You're a big man. You won't still be thinking of asking for it back. Lu Ruyan also chimed in, her expression condescending, as if she had suffered a great deal of wrongdoing during this period of time, and if Gu Xingga didn't make amends, she would be committing an offense against the laws of heaven. At those words, Gu Xingga laughed back in anger, her laughter clear and echoing in all directions. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It's really been a long time since I've heard such a funny joke. A who doesn't know shame, who met with others, a mole who doesn't know what he's talking about, who's obsessed with confidence. Who in the world gave you the courage to think that you can take down this seat? Liang Jingru? Lin Fan was puzzled when he heard this. His teacher wasn't named Liang Jingru. What Liang Jing? Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure as vast as an abyss and as majestic as the sea suddenly appeared, weighing as much as a mountain. In an instant, all the people present were pressed down to their knees, unable to move. Yuaning True Lord, how is that possible? Lin Fan's teacher's voice suddenly rang in his mind, his tone filled with disbelief. Such a young Yuaning True Lord, not to mention in this vaulted Sang domain, even in the Middle Heaven domain, it's rare to the extreme, and you may not be able to see one in 10,000 years. Lin Fan was shocked when he heard his teacher's exclamation. He wanted to raise his head to see what was going on, but he couldn't even raise his head under Gu Xingga's powerful might, and his entire body was almost crushed in pain as his bones and flesh were crushed. The others were even worse off than Lin Fan, except for some people with moderate cultivation. The rest were stunned. Some were even crushed and exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist, rendering a touch of demonic blood red to this already festive hall. Gu Xingga looked down at Lin Fan and the others. His red robe was windless and hunting, his black hair flared, silver thunder dropping like a waterfall, hanging around his body, his destructive aura surging, like a positive god of the thunder ministry, ruling heaven and earth for punishment. His dark eyes also transformed into gold and silver heavy pupils, not infinity shape, but two pupils overlapped together, in the shape of reincarnation eyes heavy pupils. The only difference was that his left eye was gold outside and silver inside, and the golden light flashed like a brilliant sun, shining in the heavens and earth, supremely magnificent. The right eye outside the silver inside the gold. Silver flow, like the bright lonely moon, cold and piercing, freezing the living world. One glance at the golden sun is vast, the most masculine, and one glance at the silver moon is bright, extremely yin and extremely soft. The two Qi of yin and yang mingled, evolving endless chaos. The vast chaotic Qi filled the air, the cycle of birth and death, powerful to the extreme. Gu Xingga's eyes were too blazing, piercing through the clouds and shadows. Nothing in heaven and earth could block them, and that little secret on Lin Fan's body was like nothing in front of him. Not good. He's actually still a heavy pupil. The residual soul inside Lin Fan felt the heavy pupil's eyes and was so shocked that he hurriedly hid himself, extremely afraid of being discovered. However, in front of Gu Xingga's heavy pupil, the existence of the remnant soul was like a plucked white duck, with nowhere to hide. Oh, is this your leverage? A weak and unbearable remnant soul. What? Do you also want to learn to ghost up like Xiao Yan? Gu Xingga's heavy pupils were slightly drooping, looking out of the corner of his eye. A flash of disdain flashed in his eyes as he saw through Lin Fan's undercard. A mere remnant soul of a transformation god. Even at his peak, he was not afraid, let alone now. Lin Fan raised his head with immense difficulty, his face grimacing. He had never expected Gu Xingga to be so powerful. He was actually a Yuaning Jinjun. His heart was filled with remorse, but even so, he didn't think Gu Xingga was capable of killing himself. Lin Fan opened his mouth trembling and gritted his teeth. Surname Gu. Aren't you just bullying people based on your high cultivation? I, Lin Fan, reached the 11th level of Qi cultivation from the first level of Qi cultivation in only 2.5 years. My natural talent is unparalleled. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. If you have the ability to make a bet with me, 30 years later, we will fight it out here. Gu Xingge sniffed and looked at Lin Fan as if she was looking at an idiot. 2.5 years to break through from the first level of Qi cultivation to the 11th level of Qi cultivation is amazing? This seed built its foundation in 100 days and did so at the 33rd level of Qi cultivation. You're nothing. Still 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Ah, you. 30 years later this seed has long ascended to the immortal world. Your grave grass is 30 meters high. His Qi practicing 33rd layer foundation establishment. Can Qi practicing stage be cultivated to such a high layer? It's really fake. The doubt bubbled up in the minds of the people who were still conscious. The residual soul inside Lin Fan's body, on the other hand, was completely stunned. 100 days to build the foundation, or to succeed in building the foundation with the cultivation of the 33rd level of Qi cultivation. Fake it. It was important to know that the highest cultivation of the Qi practicing stage to the 10th level would require foundation building. Only a few geniuses could break through the 10 count and reach the 11th, or even 12th layer. Of course there were also some supreme heavenly prides that were able to reach the 13th layer. And those who had reached the 13th level of the Qi practicing stage and had successfully built their foundations were invariably the seeds of future true immortals who would cross the threshold and ascend the Qi practicing stage, let alone cultivating to the 33rd layer. Even cultivating to the 14th layer had never appeared, even if his soul was scattered. The residual soul inside Lin Fan did not believe that Gu Xingge had reached the 33rd level of the Qi practicing stage. Yes, he must have misheard himself. He said 13 floors, not 33. Gu Xingge didn't realize that her casual exposure of her Qi practicing achievements had put the remnant soul in the midst of suspicion. He raised his hand and thunder coalesced, not bothering to talk more nonsense with Lin Fan, ready to directly destroy him. But just as Gu Xingge was about to kill him, a mechanical beat sounded in his head. Ding detected that the host is fighting with the son of heaven's destiny. The villain system is bound. This sudden sound caused Gu Xingge to pause in her movements. He looked at himself and then at Lin Fan, who was unable to move by the pressure and was lying on the ground like a dog, and was speechless. You call this the Great War? Blind. And who wants to be bound to your crappy system? Get the hell out of here. Gu Xingge was disgusted by this villainous system that had suddenly bound herself. What the heck? This seed is the Dao son of the Qiankuan Dao sect, the leader of the young generation of the righteousness of the Qian Tian state. Is it not something you can slander? However, this broken villain system not only didn't unbind, but instead began to block Gu Xingge from exterminating Lin Fan and Lu Ruyan. Ding, the son of heaven's destiny and the daughter of heaven's destiny are under the attention of the heavenly Dao and carry the destiny of heaven. Killing the son of heaven's destiny and the daughter of heaven's destiny will be targeted by the heavenly Dao. So please don't make the mistake of stopping your impulsive behavior right away. Host. When Gu Xingge heard this, she became even more upset. In all his years of immortal cultivation, he had never wanted to be so stifled today, and he instantly disliked it angrily. The son of heaven's destiny and the daughter of heaven's destiny are your parents. Ah, you can't kill them if you say you can't. This seed is going to defy heaven today. End of chapter. 3. Ancestors are not enough for the law, and the heavenly Tao is not enough to be feared. My generation of cultivators originally walked against the heaven. If we are afraid of the heaven's way, then what kind of immortality is there to cultivate? What's the point of seeking immortality? It's better to die. Gu Xingge's eyes went cold. This bull **** villain system was definitely not a good thing. Definitely couldn't let it stay in her body. He dispersed the thunder in his palm and his mind settled into the sea of consciousness. It wasn't too late to kill Lin Fan after first solving this villainous system of unknown origin. The sea of knowledge is vast and boundless. A purple jade disc covered with cracks is quietly suspended in the depths. It is simple and unadorned, but contains the principle of the great Tao. Just like the incarnation of the Tao, the place of reason. The purple jade disc was none other than Gu Xingge's true hangover, the supreme treasure that had once carried the 3000 great Tao, the jade disc of creation. After Gu Xingge was struck by great fortune in his previous life, the jade saucer of creation took him to be reborn in the great world of Tsangmeng, and activated the ancestor bloodline in his body when he was 6 years old, causing Gu Xingge to awaken the ancient heavy pupil. Although the jade disc of creation was severely damaged, it had retained some of its basic functions. For example, deducing all kinds of Gongfu secret techniques, activating the hidden bloodline in living beings, and accelerating the growth of precious medicines and spiritual plants. Gu Xingge had experienced the baptism of the jade disc of creation uninterruptedly over the years, and his physique had long undergone a sea change. gradually approaching that of the original innate human race. Let this seat see what kind of thing this villain system of yours is. How dare you slander the seat as a villain? Higushinga is a pillar of the righteous path. Even if he is bound by the system, it is still a righteous system. How can he be bound by this villainous system? Isn't this an insult? He searched the sea of consciousness for signs of the villain system in a big way, leaving no place untouched. A few moments later, Gushinga found the so-called villain system in the corner of her sea of consciousness, a small black ball of light. Discovered. It subconsciously blinked a few times. Apparently the villain system was surprised that Gushinga would find herself. Wasn't it said that those who traveled through the system wanted the system? How come the new host gave it a feeling of sharpening the knife to the pig and sheep? He shouldn't be trying to get me killed. The villainous system flickered more frequently, and it felt more and more that something was wrong with the new host. But what can a mere Yuaning cultivator do to me? Can he rely on that broken disc in his sea of consciousness? It's hilarious. It is the creation of that one, and no one in this lower realm can suppress it. Gushinga's eyes stared, and she said in a chilling voice, "Found you." Without the slightest hesitation, Gushinga decisively drove the jade disc of creation and suppressed it towards the villain system. Although he didn't know what this system was, he didn't believe that this guy could still be stronger than the jade disc of creation that carried the 3,000 great Tao. In an instant, the purple Qi of the sea of consciousness came from the east, vast and majestic, filling the entire sea of consciousness, sealing off everything, and not giving the villainous system a gap to escape at all. The jade disc of creation enveloped the black ball of light, displaying the work of refining the heavenly creation, and began to forcefully refine the villain system. Warning! 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 The villainous system has been subjected to an unknown suppression. There is no escape. No escape. No! Host, stop. I can help you get to the top. I can help you deal with the Sons of Destiny. You can't beat them without me. Lower world mole cricket. You can't refine me. If you refine me, you are the enemy of all systems. Enemy of all systems. The villainous system's panicked voice kept ringing out, echoing through the sea of consciousness. In the face of the villainous system's threat, Gusheng was unmoved and continued to increase the output of the jade disc of creation. In a matter of moments, that noisy and incomparable black ball of light was refined by the jade saucer of creation to the point where there was no dregs left. And after the jade disc of creation absorbed the villain system, it also crossed a layer of faint jade light. Even the cracks were repaired a little. This change surprised Gushinga, not realizing that there was such a gain. It was an unexpected pleasure. Over the years, he had tried all sorts of means in order to repair the jade disc of creation, but to no avail. Feeling that he needs an absorption system, the jade disc of creation fell into silence, digesting the power contained in the villain system. Meanwhile, as the villain system was eliminated, all the other systems in the Tsangming Great World received the news, and Gushinga's appearance was memorized by a host of systems. From this moment on, Gushinga was on the systems must kill list and was the enemy of all systems. Apprentice, something seems to have gone wrong with that guy. Quick, hand over your body to the master. The master will take you away. While Gushinga was frozen, the residual soul inside Lin Fan urged him to give his body to himself. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and immediately emptied his mind, handing over the use of his body. After the residual soul took over Lin Fan's body, a powerful aura burst out, instantly raising from the 11th level of Qi cultivation to the Jindan stage. The surging flames emerged like a volcanic eruption, transforming into two fiery fire dragons surrounding Lin Fan's body, just like the fire god Zhu Rong, burning everything, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly rise. A group of guests as if they were in a furnace, unbearably hot. Without half a moment's hesitation, the remnant soul using Lin Fan's body couldn't even care about Lu Ruyan, and decisively executed the flowing flame escape technique, transforming into a flaming meteor and escaping with Lin Fan. When Ruyan Lu saw Lin Fan abandoning her, consternation surfaced on her pretty face. Weren't they in true love? How come they didn't take her with them to escape? She cried out sharply. Fan, take me with you. Humph. Want to run? Dream on. Gushinga withdrew from the sea of consciousness, and when he saw Lin Fan escaping, he let out a cold snort and transformed into a silver thunderbolt that sped through the wind with a roar that echoed through the sky. In an instant, he had caught up with Lin Fan. What? The remnant soul was shocked. This flowing fire escape technique of his own was a minor divine ability. Even if he only performed it with his Jindan cultivation, he was still able to breathe for 1,000 miles, which was faster than the speed of a normal Yuaning, and he was still able to be caught up, not being able to think much. Seeing Gushinga getting closer and closer to himself, the remnant soul once again pinched his hand. A fist-sized golden divine flame burned up from his palm. Although it was only a tiny one, the temperature released actually made space distorted. Howdy burning world amazing. When Gushinga saw the golden divine flame, Her heavy pupils trembled tremendously and she cried out in shock. A transformation god remnant soul actually mastered this kind of divine flame. Howdy burning world amazing, is one of the five imperial fires of the 5 directions, top-level divine fire. Legend has it that it has the ability to burn everything in the world. Even a harmonious Tao powerhouse might not be able to subdue it. Truly worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny. This Lin Fan's luck was too good. Gu Xingge's heart was on fire. Who wouldn't want this kind of divine fire? If he had the howdy burning world amazing, there would be no shortage of spiritual weapons and magic treasures to use in the future. The remnant soul looked at the divine fire in his palm, and a flash of remembrance flashed in his eyes. It was because of this howdy burning world amazing that he was hunted down and killed, and after blowing up his own body, he barely managed to survive by leaving behind his remnant soul. Fire refines the earth. Edict. The residual soul violently urged the howdy burning world amazing. This kind of divine fire even if he can only barely control. But after a long time, I am afraid that it will lead to fire. If the situation wasn't too much of a crisis, he wouldn't have utilized the howdy burning world amazing. The howdy incinerating world amazing amazement rose up against the wind, spreading over the sky and turning into a vast sea of fire, burning and refining the world of mankind. The golden flames coming from the face intercepted Gu Xingge's front path. The sea of fire was so powerful that the space was scorched and twisted, melting out one cave after another. Even if it was a Yuaning cultivator, if it was contaminated with a little bit, I'm afraid that it would be burned into nothingness. How dare you show off your skills in front of this seat? Brilliant heavenly thunder prison. Pro. Gu Xingge's face was austere as she strangled her finger to invoke the brilliant heavenly might. Starting with the Thunder Road minor divine ability, and the rolling robberies enveloped a 1,000-mile radius. At the same time, his heavy pupil flashed, and a spatial force erupted from the pupil, isolating the sea of fire and covering the sky and the ground, imprisoning this side of heaven and earth, leaving Lin Fan, who wanted to escape, with nowhere to run. Maru Spice, feeling that brilliant heavenly might, the residual soul that was manipulating Lin Fan's body was terrified beyond measure, and even its control over the body appeared unsteady. Rumble, rumble, thousands of miles of robbery clouds rolled, covering the sky, billions of thunder like a tide, destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and the heavenly might was like a prison, judging all living beings. End of chapter. Rumbling, the thunder resounded beyond the clouds, billions of thunder like a dragon rolling in the robbing clouds, teeth and claws, the heavenly might was overwhelming, shocking all the spirits in heaven and earth. Gu Xingge was wearing a red robe, his heavy pupils blazing, silver thunder surrounded, like a hanging heavenly river waterfall, reflecting his body, like that heavenly thunder emperor, looking down on the living beings. Even though the howdy burning world amazement was approaching, he was still unafraid. Under the brilliant heavenly might, the residual soul inside Lin Fan wanted to escape, but the space of 1,000 miles was blocked, so there was nowhere to escape. Gu Xingge slowly raised his hand, and the infinite thunder came under his control. His thin lips lightly opened, and his mouth contained the heavenly constitution. Execute! As soon as the word fell, billions of thunderbolts fell like rain. Thundering rivers of heaven rolled and washed the defiled earth. The residual soul could not hide, could not escape, and under the 10,000 pounds of thunder, along with Lin Fan's body and soul, they were all destroyed, and the soul flew away. Looking at Lin Fan, who had turned into robbed ash, Gu Xingge's face was as normal. So what if he was the son of heaven's destiny? A mole cricket was always a mole cricket. Besides, after killing this so-called son of heaven's destiny, the heavenly Tao didn't find him troublesome. When the thunder dispersed, there was only a small bead left in its place. Howdy burning world amazing also returned to the small bead as much as possible. Gu Xingge waved his hand and incorporated the small bead into his palm, refining it, and in the next second, he was pleasantly surprised. This was actually a half-immortal artifact. Fabrics are categorized into magic weapons, spirit treasures, heavenly spirit treasures, and half-immortal weapons. The reason why it was called a half-immortal weapon instead of an immortal weapon was because although the magic treasure was able to exert a short-lived immortal weapon power, there were no immortal Tao laws on it, and it wasn't considered a true immortal weapon. In addition to half-immortal weapons, the remaining 4 types of magic treasures were further divided into inferior, intermediate, superior, extreme, and absolute. The bead in Gu Xingge's hand was called the Age God bead, and it contained 296 prohibitions. And the difficulty of refining these prohibitions alone was not something that a Yuaning cultivator would be able to do. And the age of the God bead within the self-contained side of the time small secret realm, in which cultivation can be adjusted inside and outside the passage of time, the highest up to 10:1. As for the other functions, they will not be known until they are sacrificed. It was only that every time the time was adjusted, it required the consumption of spirit crystals, which ordinary cultivators simply could not afford. Spirit crystal is a condensed body of aura that is even more pure than a spirit stone. A spirit crystal can be exchanged for 100 extreme spirit stones, and there may not be anyone who is willing to exchange it. Gushinga also only had 3 spirit crystals, which when converted into lower-grade spirit stones, would be 300 million lower-grade spirit stones. Each type of spirit stone is 100:1. After settling Lin Fan, Gushinga folded back to White Cloud City. It was time to deal with the Lu family. Baiyun City, whether it was the people inside or outside the city, they all felt the brilliant heavenly might from thousands of miles away, saw the terrifying heavenly thunder that descended on earth, and all of them shivered in fear, kneeling on the ground and shouting for the heavens to rest their wrath. Silver thunderbolts slashed across the sky, and Gushinga returned to the Gu family to see that, except for the unconscious guests, everyone else had fled and dispersed. He think you can get away with that? Fool's errand. Gushinga's heavy pupils flashed with a touch of disdain and disappeared into the Gu family. At this moment, the Lu family, the people of the Lu family, who had escaped death, packed up their belongings and wanted to flee White Cloud City. Lu Ruyan was at a loss. She didn't understand that her brother Lin Fan, who had always treated her like his life, would run away from her. Obviously Lin Fan had pressed her against the wall of her boudoir not long ago, saying that if she called out to him as a good brother, her life would be given to her. But why had he abandoned him now? Lu Ruffing saw that his sister was still dumbfounded, and hurriedly urged, Ruyan, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and pack up. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan did not panic, but instead had a condescending look on her face. Brother, what are you guys afraid of? Don't forget that Gushinga's parents' last wish was for him to marry me. If he dares to hurt me, he is going against his parents' last wish and is being unfilial. I'm not afraid of him. When Lu Ruffing heard this, he suddenly felt that his sister was right. Since Gushinga's parents' last wish was for him to marry his sister, he definitely wouldn't go after the Lu family. Instead, he has to coax his own sister into marrying him in order to fulfill his parents' last wish. Thinking like this, Lu Ruffing felt that there was really nothing to be afraid of. Is a Yuaning powerhouse great? He still has to listen to his parents. Don't clean up, and don't be afraid. That Gu wouldn't dare to lay a hand on our Lu family. He still has to marry Ruyan. Lu Ruffing hurriedly shouted to his parents and elders and asked Lu Ruyan to repeat what he had just said. When the people of the Lu family heard this, they felt that it made sense. Mother Lu was even more vocal. If I had known that kid was a Yuaning cultivator, I should have asked for more for the dowry. It would have to be 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's right. Ruyan, we have been pampered for so many years, and there are still a whole lot of people pursuing. To be able to marry surnamed Gu is his good fortune, and he still has to give 100 pieces of spiritual weapons. I heard that kid is also a disciple of the Qin Dao sect. Since he's a Yuaning powerhouse, he must be very powerful in the Qin Dao sect, so when the time comes, let him bring us all up to the Qin Dao sect. The people of the Lu family were enjoying a bright future, unaware that Gushinga was right above their heads, listening to their nonsense. After half a second, Gushinga slowly fell from the air and appeared in front of the Lu family. As soon as Lu Ruyan saw Gushinga, she thought that he had come to beg for her to return, and immediately showed arrogance, raised her chin, and said in a loud voice, Gushinga, you're here to beg me to go back and get married, right? It's fine if you want me to go back, but I have 3 conditions. 1. I'll only marry you, but I'll never consummate with you, because I only belong to Brother Fan. 2. You must give my Lu family 1,000,000 more top-grade spirit stones, and 100 extreme spirit weapons as a bride price. After all, it's your good fortune that I can marry you, and the bride price is too little to match me. 3. You can shut up, you rotten bastard. Before Lu Ruyan could finish her conditions, Gushinga impatiently interrupted her, even pulling out her ears with her little thumbs as if she had gotten into something dirty. At those words, Lu Ruyan's face showed shame and anger, and she was so angry that she was shaking, stomping the ground with her feet and roaring loudly at Gushinga. Surname Gu, how dare you scold me? I won't marry. Let's see how you fulfill your parents' wishes. Asterisk. It's not like this seat has to be you. Although Gushinga wanted to fulfill her parents' dying wish, this Lu Ruyan was so rotten, not to mention getting married. Even a glance at it now made her sick to her stomach. Father and mother, don't blame my child for being unfilial. It's your last wish that's too hard, harder than becoming immortal. Gushinga looked at the Lu family's crowd, lightly lifted his hand, silver thunder surging, and said in a faint voice, since my parents are obsessed with that year's marriage contract, why don't I give you guys a ride? Go down there and explain to them that it's not that I, as a son, am unfilial, it's that you guys don't deserve it. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the silver thunder, the people of the Lu family collapsed to the ground in fear, and Ruyan Lu was also pale, with some water stains appearing between her legs. Why did Gu Shunga want to kill them? Shouldn't he fulfill his parents' dying wish? Lu Ruyan didn't want to die. She rolled and crawled and stood up, wanting to beg Gu Shunga, but Gu Shunga didn't even give her that chance. Thousands of silver thunderbolts fell, directly splitting all of the Lu family members present into charcoal. In order to avoid any more fish that had slipped through the net, Gu Shunga searched the Lu family once more before mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, transforming into a large silver hand that covered the sky and directly raised the Lu mansion to the ground. The so-called son and daughter of destiny are nothing more than that. Gu Shunga never believed in any heavenly destiny. They were all just lucky guys. A true protagonist depends on more than luck. P.S. This book is never ink. Readers can rest assured that look, if there is any opinion on the plot, you can mention, little brother will be adopted. End of chapter. The originally festive and lively Gu family now fell into a silence. The slaves were gentle and didn't dare to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing the one. Inside the ancestral hall, Gu Shunga lightly knelt in front of her parents' spirit tablet, and Gu Tianhao and a group of Gu family elders stood outside, trembling with fear and trepidation, as if they were elementary school students who had made a mistake. A few moments later, Gu Shunga, who had finished apologizing with his parents, walked out of the ancestral hall, and Gu Tianhao rushed forward and apologized to him in a low voice. Shunga, this matter is eldest uncle's fault. Without ascertaining the situation of that woman from the Lu family, he hastily organized the wedding and made you lose face. If you want to blame it, blame eldest uncle. Hearing this, Gu Shunga shook her head slightly. Eldest uncle, it's not your fault. It's the Lu family that's too shameless, wanting to sell one daughter for two, and it's also me that's too obsessed with my parents' dying wish. Making a joke out of the Gu family. Seeing that his great-nephew didn't blame himself, Gu Tianhao didn't say anything more. Gu Shunga threw a storage ring to her own eldest uncle and continued. There are some resources inside this storage ring, enough for the Gu family to cultivate a Jindan real person, or a dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators. How to use it, eldest uncle? You make the decision yourself. Aha! Don't worry, Shunga. These resources will be put to good use by Dabo. Gu Tianhao nodded repeatedly, pleasantly surprised. Gu Shunga turned back to look at the ancestral hall one more time, a flash of apology in her eyes. Born as an orphan in his previous life, he had enjoyed the affection of his parents in this life, which he cherished extraordinarily. Moreover, the reason why Gu's father and mother had been targeted by the outlaws was because of a treasure he had given them. He was partly responsible for the death of his parents. In response, Gu Shunga felt guilty in her heart, which was why she was so persistent in wanting to fulfill her parents' last wish. But things didn't work out the way he wanted, and he chose a lousy one, which led to his parents' last wish being dashed. Father and mother, don't worry, without Lu Ruyan, you will still have many daughters-in-law. Stay in hell for some more years. When child I become immortal, I will bring your daughters-in-law down to see you. Gu Shunga silently said inwardly that he believed that there was hell and reincarnation in this world. So, father and mother, you must not reincarnate so soon. Eldest uncle, what is that Lin Fan's origin? Gu Shunga inquired. Most of the children of heaven's destiny like Lin Fan had a missing father and mother, or a sister and sister who weren't their own or something like that. He was a kind person who couldn't see his flesh and blood separated, so it was better to send Lin Fan's whole family down to be with him. Gu Tianhao sniffed and recalled, telling Gu Shunga some of the things he knew about Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a native of Qingshi town, which was more than 30 miles away outside of Baiyun City, with a mother and a sister at home. His father had died early, and some time ago, he had worshipped in the Qinghe sect, and had made a name for himself in 1,000 miles around. After hearing this, Gu Shunga nodded, and according to the direction Gu Tianhao pointed, he transformed into a silver thunderbolt and flew towards Qingshi town. On the east side of Qingshi town, in a mansion that covered a wide area, several slaves were busy. A maid was raking and washing clothes, and a cook was burning meals. Inside the courtyard, a middle-aged woman leaned back on a chaise longue, eating candied fruit fed by the maid on her left, and enjoying the fanning of the maid on her right to cool off. Mother, I've used up all my rouge and powder. Why isn't brother back yet? A young girl in a pink dress came out of the house, complaining and questioning the woman, who looked up and said, your brother has gone to rob the wedding. He might not be back until tomorrow. Don't be anxious. Your brother has hitched his wagon to the Lu family in the city this time, and by then you'll have as much rouge as you want. Mother, I've heard that the marriage my brother wants to rob is that of the Gu family in the city. Will it work? Lin Jiajiu was a little worried. Lin's mother, however, was proud. What are you afraid of? Your brother is a disciple of the immortals of the Qinghe sect. The Gu family is nothing in front of the immortals of the Qinghe sect. It will definitely succeed. Lin Jiaojiu was relieved, and at the same time began to fantasize about her bright future when she moved into the city. And 1,000 meters above them, Gu Shunga looked down at the Lin family below, a touch of disappointment surfacing in her eyes. I was expecting something unexpected, but I didn't realize it was just two mortals. Somewhat disappointed, Gu Shunga's mind moved, and 2 silver thunderbolts descended from the sky, splitting Mother Lin and Lin Jiaojiu into ashes. This sudden scene scared the 2 maids in the courtyard. They knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, muttering under their breath that God's wrath was restored, and the God in their mouths had long since returned to White Cloud City. At night, the stars are like waterfalls, and the stars are twinkling. Inside the house, Gu Shunga sat cross-legged on his bed, the age god pearl suspended in front of him, its silver aura flowing and permeated with a faint law of time. Raising his hand and pinching his finger, he forced out several drops of essence blood from his fingertips, wrapping the age god pearl around it and blood refining this half-immortal artifact. Blood refining was more effective than ordinary sacrifices, and although it would consume a lot of essence and blood, it was worth it. The night passed in a flash, and the next morning, wisps of sunlight filtered into the room, shining on Gu Shunga's somewhat pale cheeks. After a night of blood refining, the age god pearl had already had 126 prohibitions refined by him, initially taking control of this half-immortal artifact. Even if this half-immortal artifact was taken away by someone later, as long as the prohibition Gu Shunga had refined had not been refined by anyone else, no one else would be able to use it. Taking out a third-grade spirit pill that replenished essence and blood and taking it, Gu Shunga's face only regained some redness. Things like pills, formations, and precious medicines are divided into 9 grades, with 1 grade being the lowest and 9 grades being the highest. As for Gongfu, there was no grade, and what realm one could cultivate to depended on one's own perception, effort, and talent. For example, the Divine Heavenly Thunder Punishment Universe Daojacking True Scripture that Gu Shunga cultivated was the Thunder Road True Scripture that he had deduced by using the Jade Disc of Creation by incorporating 100 thunder methods in metaphysical techniques, which was enough for him to cultivate to the Yuaning Great Perfection. As for the subsequent realms, they would need to be deduced again, taking the Age God bead back into his body. As for the Howdy Burning World Amazing, Gu Shunga waited until he returned to the Qiankuan Dao sect before refining it. He had more important things to do right now. Uncle, I'm leaving, take care of yourself. In the front hall of the Gu mansion, Gu Tianhao's voice transmission from Gu Shunga rang in his ears, and he turned his head to look outside as a silver thunderbolt streaked by and disappeared into the sky. In the astral wind-ridden green underworld, silver-colored thunderbolts instantly traveled thousands of miles, rushing toward the capital of Qingyu. It was because the person who killed Gu Shunga's parents was an elder of the Li family in the capital of Qingyu. The Li family was a great clan in the Yu kingdom, backed by the Changhe sect, with Jindan powerhouses in their clan, and also intermarried with the royal family, making their relationship intricate and complicated. However, any more connections, in the face of absolute strength, it is nothing more than dirt and dogs, unbearable. Iron sharpens iron. Even if the Li family had a transformation god powerhouse, Gu Shunga wasn't afraid in the slightest. The big deal was that they would die together. A distance of thousands of miles was only a few breaths of time for Gu Shunga. In the sky above the capital of Qingyu, a silver-colored thunder light swept by, not even putting the king's capital's forbidden air formation in its eyes, and the shocked guarding cultivators stepped in to intercept it. Who dares to trespass on the royal capital? Not knowing. Get out. Unexpectedly, before the guarding cultivators finished their warning words, they only heard a sound of thunder divine words, just like the wrath of the heavens, shocking their souls, disorganized mana, uncontrollable body. All of them fell down like dumplings, deep within the Yu kingdom's royal palace. The royal clan's old ancestor was also awakened and hurriedly came out of the gate. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for monthly tickets. Ask for rewards. End of chapter. The silver-colored thunder light rushed across the royal capital, attracting the attention of many cultivators. Who is this? So bold that he dares to act so recklessly in the royal capital. Isn't there a forbidden air formation? How come that person wasn't affected? The air prohibition formation restricts foundation cultivators at most, and it's highly likely that that person is a Jindan realist, daring to act so recklessly in the royal capital like this. Even if it's a Jindan real person, the royal family will definitely not sit idly by. Just as the crowd was discussing, an orange spirit light flew out from within the royal palace, with a rainbow-like momentum and a gust of spirit pressure, intercepting in front of the silver-colored thunder light. Old ancestor stepped in. I told you that the old ancestor wouldn't just sit back and watch. Humph. So what if it's a Jindan realist? In my Yu kingdom capital, you have to cozy up to a dragon, and you have to crouch down to me even if it's a tiger. Some of the royal clan's children recognized the orange aura and shouted loudly and proudly, declaring their sovereignty. The other cultivators looked at the Yu clan's old ancestor with awe. This was the strongest person in the Yu kingdom, an existence whose cultivation had reached the great circle of Jindan, and was only half a step away from Yuanying. The Yu clan's old ancestor blocked the way, and the silver-colored lightning stopped in the air. As the silver aura converged, what appeared in the eyes of the Yu clan's ancestor and the royal capital's cultivators was a red-robed teenager. Gu Xingge's young appearance stunned countless people. They had thought that it would be an old man like the Yu clan's old ancestor, or even less, a middle-aged man. But how could they not expect it to be such a young teenager? Compared to the surprise of the people below, the Yu clan's old ancestor, who was facing Gu Xingge directly, was more able to feel the powerful pressure permeating the other party, which also caused his heart to sink. The teenager in front of him was most likely a Yuanying true lord. Moreover, he had just flown recklessly in the royal capital, and even made a sound that shocked and injured the guarding cultivators, which was enough to see that he was coming from a bad place. Yu Fengsheng arched his hand and made a slight bow towards Gu Xingge to show his respect, before inquiring in a deep voice, I, Yu Fengsheng, have met the true lord. I don't know what true lord's visit to my kingdom of Yu is about. Gu Xingge looked at Yu Fengsheng and indifferently said, Revenge. Revenge? Upon hearing this, Yu Fengsheng's heart was startled. Could it be that someone from his Yu clan had once done something to this Yuanying true lord? And he had come to seek revenge on the Yu clan. And at that moment, several more auras flew in, and they were the Jindan elders of the great clans of the royal capital, including the Li clan. The moment the Li clan's old ancestor appeared, Gu Xingge seemed to feel something, and her gaze, like a sharp sword, landed on him. Gu Xingge, you're from the Li family. The Li clan's oldest ancestor subconsciously nodded. Swish! Without half a moment's hesitation, Gu Xingge raised her hand and silver thunder surged, transforming into a thunder lance that violently stabbed at the Li clan's old ancestor. In full view of everyone, the thunder lance cut through the air, so fast that it didn't give the Li family's ancestor any time to react, and in an instant, it ran him through, and then, boo! Deafening thunder echoed through the royal capital as the thunder lance exploded, and the thunder power that erupted instantly destroyed the Li family's old ancestor, leaving not even the Jindan remaining, and it flew away in ashes. Ancestor of the Li clan, Nuwa, I just came out to watch the fun. How come I became the fun instead? Everything happened so suddenly that Yu Fengsheng and the other family's ancestors didn't even react before the Li family's ancestor fell. When Yu Fengsheng returned to his senses, his eyes changed constantly. There was dismay, anger, and more powerlessness. The power of a Yuanying true lord was simply not something a Jindan cultivator could contend with. Don't look at the fact that he is now a Jindan great perfection, seemingly not far from Yuanying, but this step away is a heavenly abyss. A Jianying true lord could mobilize the power of a side of heaven and earth, and fighting against it was no less than fighting against heaven and earth. Not to mention a Jindan great perfection, even 100 of them would be nothing more than dirt, and would be shattered at a single touch. The Jindan ancestors of the other several clans were directly stunned, killing the Li clan's ancestor in a single move. Wouldn't that also be able to kill them in a single move? Gu Xingge's gaze returned to Yu Fengsheng once again, and he questioned in a cold voice, where is the Li family land? That area is the Li family's clan land in the royal capital. Yu Fengsheng didn't dare to hide it and raised his hand to point out where the Li family was. The thunder on flashed, and Gu Xingge disappeared in front of them. Li family land. At this time, the Li family people had not yet realized that a great disaster was approaching. Their own ancestors were dead, and they were still having banquets, pushing cups, singing and dancing. Gu Xingge stood tall and looked down on the entire Li family without any sadness or joy. Whether it was the ancestor of the Li family or the elders, it didn't make a difference as far as he was concerned. Although he is not a murderer, but his parents are dead. All of you Li family go down to accompany the funeral. Gu Xingge raised her hand and lightly touched the center of her brow, and the flash of thunder lines lit up, actually transforming into silver vertical pupils, filled with supreme majesty, as grand and sacred as the heavens. When he practiced Qi at a young age to break through the 33rd layer, he attracted a heavenly tribulation because he was too contrary to the heavens. Luckily, the jade disk of creation was powerful and directly took in that heavenly calamity and refined it, leaving behind a heavenly calamity origin. Thus, when Gu Xingge was building her foundation, she used the heavenly tribulation origin as her foundation, accomplishing an unprecedented heavenly Tao foundation building and awakening her innate divine ability. It's called the Eye of God. As the eyes of the heavens opened, in the next moment, the vast heavenly might spread out. The sky and earth changed color, and dark clouds covered the sky, as if the end was coming. Yu Fengsheng and the others felt this terrifying heavenly might and were scared out of their wits. Nima! This is the apocalypse. How dare they stay and watch the show? They fled without looking back, fearing that if they were one step slower, they would be spared and split into ashes. A few breaths later, the robbery cloud completely expanded, like a canopy covering the entire royal city. Billions of thunder rolling in the robbery cloud. Crackling. Thunder echoed beyond the 9 heavens and clouds, deterring 10,000 devils and thousands of evils. The might of the world on earth. Under the heavenly calamity, the people of the royal capital were frightened and knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing and praying for the heavens to restrain their wrath. The people of the Li family also looked up at the sky densely covered with robotic clouds, and they were all a bit terrified. Surely this wasn't coming at them. The head of the Li family swallowed hard, his hand shaking as he held the wine cup. He raised his hand to shakily wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and stuttered to pacify his clan members. No, don't be afraid. This heavenly tribulation is definitely none of our business. Maybe it's one of the seniors who came to our place to cross the tribulation, and it just happened to ripple into us. No, that's right, everyone, keep playing the music and keep dancing. Drink, keep drinking, don't be afraid, all of you. The Li family members forced themselves to calm down, but their shivering bodies had already betrayed them. Even if this heavenly calamity wasn't against them, just feeling the calamity's power, they all had the urge to face death head-on. Gu Xingge stood in the middle of the heavenly calamity, looking down on all living beings, black hair flaring, red robe hunting, surrounded by thousands of thunder, as if in charge of the heavenly punishment of the ministry of thunder-positive God, the vertical pupil of the eyebrow insight into the sky and the earth. The evil spirits have no place to hide. He slowly raised his hand, then swung it violently, spitting out a single word with the heavenly constitution in his mouth. Drop! In an instant, billions of thunderbolts rained down on the earth like rain, vastly baptizing heaven and earth. The Li family's crowd was completely dumbfounded as they looked at the endless thunderstorm that fell from the sky. No! It's really coming for them. Who did they invite? Obviously, the Li family elders had long since put the matter of killing and seizing the treasure behind them. After all, it was just a small, casual thing for him, and it wouldn't even be on his mind. The opposite is also true. As far as Gu Xingge is concerned, destroying the Li family is just a matter of lifting his hand. He doesn't even bother to meet with these Li family members. Although torturing the Li family felt like it would be a bit more of a relief, Gu Xingge felt it was too much of a waste of time. It's less time-consuming to just exterminate it. On this day, King Yu's capital was shrouded under the heavenly tribulation, and the thunder tide surged through the heavens and covered the earth, making all beings equal. Under the divine punishment of the heavenly tribulation, there was no wailing, no begging for forgiveness, no matter whether they were men, women, children, or masters and slaves, they all turned into ashes. After the apocalypse, the former Li family land, there is only a deep bottomless pit, the silk of the thunder in the pit flow, some rotting ash scattered with the wind, and then nothing else. P.S. Any comments about plot development can be made to my brother, and I will take them on board. End of chapter. The heavenly tribulation gradually dispersed. Gu Xingge stood on top of the green netherworld, his eyes indifferent, without sorrow or joy. Thousands of living beings fell. In his heart could not turn over a ripple. Perhaps the emotionless Tao is also quite suitable for me. Gu Xingge muttered. Parents are dead. Enemies have been destroyed. Vaguely, Gu Xingge could feel some of the karmic threads that were entangling him slowly fading away. A few moments later, Yu Fengsheng and the other family's ancestors flew in cautiously. Their hearts trembled tremendously as they looked at the Li family, which was only left with a deep pit, and their faces showed fear. Yu Fengsheng was just about to open his mouth, but unexpectedly, Gu Xingge ignored them, and with a flash of lightning, he disappeared once again. Sensing Gu Xingge's departure, Yu Fengsheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The furious god had finally left. It's too damn scary to invoke heavenly tribulation at the drop of a hat, which was a Yuaning true lord. Even a transfiguration celestial might not be able to do this, right? Check. We must find out exactly how this Li family offended that person. We can't follow in the Li family's footsteps. Yu Fengsheng reminded the old ancestors of the other clans in a deep voice that he wouldn't stop them if they wanted to die. But don't implicate the Yu kingdom. He didn't want a thunderbolt to fall from the sky while he was in seclusion and turn the royal capital into that big pit below as well. Dying without understanding. The old ancestors of the other clans nodded their heads in succession. They didn't want to either. Soon enough, Yu Fengsheng found out that the trouble was caused by an elder of the Li family. That Li family elder had killed someone not long ago to seize the treasure, and the person killed was a member of the Gu family from a small, remote city in the Yu kingdom, and the Yuaning Zhenjun who had come to exterminate the Li family was the child of the person killed. Most importantly, according to Emperor Yu's guard's investigation, that Yuaning true lord was suspected to be from the Qian Kuan Dao sect. His Yu Fengsheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after reading the intelligence. He had thought that Gu Xingge was a rejuvenated old monster, but he hadn't expected the other party to be as young in age as he looked on the surface. Demon. A proper demon. Moreover, the Qianquan Dao sect. That was a super sect that controlled two major spirit states. Not only is there a god-realizing celestial in attendance, but there are hundreds of Yuaning true lords within the clan, and it is rumored that there are also void-refining venerable masters as the backbone, which is simply not in existence that he, Yu Gua, can touch. Pass on my order that the Yu Kingdom's royal family shall not mess with anyone from the Gu family in White Cloud City, and if there is any offense, then they shall cut themselves to death and not drag the Yu Kingdom down. Yu Fengsheng immediately ordered that it was fine to die, but don't drag them down. On the other hand, after leaving the capital of Qingyu, Gu Xingge didn't look back to her home, instead choosing to return to the Qianquan Dao sect. Now that his parents are gone, there is no one in the Gu family that he is attached to, and if there are no accidents, perhaps he won't go back in the future. Above the green underworld, a silver-purple stream of light crossed. The speed was so fast that it was dozens of miles in an instant, and was not inferior to some of the Golden Dan realm's great flying demons. Gu Xingge sat on the spirit boat with his eyes closed. Even though the wind was so strong that it could easily tear apart the flesh of a Jindan realist, he did not move at all and was as steady as Mount Taishan. Compared to the average Yuaning cultivator, he could be said to be strong to the point of being unbeatable. And even if he faced a stronger spirit transformation celestial, he would not be able to say that he would win a sure victory, but he would at least be able to stand undefeated. Not confident, but absolute. In the final analysis, it was all because Gu Xingge's underpinnings were too strong. When he was in the Qi practicing realm, he had cultivated to an unprecedented 33 layers, and he had even used the heavenly tribulation origin as the foundation of the Tao, achieving heavenly Tao foundation building. However, that wasn't all. With his heaven-defying cultivation speed, he could have succeeded in conjugating the Dan within a year. Cultivator's Jindan is divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the highest and the 9th grade being the lowest, and only the Jindan of the upper 3 grades will give birth to the Avatar seed. With Gu Xingge's Heaven's Path Foundation establishment base, a first-grade Jindan was nothing more than a handful. However, he had found a mutilated ancient secret method in the Qianquan Dao sect's hidden scripture cabinet, and was able to complete it after the deduction of the Jade Disc of Creation. Its name is the 9 turns of Nirvana Conjugation Sacred Law. This sacred law of Jindan is very evil. It is to forcibly shatter the already condensed Jindan, take the essence and remove the dross, and then condense the Jindan again, week after week, so as to obtain the finest grade of Jindan. Ask which cultivator is willing to shatter the Jindan that he has managed to condense with great difficulty, and he may not be able to reconsolidate it after shattering it. Hey, Gu Xingge would be willing. After all, to him, condensing the Jindan was as simple as eating and drinking, although shattering the Dan would be difficult for a while. If it was possible to coalesce a golden Dan that surpassed the first grade, Gu Xingge said that this small problem could still be endured. Gu Xingge cultivated the sacred law of Jiedan and used more than 6 months to condense her first Jindan, which was, unsurprisingly, a first-grade Jindan. He then shattered this first-grade Jindan, with the essence of the Jindan remaining and the remaining Jindan energy being absorbed by his physical body. Week after week, after 9 times of shattering the Dan and reconsolidating, Gu Xingge obtained a flawless holy Dan that surpassed the first grade. But he was not yet satisfied, for he thought of a woman. The woman's name is Wang Dance. That's right, it's the woman who has 3,000 Jindans and is known as the number 1 Jindan in the Kyushu. Gu Xingge then searched for a way to condense the second Jindan, and based on his own ideas, he then deduced it with the Jade Disc of Creation, thus obtaining a secret method that was able to condense multiple Jindans, the 12 gods of the heavenly fury, gathering 12 ancestor witch sacred dawn, replacing the ancestor witch with the sacred dawn, and laying down the 12 metropolis divine fury formation within his body. He absorbed the spiritual Qi of the heavens and earth and the fury Qi all the time, and did not have to worry about the problem of running out of mana at all. For the absorption of aura alone, Gu Xingge was no different from a transformation god celestial. Spirit transformation cultivators, also known as celestials, are extremely terrifying. When a cultivator cultivates to the extreme in the Yuaning realm and crosses the divine transformation heavenly tribulation, and the Yuaning metamorphoses into the original phase Yuanshan, he will be able to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and become one with heaven and earth. Every move of a transformation god celestial could draw on the majestic power of heaven and earth, and with a single breath, he could suck in all the spiritual power from the 8 directions, so it could be said that at this realm, there was almost no exhaustion of mana. And after practicing this condensed Dan true method, Gu Xingge's cultivation process changed. Other people are a Jindan, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and the great circle goes like this. Gu Xingge, however, was aiming for the number of Jindan, 3, 6, 9, and 12. After the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury Dan formation was completed, Guxinga began to try to melt the Dan into a baby. He spent 2 years, consumed a large amount of resources, and deduced the subsequent secret method, finally allowing the Holy Dan representing the ancestral witch of thunder to metamorphose into an ancestral witch divine infant, which was more than 100 times more powerful than a normal Yuaning. At the moment, Guxinga had 11 ancestral witch holy pills in her body, as well as an ancestral witch divine infant sitting in her body. The depth of the foundation could be said to be unprecedented in the Tsangming Great World. Moreover, his fleshly body was extremely terrifying as well. After 108 times of quenching the energy of the Jindan, as well as receiving the baptism of the heavenly fury Qi every moment, it was no less than that of a body refining celestial. Killing a Yuaning true lord with one hand and physically fighting a transformation celestial was not a problem. If all the holy Dan were to metamorphose into divine infants, even Guxinga wasn't sure to what level he would be strong. I'm afraid that it's not even close to a harmonization powerhouse. Just relatively speaking, Guxinga's difficulty in breaking through to the spirit of transformation was countless times that of an ordinary cultivator. What Guxinga was most looking forward to was that after the 12 ancestor witches divine infants evolved into Yuanshan, they would even be able to evolve the power of Pangu once they laid down the 12 metropolitan god-shattering formations. Even if this Pangu's power was only evolved, even though it was millions of billions of times weaker than the original version, its power was not to say that it would break down the pale great world, but destroying a spiritual realm was a breeze. P.S. Sorry big brothers, this chapter is rather watery, mainly to explain how strong the protagonist is, so as not to write later that the protagonist, an early stage of Yuaning, hanged the early stage of transformation of God, and the big brothers thought that the battle power collapsed. End of chapter. 7 days later, Guxinga slowly opened her eyes, her heavy pupils flickering with gold and silver light. Divine and extraordinary, his gaze was cast 1,000 miles away, where a magnificent mountain gate that towered like Mount Tai, straight into the sky, was carved with the yin and yang infinity, Qiankuan 10,000 laws, and there were even 2 Qilin beasts that were as strong as mountains lying prostrate and slumbering, sitting at the mountain gate. Qiankuan Dao sect. I'm back, murmured Guxinga. The spirit boat accelerated again. The distance of 1,000 miles was just a snap of the fingers, and flew into the mountain gate. Within the mountain gate was another world. The brilliant sun hangs in the blue underworld. 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers are as beautiful as paintings. The spiritual Qi is as thick as rain. Immortal cranes and spiritual birds soar. Exotic beasts jump in the forest, and endless dragon Qi lingers between the mountains, transforming into a true dragon that surrounds the clan and feeds all the spirits. As a super sect that ruled the Qian Heavenly Prefecture and the Koan Yuan continent, the Qin Koan Dao sect had a history of more than 36,000 years, and even in the vaulted Sungha domain, it was still a top 10 existence. The sect was as strong as the sun, with 278 spirit peaks, and the masters of the spirit peaks were all Yuaning true monarchs, and the elders under them were all Jindan real people, and even some of the elders of the big peaks were still Yuaning true monarchs. The Qiankuan Dao sect had 2 patriarchs, one yin and one yang, both of whom were transformation god celestials. The inner and outer disciples of the sect exceeded 100,000, but there were only 8 or 9,000 inner disciples, and the core disciples were even more scarce, less than 700, and none of them were top-tier heavenly prides. The spirit boat flew past dozens of spirit peaks, and also attracted the attention of many disciples. After all, in the Qiankuan Dao sect, those who are qualified to fly in a spirit boat are all peak masters, or Yuaning true lords. Several inner disciples who had entered earlier and were quite senior recognized the spirit boat and revealed a look of reverence. A disciple who had just been promoted to the inner sect inquired curiously, "Senior brother Chen, do you know the owner of that spirit boat?" "Senior brother, you're a new disciple to the inner sect. It's normal that you don't recognize it. The owner of that spirit boat is my Qiankuan Dao sect's Dao Sun, the divine Xiao Xinjuan, a peerless talent who achieved Yuaning at only 18 years old." Senior Chen introduced Guxinga to him, his tone full of esteem and admiration. The senior brother's face was shocked when he heard that. An 18-year-old Yuaning true lord. It's too heaven-defying. The other disciples who weren't clear about Guxinga's power were also dumbfounded after hearing the old disciple's introduction. "Are you sure we're practicing the same kind of immortality? But why is he so perverted?" Soon, the news of Guxinga's return to the sect spread throughout the Qiankuan Dao sect. Holy maiden, good news, Gu Daozi, he's returned to the clan. Sacred Maiden Peak, a voice full of joy echoed the spirit peak. Nangong Chiyue, who was faking sleep, heard the words, her beautiful eyes snapped open. and a touch of joy appeared on her stunningly beautiful pretty face, transforming into a purple stream of light that disappeared on the soft jade bed. The other core disciples and personal disciples did not react as greatly as Nangang Chiyue did when they heard that Daozi had returned to the clan. They just froze for a moment and then continued to busy themselves. A few core disciples suddenly thought of something as they stopped cultivating and rushed to Qingxian Peak in unison. In the center of the sect, there stood 36 large peaks that were 10,000 feet tall, and whether it was the richness of the spiritual qi or the size of the peaks, it was several times that of the other spiritual peaks. Those who were in charge of these great peaks were the best of the Yuaning true monarchs, existences who had cultivated to the great perfection. Spirit boat stopped in front of a towering cloud-colored peak, rich into the fog of the spiritual qi lingering spiritual peak. Spiritual beasts and birds endless, precious medicine and plants can be seen everywhere. The vegetal spiritual light shrouded, quiet and elegant, so that the peak is like a fairy is cool and dusty. Guxinga put the spirit boat into her storage ring and flew towards Qingxian Peak. Suddenly, Guxinga stopped, her brows slightly furrowed, and her heavy pupils flashed with faint doubt. In front of him, at some point, there was an additional layer of spatial barrier that held him back from Qingxian Peak. Logically speaking, even if Qingxian Peak turned on the peak protector formation, Guxinga had a disciple token, so she wouldn't be isolated. Unless someone had intentionally modified Qingxian Peak's peak protector formation, causing his disciple token to become invalid. Who's got the nerve? Dare to target him? The locks on the door of his home had been changed. Guxinga was quite upset. His right pupil glowed with a faint silver light. A spatial force surged, ready to directly break through the peak protection formation. Who dares to trespass on Qingxian Peak? Suddenly, a chortling sound rang out, and a handsome young man flew out from within Qingxian Peak, dressed in black, looking no more than 20 or so years old, but his cultivation level was miserable, having just built the foundation not long ago. Logically speaking, a disciple who had only built his foundation at the age of 20 or so did not even have the qualifications to enter the inner sect, much less appear on a great peak like Qingxian Peak. Guxinga frowned her sword brows and questioned in a cold voice, "Who are you?" "Me, I am true Lord Qingxuan's disciple Yichen." "And who are you?" Yichen asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Guxinga was even more puzzled. Although he didn't know much about his master who practiced the emotionless Tao, but given the quality of disciples in Qingxian Peak in general, how could she look at this Yichen? This seat, Guxinga, is also a disciple of true Lord Qingxian. Unexpectedly, as soon as Guxinga finished speaking, Yichen seemed to be irritated and roared loudly at him. "Impossible. Master clearly only has me as a male disciple." Seeing Yichen react so strongly, Guxinga frowned even tighter. Was this fellow sure that he was a disciple of the master? He himself was renowned in the Qiankuan Dao sect, and aside from those new disciples who had just joined the sect, who didn't know that he was a Qingxian disciple? Unless this Yichen was not a Qingxian Peak disciple, but a slave who had just joined Qingxian Peak. Thinking about this, Guxinga felt that it was reasonable. If it wasn't a slave, how could this Yichen enter Qingxian Peak? Not bothering to talk more nonsense with this Yichen, Guxinga's heavy pupils flashed with silver aura and directly broke through a spatial crack. Under Yichen's stunned gaze, a spatial crack also split open within Qingxian Peak, and Guxinga stepped out from it. And at that moment, two more spiritual lights flew in and landed beside Yichen. Two women with pretty faces. The woman on the left was dressed in a white dress, concave and convex, as elegant as an orchid in an empty valley. The woman on the right had a purple flowing fairy dress, which was dainty and bright but plain. They were clearly true Lord Qingxuan's second disciple, Su Yue, and third disciple, Lin Wan'er, both already in their 20s. Compared to Yichen, whose cultivation was low and weak, the cultivation of the two women was quite a bit higher. An early Jindan stage and a late foundation establishment stage, which was still okay to place among the inner disciples. "Little Chen, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly crush the jade talisman I gave you? Are you in some kind of danger?" Su Yue asked Yichen with concern and did not notice Guxinga. And there were still some jade talisman fragments remaining in Yichen's left hand. Lin Wan'er also helped out from the side. "Senior brother Chen, don't worry about telling senior sister who bullied you. Let's see if I don't beat him to death." "Senior sister, it's him. He just barged into Qingxian Peak all of a sudden, scaring me and saying that he's also a disciple of the master. Obviously the master only has me as a male disciple. Senior sister, you guys hurry up and kick him out." Yichen obediently hid behind Su Yue, pointing at Guxinga, who was ignored by them, his voice pretending to be afraid, and complaining to them. Su Yue and Lin Wan'er turned their heads to look, and only then did they see Guxinga, who was silent and watching Yichen's performance. They were first stunned, followed by a sudden change in color. Panic flashed in their eyes, and their hearts said that it was not good. "Master Gu." Before Su Yue could finish her greeting, she was interrupted by Gu Xingge. You should address this seat as the true lord of the divine heavens, or Daozi. P.S. Ask for recommendations, ask for rewards, request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. You should refer to this seat as the true lord of the divine heavens, or as Daozi. Gu Xingge indifferently interrupted Su Yue's words, not giving this nominal senior sister the slightest bit of face. This caused Su Yue to lose face instantly, and her heart secretly hated it. Yuaning is great. Can you turn the other cheek just because you become a Daozi? Lin Wanner, who was on the side, couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out to rebuke Gu Xingge. Gu Xingge, even though you've broken through to Yuaning now, don't forget that you're a disciple of true Lord Qingxian just like us, and your initiation time is still later than ours, so what's wrong with calling you a senior brother? Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge laughed instead of being angry and sneered. You guys deserve it too? Is it because you need me to help you remember all the crap you did in the past? Thinking back to a time when he had just finished worshipping his master, because he was in a man's body. He had suffered from the cold violence of true Lord Qingxuan's other disciples, and had even once tried to devise a way to drive him out of Qingxian Peak, while true Lord Qingxian had only been focusing on practicing her emotionless Tao, and had not cared at all about Gu Xingge. If the male protagonists of those female novels had been treated like this, they would have surely curried favor with them like licking dogs in order to gain the attention of their masters and sisters. But Gu Xingge is not one of those dog-licking male protagonists of the female frequency. He doesn't care about the love of his master or the attention of his senior sister. The reason he worshipped true Lord Qingxian as his teacher was because he saw that she practiced the emotionless Tao and was indifferent to anything. But the cold violence of Su Yue and the others, Gu Xingge still remembered. She just never had the time to settle the score with them. Now they don't know how to die and dare to dance in front of them. Gu Xingge didn't have to give them any face and didn't slap them to death on the spot. Not because he was kind-hearted, but thanks to the Dao Sect's rules. Su Yue and Lin Wanner were momentarily speechless and embarrassed, obviously both remembering how they had once targeted Gu Xingge. Seeing that they stopped speaking, Gu Xingge's gaze once again fell on Yi Chen. Vaguely, he sensed a familiar aura within this fellow, but he just couldn't tell for a moment. Immediately, Gu Xingge questioned in a cold voice, this seat has just returned to Qingxian Peak, and was even blocked by the peak protection formation. Shouldn't you give this seat a reasonable explanation? Also, where did this fellow come from? Yi Chen guessed from Su Yue's conversation between them and Gu Xingge that Gu Xingge was the male disciple that true Lord Qingxian had said had returned home 3 months ago, and his heart was filled with indignation. It's enough to have him as a male disciple in Qingxian Peak. Why did you come back? Forcing back his inner indignation, Yi Chen did not move on the surface, revealing a harmless smile and introducing himself to Gu Xingge. Senior brother Gu, I'm Master Qingxuan's newly accepted disciple. Just call me Xiao Chen. Oh, senior brother Gu looks so scary. I didn't mean to block him out of the peak. I just don't want him to disturb Master Zun's seclusion. The heavenly book said that it was because of senior brother Gu's sudden return, disturbing Master Zun's seclusion, that led to the reversal of Master Zun's Gong method, and he went into a demonic state. Yi Chen's heartfelt words rang in Su Yue and Lin Wanner's minds, and they were astonished. What? Senior would actually go off the deep end because of Gu Xingge. Luckily, Xiao Chen stopped him outside, or else Master Teacher would have been in danger. Su Yue and the girls celebrated, and then they glared angrily at Gu Xingge and protected Yi Chen even more tightly. The matter of being able to hear Yi Chen's heart was something that Su Yue and Lin Wanner had only discovered after he had paid his respects. In fact, when Yi Chen first worshipped the master, they also disliked him, but after hearing Yi Chen's heart, they gradually had a change of heart. From Yi Chen's heartfelt words, Su Yue and the girls learned that he had once read a wordless heavenly book, which recorded quite a few things about them. For example, more than a month ago, Lin Wanner was refining pills and happened to hear Yi Chen's heartfelt words that she should put in a fire attribute spirit herb later or else the furnace would blow up. As a result, Lin Wanner didn't believe it and preferred to follow her own idea, and then it really blew up. After that, there were a few more incidents, all of which corresponded to Yi Chen's heartfelt words. In less than 2 months, Su Yue and the girls had completely trusted Yi Chen. Aha! Gu Xingge was puzzled when she saw Su Yue and Lin Wanner suddenly protecting Yi Chen, and also giving herself an angry look. These two guys shouldn't think that they were going to lay their hands on this Yi Chen. Although he himself disliked this Yi Chen and felt that this guy was teetotal, it was not enough to kill him. At most, he would waste this Yi Chen's cultivation, cut him into swine, and throw him out of the Qiankuan Dao sect. Gu Xingge, come at us if you have anything to do. Don't hurt Xiao Chen. That's right, although Xiao Chen stopped you outside the peak, he didn't do it intentionally. It's just that now that the master is in seclusion, that's why the peak protector formation has been strengthened. So if you have any grievances, it won't be too late for you to wait for the master to come out of seclusion and then say it again. Su Yue and Lin Wanner were defending Yi Chen in your words. Seeing that they cared so much about Yi Chen, it in turn provoked a hint of curiosity in Gu Xingge. What was so peculiar about this Yi Chen that not only did he make Tantai Qingxian accept him as a disciple, but he also made Su Yue and the others so precious? Could it be that it's another one of those destined sons of God? Interesting. Gu Xingge gave Yi Chen a deep look. The Son of Heaven's destiny is good. The Son of Heaven's destiny has many treasures. Seeing Gu Xingge looking at Yi Chen with dangerous eyes, Su Yue and the girls were alarmed. Is he really going to kill Xiao Chen? How dare he? Isn't he afraid of the chastisement of the penalty hall? Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, two spiritual lights flew in, but they were blocked by the peak protection formation outside of Qingxian Peak. As the spiritual light dispersed, two figures came into view, attracting the crowd's attention. The visitors were none other than the holy maiden of the Qiankuan Dao sect Nangong Qiyue, and her maid, Xiao Lian. Nangong Qiyue, a purple moon pattern long-sleeved palace dress, body posture, graceful, can be described as low to see the toes. 3,000 green silk woven into a flying fairy bun. Behind a round of cold bright moon slowly rotating, sowing a soft moonlight, set off her perfect dainty, just like the moon palace fairy, cold and absolute world. Yi Chen, who was hiding behind Su Yue, was also seeing Nangong Qiyue for the first time, and his entire body was infatuated. His eyes filled with her figure. Seeing that Nangong Qiyue was stopped outside Qingxian Peak, he hurriedly lifted the peak protection formation. Seeing that the peak protection formation was lifted, Nangong Qiyue obediently flew in and landed beside Gu Xingge, owing him a salute. July Moon has met Gu Daozi. Gu Xingge sniffed and also nodded in response to her, smiling. Senior sister Qiyue is really well informed. I only returned to Qingxian Peak on the front foot, and you, senior sister, came on the back foot. Senior brother is joking. Senior sister, I just happened to be passing by, and when I saw you come back, I just came to say hello. Nangong Qiyue refused to admit that she had come to see him on purpose in order to maintain the image of a holy maiden. The maid who came with her poked and prodded her directly. Daoist Gu, my holy maiden is talking tough. She heard the news of your return and immediately dragged me over here. Little Lotus you. Nangong Qiyue, who was backstabbed by the maid, flushed red and glared back at her. Xiao Lian spat out her tongue. She was also helping the holy maiden. As the saying goes, men chase women across mountains, and women chase men across veils. If the selfsame holy maiden continued to be so reserved, Daozi would be eaten up by another female cultivator. Seeing that Nangong Qiyue was so familiar with Gu Xingge, Yi Chen was inwardly jealous to the extreme, and hurriedly communicated with the heart sound transmission system to list Nangong Qiyue as a heart sound transmitter as well. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. She is the holy daughter of the Qiankuan Dao sect, Nangong Qiyue. So beautiful. Alas. It's a pity that the red face has a thin life. The heavenly book says that she loved the wrong person and was abandoned by Gu Xingge and sacrificed to the evil god. It's really pitiful. Nangong Qiyue's heartfelt voice of Yi Chen suddenly rang in her mind, and she looked puzzled. Who was sending her a message? Also, what was that heavenly book in that person's mouth? It even said that she would be abandoned by Gu Xingge and sacrificed to the evil god. Really fake? Nangong Qiyue's eyes slightly condensed as she released her own divine sense and tried to find the person who had transmitted the voice. Noticing Nangong Qiyue's sudden release of her divine sense, Gu Xingge looked skeptical and asked out loud, Senior sister Qiyue, what's wrong? It's fine. It's just that someone suddenly gave me a voice transmission, but I didn't recognize that person, so I thought I'd search for the traces of the transmission to find that person. Nangong Qiyue explained, but her inner doubts were heavier. She actually didn't seek a trace of the rumor. Could it be that the person's cultivation was even higher than hers? As the holy daughter of the Qiankuan Dao sect, she was already a Jindan great perfection, and she was a purple impregnated spiritual body, with a divine sense that could rival that of a strong person at the early stage of yuaning. If she wanted to not be able to detect the traces of the voice transmission, the cultivation of the person who transmitted the voice had at least reached the middle yuaning stage. Gu Xingge sniffed and frowned slightly. If someone were to send a message to Nangong Qiyue, there was no way he himself would not be able to perceive it. Even if it was a transformation god celestial, he would still be able to detect a thing or two. What did that person say to you? Gu Xingge asked again. Hearing Nangong Qiyue treating her heart as a voice transmission, Yi Chen secretly said that it was not good, and he was a little scared inside. This woman isn't going to tell anyone, is she? Nangong Qiyue subconsciously wanted to answer, but when she thought of the voice that said she would be abandoned by Gu Xingge and then sacrificed to the evil god, she hesitated. In the end, she chose to hide it. The man said that I had a calamity in my future and told me to be careful and not to let anyone swindle me. Gu Xingge was so perceptive that after that instant of Nangong Qiyue's hesitation, she knew that she was hiding something from herself. Seeing this, Gu Xingge didn't poke at it, but only said meaningfully, "Really? Then senior sister should pay more attention. Don't really let anyone fool you." Yi Chen saw that Nangong Qiyue didn't say anything and secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he saved a harmless smile and spoke out to attract Nangong Qiyue's attention. "Senior sister Nangong, I am true Lord Qingxuan's newly accepted disciple Yi Chen." When Nangong Qiyue heard this familiar voice, she snapped her eyes to Yi Chen, her face showing surprise. This voice? Why was it exactly the same as that voice transmission? Could it be that he was the one who just sent her a voice? Nangong Qiyue was puzzled when she looked at Yi Chen's cultivation level that had just built the foundation. How could the district's foundation building be hidden from her? Seeing that Nangong Qiyue was attracted to herself, Yi Chen was secretly delighted and continued. "Senior sister Nangong, since you're here, why don't you have a cup of tea inside the peak? It just so happens that I have some freshly ripened enlightenment tea leaves here, so I'd also like to invite senior sister Nangong to have a taste." Alas, Nangong's senior sister is also a poor person. If not in love with Gu Xingge, with her qualifications not to say ascension to immortality, at least a party of great powers, but, unfortunately, by Gu Xingge to the pit, can help a hand. Let's help a hand. Hearing Yi Chen's heartbeat again, Nangong Qiyue was dismayed that it was really him, but why had he still not detected any traces of the transmission? Could this be the heart of him? No, how could he, a foundation establishment cultivator, master such a divine ability? Then why was one able to hear his heart? Thinking about this, Nangong Qiyue couldn't help but be a little curious about Yi Chen, and the desire to explore the heavenly book in his heart, as well as the matter of herself being sacrificed by Gu Xingge to the evil god, also rose. On the contrary, Gu Xingge's face changed slightly when she heard that Yi Chen had freshly ripened enlightenment tea leaves in his hands and thought of the pieces of enlightenment tea leaves that she had placed inside her cave. Ignoring the fact that Nangong Qiyue was still beside her, Gu Xingge turned around and flew towards her cave. Su Yue and Lin Wanner exchanged glances, sensing that something was wrong, and hurriedly chased after them. Seeing Gu Xingge leave without greeting, a trace of surprise surfaced on Nangong Qiyue's pretty face. "Is something wrong here? Senior brother Yi, let's follow and take a look," Nangong Qiyue said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, and together with Nangong Qiyue, he caught up with Gu Xingge. When Xiaolian saw her own holy maiden talking and laughing with the one called Yi Chen, all but ignoring Gu Daozi, her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and she secretly wondered if the holy maiden wasn't afraid of Gu Daozi's displeasure. Gu Xingge appeared outside the cave, and before he even entered the cave, he saw the wretched spirit field. All those precious medicine and spirit plants he had planted had been spoiled. Even the surrounding purple bamboo forest had been cut down, leaving only a clearing. Gu Xingge had clearly instructed Ji Gue to guard the cave before she left, and no one was allowed to enter except herself. So why was there such a big change outside the cave? Compared to the losses outside the cave, Gu Xingge was more worried about the treasures inside the cave. He tried to enter the cave, but realized that the cave's prohibitions had also been changed. Great! It's really good. This seed has only left for 3 months, and this Qingxian peak is changing the sky. Now, Gu Xingge was completely enraged. Gritting her teeth, her face became incomparably embarrassed. Her heavy pupils burned with rage. Her red robe was windless and hunting, and the air around her froze. Heaven and earth seemed to feel his anger. The clear sky was covered by dark clouds, and the rumbling thunder echoed through the Qiankuan Dao sect, startling many closed Dao sect cultivators. In the patriarchal hall, Yang Emperor Mu Qianyang was discussing with Yin Empress Shi Luyo about the Dao ancient trial in half a year. Who made that little guy mad? Mu Qianyang looked out of the hall violently, looking in the direction of Qingxian Peak, his face showing a hint of surprise. Shi Luyo was equally surprised. With their knowledge of Gu Xingge, that child had never thrown such a big tantrum. "Lu Yao, let's go take a look." Mu Qianyang opened his mouth. Shi Luyao nodded lightly, and the 2 god transformation celestials disappeared into the grand hall. The other Yuaning true lords within the Dao sect had also sent out their disciples to go and find out what was going on. Inside Qingxian Peak, Su Yue, Lin Wanner, and the others had also rushed to the cave, and they didn't dare to approach when they felt the dangerous aura that Gu Xingge was emitting. Yi Chen and Nangong Qiyue landed in front of the cave, as if they didn't notice Gu Xingge's anger, and continued to smile. "Senior sister Qiyue, this is my cave." Nangong Qiyue recognized that this was Gu Xingge's cave at a glance, and her pretty face revealed consternation as she looked towards Gu Xingge. However, she saw Gu Xingge's face gloomy, and her figure disappeared from her eyes in a flash. In the next second, Gu Xingge appeared in front of Yi Chen, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up high, his heavy pupils flashing with monstrous killing intent. His thin lips lightly opened, His voice was like 10,000 years of ice, cold and piercing. Your cave? How come the seat doesn't know that the cave where I've lived for 12 years has become yours? Let go of senior brother Yi. Let go of Xiao Chen. Seeing that Yi Chen was in danger, Su Yuwei and Lin Wan'er anxiously shouted, and made their moves to try to save Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, Gu Xingge just turned around and glared at them, and the two eye rays were like sharp swords, piercing through their bodies in an instant. Living or dying? Senior sister, save me. Seeing that Su Yuwei and the others were easily defeated, Yi Chen was terrified beyond belief and struggled to ask Nangong Qiyue for help. Nangong Qiyue's heart is intolerant. Is it not just a cave? Why not make a scene? She had just taken a step forward, but she was pulled by the sleeve by the maid behind her. Nangong Qiyue turned back. Xiaolian shook her head. She couldn't let her own holy maiden get confused. Although Nangong Qiyue was stopped, Gu Xingge still noticed her movements, but now was no longer the time to think about that. He looked at Yi Chen who was struggling in his palm, and his killing intent became even more intense. A mere waste from nowhere. How dare he occupy his cave, looking for death? But just as Gu Xingge was about to strike, another delicate voice sounded. Let go of brother Yi Chen. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Let go of brother Yi Chen. The familiar dainty voice rang in Gu Xingge's ears, and he subconsciously turned back, suddenly feeling a sharp wind sweeping in. A dragon claw covered in golden scale armor tore the wind and cracked the ground. Sneaking in. Wakefield? Heavy pupils to see the sneak attacker. Gu Xingge's face showed a trace of consternation. At the same time a purple aura flashed. He suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Yi Chen has been out of the palm. It was Nangong Qiyue who struck. She took advantage of Gu Xingge's daze and used her spirit weapon floating belt to snatch Yi Chen over. Xiaolian saw that her own holy maiden still made a move and stomped her feet anxiously, secretly saying how the holy maiden was so confused. Daozigu was clearly trying to kill this Yi Chen, and the holy maiden was still saving him. Nangong Qiyue couldn't hear Xiaolian's bellyaching as she asked Yi Chen with concern. Senior brother Yi, are you alright? Many thanks to senior sister Seven Moon for coming to the rescue. Yi Chen is grateful. Yi Chen looked at Nangong Qiyue gratefully, while not forgetting to transmit his heart to her. Senior sister Seven Moon is really beautiful and kind-hearted. Alas, it's a pity why she would like Gu Xingge. Since senior sister Seven Moon saved me from danger, Yi Chen, even if I have to spell out this life, I have to change the tragic ending in the heavenly book. As Nangong Qiyue listened to Yi Chen's heartfelt words, she couldn't help but feel some good feelings rising within her heart. Although it is not clear what the heavenly book in his mouth is, but to have this heart of repayment, I think it is also a person with a good heart. Brother Yi Chen, are you alright? A golden figure fell to Yi Chen's side. The golden light dispersed. It was a delicate young girl wearing a golden jacket. Her forehead was born with a golden dragon's horn. Delicate and charming. Looking at her age, but she was extremely mature in her development. Her waves were raging, and she was proud and incomparable. Yi Chen's sense of security increased greatly when he saw the young girl arrive, and he nodded, indicating that he was not in any serious trouble. Gu Xingge's gaze landed on the gold-skirted dragoness, her heavy pupils flowing with a silky cold aura, but her face grew calmer and calmer. Good he said how this Yi Chen had the ability to break open the cave for bidding, so it was out of the family thief. Wizengai, is there nothing you should say to explain to this seat? Gu Xingge's low voice, like a soul-taking demonic sound from the nine hells, poured into Ji Gui's ears, causing her petite body to tremble and stiffen as she turned her head back. When seeing the true face of the red-robed teenager, Wazengwi's beautiful eyes instantly widened, as if she had seen a ghost. Her vertical pupils contracted violently, revealing a panic that was hard to hide. Lord, Master, why have you returned? The gold-skirted dragoness forced herself to hold back her inner panic, trembling her voice as she cautiously inquired. She didn't expect Gu Xingge to come back so soon. Didn't he say that it would be half a year in the short term and 2 or 3 years in the long term? Gu Xingge coldly looked at Ji Gui. At this hand-raised augur snake, her gaze grew colder and colder, as sharp as an ice pick in a cold winter month. Tell me, why has this seat's cave become like this? Facing her master's questioning, Wazengwi's pink lips slightly opened, wanting to explain something, but she didn't realize that Yi Chen jumped out and blocked in front of her. Yi Chen protected Wazengwi and said aloud, so senior brother Gu is the master that Wazengwi was talking about. Please don't make things difficult for Wazengwi. The change in the cave is none of her business. It's all because of me. I hope that senior brother Gu doesn't get angry and doesn't chastise Wazengwi. With Nangong Qiyue and Ji Gui backing him up, Yi Chen felt that he was able to do it again, and his back was hardened. In his opinion, since Gu Xingge was a Dao son, her strength must be comparable to Nangong Qiyue, who was a holy maiden. Apparently, Yi Chen had already forgotten what Su Yuwei had said. Wazengui was touched to see Yichen stopping everything on him, which also made her scared heart firm up. No, it's none of Brother Yichen's business. I was the one who let him into the cave, and I was the one who modified the cave's forbidden system, and I was the one who picked those precious medicinal plants in the spirit field for him to eat. If you want to punish me. Jigui rushed in front of Yichen and looked straight at Guxinga. Her delicate and pretty face was flushed with a strange red color, and it looked like her blood was hot. At those words, Guxinga looked at Wazengui and smiled instead of being angry. This seat would like to know what kind of mesmerizing soup this Yichen has filled you with to actually make you go against this seat. Wazengui, don't forget that it was this seat that raised you, and it was also the seat that helped you awaken the true dragon bloodline in your body, allowing you to metamorphose into a golden dragon. This seat treats you well, right? Why do you still want to betray this seat? You should know that without this seat, you would have become food in the mouths of demonic beasts 10 years ago, not to mention metamorphosing into a golden dragon. After hearing this, Wakagyu's freshly determined heart instantly broke down, and his delicate pretty face revealed the slightest hint of shame. 10 years ago, she, who was still just a small Qi practicing Jiao Snake, was chased by a Foundation establishment demon beast, and if it wasn't for Guxinga who happened to be passing by and saved her in passing, she was afraid that she would have already been devoured by that Foundation establishment demon beast. Guxinga adopted her, signed a master-servant contract, and gave her the name Wazengui. After that, he discovered the true dragon bloodline contained in her body, so he spent a large amount of resources to help her awaken, allowing her to leap from a scaly snake to a dragon. Wizgai used to think that she was happy, but after meeting Yichen, she realized that Guxinga's kindness to her was all a lie. She had learned from Yichen's heartfelt words that the reason why Guxinga had cultivated herself was for the true dragon bloodline, and that in the near future, Guxinga would flay her and extract the true dragon's essence blood as a way to break through her cultivation. At first, Wazengui didn't believe it, but after a few times of Yichen's heartfelt heavenly book prophecies, everything came true, and only then did she completely believe it. The gratitude and respect she once had for Guxinga had completely turned into resentment and spite. It was so hard for her to sub-metamorphose into a golden dragon, and she mustn't fall into Guxinga's hands just like that. Jigui's shell teeth gently bit and retorted in a delicate voice. Brother Yichen didn't give me ecstasy, he just gave me human respect. Unlike you, who would only trample me underfoot and drive me like an animal. Yichen wasn't like Guxinga, who told her that living beings were supposed to be equal to each other, that there was no distinction between master and servant, and that they shouldn't be trampled underfoot. Only in Yichen could she feel respect, and that was something she had never felt before. After listening to Wazengui's accusation, Guxinga's smile gradually converged. His heavy pupils were devoid of sadness and joy, radiating a burst of indifference that made everyone tremble with fear. He slowly opened his mouth, his tone filled with sarcasm. Human respect? He Wizgui, don't forget that without me, you wouldn't even be an animal. You'd just be excrement for those demonic beasts. What? After drinking a few mouthfuls of someone else's poisonous chicken soup, you think you're good? You're nothing but a dog raised by this seat, and you still want to turn around and bite the seat. Is it because you think the dog chain around your neck has been untied? As soon as the words fell, Guxinga's mind moved, and the master-servant contract inscribed in Wazengui's body burst into flames, tingling her dragon's soul. Ah. The intense pain coming from the dragon's soul made Wazengui miserable. She instantly collapsed on the ground, her eyes turned white, pink lips wide open, issued, wailing mournfully, delicate pretty face full of pain, mature body twitching more than, as if slugs like rolling in place. Guxinga coldly looked at the agonizing Wazengui. The dog chain was not even untied, and he wanted to turn against his master, foolish and stupid without realizing it. Yichen didn't expect Guxinga to actually leave a backhand on Wazengui, and panicked. He turned his head to look at Nangong Chiyue and hurriedly transmitted his heart to her. Senior brother Gu is so cruel. Ji Gu just wants to be a human being, but he is forcing her to be an animal. He is really the world-destroying devil that the heavenly book said. It's hard to imagine what kind of torment senior sister Chiyue would be subjected to if she also fell into his hands. P.S. If you have any comments on the plot, please remember to mention them, so I can avoid the poisonous points. End of chapter. When Nangong Chiyue heard Yichen's heartfelt words, she looked at the gold-skirted dragoness who was convulsing and rolling in place, and impatience surfaced in her eyes. She couldn't help but persuade. Senior brother Gu, although Ji Gue is at fault, it's justifiable. After all, she's a dragon. She's proud by nature. It's normal for her to be disgruntled when you trample her underfoot as a mount and drive her. So be generous and spare her this time. Guxinga sniffed, only faintly looked at Nangong Chiyue, and did not stop torturing Wazengui. Being ignored, Nangong Chiyue immediately felt a little embarrassed about her face. Seeing that Guxinga didn't give Nangong Chiyue face, Yi Chen was secretly happy in his heart and continued to output his heart. Senior Gu is so over the top. Sister Qiyue is the holy maiden of the Dao sect. She is equal to him in status. How can she treat her with such an attitude? Is this the emboldening of being favored? Is this what it means to be favored? To be able to treat your sister as you please just because she looks up to you? Abominable. If it weren't for my lack of cultivation, I'd really want to beat up Senior Gu to take it out on Senior Sister. Alas, Senior Sister is just too focused on the grace of saving her life. No, must find an opportunity to make it clear to Senior Sister. When Senior Brother Gu actually deliberately waited for her to be injured before saving her, and in order to capture Senior Sister's heart, he also pretended to be distant, hanging Senior Sister, toying with her true heart, really deceiving Senior Sister too much. After listening to Yi Chen's heartfelt words, Nangong Qiyue's face showed dismay. What? Gu Xingga's saving of his life in the first place was actually an intentional reckoning. The reason why she looked up to Gu Xingga was because more than 2 years ago, he had saved himself from the mouth of a great demon, and that thunder godlike figure had haunted her. But never did he realize that this was all Gu Xingga's calculation. Damn it! Delusional, she has been pleasing him all these years, but he has always kept his distance. It turns out to be in the desire to escape. The more Nangong Qiyue thought about it, the more angry she became. Her eyes shifted, revealing hints of indignation. Noticing Nangong Qiyue's strangeness, Gu Xingga frowned slightly. What was wrong with her again? Yi Chen laughed out loud in his heart as he saw Nangong Qiyue's favoritism towards Gu Xingga plummet through the heart transmission system, quickly falling below the red line. Ha ha ha. No one can be indifferent to the transmission of their heart. Gu Xingga, you're dead. Immediately after that, Yi Chen began to output his heartbeat to Wizengai again. What should I do? Senior Gu is too cruel. Wakagyu just wants to be free and he's torturing her like this. It hurts me so much to watch. No, I have to find a way to save Wakagyu. I have to find a way to save her. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to get her out of Gu's clutches. But at this moment, Wazengui was suffering from the pain of soul torture. Where could he hear Yi Chen's heartfelt words? The dragon lady raised her head with difficulty, her delicate and pretty face full of pain, snot and tears, her hands and feet crawling towards Gu Xingga like a dog. Lord, Master, the slave girl knows she's wrong. I beg you to spare my slave. I promise you, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. Wazengui crawled to Gu Xingga's feet and humbly prayed for his forgiveness, constantly cutting his face against his boots to please Gu Xingga. Gu Xingga raised her foot on Wazengui's head, stepping her into the dirt, looking down at the wide-eyed dragoness who had presumed to devour her master not long ago, but was now as lowly as a dog, her heavy pupils flashing with a touch of mockery. What? Don't you want respect? Don't you want dignity? And come begging me for what? Nanoha Wakagyu's head was buried in the dirt and all he could do was whimper. However, Gu Xingga understood what she meant through the master-servant contract, pleading with him to give her another chance. She would be willing to do whatever he asked her to do in the future, not to mention being a mount. Yi Chen was disappointed to see Wazengui being stepped on by Gu Xingga, but he also cursed inwardly. This Wakagyu was so useless. He was subdued by Gu so quickly. Does it hurt that much? Couldn't he have held back a bit? What a loser! Although he disliked Wazengui in his heart, Yi Chen couldn't give up on her yet, considering that she was still useful. Yi Chen took out an ice-colored jade talisman from his storage ring and hesitated for half a second before crushing it and summoning a new helper. Gu Xingga moved her foot away from Wazengui's head and hooked the dragon lady's chin with her toes. Looking at her pretty face that was stained with a little bit of dirt, that painful look, the mockery in her eyes became heavier. An animal is an animal, and you won't know what you are until you've had a taste of pain. Seeing as you're still somewhat useful, this seat will let you off the hook this time. If this seat finds out that you have an insubordinate heart again, then this seat will skin you and break your dragon soul, so that you will not be allowed to transcend your life for eternity. The only reason why he gave Wizkid K another chance was that he didn't want his investment in her to go down the drain. It was too wasteful to slaughter Wazengui just like that. And in the future, if he wanted to cultivate a true dragon again, he didn't know how much resources and time he would have to spend. But a capital offense can be waived, but a living offense cannot be escaped. Disobedient beasts need to be properly conditioned. Gu Xingga looked at the delicate dragon lady. Her heavy pupils flashed dangerously, and her voice was so cold that it sent chills all over Wazengui's body, like falling into an ice cave. Wazengui kneeled and crawled on the ground. Her delicate face revealed a fawning smile, currying favor. Slave girl is willing to be punished. Please master, feel free to temper the lowly slave. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingga showed a hint of satisfaction, and with a thought, she put the delicate dragon lady into the spiritual pet space. After dealing with Yi Chen, he would then properly temper this white-eyed dragon. Gu Xingga raised her eyes to look at Yi Chen, her heavy pupils flowing with arcane laws. and a chaotic aura filled the air, seemingly evolving everything and projecting the past and future. Not good. Yi Chen instantly had the feeling of being stared at by a great terror, as if everything about him was being seen, and there was nowhere to hide his secrets. Gu Xingge used his heavy pupils and looked through Yi Chen inside and out, not even sparing his soul, and there didn't seem to be any problems, but something was hidden. Since the heavy pupil couldn't see through it, let's just search the soul. Noticing Gu Xingge's dangerous gaze, Nangong Qiyue immediately blocked in front of Yi Chen, shielding him behind her as she looked at Gu Xingge warily. Xiaolian only felt her eyes go black and raised her hand to slap her forehead, so anxious that she wanted to spit out Fengyang. Oops, my lady, what are you thinking? Why are you protecting this Yi? Seeing Nangong Qiyue step forward, Gu Xingge frowned slightly and questioned in a deep voice. Senior sister Nangong, are you going to make an enemy of me? Senior brother, I don't want to be your enemy, but you've gone too far. Nangong Qiyue coldly accused Gu Xingge, accusing him of counting, accusing him of wanting to escape. In that case, I'm not to blame. Gu Xingge struck out brazenly and did not let Yi Chen go because of Nangong Qiyue. The Qiankuan in his palm turned upside down, diffusing a small heaven and earth, imprisoning the gods and banning the Buddhas, pushing across the 10,000 spirits, and fiercely grasping at Yi Chen. Qiankuan imprisoning heavenly hands. Nangong Qiyue was shocked. She didn't expect Gu Xingge to be so ruthless. Her starting hand was a small divine power. Without much time to think, she waved her spirit weapon's floating belt, wrapping herself in Yi Chen in an attempt to block Gu Xingge's large hand. Boom! The spirit weapon floating belt was torn apart in an instant. Fortunately, Nangong Qiyue decisively crushed a piece of the heavenly shield spiritual symbol, which transformed into a golden light divine shield, with mountains rolling up on the shield. The defense was superb, and it was enough to withstand a blow from a Yuanning true lord. But Gu Xingge is not an ordinary Yuanning Jinjun. Qiankuan imprisoned heavenly hand to go momentum does not reduce. The heavenly shield spirit talisman in front of it is like papier-mâché. Just a touch, has been collapsed. Just as the Qiankuan heaven imprisoning hand was about to grab Yi Chen, a clear, stunningly beautiful and buxom figure descended from the sky, her white duster sweeping and dispersing Gu Xingge's minor divine ability with a light touch. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. The Qiankuan heaven imprisoning hands, which were enough to kill a Yuanning true lord, were merely swept away by the visitor's duster and collapsed into nothingness. The vegetal spirit light converged, and the plump figure revealed its true form, which was clearly true Lord Qingxian, Tantai Qingxian. Tantai Qingxian wore a woman's hairbun, a wooden hairpin inserted between her hair, a few strands of hair falling down next to her cheeks, a bit of vermilion sand on her brow. Her posture was stunningly beautiful, and her skin was as fair as snow. A pair of narrow phoenix eyes seem charming and moving, but reveals indifference, as if everything in the world cannot make her shake. No emotion and no desire. Plain-colored robe wrapped around her rich to the extreme rounded body. Even though the robe is loose, but still can see the peak of the towering, is often unimaginable grandeur, and even give a person a kind of unbearable illusion of weight. The reason why Tantai Qingxian wore a woman's hair in a bun was because she had married before she entered the path. Only before she had even gotten married, her husband's entire family had been killed by horse bandits. Tantai Qingxian, on the other hand, was saved by the Dao sect's old ancestor who rushed to rescue her, and because of her outstanding natural talent, being a Taisheng Dao body, she worshipped in the Qian Koan Dao sect. It was worth mentioning that the Dao sect ancestor who saved her and the one who brought Gu Xingge into the Dao sect were the same person. After Tantai Qingxian entered the Dao, she showed an amazing speed of cultivation, practicing Qi at the age of 16. Building the foundation in 100 days, supposedly using the Taiyin Xianmai as the foundation of the Tao, nodding a first-grade Jindan 4 years later, and accomplishing the Yuanning 10 years later, and now less than 100 years of age. She has already reached the great circle of the Yuanning and is expected to break through into the transformation of the god before the age of 100 years. Before Gu Xingge had joined the Dao sect, she was the Dao sect's #1 heavenly pride. The white duster flicked lightly and fell into Tantai Qingxuan's arms. She looked at Su Yue and Lin Wanner, who were alive or dead, and then looked at Gu Xingge. Her indifferent eyes flashed with a hint of a different color, but quickly returned to calm. Yi Chen was overjoyed when he saw his master's arrival and hurriedly complained to Tantai Qingxian. Senior, you must do right by senior sister Su and senior sister Lin. Senior brother Gu indiscriminately and seriously injured them for no reason. You must punish him. Tantai Qingxian sniffed and did not pay any attention to Yi Chen. She looked at Gu Xingge, her plump lips slightly open, her voice cold and indifferent. Devoid of sadness or joy. Why did you strike to hurt someone? Your newly accepted disciple overran my cave, and when I stepped in to punish him, Su Yue and Lin Wanner stepped in to stop them. striking and injuring them in passing. Guxinga said in a faint voice. Is he telling the truth? Tantai Qingxian turned back to Yichen, who saw this and shook his head in denial while transmitting his heart to her. It's lucky that Master Teacher rushed here, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Elder brother Gu is too cruel. The elder sisters were only trying to stop him from hurting me. He even did such a cruel thing to them. I hope that Master Teacher can do justice for us. Just when Yichen thought that Tantai Qingxian would also favor herself because of her heartbeat, she was surprised that she was not the least bit moved, and only looked at him faintly before saying to Guxinga, since he has occupied your cave, let him compensate you for your losses. At these words, Yichen was shocked and looked at Tantai Qingxian in disbelief. Why did the master listen to his heart but did not favor himself? Was it because the heart did not transmit enough? Yichen whirled around and continued transmitting his heart to Tantai Qingxian, but it was as if Tantai Qingxian couldn't hear him and didn't even give him a single glance. This made Yichen break his defense. Why would the unbeatable heart sound be ineffective against Tantai Qingxian? What was going on? He hurriedly asked the heartbeat transmission system. Ding host, Tantai Qingxian is born emotionless and desireless, and cultivates the Taishong forgotten emotion Taoist code, so her heart's demon does not add to her body, and all things do not enter her eyes, and she has no desires, so the compulsion of the heart's voice has no effect on her. Then why did Tantai Qingxian bring me back to Qingxian Peak and accept me as a disciple after hearing my heartfelt words earlier? Yichen anxiously questioned the heart sound transmission system. He had obviously successfully compelled Tantai Qingxian with his heart sound before. Why didn't it work this time? Ding after the initial heart transmission to Tantai Qingxian, which Tantai Qingxian ignored, the system moved to use a mandatory intervention, which is why Tantai Qingxian took the host as a disciple. Yichen then forcefully interfere once more. Ding, there are no more forced intervention times. You need to recharge 100 spirit crystals to do so. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You garbage system. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yichen felt like he was going to be played to death by the system. Why didn't he tell him about Tantai Qingxuan's situation earlier? If he had known this earlier, let alone 100 spirit crystals, even if it was 10,000 spirit crystals, he would have tried to get them. No, we can't just sit around and wait. We have to find a way to get out. Yi Chen's head spun rapidly, and suddenly, with a flash of light, he looked at Nangong Qiyue and turned to transmit his heart to her. Alas, the master biased senior brother Gu. Today I am afraid that it is difficult to escape death. Just do not rest assured that senior sister July. I hope to use my death, so that senior sister to see the true face of senior brother Gu. Do not want to be deceived by him again. Senior sister, senior brother useless, cannot help you to change the tragic end of the heavenly book. At those words, Nangong Qiyue's heart was shocked. She couldn't let something happen to Yi's senior brother, let alone let Gu Shenga have his way. Isn't it just compensating for the loss of the cave? She'll pay for it. Uncle Qingxian, senior brother has just started not long ago and doesn't have many spirit stones in his hand. I've known senior brother Yi since we first met, so let me compensate senior brother Gu's loss for him. Nangong Qiyue took out a spirit stone pouch from her storage ring and continued. There are 1 million medium-grade spirit stones in here, so I guess that's enough. Gu Shinga shook her head. Not enough. Other than the enlightenment tea leaves, the treasures within my cave are worth at least 400,000 top-grade spirit stones. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones is far from enough. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Chen and said in a cold voice, hand over those enlightenment tea leaves, or else this seat will suppress and kill you right now. And at that time, even if the penalty elder comes to find this seat, he will not be able to convict this seat. Hearing Gu Shinga's threat, Yi Chen once again looked at Nangong Qiyue with obvious intentions. Nangong Qiyue froze in place. This was too much. 30 to 400,000 top-grade spirit stones, not to mention her being a Jindan cultivator. Even a Yuaning true lord might not have them. Together with the enlightenment tea leaves, it was a top-grade spirit item that only took tens of thousands of extreme spirit stones for one piece. Even if Nangong Qiyue dumped her family's money and sold the Holy Maiden Peak, she wouldn't be able to get it out. Xiaolian also rushed forward to pull her own Holy Maiden, telling her not to be foolish. Obviously, it was that Yi Chen who had offended Gu Daozi, so why was the selfsame Holy Maiden helping that Yi Chen? Another useless woman who can't even come up with a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. What a waste! Yi Chen cursed in his mind, while panicking beyond measure. Looks like no one's coming to save you. Seeing Tantai ignoring and Nangong hesitating, the corners of Gu Shinga's mouth rose, sketching out a cruel smile as she raised her hand to grab Yi Chen. He'd like to see what secrets this guy was carrying. Wait! Suddenly, Nangong Qiyue once again exited to stop Gu Shinga. She clenched her teeth and took out an object from her storage ring, displaying it to Gu Shinga. This item should be enough to offset the damage that senior brother Yi has caused you. Gu Shinga's gaze fell on something like that, and her heavy pupils flashed with a flash of surprise. It's amazing that she has such treasures. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. In Nangong Chiyue's hand was a 10-foot-long golden-colored branch that contained unimaginable fire and wood aura, as well as an extremely dense solar aura, as if it was the sun incarnate. Gu Xingge, who had a huge knowledge base, recognized the true form of this golden tree branch with a single glance. It was actually a branch of the sun god tree Fusang. Long before the era, the vaulted Sang domain once had a Fusang divine tree that was as high as the sky. His branches extended into the boundless void, and legend had it that it had reached the immortal realm, using the immortal spirit's qi as its sustenance, and that the tree was inhabited by the great Sun Golden Crow clan. But I don't know whether it was because the Fusang divine tree had sucked up too much of the immortal spirit or what, but it triggered the anger of the immortal world, and 5 immortals came down to the world with the intention of hacking off the Fusang. The 5 immortals and the great Sun Golden Crow clan that guarded Fusang were engaged in a protracted battle, but even the great Sun Golden Crow with Fusang's enhancement was no match for the immortals of the upper realm. In the end, the great Sun Golden Crow clan was nearly extinct, and 2 of the immortals on the immortal side fell. Fusang was still hacked apart by the remaining 3 immortals, and the Fusang torso was brought back to the immortal realm. Gu Xingge also did not expect that there was still Fusang divine wood surviving in the world. It was a big surprise. This is the supreme treasure of the firewood spirit. Although the enlightenment tea leaves were precious, they were something that had a price. So as long as one was willing to pay spirit stones, they could still be bought. But the Fusang sacred wood is a priceless treasure that is hard to find in the world. Although Yi Chen, who was hiding behind Nangong Chiyue, didn't recognize what the golden branch was, but seeing Gu Xingge's surprised eyes, he knew at a glance that it was an extraordinary treasure. This made Yi Chen's teeth itch with hatred. Obviously that treasure should be his own. Will this Fusang divine would be enough to compensate you for your loss? Nangong Chiyue's face showed flesh pain. If it wasn't for the sake of saving Yi Chen, she wouldn't be willing to take out this kind of supreme treasure. Gu Xingge nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, it's enough. He ingested the Fusang divine wood into his hands and loved it, and the original displeasure of having his spiritual field spoiled and his cave occupied dissipated. With this Fusang divine wood, Gu Xingge was 70% certain that the Zhurong sacred elixir and the Jumong sacred elixir would metamorphose into divine infants. By that time, with the 3 ancestral witch god infants in their bodies, they would be able to secure a victory even against a stronger god transformation celestial. I'm sorry, senior sister July Moon. I made you lose a supreme treasure. Yi Chen looked at Gu Xingge, who couldn't even suppress his smile. He showed apologies to Nangong Chiyue on the surface, but in his heart, he hated Gu Xingge to death, and at the same time, he didn't forget to continue transmitting his heart to Nangong Chiyue. I'm so damned that I let senior sister July lose a supreme treasure. Such a great favor. I can't repay it. Senior sister July, don't worry. When I thoroughly comprehend the heavenly book, I will win a brilliant future for you, so that you can achieve the Tao and become an immortal. After listening to Yi Chen's heartfelt words, Nangong Chiyue was quite pleased. Her jade hand lightly waved. It's fine. Although the Fusang divine wood is precious, it cannot be compared to your life. Gu Xingge put away the Fusang divine wood, and when she saw that Yi Chen and Nangong Chiyue were very close, the doubts in her heart became heavier. From Yi Chen's self-introduction to Nangong Chiyue earlier, it could be seen that the two were meeting for the first time, but it had only been a while since then, and Nangong Chiyue had even taken out the Fusang divine wood for Yi Chen's sake. It seemed that he had somewhat underestimated the weirdness in Yi Chen. Gu Xingge looked at the cave, thinking that everything inside had already been spoiled by Yi Chen. There was no need to go back in. It was better to return to Daozi Peak. The priority now was to refine the Fusang divine wood as soon as possible and break through to the 3 divine infants. As for Yi Chen's matter, it can be put off later. As long as Gu Xingge formed 3 divine infants, even if Yi Chen was able to find a god transformation celestial to be his backer, he would be able to suppress them with one force. Any backer, any helper is a sham. Iron sharpens iron. Looks like we're late. Is this missing a good show? A crisp voice suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd, and in the next moment, 2 figures silently appeared in front of them. It was clearly Emperor Yang and Empress Yin. As soon as Nangong Chiyue saw the Yin Empress, she hurriedly arched her hand and saluted. Apprentice son pays his respects to master. The Yin Empress smiled at her as her gaze fell on Yi Chen, and a flash of surprise flashed through her eyes. She and Emperor Yang had arrived early and witnessed the entire process. His own disciple had brought out the Fusang divine wood for the sake of a male disciple he had just met not long ago. To say that there was no problem here, the Yin Empress would certainly not believe it. Originally, she wanted to make a move to capture Yi Chen and find out what was fishy about him, but she was stopped by Emperor Yang. Emperor Yang could also see Yi Chen's strangeness, but he was thinking about it more. For one thing, this Yi Chen was Tantai Qingxuan's disciple, and this matter had to be dealt with by her as a master. The second was that Yi Chen had a conflict with Gu Xingge, and with his knowledge of the boy, Yi Chen would surely die, so there was no need to put effort into Yi Chen. Kid, came back and didn't say a word with this clan. What? Is it because you think that this clan still misses your bit of monkey wine and doesn't dare to come to see this clan? Emperor Yang laughed and poked fun at Gu Xingge, never mentioning the conflict between him and Yi Chen. Gu Xingge was in the right mood at this time, and said boldly, Uncle Mu, you say this? Do I look like such a stingy person? It's not just monkey wine. I'll send a few altars to you later. Emperor Yang smiled at his words and said, that's what you said. Then this clan will not be polite. Just as the two of them were talking to each other, Yi Chen looked at the Yin Empress and communicated with the heartbeat transmission system, allowing it to add the Yin Empress as a heartbeat transmitter. Ding Yinho's cultivation has reached the first heaven of the Transfiguration God. Her strength exceeds that of the host by 3 major realms. Adding fails, the highest that can be added is that of a Jin Dan Great Circle cultivator. So please raise the cultivation level of the host. Yi Chen was shocked. What? Then why was I able to add Tantai Qingxian before? Ding initial addition of a heart transmitter unlimited in cultivation. Asterisk. Why didn't you warn me? If I had known this, I wouldn't have chosen Tantai Qingxian to death. Yi Chen completely broke his defense, and seriously felt that he had been screwed over by the system, wasting an unlimited add-in forced intervention for nothing. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Empress Yin was slightly displeased as she commanded Nangong Qiyue in a deep voice. July, you're a holy maiden. You can only marry Daozi in the future. Don't lose your identity for someone you don't want to. I understand, Master. Nangong Qiyue first froze before indicating that she understood, her mood turning a bit low. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't care less about being furious, and hurriedly gave her a heartfelt output. Senior sister July is so pathetic, to be forced by her master to marry someone who is counting on her. Senior sister, wait, give me some time. I will never let you marry that villain Gu Xingge. Once Nangong Qiyue heard this, her mood gradually changed for the better. Afterward, Empress Yin left with Nangong Qiyue and the girls, while Gu Xingge headed to his Daozi Peak with Emperor Yang to fetch monkey wine for Emperor Yang. Only what Gu Xingge didn't expect was that Tantai Qingxian also followed. When Yi Chen saw that everyone had left, he rushed forward to check on Su Yue and Lin Wanner, but what he had touched were 2 corpses that were still warm, and Gu Xingge's heavy pupilized eyesight was not something that 2 mole crickets that weren't even yuaning could withstand. Both Su Yue and Lin Wanner's souls had been broken up, and they didn't even have a chance to reincarnate. Yi Chen was so angry that he kicked their corpses hard and cursed. 2 losers, can't even withstand a single glance from Gu. They deserve to die, but feel Su Yue and Lin Wanner corpse still have some residual warmth. Yi Chen again moved evil thoughts. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Daozi Peak. Peaks and peaks. Lingering aura. Such as a throne standing Qiankuan Dao sect, overlooking thousands of mountains, high above, and the Tianxian mountain remote view, only half a head shorter. Inside the peak palace, Gu Xingge brought out the 3 jars of monkey wine that she had treasured, and Emperor Yang's nose lightly sniffed at the peculiar wine aroma of the monkey wine, and his cravings were instantly aroused. This monkey wine this clan has been craving for a long time, just waiting for you to return to the clan. Emperor Yang received the monkey wine with a smile and put it into his body's violet mansion. The transformation god celestials were divided into 5 subrealms, which were 10,000 lives: Violet Mansion, Yin God, Yang God, and Dharma Phase. The Yang Emperor was a purple mansion realm transformation god celestial, and his body contained a purple mansion cave, with an unceasing supply of aura, and many more wonderful uses that were unknown. Xingge, let me remind you, that Yi Chen is quite bizarre, and seems to possess the magical ability to compel others. If you want to lay your hands on him, you need to do it before it's too late. Don't wait until he's become a climate before you do it. Before leaving, Emperor Yang opened his mouth to remind Gu Xingge, who nodded his head. He knew this, and he definitely wouldn't let the Yi Chen live for too long. After seeing Emperor Yang leave, Gu Xingge looked to Tantai Qingxian, who was holding a duster at the side and didn't say a word, and after her gaze swept over her stunningly beautiful, yet expressionless face, she inquired in a faint voice, Master, if you don't go back to Qingxian Peak to deal with your new disciple, what's the point of staying here in my Daozi Peak? More than 2 months ago, I met Yi Chen at Lingyun Peak and heard his heartfelt words. He said that he saw from a heavenly book that I would be broken by you to break the emotionless Tao, abandoned by you after being toyed with, and end tragically, and that if I took him as a disciple, I would be able to avoid this calamity. Upon hearing this, Tantai Qingxuan's expression was indifferent. Her moist lips lightly opened, and in a stating tone, She explained Yi Chen's origin and why she had taken him as her disciple. Gu Xingge was slightly stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect Tantai Qingxian to tell him this, but Tantai Qingxian was able to hear Yi Chen's heart. Could this be his divine ability? Yi Chen's humble cultivation. How could he master such a great divine ability as his heart passage? Even a Buddhist high priest might not be able to cultivate it successfully. Suddenly, Gu Xingge's aura flashed, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. Murphy is the system. There are many different types of systems, and the heartbeat system is one of them. Except that most of these systems are found in the female genre. The more Gu Xingge thought about it, the more he felt that his conjecture was correct, and he could explain why the heavy pupil had seen through him, but he still had a hazy feeling. It's the system covering itself. Gu Xingge looked at Tantai Qingxian once again and questioned, "What are you telling me all this for again, Master? To make me let Yi Chen go or?" Tantai Qingxian shook her head. The reason why she would accept Yi Chen as a disciple was just a ghostly suggestion, and afterward, she was in seclusion, and had no idea about the salacious things that Yi Chen had done at Qingxian Peak. But she couldn't help but have a thought come to her mind when she was in seclusion. The emotionless Tao would be broken by Gu Xingge. This was the mandatory interference of the heart sound system, affecting Tantai Qingxuan's self-awareness. According to Yi Chen's calculations, as long as Tantai Qingxian knew that her emotionless Tao would be broken by Gu Xingge, she would inevitably get rid of Gu Xingge in order to maintain her emotionless Tao cultivation. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Simply because when she was still a mortal, Tantai Qingxian had had a dream that she wanted to have the same feelings as ordinary people. She wanted to smile and laugh like AD who ate candy. She wanted to cry like a brother who wept bitterly after the death of his parents. Instead of being indifferent to anything, like a living dead person, without desire, without joy, without sadness, without being able to do anything. It was only with the cultivation of the Taishang forgotten emotion Tao canon that he fell deeper and deeper into the emotionless Tao, unable to extricate himself. Knowing that Gu Xingge was able to break her emotionless Tao, as well as the mandatory intervention of the heart's voice system, a trace of never-before-seen longing gradually rose in Tantai Qingxuan's heart. Tantai Qingxian gazed at Gu Xingge and said in a faint voice, "I want you to help me cultivate and break my emotionless Tao." She wanted Gu Xingge to help her cultivate and help her break the emotionless Tao. Even if she was reduced to a mortal, even if it ended tragically, she was willing to do it. Gu Xingge sniffed, rather puzzled. One must know that Tantai Qingxian majored in the emotionless Tao, and once the emotionless Tao was broken, one's realm would fall if it was light, and one's cultivation would be dissipated if it was heavy. There had never been any cultivator who practiced the emotionless Tao who would take the initiative to find someone to help them break the Tao. But in the next second, the Feng-run Daoist nun made a shocking statement, causing Gu Xingge to freeze on the spot. "If you are willing to help me break the emotionless Tao, I will give you the Yuan Yin of the Supreme Tao body. How about that?" "What?" Even Gu Xingge's heart was shocked by Tantai Qingxuan's words. He looked at the plump and proud cold Taoist nun in front of him with unblinking eyes, and was so dismayed that he even wondered if he had a problem with his ears, or had been hit by an illusion. In order to break the emotionless Tao, Tantai Qingxian had even taken out her own Yuan Yin. She's crazy too. Those who practiced the emotionless way really weren't normal people. Gu Xingge felt numb, but shock was shock, as the Supreme Tao body was a top-tier physique that was attuned to the Tao. Tantai Qingxuan's Yuan Yin was a good thing, a top-tier supreme treasure that aided in cultivation. This kind of treasure, don't want it for nothing. Gu Xingge collected the shock in her heart, her heavy pupils looking towards Tantai Qingxian, her gaze sweeping over the cold and colorful Taoist nun's plump and delicate body as she laughed. "Since it's a request from my master, I naturally won't refuse. But the difficulty of assisting you in this matter of breaking the emotionless Tao is no less than that of transmigrating to immortality. And the Yuan Yin of the Supreme Tao body alone won't be enough. Say, what else do you want? Whatever I have, I can give you." Tantai Qingxian didn't care about gains and losses. As long as Gu Xingge could help her cultivate, she would give her whatever she wanted. Unexpectedly, Gu Xingge took a big step forward and directly went up to carry Tantai Qingxuan's plump and delicate body into her arms, and the light and elegantly good-smelling fragrance also flooded into her nostrils. He lowered his head to the cold and colorful Taoist nun's ear and whispered, "I want you, Master, to be my cauldron and help me cultivate." Gu Xingge still knew the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Tantai Qingxian agreed without thinking. Yuan Yin she had taken out. It wasn't as if the hearth couldn't be done. Seeing that she agreed so easily, Gu Xingge was not ambiguous and wrapped his other arm around the cold and colorful Taoist nun's beautiful legs, picking up Tantai Qingxian in a princess hug and bursting out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, then my disciple will not be polite." After saying that, Gu Xingge hugged Tantai Qingxian and walked towards the bedroom with a smile. On the other hand, after Emperor Yang returned to the heavenly Qian Mountain, he summoned one of the elders. He handed a jar of monkey wine to that elder and commanded, "Send this monkey wine to the Ling Xiao sword sect, and say that this is a small gift from my sect Daozi to the wine sword immortal." "Yes, sovereign." The elder hugged the monkey wine and left Tianshan Mountain. Emperor Yang raised his eyes to the outside of the temple, his thoughts running wild. Nowadays, the heavenly pride of the Voltsang domain has risen, and the young generation of all the great clans have given birth to leaders one after another. All of them are young Yuaning, together with the new wine sword immortal of the Lingxiao sword sect. Is it possible that the golden great world has descended? I hope that in this great world, my Qiankuan Dao sect will still be able to stand for all eternity. P.S. Big brother, if there is any poisonous point on the plot to quickly put forward, I know that after the good to modify, circumvent. End of chapter. Time rushes by like running water, and in the blink of an eye, it's already March. Daozi Peak. Deep in the palace at the peak, two figures intertwined together, like heaven and earth merging, the dragon and phoenix merging together, indistinguishable from each other. Yin and yang Dao rhythms filled the air, and heaven and earth Dao sounds echoed, like thunder. I don't know how long it took, but the two figures gradually separated, the spiritual light converged, the foreign image faded, and the Dao sound subsided. Double cultivation ended. Guxinga slowly opened her eyes. Her heavy pupils were flooded with strange sights. A Q-like figure with a human face and a bird body, with green snakes hanging from both ears, and also stepping on two green snakes under her feet loomed. It was clearly the Xian diabolic god infant. The power of the Yuan Yin of the supreme Dao body far exceeded Guxinga's imagination, and his first dual cultivation had benefited him greatly. Since Tantai Qingxuan's Dao base was Taiyin Shenmai, coupled with the Tai Shan Yuan Yin, Gu Sheng borrowed this Taiyin power and easily transformed the holy dam that represented the Xianmei ancestor witch into a divine infant. As his heavy pupils regained their clarity, Gu Shunga looked toward Tantai Qingxian, who had also come to her senses, a faint smile spreading across his handsome face as he inquired in a warm voice, "How does it feel, master?" Tantai Qingxian carefully recalled the peculiar feelings that came with dual cultivation, an experience she had never had before. After a half a minute, the cold and colorful Taoist nun's lips opened slightly, her tone as indifferent as ever. "It's a novelty, but it's not really relevant to breaking the merciless path of the master. Is it?" "No, there is a connection, and it's great," Guxinga patiently explained to Tantai Qingxian. Although Tantai Qingxian was born emotionless and lustless, this was just an exaggeration. Only the dead were emotionless and lustless. Compared to normal people, Tantai Qingxuan's lust was very low, so low that it was almost non-existent. To use an analogy, an ordinary person's lust was 10. Then Tantai Qingxuan's was 0.01. Since she wanted to break her emotionless Dao, Guxinga naturally had to develop Tantai Qingxuan's extremely thin lust. As the saying goes, man's appetite is endless. The most primitive desires tend to maximize a living being's eroticism. After listening to Guxinga's explanation, Tantai Qingxian seemed to understand, and her extremely low lust made her not care about it. As far as she was concerned, she just had to take care of the psalmist the way it was meant to be taken care of. Looking at the cold-colored Taoist nun's face of indifference, Guxinga's face showed helplessness. Alas, a long way to go. It seems that this emotionless road isn't that easy to break. Guxinga, master, in the future, you'll live here at my Daozi Peak, and it'll also be convenient for us to cultivate our relationship. Aha! Tantai Qingxian nodded lightly before closing her eyes once again and cultivating in silence. Mount. Looking at the cold-colored Taoist nun who cultivated at the drop of a hat, Gu Sheng didn't know what to say. Honestly, he felt that Tantai Qingxian was more like a puppet that needed to be manipulated than a person. If no orders were given to Tantai Qingxian, she would even be able to keep cultivating and remain in seclusion, only coming out of seclusion when she needed to replenish her spirit stone resources. It's sad to be heartless. Gu Shunga had just finished lamenting, when she suddenly had a flash of light and realized that something was wrong. If Tantai Qingxian wanted to break the emotionless Dao, then she couldn't cultivate the Taishan forgotten emotion Dao canon anymore. That thing was getting more and more emotionless the more she cultivated it. Thinking about this, Guxinga hurriedly awakened the cold-colored Taoist nun who was cultivating in a silent style. "Master, the supreme forgetfulness Dao canon can no longer be cultivated. So give me the original Dao canon and I'll replace it with a new technique for you." "Good." Tantai Qingxian took out the original Dao canon from within the violet mansion. "Wait, the purple house." Guxinga was stunned beyond measure as she looked at the cold and colorful Taoist nun. "No. When did she break through to a transformation god celestial?" "Senior, when did you break through to become a transformation god celestial?" "Forgotten." Tantai Qingxian sniffed and said indifferently, as if breaking through to the transformation god celestial was inconsequential to her. Guxinga was numb. No wonder her Yuan Yin was so powerful. It turned out to be a transformation level Taishang Yuanyin. Previously, when he listened to the Yang Huan Patriarch's introduction, he had always thought that it was she who was a Yuanyin great perfection, feeling that his own master was hiding his cultivation. Now that's a real hidden bigot. Senior, since you made a breakthrough, why didn't you report it to the sect? Tantai Qingxian, no one asked me. At those words, Gu Xingga's entire body was speechless. Good man. Normally, True Lord Qingxian called out, and everyone thought you were a Yuanning True Lord. But it turns out that you told me that you were a transformation celestial. It's a joke. If this was someone else who had broken through to the transformation spirit, it would be low-key if they didn't have a celestial banquet, which is like Tantai Qingxian breaking through without telling anyone. The enemy shall not be pitched to death Gu Xingga continued to ask. Then what realm are you in today, master? Tantai Qingxian sensed slightly and casually replied. Dharma phase great perfection. His Gu Xingga sucked in a mouthful of cool air and became even more shocked. No! How long has Tantai Qingxian been in the Tao? Now she's not even 100 years old. Right. She's actually already finished cultivating the 5 realms of transformation God and reached the great completion of the Dharma phase. The cultivation speed of the Supreme Tao body was truly terrifying. After the shock was over, Gu Shenge was again overjoyed. How could one not be happy to have a Dharma phase great perfection transformation God celestial as a cauldron, and to have one's cultivation greatly enhanced in the future, before the new Gong method comes out? Master, you should not cultivate for the time being. If you feel bored, you can. Gu Xingga was just about to say that she would let Tantai Qingxian go and find a familiar Taoist friend to discuss the Tao, but on second thought, she didn't have many friends in the Qiankuan Tao sect at all, and aside from a few of her disciples, there was only the old ancestor who was still in seclusion. Actually, thinking about it, Tantai Qingxian was quite pitiful. As a mortal, her parents died, her brothers abandoned her, and even her husband's family was destroyed by horse bandits. Even when she came to the Qiankuan Tao sect, she cultivated alone, and the few disciples she took in were still forced into it, and they didn't care about her. Perhaps Tantai Qingxian didn't know what loneliness was, being all alone, but it was still compassionate. Immediately, Gu Xingga's words turned around and laughed. Master, I'll take you to the mundane world for a stroll. After all, the fireworks of the earth are the most appeasing to the hearts of mortals. Tantai Qingxian nodded, and Gu Xingga told her to wait a moment. He would be done soon. Gu Xingga's mind sank into the sea of consciousness, communicating with the jade disk of creation, preparing to deduce a Taishang sentient Tao canon, and also making sure that Tantai Qingxuan's cultivation would not be damaged after specializing in it and that her realm would not fall. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched the jade disk of creation, hundreds of words appeared on it. A divine secret art. The name is the Great Qi Technique. It was precisely after refining the villain system that the jade disk of creation deduced a heavenly Tao divine ability based on its ability to plunder the heavenly destiny sun's fortune and enhance itself. The jade disk of creation instilled the subtleties of the Great Qi fortune technique into Gu Xingga, and in an instant, he mastered this heavenly Tao divine ability. Once the Great Qi fortune technique was performed, it could plunder the Qi fortune of living beings, causing them to be unlucky and plagued with calamities. If an immortal cultivator is robbed of his or her Qi, it will trigger 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, and if he or she is not careful, he or she will die. Can also be added to their own, the deep luck of the people. Cultivation is like a god, walking to pick up the treasure. The enemy attack cannot touch the edge. You can also bestow your Qi to others, so that they can enjoy blessings and turn bad luck into good luck. And there are various colors of Qi. The most noble is gold. Red is next. Purple is weaker. Cyan is average. White is unusual. And the dual colors of gray and black are poor Qi. Gu Xingga used the Great Qi fortune technique to peek at her own Qi and nearly lit up her eyes. Too gold to be gold. Not a single stray color. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. The golden Qi dropped down in thousands of strands like a canopy, enveloping Gu Xingga, and resembling a true dragon encircling her body. And its richness was indescribable. Of course, this Qi wasn't set in stone. It was just that at this moment, Gu Xingga was at her peak. After receiving the Great Qi luck technique, Gu Xingga used the Jade Disk of Creation again to deduce the Taishang Sentient Tao Canon, using the Taishang Forgetfulness Tao Canon as the basis. Tantai Qingxuan's Taishang Forgotten Love Tao Codex wasn't a complete version either. It was only a remnant given to her by the Tao sect's ancestor, and at the highest it could only be cultivated to refined void. It looks like it's going to take a while. Gu Xingga looked at the Jade Disk of Creation that was slowly deducing. It would take about 1 or 2 months to complete the deduction. Speaking of Gong methods, he also thought of his own divine heavenly thunder punishment Huan Yu Daojia true scripture. Although it was a top-level Gong method of the thunder system, With the appearance of the Xiandi God infant, this Thunder Dao true scripture was no longer a match for him. Guxinga felt the need to deduce a new Gong method whose Gong method had to fit the 12 ancestor witch's divine infant within his body. As her mind left the sea of consciousness, Guxinga looked towards Tantai Qingxian and couldn't help but be a little curious. It was reasonable to say that Tantai Qingxian had extremely low lust and could be described as emotionless and lustless. So what was she living for? Master, since you have no emotions or desires, why do you live? Guxinga couldn't help but ask. Tantai Qingxian was silent. In fact, she didn't know why she lived. She only vaguely remembered that there had been a pair of kindly-eyed men and women who had held her in their warm palms as if telling her to live well. And they say. What did they say and why don't they remember? Tantai Qingxian suddenly raised her head. Her expression still cold, her eyes filled with confusion. One seems to have forgotten something very important. What is it? So hard. Why are your cheeks wet too? And in Guxinga's perspective, he saw his own master suddenly raise his head, and then he cried, tears falling like rain. However, Tantai Qingxian was oblivious and only looked at him blankly, without a trace of sadness in her eyes, as if it wasn't her who was shedding tears. Guxinga looked surprised and reminded, Master, you're shedding tears. Tantai Qingxian sniffed and raised her hand to gently caress her face. She looked at the teardrops that stained her fingers and was puzzled. Is that a tear? But why would one shed tears? For the first time since she was born, she shed tears, but Tantai Qingxian didn't understand why she was crying. A marvelous feeling that she couldn't put into words, but which was killing her, welled up in her heart. What's this? I'm so hard. Why is this? Tantai Qingxian looked at Guxinga, and although she was in tears, her tone remained cold. Seeing the cold and colorful Taoist nun's heart sad and tearful, but somehow difficult to look at, Guxinga felt pity and felt more and more sorry for Tantai Qingxian. The heartless way, indeed, is not something one should practice. Guxinga took Tantai Qingxian into her arms and softly comforted her. It's sadness. Sadness makes it hard for you, makes you cry. Master, cry. Cry it out and it won't be hard anymore. Tantai Qingxian felt the uncomfortable strange feeling in her heart and murmured in Guxinga's arms. So that's what grief is. Just why was one sad? And who were those two figures? Parents? But don't they always call themselves money losers? And who am I? For no reason at all. This doubt popped up in Tantai Qingxian's mind. Guxinga keenly perceived that his own master was a bit off, seemingly stimulated, and his mood swings were slowly pulling up. Could it be that he had triggered her emotional sensitivity? But he had only asked Tantai Qingxian why she lived. And that could make her break her defense? Just as Guxinga was comforting the weeping emotionless master, a petite angry voice rang out abruptly, echoing in his ears. Guxinga, get your ass out here. Upon hearing this, Guxinga frowned slightly. Which one of the ungrateful ones dared to come to his place to spread their wildness? Looking at the cold and colorful Taoist nun in his arms who gradually stopped shedding tears, Guxinga lowered his head and kissed the corners of her eyes, instructing her to just stay here while he went and returned. Outside of Daozi Peak, a tall figure was suspended in mid-air, with long flowing hair, a white dress, and a gorgeous posture, just like a fairy in the sky. A streak of silver thunder flew out from the peak and landed in front of the white-clothed figure. Silky thunder awns surrounded him. Guxinga's red robe fluttered as he raised his eyes to the white-clothed woman, recognizing the other party, and immediately, he questioned in a deep voice. Senior Sister Wu, I don't know what you've come to my Daozi Peak to do? The visitor is Tantai Qingxian's eldest disciple, Wu Xianyi. Cultivation has reached the late Jin Dan. In a group of core disciples, is also among the top of the existence of the Dao sect disciples honored as Xian Fairy. If anyone else had dared to come to Daozi Peak and act recklessly, Guxinga would have slapped her across the face long ago. But Wu Xianyi was different. She had a trace of preaching grace for him. When Guxinga had first worshipped Qingxian Peak, Tantai Qingxian had thrown in a Qi practicing technique and then continued to cultivate in seclusion, not caring if he died or lived. Although Wu Xianyi also disliked the fact that there was a male cultivator in Qingxian Peak, she still taught him cultivation for a period of time, adhering to her status as a senior sister. For the sake of this hint of preaching grace, Guxinga was barely able to tolerate her rudeness. As soon as Wu Xianyi saw Guxinga, her luscious face flushed with indignation as she angrily questioned, why did you kill Yue and Wanner, and spoiled their corpses? They are your senior sisters. You are simply worse than an animal. The reason why Wu Xianyi had come to trouble Guxinga was because not too long ago, she had rushed back to the sect after completing the sect's mission, only to find Qingxian Peak empty. According to the spirit message left behind by Yi Chen, Wu Xianyi went to the sacred Maiden Peak, and only then did she learn from Yi Chen that Guxinga had indiscriminately killed Su Yue and Lin Wanner, and had also cheapened their corpses. Yi Chen was afraid that Guxinga would kill him as well, so he moved from Qingxian Peak to Holy Maiden Peak. At first, Wu Xianyi didn't believe it, but under the compulsion of Yi Chen's heartfelt voice, as well as seeing the corpse of her senior sister, who had been spoiled beyond recognition, she had a seizure. Wu Xianyi looked at Gu Shanggu angrily. A spirit weapon long sword appeared in her palm. Driven by anger, she stabbed at Gu Shanggu without a second thought, and was determined to make Gu Shanggu pay for the deaths of Su Yue and Lin Wanaer. Madaka! Gu Shanggu quickly raised her hand and easily clamped the sword blade with 2 fingers, not moving at all, although he was not sure what Wu Xianyi meant by what she said. But seeing that she was so uneducated, Gu Shanggu did not spoil her, and a majestic pressure erupted from within his body, surging like a tidal wave, crushing down on Wu Xianyi. Boo! In an instant, Wu Xianyi felt as if she had been crushed by a savage giant rhinoceros. Her face showed horror. Every bone in her body was crushed. Her organs were shifted. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out from her mouth, and her body slammed into a mountain peak not far away like a meteor. With a loud boom, the entire mountain peak collapsed, and countless rocks then buried Wu Xianyi. Gu Shanggu looked down at the collapsed mountain peak. Her heavy pupils flashed with a touch of disdain, and she snorted coldly. Humph, give face. However, Wu Xianyi suddenly came to the door. To say that there was no Yi Chen's calculations in this, Gu Shanggu would never believe it. Originally, I wanted to wait to deal with that guy after refining the Fusang Divine Wood. Now it looks like there's no need to wait. Yi Chen doesn't deserve to continue living. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for recommendation votes. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Sacred Maiden Peak, next to the heavenly pond at the top of the mountain. Yi Chen was accompanied by Nangong Qiyue, enjoying the heavenly pond snow lotus with her. Xiao Lian followed behind them, not moving an inch, staring at Yi Chen's back with a deadly vigilance. Senior brother Yi, you look a bit distracted. Is it because of senior sister Su and the others? Nangong Qiyue, on the other hand, sensed Yi Chen's absent-mindedness and softly inquired. Just mentioning Su Yue and the girls, her face wasn't too good. She didn't expect Gu Shanggu to be so nasty. Even if she killed her fellow disciples, she also humiliated the remains of her 2 sisters. Simply worse than animals. She had really been blind before to fall for Gu Shanggu. When Yi Chen heard this, he naturally wouldn't let go of any opportunity to throw dirty water on Gu Shanggu. He sighed. I originally thought that senior brother Gu just hated me for taking up his cave. I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Not only did he kill senior sister Su and senior sister Lin, but he also refined their corpses into human puppets. And in order to scare me, he even threw them inside my cave. Senior brother Gu has gone too far. However, just as Yi Chen finished slandering, Xiao Lian couldn't help herself and scolded in a petulant voice. Surname Yi, you fart. Gu Daozi is not that kind of person. Xiao Lian didn't believe that Gu Daozi would do that kind of beastly thing, and at a glance, she knew that Yi Chen was framing Gu Daozi. When Yi Chen saw Xiao Lian refute himself, he was upset and cursed. Rely. This little wait. When Laozi finished raiding Nangong Qiyue, let her expel you from the Holy Maiden Peak. At that time, Laozi must vigorously shell you. At the same time, Yi Chen did not forget to output his heart to Nangong Qiyue. Why is Xiao Lian so malicious towards me? Could it be because she found out about me sneaking messages to senior brother Gu? Alas, the heavenly book says that it was because of Little Lotus' betrayal that senior sister Julai's escape failed and she was ultimately sacrificed to the evil god by senior brother Gu. After hearing this, Nangong Qiyue jerked back to look at Xiao Lian, her pretty face revealing surprise. Xiao Lian would betray herself? It can't be. If someone else would betray her, Nangong Qiyue still believed it. But how could Xiao Lian betray her? They were sisters who grew up together. Still mortal, Xiao Lian's mother is Nangong Qiyue's nanny. They are drinking the same mouthful of milk to grow up as. Each other's relationship is close to the extreme. Even if they grow up, they have to sleep together. They do not want to separate. Originally, Xiao Lian's cultivation qualifications were not enough. Nangong Qiyue could not bear to part with her, so she brought her to the Qiankuan Dao sect as well, taking care of her daily life and also distributing spirit stone resources to her. Sentimentally and rationally, Xiao Lian wouldn't betray herself. But when he thought that it was from the heavenly book, Nangong Qiyue hesitated again. During this period of time, she had learned a lot of things from Yi Chen's heart, and she had also gotten a lot of opportunities through the heavenly book, and she had become more and more convinced of the things said in the heavenly book. Xiao Lian's aura instantly shortened quite a bit when she saw her own holy maiden looking over, but she still justifiably disliked Yi Chen. Yi Chen, since you said the Taoist Gu refined the 2 senior sisters of Qingxian Peak into human puppets, where's the evidence? Or is it that with just the touch of your 2 lips, you can casually convict Taoist Gu? Then what's the point of having the penalty hall and the law enforcement elders being disliked so much by Little Lotus? Yi Chen immediately pretended to be innocent, biting his lip and doing his best as a little woman. Senior sister July, mine Xiaolian. I didn't want to slander senior brother Gu. It's just, little Lotus. Am I spoiling you too much? How dare you talk like that and not shut up? Nangong Qiue's face instantly sank as she sternly scolded, forcing Xiaolian to close her mic. Xiaolian gently clenched her silver teeth and stopped speaking, but she still stared at Yi Chen with hatred. Damn it! This flowery, ill-intentioned, shameless bastard. Yi Chen cast a provocative look at Xiaolian while maintaining his innocent demeanor. Small, still want to fight with lousy but a little trick. Your saint girl on the hook. See how lousy play dead you. Just as Yi Chen was about to write out his victory and continue to compel Nangong Qiue with his heart voice, a terrifying pressure as heavy as Tarzan descended from the sky, suppressing towards the Holy Maiden Peak. Swish! The Holy Maiden Peak was flooded with a burst of energy fluctuations, but fortunately, the peak protector formation was opened in time, covering the entire Holy Maiden Peak and resisting this monstrous pressure. Nangong Qiue and the others looked up to the sky. A red-robed figure stood above the green underworld, silver thunder like a hanging waterfall lingering on its body. Destructive aura filled the air like a supreme thunder emperor descending into the world, looking down upon the living beings. Nangong Qiue, hand over Yi Chen to the seat. The voice that contained anger echoed between heaven and earth, resounding through the Qiankuan Dao sect, and countless disciples and elders were startled, subconsciously releasing their divine senses, wanting to see what was going on. Yi Chen was secretly happy to see Gu Xingge arrive, so it seemed that Wu Xuanyi was in a bad way. In fact, he was deliberately driving Wu Xianyi to trouble Gu Xingge, so that Wu Xianyi would provoke him and then be killed by Gu Xingge. In this way, he could report to the Hall of Punishment and say that Gu Xingge had killed a fellow disciple's senior sister, and at that time, even if Gu Xingge was a Daoist son, it would certainly be difficult to escape punishment, and it would be best if he could directly abolish his cultivation and be expelled from the Qiankuan Daoist sect. The only thing that Yi Chen regretted was that he hadn't tasted Wu Xianyi yet. Gu Xingge looked down at the three people by the heavenly pool, her gaze skimming over Nangong Qiue and landing on Yi Chen. The heavy pupil shimmered, and with a glance, he could tell that this guy was secretly happy, and as for what he was happy about, Gu Xingge could guess without much thought. Nangong Qiue didn't expect Gu Xingge to suddenly kill her, and she was just about to open her mouth when she saw Yi Chen jump out impatiently. Senior brother Gu, where is senior sister Wu? I remember that senior sister Wu went to find you to inquire about senior sister Su's and their deaths. Why didn't she come with you? Did you kill senior sister Wu? Killing a fellow senior sister is a serious offense. Senior brother Gu is so cruel. Why don't you tie your hands and wait for the punishment from the penalty hall? When Yi Chen's two mouths touched, he wanted to convict Gu Xingge. The surrounding divine senses that were watching the show were all stunned, and the same thought bubbled up. This Yi Chen is afraid to be a cutie. Right. How dare he try to convict Daozi? Leaving aside the fact that Daoist Gu was already a Yuaning true lord, even if he was just a Daoist son, he could still exercise some of the power of the sect leader, and there was no problem with executing errant disciples. Gu Xingge frowned slightly. This Yi Chen was still barking here even after his death. Is this your last words? After killing you, this seat will go to the punishment hall to explain clearly, so you don't need to worry more. After saying that, Gu Xingge didn't wait for Nangong Qiue to take the initiative to hand over Yi Chen. He raised his hand and pulled the power of the four directions of heaven and earth, transforming it into endless thunder, condensing a large silver thunder hand that covered the sky and crushed towards the Holy Maiden Peak. What? Feeling the might of the silver thunder great hand, shock surfaced on Nangong Qiue's pretty face. She also didn't expect Gu Xingge to make a move at the drop of a hat, and it was still within the clan. Not being able to think too much, she immediately pinched her hand and manipulated the peak protection formation in an attempt to fend off Gu Xingge's attack, while not forgetting to instruct Yi Chen. Senior brother Yi, there's a teleportation array to the outside of the clan within the Violet Spirit Palace. Gu Xingge is coming in force this time. She's bound to want to take your life. Don't worry about me. Run! The Purple Spirit Palace's teleportation array was built to facilitate Nangong Qiue's travel to play in the mundane world, but now it had become Yi Chen's chance to escape. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. No. Senior sister July, I can't leave. Since senior brother Gu is here to find me in trouble, how can I abandon senior sister to escape alone? Even if I die today, I will never drag senior sister down. Yi Chen righteously stated that he was going to work together with Nangong Qiue, only his legs were shivering straight away, and Xiaolian on the side gave him a despicable look. Humph, what and my holy maiden together? Obviously do not know where the teleportation array is. Want to wait for my holy maiden to tell you. On the contrary, Nangong Chiyue was touched and immediately instructed Xiaolian, "Little Lotus, pull senior brother Yi away from me, make sure he leaves the Dao sect safely. Senior brother Yi, you don't have to worry about me. Although Gu Xingge is a Dao son, I'm also a holy maiden. He wouldn't dare to kill me." Dying. Above the green destiny, Gu Xingge saw Nangong Chiyue's presumptuous attempt to stop herself and indifferently said, while gently pressing her palm, "The power of heaven and earth is transformed in the silver thunder hand to faster speed suppression to the holy maiden peak. Like the hand of the heavens, chastisement of the earth, all tangible and intangible things are under the thunder hand was crushed into nothingness." Bursts of popping sound echoed in all directions, resonating beyond the clouds. Seeing that the thunderous hand was raging and was about to fall, Yi Chen didn't dare to delay any longer and turned his head to look at Little Lotus. Unexpectedly, Xiaolian pretended to be weak and directly fell to the ground. Her face was pale and she looked frightened, and she simply ignored Yi Chen. This useless person. This is scared by the surname Gu. Seeing this, Yi Chen cursed in his heart. How this Xiaolian was always against him. Had he known that he had also listed her as a heart transmitter? Unfortunately, it's too late now. Boom! The moment the peak protecting formation touched the thunderous hand, a loud noise that seemed to open up the heavens and the earth echoed through the Dao sect, and even the old ancestors who had been in seclusion for many years were startled. Although the Holy Maiden Peak's peak protector formation was able to withstand the attacks of a Yuaning true lord, the power of Gu Xingge's strike had far exceeded that of an ordinary Yuaning powerhouse. Click, click, click. A clicking sound rang out, and the energy shield formed by the peak protecting formation was like glass as countless cracks appeared, and with a bang, it shattered into a roiling spiritual light. Put! The grand formation was broken. Nangong Chiyue's mana was disorganized. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and she was traumatized on the spot. Seeing that the grand formation was unable to resist Gu Xingge, Nangong Chiyue wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth, braced herself, and flew up into the vaulted sky with the intention of physically blocking Gu Xingge. Xiaolian was enraged when she saw that her own holy maiden was injured, yet she was still thinking of protecting Yi Chen. She didn't pretend anymore, and she fiercely got up, her eyes filled with anger, staring at Yi Chen with a death glare, and cursing in a delicate voice. "Surname Yi, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could the holy maiden possibly cross paths with Taoist Gu? What kind of bewitching soup did you pour into the holy maiden, causing my holy maiden to suffer? Asterisk 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 shut up. You give me shut up. And don't hurry to take me to the Purple Spirit Palace and send me away." Nangong Chiyue went up to the sky to tangle with Gu Xingge, and Yi Chen stopped pretending. When Xiaolian heard this, she was doubly excited in her anger. This guy finally showed his original form. She said that a guy like Yi Chen who threw dirty water on Gu Daozi, how could he be a good person? You're dreaming. If you want to escape the Dao sect, you can't do so unless you step over this girl's corpse. After saying that, a long magic weapon whip appeared in Xiaolian's hand, waving and lashing at Yi Chen. In Xiaolian's opinion, the conflict between Daozi Gu and the Holy Maiden was all because of this Yi Chen. It must have been because he compelled the Holy Maiden, which caused the Holy Maiden to go against Daozi. As long as Yi Chen was captured and handed over to Taoist Gu to dispose of, he would definitely be able to ease the relationship between the Taoist and the Holy Maiden. Definitely. Swish! Just as Xiaolian was fantasizing about her own Holy Maiden reuniting with Daozi, she suddenly saw a flash of brilliant sword-on's blossom. The sharpness seemed to be able to cut through heaven and earth, instantly penetrating Xiaolian, with blood pouring out like a spring, splitting her body in two. Yi Chen dispersed the crumbs of the heavenly sword spirit talisman and was just about to taunt the dying Xiaolian for a few moments when he heard a cry of pain ringing out from the sky. No! In mid-air, Nangong Chiyue glimpsed Xiaolian being chopped diagonally away, lost her voice and screamed. An unspeakable grief welled up in her heart. Her already heavily injured body once again spat out a mouthful of rebellious blood, and like a bird with a broken wing, she fell from the sky. Yi Chen didn't expect Nangong Chiyue to pay attention to his side, and even saw him strike at Xiaolian, so he was instantly flustered. Because the heartbeat transmission system is not foolproof, it is possible to get rid of the heartbeat compulsion as soon as the heartbeat transmitter is greatly stimulated. Although Yi Chen was not sure if Nangong Chiyue would get rid of it, he was not afraid to bet on it. He also regretted why he was so impulsive and shouldn't have used the heavenly sword talisman. Without much time to think, Yi Chen took out a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman and wanted to crush it to escape from the Holy Maiden Peak. Phew! Suddenly, a harsh cold wind blew in, not giving Yi Chen the slightest chance to crush the talisman, freezing him into ice in an instant. A buxom figure appeared, and it was Tantai Qingxian. Long before she came to the sacred Maiden Peak, Gu Xingge had called up Tantai Qingxian and instructed her that once she saw Yi Chen trying to escape, then she should catch him. Tantai Qingxian looked at the frozen Yi Chen with a cold expression. unmoved no matter how Yi Chen transmitted his heartbeat. Xiaolian, Xiaolian. On the other side, Nangong Qiyu struggled to get up from the ground, her body stained with a lot of dust and in a sorry state. She limped and ran towards the dying Xiaolian, ignoring the blood staining her spiritual clothes, and picked up half of Xiaolian's body, so grief-stricken that she couldn't stop the tears from flowing out, dripping onto Xiaolian's pale face. Little Lotus, don't be afraid. Sister will save you. Sister will definitely be able to save you. Nangong Qiyu was cloaked in hair, carefully feeding Xiaolian the healing elixir while choking and repeating that she would definitely save her. Perhaps in the fact that the healing elixir was useful, Xiaolian opened her eyes with difficulty after hearing Nangong Qiyue's voice. She looked at Nangong Qiyue's pearly appearance. Her face was still stained with some dust, tears mixed with dust. Dirty, not even pretty. Miss loves to look pretty. She's been like this since she was a little girl. She can't afford to get dirty. This thought popped into Xiaolian's mind, and subconsciously tried to raise her right hand, but she found that she had no feeling. It was then that she noticed the half-body not far away. So, you've been cut in half yourself, Xiaolian thought, and could only clumsily raise her left hand to wipe away the dust and tears from Nangong Qiyue's face. She tugged the corner of her mouth lightly and laughed. Miss, don't cry. If you cry again, you won't be pretty. Woo woo. Little Lotus, you hold on. Sister take you to 10,000 Medicine Peak. Sister let them get you pills to repair your body. Sister. Nangong Qiyue sniffed and grabbed Xiaolian's hand, begging her to hold on. Just hold on for a little while longer. A little while longer. Miss, it's fine. I'm not afraid to die. It's just that I don't want little Miss you to be, again, deceived, cheated by Yi Chen. He's not a good person. Xiaolian smiled and shook her head as the effects of the medicine passed and her speech became broken. She not afraid of death, is worried about their own departure. Miss no one around. How to prevent that Yi Chen little miss, in the future, take care of yourself. No, don't be cheated again. Xiaolian doesn't blame you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaolian's hand dropped heavily, never moving again. Xiaolian, you don't want to die. I don't believe in Yi Chen anymore. I don't believe in his heartfelt voice anymore. I don't believe in the heavenly book anymore. Please don't die. Nangong Qiyue sensed Xiaolian's breath getting weaker and wept uncontrollably, begging Xiaolian not to die. They had clearly agreed to be best sisters for life, and neither would leave the other. It was her mistake. She shouldn't have believed Yi Chen's heartfelt words. She shouldn't have brought Yi Chen to the sacred Maiden Peak. She shouldn't have believed that Xiaolian would betray herself. And she shouldn't have given Yi Chen the heavenly sword talisman. She's the one who killed Xiaolian. It was she who killed her only sister. Sister. Nangong Qiyue hugged Xiaolian, who had already lost her breath. The pain entered her lungs and she once again spat out a mouthful of rebellious blood, staining her clothes red. She repented. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for recommendation votes. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Guxinga descended from the sky, his might gradually converging, his gaze falling on Xiaolian, who had lost her vitality, a hint of regret surfacing in his heavy pupils. He also knew Xiaolian quite well, a lively girl with some simplicity, very loyal to Nangong Qiyue, always thinking of setting up himself and Nangong Qiyue. It's a pity that such a good girl died at the hands of Nangong Qiyue's stupidity. Guxinga sighed and turned to look at Yi Chen, who was frozen by Tantai Qingxian, a streak of murderous intent flashing through his heavy pupils. The frozen Yi Chen saw Guxinga pressing forward, and at his wit's end, he kept transmitting his heart to Nangong Qiyue. Elder Sister July. I didn't mean to kill Xiaolian. It was the heavenly book that said Xiaolian would sneak attack you during the battle between you and Elder Brother Gu. I just wanted to stop Xiaolian. I didn't realize that the heavenly sword talisman you gave me was too powerful, and I killed her by mistake. Don't be sad, Senior Sister July. There's a way to resurrect people in the heavenly book. I'll definitely help you resurrect Xiaolian. Alas, is it difficult to escape death today. Just, as a compensation for the life of Xiaolian, I hope that Senior Sister Qiyue will see the true face of Senior Brother Gu in the future, and do not repeat the mistakes in the heavenly book. This series of heartfelt voices poured into Nangong Qiyue's mind, trying to compel her once again. But Nangong Qiyue was now filled with the image of Yi Chen using the heavenly sword talisman she had given her to kill her sister, who had grown up together and drank the same mouthful of milk, and paid no attention to Yi Chen's heartfelt words. The Dao sect holy maiden's eyes were lifeless as she tightly hugged the remnants of Xiaolian's body. Her tears had already dried up, leaving behind 2 tear stains, her dry cracked lips repeating the same sentence over and over again. Xiaolian, sister is wrong. It's sister who has harmed you. Sister is sorry. Seeing Nangong Qiyue's indifference, Yi Chen's heart broke. It's just the death of a maid. Is it necessary to be so sad? It's not like we've lost our own parents. Seeing Gu Xingge walk up to him, Yi Chen had to ask the heartbeat system for help. System, save old me. Old me doesn't want to die. But what Yi Chen never expected was that Ding detected that the host is facing a life and death crisis. The system is starting to disengage. The host, please fend for yourself. The heart sound system decisively abandoned Yi Chen. The host, this is a parasitic host. Without it, change 1. They will not take a ride on their own. Although it wasn't clear why the villainous system had been wiped out by Gu Xingge, a lower realm mole cricket, the heart sound system didn't want to be wiped out as well. It chose to escape early before being discovered by Gu Xingge. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded when he heard the reply from the heart sound system. How dare your own system abandon you? How is this possible? He was a blue star traveler. Wasn't the system his exclusive plugin? Why would it abandon him? In the next moment, a grain of pink light that was so tiny that not even divine sense could detect it immediately separated from the back of Yi Chen's head. Just as the pink-colored light particles wanted to vanish into the void, an ancient, chemical-free jade disc covered with cracks suddenly appeared, releasing an arcane and inexplicable fluctuation that suppressed the heart sound system in an instant and incorporated it into the jade disc. Try to run. Dream on, Gu Xingge said in a cold voice, his heavy pupils flashing with golden light. He had long been staring at Yi Chen's every move. Although divine sense couldn't detect the heartbeat system, it had nothing to hide in front of the heavy pupil. The jade disc of creation returned to Gu Xingge's body, and Yi Chen lost his connection with the heartbeat system. System, where are you? You come out. I can't live without you. Don't you abandon me. Yi Chen frantically called out to the heart sound system, but never received a response, which caused all of his mental defenses to collapse. He didn't understand. He was a traveler, a son of heaven's destiny, an existence that was going to embrace the holy maiden on the left and the devil's maiden on the right in the future. So why did he end up in such a situation? It's not true. Absolutely not true. Yi Chen didn't believe it. How could this be his fantasized immortal cultivation life? He must be dreaming. Gu Xingge detected that Yi Chen's mood swings were very frequent, and his heavy pupils flashed a touch of disdain as he sneered. Hey, that's not good enough. What a waste. Those who rely on the system will eventually be abandoned by the system. And the title of host has doomed Yi Chen's stream. Gu Xingge raised his hand and silver thunder flashed, wanting to directly shoot Yi Chen to death. But he heard an old voice ring out, stopping him from doing so. Gu kid, don't be in a hurry. Instead of killing him just like that, why don't you hand him over to the old man and let him search his soul first? A grey-clothed figure appeared in front of Gu Xingge and the rest of them, with crane hair and a pair of cloudy, lightless eyes, seemingly old and ungainly, and hunched over. But the old man's power was far beyond Gu Xingge's imagination. The old man was none other than the Qiankuan Daosex Jun's own ancestor, a great cultivator of the refined void realm. Venerable Sinking Knight, refinement is divided into 3 realms, the Tao of Truth, the Return to Unity, and Enlightenment. Sinking Knight Old Ancestor is a great cultivator of the realm of the return to the realm of one, has refined the road to become true. All the laws return to one. The body of the Violet Mansion is also from the illusory small secret realm, metamorphoses to a real small world. Gu Xingge and Tantai Qingxian, as well as the crowd of elders and peak masters who were hiding around to watch the show, all showed up and bowed towards Old Ancestor Xinyao, mouthing the words Old Ancestor Wanan. The Sinking Knight Old Ancestor smiled and nodded his head as he looked towards the disoriented Nangong Chiyue, sighed, and said in a warm voice, Nangong girl, don't be sad anymore. Although this mate of yours is dead, the old man has already made a move to retain a wisp of her residual soul. She still has the possibility of resurrection. At those words, Nangong Chiyue snapped to look at the Sinking Knight Old Ancestor. Her godless eyes flooded with expectation, and a wisp of soul light surfaced in the old man's hand. Feeling the feeling of the soul light that was familiar to her, Nangong Chiyue cried out in joy. That's great! Shaolian is still saved. Gu Xingge wasn't surprised by this. The means of the void refining exalt had reached a new level. There is not much difficulty in resurrecting someone who has just died recently and whose soul is intact. Before Gu Xingge returned home, she thought about collecting her parents' souls and asking the Sinking Knight Old Ancestor to resurrect them. It was only that Shaolian had been decapitated by the Heavenly Sword Talisman. Her soul was severely damaged, and only this wisp of residual soul remained, with a slim chance of resurrection. Nangong Chiyue also thought of this problem. After she was silent for half a second, she took the wisp of soul light from the old ancestor's hands, and took out a piece of soul-nurturing jade from her storage ring, carefully integrating it into the jade, and carefully warming it up. Even if she could not resurrect Little Lotus, Nangong Chiyue would still want to make this wisp of soul light stronger again, or reincarnate into the next life. The Sinking Knight Old Ancestor looked towards Yi Chen, his divine sense enveloping him, turning over his memories inside and out. A moment later, the old ancestor stroked his flowery white beard. his cloudy eyes showing a hint of essence, and said in a deep voice, "So it's an extraterrestrial soul taking over the body. That's not unusual. Just what is this system? The function is really weird. There are all the heavens and all the worlds outside of the great world of Tsangming. And now that Tsangming is also conquering the other worlds, it is not strange to see people or souls from outside the domain. Just mentioning the system, even the sinking night ancestor, avoid refining venerable, couldn't help but have a touch of scorn appear on his face. To be able to refine such bizarre artifacts, the strength of the person behind the manipulation was definitely not simple. At least it was a Mahayana Daozun, or an otherworldly god king. The other world is different from the Tsangming Great World. The realm is not as complex as Tsangming, and the cultivation methods are not as diverse as Tsangming, just the simplest meditation methods, the most basic of the other world's 1 to 9 stages, corresponding to Tsangming's Qi cultivation, foundation building, and Jindan, sanctuary, demigod, and subdivine, Yuan Yin Jinjuan, lower god, middle god, upper god, incarnate god celestial, true god, void refining venerable, Lord God, harmonized Tao power, God King, Mahayana Daozun, and creation god, transitional emperor. Only the other world compared to the Tsangming Great World, both in terms of heritage and history, are very different. Nearly 10,000 years, hundreds of boundary wars. Tsangming are more wins than losses. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Senior Brother Gu, could you please leave Yi Chen at my disposal? Nangong Qiyue came limping. She knelt in front of Gu Xingge and pleaded in a deep voice. Gu Xingge looked at Xiao Lian's corpse, knowing that she wanted to avenge Xiao Lian and was not unkind. She then nodded and agreed to Nangong Qiyue. I can put Yi Chen at your disposal, but do it in front of me. Nangong Qiyue, good. Gu Xingge waved her hand and a mana shot out, melting away the cold ice that had frozen Yi Chen, who collapsed to the ground, shivering in the cold. He raised his head with difficulty to look at Nangong Qiyue, rolling and crawling to her, and begged urgently, Senior sister, I didn't mean to kill Xiao Lian, it was Senior Brother Gu. It's all because Senior Brother Gu set me up. You have to believe me. These are all what the Heavenly Book says. You have to believe the Heavenly Book. At the mention of the Heavenly Book, Nangong Qiyue raised her hand to cover her face and let out a shrill laugh. Her features became hideous and ghastly. Paired with her blood-stained clothes, she looked like a red-clothed ghost that was going to demand Yi Chen's life. Ha 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 ha. The Heavenly Book? Did that Heavenly Book say that Xiao Lian would die? Did it say you would die today? Xiao Lian is dead. What Heavenly Book? What heart voice? Nangong Qiyue doesn't care. Even if she kills Yi Chen, it doesn't matter what punishment she will receive. A spirit sword appeared in Nangong Qiyue's hand, and its sharpness caused chills throughout Yi Chen's body. Senior Sister July, spare me this time. I'm a traveler, a son of heaven's destiny. You can't kill me. Yi Chen knelt in front of Nangong Qiyue and continuously kowtowed, so scared that he was snotting and crying, and there was even a foul-smelling liquid flowing out of his crotch, causing the surrounding Dao sect elders and peak masters to show disgusted looks. But no matter how much Yi Chen begged for mercy, Nangong Qiyue was unmoved. Even if she died, she would never believe anything Yi Chen said again. Swish, swish, swish. Nangong Qiyue swung her sword 5 times in a row, cutting off all 5 of Yi Chen's limbs, then got rid of that coquettish tongue, chopped off his ears, pierced his eyes, and made Yi Chen into a human swine. Yi Chen, who had no hands, no feet, no roots, no ears, no eyes, and no tongue, whimpered and whined, and the blood stained the ground, and he was like a maggot writhing on the ground, disgusting to the extreme. Nangong Qiyue looked at the writhing and struggling Yi Chen, her face showing pleasure. Xiao Lian, did you see that? Sister took revenge on you. Nangong Qiyue wouldn't let Yi Chen die so easily. She threw another healing elixir into Yi Chen's mouth to stop his bleeding. Immediately after, Nangong Qiyue pleaded to the Poison Peak Elder who was watching from the side. I heard that you have a spiritual weapon named 100 Poisons 1000 Insects Earn in your hands. Can I borrow it for a while? When the Poison Peak Elder heard this, he knew what she wanted to do and didn't refuse. Taking out the 100 Poisons 1000 Insects Urn. Poisonous urn but palm size, body dark green. Urn body inscribed with hundreds of species of poisonous insects. Look, when the 100 Poisons 1000 Insects Urn arrived, Nangong Qiyue directly stuffed the human swine Yi Chen in it, leaving only a head on the outside. As soon as he entered the urn, Yi Chen felt countless poisonous insects crawling and gnawing on his torso, making life worse than death. Without his tongue, his screams turned into whimpers, which fell on Nangong Qiyue's ears, but were so pleasant and melodious. Nangong Qiyue looked at Yi Chen who was in pain in the poison urn, revealing a sickly delicate smile and chillingly said, Yi Chen, just enjoy the new home I've prepared for you. Don't worry, as long as I live, You'll have to stay inside this poisonous urn for 1 day. With such cruel methods, even Gu Xingge was a bit scared. But on the contrary, Tantai Qingxian was staring with unblinking eyes. Seeing that her disciple's state was very wrong, Empress Yin rushed forward to force Nangong Qiyue to fall asleep. Xiaolian's death is too great a blow to Nangong Qiyue. If you can't break through this matter, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to cross the heart of the devil in the future. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, old ancestor Xinyao waved his hand and said in a warm voice, "Disperse all of you. Kid Gu and Xingxian come with old man." Yes, times N. Gu Xingge and Tantai Qingxian left with the old ancestor and arrived at Daoyuan Mountain, where the old ancestor was in seclusion. Old ancestor Sinking Night motioned for them to sit down, and his cloudy eyes swept over Tantai Qingxian and finally landed on Gu Xingge. "Gu boy, it's been 12 years since you joined the sect, right?" "Yes, old ancestor." Gu Xingge nodded. The Sinking Night old ancestor also couldn't help but feel some emotion, not expecting that he would pick up a heavy pupil after strolling around Qiantianzhou on a whim, and in just 12 years, he was already a Yuaning powerhouse. That's karma. Nowadays, the Qinkuan Dao sect not only had heavy pupils, but also a supreme Dao body. In the next 100,000 years, the Qiankuan Dao sect will rise. Sinking Night old ancestor took out a piece of blazing hot, rolling, golden crow-like sun immortal gold that was filled with brilliant golden light from the inner heaven and earth and handed it to Gu Xingge. "Gu kid, the sun immortal gold was found by the founding ancestor in the Fusang relics back in the day. It has been useless, and then passed to the old man's hands, but since the old man's innate spirit weapon was forged in order to cast it, he didn't use it. And now that you don't have an innate spirit weapon yet, you'll be given it." The essence spirit weapon was generally forged when the cultivator was building his foundation, but think some cultivators who pursued high quality and high potential would patiently search for the materials. Gu Xingge, for example, had yet to build his innate spirit weapon thus far, simply because he had never found the right spirit material or treasure. Putting the sun immortal gold into her storage ring, Gu Xingge thanked the Sinking Night old ancestor. It was just that if one wanted to refine an intrinsic spiritual artifact, just relying on a piece of solar immortal gold was not enough. Other materials were also needed. Naturally, old ancestor Xinyao also took this into consideration, and he threw a jade tablet inscribed with the word heaven to Gu Xingge, showing him the way. In half a month, it will be the Xian Heavenly Building's heavenly auction once every 300 years. At that time you can go and see if there are any spiritual materials and treasures that you desire. Thank you, elder ancestor. Gu Xingge put away the Xian Tian Lu jade tablet, and old ancestor Xin Shao nodded, before instructing, "Treat your master well. She's also a poor person. Don't neglect her." Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge understood that the old ancestor already knew that he had taken his master's Yuan Yin, and without hiding it, he immediately promised the old ancestor, "Don't worry, elder ancestor, senior will never fail his master." Since he was already married to Tantai Qingxian, as long as she did not betray him, he would naturally not fail her. Aha! Old ancestor Sinking Night nodded his head in satisfaction and didn't keep Gu Xingge any longer, waving his hand and letting them leave on their own. After bidding farewell to the old ancestor, Gu Xingge held Tantai Qingxuan's tender jade hand and returned to Daozi Peak. After returning to Daozi Peak, Gu Xingge didn't do anything, so she and Tantai Qingxian closed the door for dual cultivation, utilizing the Taishang Dao body's characteristic of being perfectly attuned to the Dao while refining the Fusang divine wood. With the great perfection of the transformation Dharma phase of the Supreme Dao body plus the Firewood Supreme Treasure Fusang Divine Wood, Gu Shen's chances of transforming the two ancestral which sacred elixirs of Zhu Rong and Zhu Meng into divine infants were above 90%. Should I say no? The Taishang Dao body is truly a cultivation cheat. P.S. About the plot, you big brother have any comments can say, and the protagonist and the master. The follow-up will have quite a few pages. Not just use as a stove tripod to write. The identity of the master also has ambush. End of chapter. There are no years in double cultivation, and it's already half a month in the blink of an eye. Deep within the Daozi Palace, the two spiritual lights were entangled together. Gusts of Taoist sound sounded, resounding in all directions like thunder. The two Qi of Yin and Yang lingered, and Taoist rhythms filled the air, expounding the supreme principles of heaven and earth. With the passage of time, the two figures mingling in one gradually separated, and the double cultivation that lasted for half a month also came to an end. A few moments later, Gu Xingge slowly opened her eyes, her heavy pupils flickering with a strange light as two very different figures flickered in her pupils. One is as green as a bamboo, with a bird body and human face, with feet on two dragons, and is the divine infant projection of the ancestor witch of wood Chumong. One had a beast head and body, clad in red scales, with ears pierced by fire snakes and feet stepping on fire dragons. It was the divine infant projection of the ancestral witch of fire, Zhu Rong. counting half a month of dual cultivation, Gu Xingge, with the help of the Taishang Dao body in the Fusang Divine Wood, smoothly made the two ancestral which sacred dawn transform into infants, and her realm broke through to the mid-Yuaning stage. Tantai Qingxuan's beautiful eyes opened, still translucent with a faint color of lust, clearly not yet broken out of the extreme pleasure of dual cultivation. Why don't you continue? Suddenly, Tantai Qingxian, who had regained her clarity, looked at Gu Xingge, her face puzzled. This time it was only half a month. Why did it stop? At those words, Gu Xingge fell silent, not knowing how to answer for a moment. It's almost time. The Xian Heavenly Tower auction that old ancestor said would start in 2 days can't continue. In no time, Gu Xingge found a reason as a way to dispel Tantai Qingxuan's doubts. Tantai Qingxian, aha. Seeing that she seemed to believe it, Gu Xingge secretly sighed in relief. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. A white coat covered his body, white as frost, dotted with some gold patterns. His long hair tied up, a gold and red belt girded his male dog's waist, and a piece of exquisite precious jade hung at his waist, showing his splendor. Tantai Qingxian was still in her white plain-colored Taoist robe, but it was hard to hide her plump figure, grand and proud, and unattainable, coupled with her cool and indifferent, flawless and stunning face. Ask who can block this full of ascetic nonsense. Gu Xingge told Tantai Qingxian to follow her and not to leave by an inch. The cold-colored Daoist nun nodded, and then the two of them flew away from Daozi Peak. In this half a month, two major events happened in the Qiankuan Dao sect. Firstly, the position of the Holy Maiden is vacant. The original Holy Maiden, Nangong Qiyue, knowing that her virtue is deficient, took the initiative to unload the position of the Holy Maiden and imprisoned herself in the pure immortal pond. Secondly, it was because Yi Chen had been seized by an extraterrestrial spirit, causing the Holy Maiden to lose her virtue and several disciples to fall. In order to prevent such evils from happening again, the old ancestor ordered that all disciples and elders had to walk through the Heart Inquiry platform to show the truth. After asking the Heart platform this check, really found out some of his clan spies, as well as the person who took over the body, directly to the Qiankuan Dao clan to come to a big cleaning. Tianqian Mountain, Patriarch's Great Hall. Emperor Yang played with a communication spirit jade, his brows slightly furrowed and his face showed displeasure, as if he had encountered something. Gu Xingge and Tantai Qingxian walked into the hall, and when he saw that the Patriarch's face was not looking well, he spoke out to inquire. Uncle Mu, did something happen? Emperor Yang sniffed and sighed. Alas, it's not a big deal. It's just that something went wrong with the Dao Ancient trial. The Dao Ancient trial? Gu Xingge's heavy pupils flashed with a touch of doubt, and it was also the first time she heard this word. After all, he had only been cultivating immortality for 12 years full-time, and there was still a lot he didn't understand. Seeing this, Emperor Yang patiently explained to Gu Xingge. The so-called Dao Ancient trial was actually a tower of inheritance left behind by an ancient sect, and as long as one passed the trial of the tower, one would be able to obtain the inheritance or treasures left behind by the ancient sect. Only the treasures and inheritances are strong or weak, all depending on the performance of the trialists. The Dao Ancient Inheritance Tower was originally occupied by 5 families, namely the Qiankuan Dao sect, the Lingxiao Sword sect, the Heavenly Demon Divine Qi, the Misty Mountain, and the Great Yu Imperial Dynasty. However, some time ago, there was a sect that had risen out of nowhere, named the Heavenly Dao sect. The Heavenly Dao sect was not big, and could even be said to be shabby to the extreme. The sect was located on a small broken mountain. The aura was thin, and there were no spiritual objects around. But on the contrary, there were 4 astonishing troublemaking wizards. They cry that they are mediocre for not daring to cause trouble and go around picking fights. When they encountered people, they first pretended that they couldn't beat them. Then they exposed their cultivation and beat up the people they deceived, taking away the spirit stone resources from them. Not long ago, those 4 guys messed with a Yuaning elder from Misty Mountain, and that Yuaning elder chased them for tens of thousands of miles all the way to the Heaven's Path sect. And then the Heaven's Path sect's patriarch appeared. It was an ordinary-looking young man who looked plain and ordinary, with no cultivation at all. But after fighting with that Yuaning elder, he displayed the powerful cultivation of a transformer celestial and defeated the enemy in one move. In the end, the Misty Mountain Transfiguration God Elder Ancestor also made a move, but that Heaven's Path Sovereign erupted with refined void venerable strength again, and likewise defeated the Misty Mountain Elder Ancestor with a single move. In order to save his life, the Misty Mountain Old Ancestor not only lost a large amount of spirit stone resources, but also ceded the spot in the Dao Ancient Inheritance Tower, withdrawing from the ranks of the 5 families. Those in charge of the other 4 families only learned of the news after the fact, when the Dao Ancient trial was first set by the 5 families, once every 1 armor. As a result, Misty Mountain is now making such a mess, not even discussing it. Ask the young emperor how he could be in a good mood. After Gu Sheng listened, her face was pensive, feeling that there was always something wrong. The 4 troublemakers, no, with the addition of that Heaven's Path sovereign, were the 5 that liked to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Why does this plot feel a little familiar? By the way, Gu boy, is there something you want to do by coming to my place all of a sudden? Emperor Yang turned to Gu Shinga, who asked, Uncle Mu, old ancestor said that Xian Tian Lu's heavenly auction is about to begin, so I've come to talk to you and leave the clan with my master to attend. Xian Tian Lu's auction? Well, go early and come back early. Emperor Yang nodded and didn't say anything more to Gu Shinga, only telling him not to delay outside for too long. According to the time agreed upon for the Dao Ancient Trials, there were still more than 2 months to go. Gu Shinga said goodbye to Emperor Yang and left holding Tantai Qingxian. Aha! When Emperor Yang saw that Gu Shinga was actually holding true Lord Qingxuan's hand, his red eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Strange. When did this kid hook up with his master? No, isn't Tanyu emotionless and lustless? Why is she so close to Gu? Although the Dao sect did not have as many rules and regulations as the mortals, and did not object to master and disciple relationships, but whether it was Tantai Qingxian, who practiced the emotionless Dao, liking Gu Shinga, or Gu Shinga liking Tantai Qingxian, this is all a big deal. Emperor Yang decisively pulled out his communication spirit jade and contacted Empress Yin. Hey, is that Shilu? I'll tell you something, there's something wrong with Tantai and Gu boy. Really, I've seen Gu kid holding Tantai's hand, that intimate look, there's definitely something in it. On the other hand, Gu Shinga and Tantai Qingxian returned to Daozi Peak, only to see a female disciple waiting outside the peak. When the female disciple saw him return, she hurriedly greeted him and presented a spirit letter to Gu Shinga with both hands. Daozi, this is a letter that senior sister Nangong asked me to give to you. A letter from Nangong Qiyue? Gu Shinga reached out and picked it up, calling it up to watch. Inside the letter is nothing. It is Nangong Qiyue for being I Chen compulsion, and against him and apologize, but also thank him for saving his life. She knows that there is a loss of virtue, from now on since the imprisonment of the pure immortal pool, never come out. Honestly speaking, Gu Shinga didn't have much ill feelings towards Nangong Qiyue, after all, that weird power of the system. Even Tantai Qingxian had been hit, not to mention her as a Jin Dan cultivator. On the contrary, he had also earned by obtaining such a supreme treasure as the Fusang Divine Wood from Nangong Qiyue. Tell elder sister Nangong that this seat will have nothing more to do with her from now on, and I also hope that she will remember this lesson and reflect on herself in the pure immortal pond, and that she will not be gullible enough to trust others in the future. After all, there is not a second little lotus in this world. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Senior sister Nangong. That's what Taoist Gu said. Pure immortal pool. The pool of fog-filled, cold, bone-chilling. Year-round snow does not melt. 10,000 years of ice all over the place. Like the extreme north of the cold area, ordinary cultivators simply do not dare to step on the foot. The female disciple who had gone to deliver the letter to Gu Shinga stood outside the immortal pool and repeated his words to Nangong Qiyue. Compared with half a month ago, Nangong Qiyue has been very different. She has single thin plain clothes. In the cold immortal pool, once 3,000 green silk into a pale snow hair, pale face, bloodless, silk sadness lingers for a long time. Maybe that's what grief is all about. Her sister died because of her gullibility, and the man she once adored cut herself off because of her stupidity. Nangong Qiyue, you're really pathetic. You really deserve it. Seeing that senior sister Nangong did not return to herself, the female disciple delivering the letter did not dare to stay in the pure immortal pool for long. After all, the Yin Empress had ordered that no one should disturb Nangong Qiyue's meditation. If senior sister Nangong hadn't been so kind to her, she would never have sent the letter. After an unknown amount of time, Nangong Qiyue's frost-covered eyelashes moved slightly, and a self-deprecating laugh resounded within the silent immortal pool before returning to calm once again. The Xian Heavenly Tower was located in the Haoren Prefecture, which was separated from the Qian Heavenly Prefecture by no less than 100 million miles. So Gu Shinga and Tantai Qingxian used the Sex teleportation array to cross the spatial distance and head to the Haoren Prefecture. Ink Cloud City, one of the 19 major cities in the Haoren Prefecture, was famous in the Vault of Sang for its abundance of ink stones, which were used exclusively by Confucian cultivators. The interstate teleportation array located in the eastern part of the city lit up, spatial aura filled the air, and 2 figures stepped out from it. The young man was dressed in white, handsome, with a silver thunder pattern on his brow. His temperament was out of this world, the red dust was untainted, and he was dignified and gorgeous, and followed him behind the cold woman, is even more gorgeous, not like the mortal world of the delicate face flawless, rich to the extreme delicate body even by the wide robe cover, but still will be the robe high up, low head not see the toes, to give a person a kind of overburdened illusion. The moment Gu Xingge and Tantai Qingxian appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators, only for most of their gazes to fall on Tantai Qingxian, revealing strange colors. The captain guarding the teleportation area noticed Gu Xingge and looked surprised, seemingly recognizing him. Seeing that Tantai Qingxian was attracting too much attention, Gu Xingge could only take out a muslin bucket hat and have her put it on to block her vision and ward off Divine Sense prying eyes. Afterward, Gu Xingge took Tantai Qingxuan's tender jade hand again and pulled her out of the teleportation area. Senior brother, that woman is so beautiful, especially that sense of purity and coldness, even more pretentious than those Taoist nuns in the myriad pure nunnery. I really want to try her flavor. In the crowd, a handsome young man with a slim figure and an oily head stared at Tantai Qingxuan's back, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, his pale cheeks revealing a swinging smile. The lanky burly man beside him, whose chest was covered with black hair, sniffed and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that big-ass wiggle is too damn hooky. Why don't we do it again? Yin Buguang proposed to Li Kuei, who agreed without thinking. Although they had already done a job last night and would have liked to take a break, but who let that cold Taoist nun be too seductive? The two men's discussion did not avoid the surrounding cultivators, causing the other cultivators to show contemptuous looks. How could such vulgar and unpleasant slurs appear in Mo Yun City? What are you looking at? You want to die, don't you? Do you know who I am? I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, and I'm the master of the sect, but I'm a void refining venerable, so I'm going to destroy your whole family. Li Kuei felt the contemptuous gazes thrown in all directions. His violent temper came up at once, and two spirit weapon great axes appeared in his hands, which were a flurry of slashing. The blade of the axe is full of bloodstains, and there are some meat foam sticking to it, and the grievances are lingering, and between the swings, it seems that there are unjust souls who died in vain wailing. The cultivators dodged to avoid it, and the cultivator guarding the transmission array wanted to step in to suppress Li Kuei, but when he heard him say that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, he held back. Now Huan Haoran State doesn't know that there is a bandit clan among them, causing trouble everywhere, raping and pillaging, killing and setting fire to homes. It's simply the biggest black spot in the Haoran State in 10,000 years. What the Confucian ancestors called nature is inherently evil was demonstrated to the fullest extent by the Heavenly Tao sect. There had also been sects in the Haoran prefecture that had made efforts to suppress the Heavenly Tao sect, but they had all been crushed by the Heavenly Tao sect's patriarch with a strength that was one realm higher. Gradually, no more sects in the Haoran prefecture would dare to mess with the Heavenly Tao sect. Otherwise, with Li Kuei's evil behavior of causing havoc in the teleportation area, he would have been suppressed a long time ago. They just relied on the fact that they were the only 4 disciples of the Heaven's Path sect and acted recklessly, not putting anyone in their eyes, and they also liked to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, pretending to be pusillanimous. Elder brother, let's quickly follow them. Don't let that Taoist nun get away. I can't help but want to taste her already. Yin Buguang reminded Li Kuei that he didn't want to let go of such a beautiful and superb Taoist nun. Li Kuei sniffed, and his tiger eyes glared round at the cultivators who had dodged to the side. Before taking his double axes and catching up with Yin Buguang to catch up with the faraway Tantai Qingxian master and disciple. Captain, should we go inform the city lord? The cultivator guarding the teleportation area asked his own captain, who nodded and told him to go inform the city lord. And the captain looked at Yin Buguang and their backs as if he was looking at a dead man. As the cultivator guarding the interstate transmission array, he recognized the identity of the white-clothed teenager at a glance. The Tao son of the Qiankuan Tao sect, the invincible heavy pupil of the ancient world, the true lord of the divine heavens, Gu Xingge. There was no other reason than because after Gu Xingge achieved yuaning at the age of 18, his portrait spread throughout Vault Sang. The captain also got one and kept it in mind. After all, they who guarded the teleportation array would more or less encounter some big names, and in order to avoid rushing them, they all had to memorize their faces. Daring to mess with Qiankuan Daozi, those 2 bandits from the Heavenly Tao sect would be dead even if they had the backing of a refined void powerhouse. On the other hand, Gu Xingge held Tantai Qingxian and prepared to leave Mo Yun City and head to Xiantian City where Xiantianlu was located. The master and disciples had just walked out of the city, when they suddenly saw 2 large axes flying over their heads, smashing into the 10 meters in front of them, blasting out 2 small craters, and smoke and dust rose up in all directions, blocking their way. This Taoist nun, please stay. A frivolous voice rang out from behind them, and when Gu Xingge heard it, she frowned slightly and turned to look at the 2 people who were chasing after her. Yin Buguang and Li Kuei automatically ignored Gu Xingge, their gazes falling on Tantai Qingxuan's incredibly voluptuous and proud body, permeated with undisguised lechery, itching to eat her up right there and then. Li Kuei wasn't as elegant as Yin Buguang, and even greeted him. He directly exploded his early Jindan stage might, and loudly threatened Gu Xingge. Kid, borrow your Taoist couple to play for a few days. It's okay if you don't agree. It depends on whether you can withstand the old man's fists. Gu Xingge's face was instantly gloomy. Where did the Jindan ants come from? Snatching the Dao couple actually snatched to his head. Isn't this how Ran Prefecture a self-proclaimed state of Confucian cultivation? Just leaving the city and being robbed. It seems to be nothing more than that. Gu Xingge didn't bother to talk nonsense with these two mole crickets, and with a thought, she was ready to condense the power of heaven and earth and directly obliterate these two fellows. Daozi, don't be afraid. We're here to help you. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Tomorrow on the shelves. By the way, update time. From now on every day in the early morning update. And strive for more. End of chapter. Daozi, don't be afraid. We're here to help you. Just as Gu Xingge was preparing to subdue Yun Buguang and Li Kuei, a dozen auras flew out from within Moyun City and landed in unison around the two from the Heavenly Tao sect, surrounding them. Just that it looked like an encirclement. But how did Gu Xingge feel like she was protecting these two guys? The person who came was none other than the city lord of Moyun. He didn't hesitate. He raised his hand to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, directly suppressing them, and letting the several city lords' office providers who came with him take action to handcuff the spirit shackles to the two people from the Heavenly Tao sect, making it impossible for them to mobilize their magical power. And they couldn't move. Yun Buguang raised his head to look angrily at the Incloud City Lord, with the slightest hint of disbelief still revealed in his eyes. Wasn't it not long ago that this guy was still calling himself and the other's brother and sister? How is it that after only 2 days, he's handcuffing them? Sure enough, government dogs just can't be trusted. Li Kuei glared angrily, staring at the Moyun City Lord in death, itching to tear him apart, and roaring and growling at him like a black bear. Kam Nine Yang, hurry up and let go of me. I'm from the Heavenly Tao sect, surname Wu. If you dare to touch me, when our patriarch comes, you'll all have to die. Although Yun Buguang didn't shout, the way he looked at the Incloud City Lord was also filled with killing intent. When Moyun City Lord was roared at by Li Kuei like this, he secretly said that it was not good. Why did he forget to seal this guy's mouth? It was just that the priority right now was to ask Chen Kuan-daozi to leave first. He couldn't allow Chen Kuan-daozi to kill the Heavenly Tao sect's people in Moyun City. The Lord of Moyun City bowed his hand towards Gu Xingge. His face apologized, and he said in a warm voice, "Greetings to Daozi. I am the one who came down late, and almost caused Daozi to have an unpleasant experience in my Moyun City. I hope that Daozi will forgive me." At those words, Gu Xingge nodded slightly, while her eyes fell on Li Kuei and Yun Buguang and thought, are these two guys the disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect? How is it not like what he thought? Heaven's Path sect. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that this sect was the sect of those protagonists in novels, or the sect founded by the protagonist. But these two guys gave him the impression of a bandit. A bandit, not moving and yelling, but also covered in black hair. How to look at it is not like a cultivator of immortality. Living a bandit. There is also a pale face, greasy head, and the body of Yang Yuan flows serious. A look is excessive indulgence, either playboy, or flower picker. Sure it's from the Tian Dao sect? It's not an imposter from somewhere? City Lord Wu, are they sure they're from the Heavenly Tao sect? Gu Xingge inquired. He still didn't believe that these two guys would be from the Heavenly Tao sect. Really, the gap between this and what he had imagined was too great. In his imagination, since there were only 4 disciples in the Heavenly Tao sect, surely every one of them was a heavenly genius. But what were these two guys? A black-haired bandit and a flower picker. I'm afraid this Tian Dao sect is a bandit den. Lord Moyun City nodded his head. He knew that Gu Xingge didn't believe that these two were from the Heavenly Tao sect, but the facts were right in front of him. There was no denying it. Li Kuei was also arrogant and threatened towards Gu Xingge. Kid, knowing that I'm from the Heavenly Tao sect still won't let surname Wu untie me. And also, give your to me to play with for a few days, and then return it to you when I'm tired of playing. The moment these words came out, the Moyun City Lord's face changed greatly, and Gu Xingge's face was also instantly gloomy. Without the slightest bit of thinking, he raised his hand and billions of thunder coalesced, blasting towards Li Kuei. A mere Jindan mole cricket. How dare you speak out of your mouth like this, slurring your words, looking for death. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have the backing of a void refiner? Humph. Today, even if the Heavenly Tao sect patriarch came, he would still behead this fellow all the same. Unexpectedly, the Moyun City Lord dodged and blocked in front of Li Kuei. His mana surged, and a layer of impenetrable earth rock wall rose up, clashing violently with Gu Xingge's thunder. Boo! With a loud bang, the rock wall of the earth crumbled apart, and the thunder went unabated, blasting into the body of the Incloud City Lord. What? The lord of Mo Yun City was startled and hurriedly pinched his magic, and a lofty mountain emerged, enveloping him, Li Kuwei, and the others, which managed to block Gu Xingga's thunder. When Gu Xingga saw Mo Yun City Lord protecting Li Kuwei and the others, she frowned slightly and questioned in a deep voice, Wu City Lord, what do you mean by this? I'm sorry Taoist Gu, I can't let you kill them, please also leave them to Mo Yun Chang to deal with. Mo Yun City Lord forced down the disordered mana in his body and spoke out to plead. In just a moment, Gu Xingga guessed why Lord Mo Yun City was doing this, and understood that he was right to feel the way he did at first. The other party wasn't here to suppress Li Kuwei and the others, but to protect them. As for the reason, it is also obvious. The Heavenly Tao sect only had a total of 4 disciples, and with 2 dead all of a sudden, the Heavenly Tao sect leader would definitely be furious. And since he couldn't take action against the Qian Koan Tao sect, which was far away in the Qian Tian prefecture, he would have to blame Mo Yun Chang. Mo Yun Chang could not withstand the wrath of Avoid Refining Exalt. City Lord Wu, you don't dare to offend the Heavenly Tao sect leader, but you dare to offend this seat? Is it because you think that this seat thinks that the Qian Koan Tao sect is easy to bully? As soon as the words fell, a majestic pressure erupted from Gu Xingga's body, and heaven and earth changed color. In an instant, 10,000 miles of clear sky was covered by infinite dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun. Billions of thunder snakes rolled in the robbery clouds, and brilliant heavenly might poured down, covering 1,000 miles in a radius and shocking all beings and spirits. Lord Mo Yun City and the others were all suppressed by this heavenly might, kneeling on the ground one after another, their bodies and even their souls trembling. Li Kuei and Yun Boguang were even worse, having only been in the Tao for a few months. They were fine with oppressing cultivators weaker than them on a regular basis, and when faced with supreme celestial pride such as Gu Xingga, their faces turned white with fear. Yun Boguang, in particular, directly pissed himself with fear in his eyes. Such a big commotion also startled the many cultivators within Mo Yun City. Although they were curious, they didn't dare to get too close. They could only cautiously probe their divine sense to see what had happened. Lord Mo Yun City raised his head with great difficulty and looked towards the Qian Kuan Daozi, who was surrounded by thunder and was as terrifying as the god of heavenly punishment and thunder, and his heart was horrified beyond measure. Obviously they are all Yuaning cultivators. Why is he so powerful? Is this the gap between the top heavenly pride and ordinary cultivators? It's not even on the same level. Lord Mo Yun City didn't dare to offend the Heavenly Tao sect or the Qian Kuan Tao sect, so he hurriedly apologized to Gu Xingga in a hurried voice. Taoist Gu, I'm not thinking that the Qian Kuan Tao sect and you are good bullies. I just don't want Mo Yun City to be destroyed by the hands of the Heavenly Tao sovereign, so please, Taoist Gu, for the sake of the millions of people in Mo Yun City, hand these 2 over to me. Humph, City Lord Wu, they spoke out to offend this seat's Tao couple. Even if the Heaven's Path sovereign himself is present, this seat will definitely not let them go. If you insist on stopping them, then I won't blame this seat for being merciless and sending you down to the Yellow Springs with them. Gu Xingga snorted coldly, daring to speak out against his woman. Even if the immortal emperor descended to earth today, he would not be able to protect them. Lord Mo Yun City didn't expect Gu Xingga to be so resolute in her attitude, vowing not to stop until she killed Li Kuei and the others. He looked back at the 2 people from the Heaven's Path sect who were already scared silly inside. It's just that, even if the Heavenly Tao Patriarch blames it afterward, he can still push it on Qian Kuan Daozi. Alright, it's my cowardice. Please go ahead, Taoist Gu. After saying that, Mo Yun City Lord moved his body with all his strength and gave way, allowing Gu Xingga to dispose of Li Kuei and Yun Boguang. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for recommendation votes. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. You can't kill me. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, and our walled village master is a strong void refining master. If you dare to kill us, our walled village master won't let you go. This Taoist, if you don't kill us, our Heavenly Tao sect will definitely not come after you. Just for the sake of our patriarch, bypass us. Just let us go like a fart. Li Kuei and Yun Boguang were staring and begging Gu Xingga, hoping that he would let them off the hook. Gu Xingga was unmoved, only hearing one of them call the walled city lord and the other patriarch. Her heart was puzzled. He dodged in front of the 2, reaching out and pressing his hand on the head of the terrified Li Kuei, his divine sense recklessly probing into his mind and forcibly searching his soul. Ah! The pain of having his soul forcibly searched caused Li Kuei to wail, as if someone was cutting his flesh with a knife, inch by inch, in excruciating pain. A few moments later, Gu Xingga withdrew her palm, and Li Kuei lost his movement, fainting from the pain, and even if he woke up, he would still be an idiot. After that, he forced Yun Boguang to search his soul to see more about the Heavenly Tao sect. After going through all of Li Kuei's and Yun Boguang's memories, Gushinga had gained quite a bit of understanding of the Heaven's Path sect, especially the person who was the Heaven's Path patriarch, and had even surmised his identity. I see. Looks like another system owner? In Li Kuei's memory, half a year ago they were just bandits on a desolate and wild mountain in Haoran State, with a stronghold called Tendo Fortress. The old fortress master said nice things about taking them to do justice to heaven, but in fact he was taking 4 of his men to stop the road and rob the house. As a result, it didn't take long for the old walled city lord to die, and the young walled city lord Long Ao Tian's head accidentally hit the old walled city lord's coffin and passed out. After the young fortress master woke up, he was like a different person. Unlike the previous coyness, he also showed immortal means and renamed the Tiantao fortress as the Tiantao sect. Long Ao Tian accepted the 4 of them as disciples, made them address him as the sovereign, and used divine means to forcefully raise their cultivation levels, so that they would go around causing trouble, and then let him step in and suppress those who were provoked, thus plundering the spirit stone resources. In Li Kuei's memories of them, Gushinga also saw the exhausting blood debts they had committed, raping and pillaging, eating people's children alive, humiliating people's wives and daughters in front of their husbands, so it could be said that they had done nothing but evil, and they had even slaughtered mortal cities and towns. And all these evil deeds were done to draw enemies to Long Ao Tian. And every time, Long Ao Tian would display strength that was 1 realm higher than the enemy and crush them. Through this characteristic, Gushinga guessed that Long Ao Tian was also a system owner, and the one he got should be the kind of system that was always 1 level higher than others. By confirming the opponent's cultivation, the system will raise the host's strength to always be 1 level higher than the opponent. If it was any other system, Gushinga might be afraid of it for a moment or two. But this kind of system that forcibly raised his cultivation and relied on his realm to crush him, he was the least afraid of it. Truly supreme heavenly prides have the ability to cross the level and challenge against the odds. If this Heaven's Path sovereign only possessed the ability to crush low realms with high realms, then he would not be as much of a threat as a Heaven's Pride. Gushinga waved her hand and a thunderbolt landed on Li Kuei's and their bodies, splitting both of them into ashes. Even their souls were dispersed, with no possibility of reincarnation. Seeing this, the Ink Cloud City Lord let out a sigh, only hoping that the Heavenly Tao Sovereign would not take it out on them. Seeing the sorrow of City Lord Mo Yun, Gushinga pacified in a faint voice. City Lord Wu, you don't have to worry about the Heaven's Path sect leader coming after you. That guy doesn't have the guts to do that. According to Yun Boguang's memories, Long Ao Tian was cautious, and every time he dared to appear only when he let the 4 of their minions introduce them to the small barren mountain of the Heavenly Tao sect. Therefore, even if Li Kuei and the others died, Long Ao Tian would not dare to come to Mo Yun City. Then I'll borrow Daozi's good advice. The Ink Cloud City Lord cupped his fists and said, after resolving the 2 people from the Heavenly Tao sect, Gushinga didn't stay in Mo Yun City for long, holding Tantai Qingxian, who was silent on the side, and left Mo Yun City, Xian Tian City, the huge city built by Xian Tian Lu, which was second only to the Haoran Academy Palace in Haoran Prefecture, and it was not built on the ground, but 10,000 feet in the air, like a huge beast that covered the sky and stood above the green underworld. With the convening of the Heavenly Great Auction, all the forces in Voltsang that possessed Yuaning and above cultivators received the news in advance and rushed to Xiantian City from hundreds of millions of miles away. Thousands of spirit boats, airships, and flying spirit beasts poured into Xiantian City unceasingly, causing the sky outside the city to become somewhat crowded. Dozens of brilliant sword lights skimmed over the green destiny, instantly attracting the attention of many cultivators. And before a bunch of sword light is a handsome young man. He lies on his side on the flying sword, holding a wine gourd in his hand, facing the wind, from time to time to pour himself 2 mouths, so free and happy. It also drew gasps from a crowd of cultivators. That's a sword cultivator from the Ling Shao sword sect. He's worthy of being the #1 sect in the Cloudy Sky Prefecture. They are all Jindan cultivators. Could the Yuaning in the lead be the rumored Wine Sword Immortal? Wine Sword Immortal. Could it be the Wine Sword Immortal who gets stronger by drinking? Who uses 100 altars of falling moon frostless as a guide to go straight to Yuaning? Whose sword intent draws 10,000 swords into submission? And who is as dashing as an immortal when he's drunk? It's worthy of being a heaven great auction. Even the Wine Sword Immortal has attracted it, just as the crowd of cultivators marveled. Another treasure ship traveled by. The treasure ship was jade-colored, shrouded within multicolored spiritual light. The ship's hull was carved with a portrait of a goddess mending the heavens, embellished with thousands of multicolored lotuses and surrounded by phoenixes, exquisite and magnificent. Some cultivators recognized the treasure ship and subconsciously exclaimed in shock, the Divine Maiden ship of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Could it be that the Divine Maiden of the Heaven Mending Pavilion has also come? What? The goddess of the Heaven Mending Pavilion is here. Where is it? Where is it? As soon as they heard about the divine maiden of the heaven-mending pavilion, some of the cultivators' eyes glistened with as much excitement as they could muster. After all, that divine maiden of the heaven-mending pavilion was in existence, ranked in the top 10 in the list of absolute beauty listed by the Qian Heavenly Tower. Rumor has it that she has a unique appearance, cold and lonely, is the birth of the innate Taoist, born with the Tao, but only peach and plum age, is already a yuaning powerhouse. Countless people wanted to catch a glimpse of her face, but they were all covered by the veil, and even the transformation god celestials were unable to see her. Subsequently, representatives from 10 more waves of forces came. There was the heaven-breaking mountain, which was dominated by sword cultivators, the Dan city, which was dominated by Dan cultivators, the Luophone ghost capital, which was dominated by soul cultivators, and the heaven-intercepting sect, which was the opposite of the pavilion of heaven-mending's morality. Just as the cultivators were still discussing whether the divine maiden of the heaven-mending pavilion was beautiful or the demonic maiden of the heaven-intercepting sect was more beautiful, a dragon roar suddenly sounded, echoing beyond the 9 heavens. Quite a few flying spirit beasts heard this dragon's roar, and were so frightened that their bodies froze and fell out of the air. It's a pain in the ass for spirit animal owners. Everyone's gazes, including the representatives of the group of forces that had yet to enter the city, were also attracted by the sound of the dragon's roar. The golden light shimmered and covered the sky. They saw a golden true dragon flying from the distant sky. The dragon body is slim and slender, 100 feet long. The back width is also more than 10 feet. Its dragon horns are like coral, glittering with golden light. The golden dragon scales are as if poured with gold, glittering in the sun's illumination. The dragon's might is pervasive, seems to be venting, and on top of the golden dragon's head stood 2 figures, of which the white-clothed figure caused many cultivators to recognize it at a glance. With feet on a golden dragon and eyes with heavy pupils, it's Qiankuan Daozi. P.S. Ask for bounties, ask for recommendation votes, ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. The Qian Heavenly Tower had released 2 major lists, which were the list of absolute splendor and the list of absolute men and women. The list of absolute beauty recorded 100 beauties in the Voltsang domain, and those who could make it to the list all had worldly looks, while the list of absolute generation of people recorded the 100 heavenly prides of Voltsang, regardless of gender, based on talent and battle results. The one who resided high at the top of the People's Heroes list was none other than Gu Xingge. The master of the Qian Heavenly Building had said this about Gu Xingge: "Foot on the golden dragon, eye born of heavy pupils, have the appearance of the heavenly sun, the capital of the true immortal, against the flow of water. Pure invincibility is not a delusion. The greatness of heaven and earth, it is difficult to come up with 2 of them also." Such an exaggerated evaluation was recognized by most of the cultivators in Voltsang, as Gu Xingge's performance was obvious to all Voltsang cultivators. His enlightenment was heaven-defying, and while ordinary cultivators needed 10 years, or even 100 years, to comprehend the divine secret techniques, Gu Xingge only needed 3 days at most to fully comprehend them. He had a brilliant battle record. He had used the power of his Jindan to forcefully decapitate a great demon with a great roundness of yuaning. He had also gone deep into a foreign land and rescued millions of living beings. And he had even fought with a great demon of the god of transformation for a few days just after breaking through the yuaning and subdued it. The top of the man's list is well deserved. Gu Xingge's arrival shocked countless cultivators outside Xiantian city. Although they had heard of many of Gu Xingge's deeds, the vast majority of cultivators were also seeing this heavy pupil for the first time. On the heaven-mending treasure ship, a delicate figure came out. She looked at the golden dragon from afar. Her eyes were like autumn water, landing on Gu Xingge's face. Pondering, the Ling Xiao sword sex wine sword immortal also stopped drinking. He put down his wine gourd and stared at Gu Xingge without looking away. A flash of color flashed from the bottom of his eyes, seemingly disdainful and murderous. On the Luophone ghost car, Yan Luozi rose, his battle intent like an oven, pointing directly at Gu Xingge. The celestial pride of the great sacred sect of Vault Mulberry appeared one after another, looking at Gu Xingge from afar. They had more or less heard of the exploits of this supreme human being, but they had never fought against him, and their hearts were more than a little disconcerted. Now that I've seen it, it's only natural to compete with it. It's just that none of them chose to be the first out of the gate. After all, guns blazing, as the golden dragon flew closer and closer, someone eventually couldn't hold back and took the lead. A blade light flew out from the Skybreaker Mountain's blade giant ship, heading straight for the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon was furious. The dragon's claws flashed with golden light, grabbing at the radiant blade light. The two touched each other, like a needle point against a wheat aristocrat, and the blade light was easily blocked and pinched into crumbs. The strength of the flesh of the dragon race is far beyond that of other living beings, so a mere air-breaking blade Qi would not be able to injure her in the slightest. Wazengwi's dragon eyes glared angrily as killing intent filled the air. She was already upset after being locked up in a small dark room for over 3 months. And not long after she came out, she was attacked. Ask anyone who's in a good mood. A spirit light flew out of the blade giant ship and blocked in front of the golden dragon. Spiritual light dispersed. A burly figure appeared in the eyes of a crowd of cultivators. He was 9 feet tall. His features were resolute. A blue strong suit. The knife aura lingered on his body, holding a 9-ringed large knife. The knife body was engraved with a poor beast pattern. The fury was filled with the sharpness of the sharpness. Heaven-breaking mountain Xiao Zhanyun. Today I would like to ask Qin Kuandaozi. I wonder if he would dare to fight. Xiao Zhanyun's great sword was raised high with the intention of asking Gu Xingge. His resolute face was full of wariness, and his refreshing voice echoed in everyone's ears. Since all of them don't dare to be the first to challenge Qin Kuandaozi, then I, Xiao Zhanyun, will be the one to stand out. Let's see if Qin Kuandaozi's heavy pupil is powerful or if his greatsword is sharper. Upon hearing Xiao Zhanyun's name, some cultivators immediately murmured. Xiao Zhanyun, the 19th ranked Blade King on the human Jie list. He actually wants to ask for the Qin Kuandao's son. I'm afraid he's crazy. You're the one who's crazy. Xiao Knife King is the strongest heavenly pride of Broken Heaven Mountain. His strength is unfathomable. Some time ago, he also fought with the goddess of transformation Demon King, and even chopped off a foot of the Demon King. Even if it's the Qin Kuandaozi, he may not be able to block the Knife King's astonishing knife. You are thinking about fart eating. Taoist Gu once suppressed a Demon King of the Transformation Spirit Purple Mansion realm, not just chopping off a foot of the Demon King like Xiao Zhanyun did. According to Lao Fu, this Xiao Blade King is afraid that he will be beaten as a head out of the crowd. Look at the other great sects and holy sects of the heavenly pride. All of them are pressing on, wanting to use Xiao Blade King to test the waters, to see Qin Kuandaozi's tactics. Xiao Zhanyun is going to lose a lot of face this time. Some people mindlessly blew Xiao Zhanyun, while others felt that he was bound to lose. Xiao Zhanyun's ears were sharp, and after hearing the surrounding cultivators' comments, he was unmoved, as if all these idle words didn't exist, and there was only the white-clothed figure standing on top of the golden dragon in his eyes. Gu Xingge looked down at Xiao Zhanyun, who raised his sword to ask for help. His heavy pupils flashed with gold and silver light, and the two qi of yin and yang flowed, as if evolving chaos, and as if it was as deep as an abyss, taking in the hearts of the people. His thin lips lightly opened, his voice indifferent. You are not this seat's opponent. Stand down. Daozi has spoken too much. How do you know you're not an opponent unless you try? How could Xiao Zhanyun back down because of Gu Xingge's words? His eyes glazed over. Since you refuse to fight, then I will force you to fight. Xiao Zhanyun instantly shook the poor man's sky-slashing blade, and the infinite blade qi came out through his body, sweeping through the sky and underground, cutting through the blue and the dark. The surrounding cultivators sensed that a great battle was about to take place and hurriedly withdrew hundreds of miles away. Even the representatives of those great sects and holy clans were no exception. Xiao Zhanyun looked at Gu Xingge from afar. His aura was like a rainbow, like a supreme divine sword, and he was determined to compete with him. Gu Daozi, please savor this blade of mine. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Zhanyun's saber intent transformed into 1,000 blades, condensing endless saber qi, mana like a spring, his entire body muscles bulging, qi and blood rippling, violently wielding the poor man's heavenly blade. In the next moment, a majestic to the extreme, far more powerful than the previous skybreaking saber qi tens of times, an overwhelming saber qi chopped out, and wherever it passed through, anything and everything that existed was split in two. Blade qi cut through the sky, space was cut through an unhealable crack, going like a dragon, blocking unstoppable, retreating. This blade caused the gods to retreat and beheaded the beasts. This knife that condensed Xiao Zhanyun's lifelong comprehension of the Tao of the knife could cut through the heavens, cut through 10,000 mountains, and cut through the transformation gods. This slash kind of flashed to Gu Xingge's heavy pupils. Seeing his insistence, Gu Xingge sighed softly. People are red and there are many rights and wrongs. Since you want to challenge him so badly, let's make it happen. Gu Xingge slowly raised her hand and transformed her hand into a sword, seemingly as plain as a child's play. But as he swung it, it was as if a supreme heavenly blade appeared in everyone's eyes. To cut through this heaven and earth, there was no fancy sword energy strewn about, and the visions were amazing. Only to see Gu Xingge's hand knife lightly swung down, the supreme heavenly knife in the eyes of the crowd followed suit, and even directly cut the shocking knife that coalesced Xiao Zhanyun's entire knife qi into two halves. In an instant, it dissipated into nothingness. It was a slash, a scribble, but it worked. Seeing that his most proud blade was so easily dissolved, Xiao Zhanyun froze on the spot, and the poor man's heavenly chopping blade slipped out of his hand and fell 10,000 feet into the air. The heaven-mending goddess eyes widened in shock, showing disbelief. Wine Sword Immortal's originally sideways lying body immediately sat up straight. the wine gourd spilled without even realizing it. Yan Luozi's originally high fighting spirit instantly extinguished. Struck with this slash, Gu Shengge not only chopped away Xiao Zhenyun's saber qi, but also cut off the other's thoughts of trying to challenge him. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Please ask for a monthly ticket. By the way, all the big brothers, more comments. See your comments. I have the motivation to update. End of chapter. Just by using his hand as a sword, a light swing broke the full-strength sword of Xiao Zhenyun, the 19th in the list of human Jie, who was called the King of Swords. This kind of shocking scene once again refreshed all the cultivators' perception of Qian Kuan-daozi. They guessed that Xiao Zhenyun would lose to Gu Shengge, but they didn't expect him to lose so completely, so childishly. Xiao Zhenyun looked up at Gu Shengge, his eyes filled with shock. Was the gap between them that big? Obviously, they were both at the yuaning stage, but it gave Xiao Zhenyun the feeling as if he and Gu Shengge were not at the same level. It is like a firefly on the ground and the sun in the 9 heavens. There is no comparison. Even that god transformation demon king from before had not given him this feeling. Could it be that he has broken through to transformation? Xiao Zhenyun thought of this possibility, and he forced down the qi and mana that was rolling around in his body and inquired with a trembling voice. Daoist Gu, I dare to ask if you've broken through to transformation spirit, transfiguration of God, the heaven-mending goddess, Yan Luozi, wine sword immortal, Prince De Yu, and the other great powers. Heavenly princes looked at Gu Shengge, all revealing shocked expressions. Didn't the rumors say that he had only just broken through to yuaning? How did he achieve transformation so quickly? Above the golden dragon, Gu Shengge lightly shook her head and said in a faint voice, this seat has not yet achieved transformation, God. Then why were you able to easily defuse this slash of mine? Even a demon king of transformation would retreat in the face of my full-strength slash. Just how strong are you? Xiao Zhenyun was stunned. Just how strong was this Qian Kuan-daozi? The other celestial pride was also shocked. This was even more terrifying than breaking through the transformation god. Gu Shengge glanced at Xiao Zhenyun and replied with a voice devoid of sadness or joy, as if she was stating a fact. How strong is this seat? This is a good question. Now that you are still only at the yuaning stage, your vision is still narrow. Seeing me is like a frog in the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. In the future, when you reach the god of transformation and look again, it will be like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. To put it in more colloquial terms, it means that you and I are both at the yuaning realm right now, and after being defeated you think I'm powerful and feel that I'm not at the same level, but you don't know how powerful I really am. That's fine. In the future, when you reach the realm of the transfigured god, you'll know how powerful I really am. A yuaning killing a transformation god is also like slaughtering a pig and killing a dog. Such arrogant words did not cause many cultivators to object, because Gu Shengge had this capital to be arrogant and could be arrogant. At this moment, the invincible name of the heavy pupil was once again engraved within the hearts of the crowd. The golden dragon swayed and turned into a golden stream of light that flew past Xiao Zhenyun's head, leaving behind a faint golden mark, as if it was an insurmountable moat that could never be crossed. Only when the golden dragon entered the city did the cultivators outside Xintian City come back to their senses, and they looked at Gu Shengge's disappearing back, filled with awe. The strong always deserve respect. Except, of course, for those who like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. They deserve to be scolded and provoked, and are just cheap at heart. The wine sword immortal took a sip of the fine wine, his sword brows slightly raised, and his eyes flowed with the slightest sword intent as he murmured, interesting, this is what qualifies you to be this sword immortal's opponent. Let this sword immortal take another look at what qualifies you to be the enemy that the system must kill. The battle outside the city soon spread throughout Xintian City as the cultivators entered. For a time, countless cultivators and forces within Xintian City were shocked and talking. Have you heard? The heaven-breaking mountain's Blade King asked for the Qian Kuan Daoist son and ended up being defeated by a single move. More than that Qian Kuan Daozi just lightly waved his hand and broke Xiao Zhenyun's all-out slash without even using divine spells. Hiss, is it that strong? Didn't you say that Qian Kuan Daozi had only just broken through to yuaning not long ago? 19 on the human Jia list also want to challenge the top of the list. I think Xiao Zhenyun is drunk. He deserves to lose. As for the protagonist of the much-discussed great battle, Gu Shengge brought Tantai Qinxian to the Qian Kuan Dao sect's stronghold in Xintian City right after entering the city. It was a floating palace, black and white, towering and majestic, standing in the east of Xintian City. The Dao sect steward arranged 2 halls for Gu Shengge's teacher and disciple to rest. Inside the temple, Gu Shengge took out the age god pearl and ingested the Howdy burning world amazing from it. As soon as the Howdy burning world amazing amazement appeared, the frenzy and blazing heat it displayed caused Gu Shengge to be a bit unable to grasp it. The golden imperial flame struggled in his palm, trying to break away from Gu Shengge's control. If it was before, Gu Shengge didn't have the confidence to refine it. But times were different nowadays. with the fire ancestor witch divine infant. Not to mention the how deep burning world amazing, even if it was an immortal fire from the upper realms, he could subdue it. The sacred Dan metamorphosed into a divine infant, and the avatar seed it contained grew into an intrinsic avatar. Gu Xingge, who already possessed the 4 ancestral sorcerer god infants, had also obtained 4 innate divine abilities. The name of the ancestral witch of fire's innate divine ability was called Royal Fire. And although the name was plain and uninteresting and sounded like an ordinary fire control technique, it was extremely powerful. Once you perform this divine ability, you can defend all the fires of the heavens, and no matter what kind of fire you are, you have to submit to it. As for the other 3 ancestral witches' divine abilities, they were the ancestral witch of thunders, thunder control, the ancestral witch of ices, ice extinction, and the ancestral witch of woods, rejuvenation. Gu Xingge's heavy pupil flashed with a flash of red aura, and the royal fire divine ability was executed. And in an instant, the Howdy burning world amazing was refined without the slightest obstruction. With this fire, refining the intrinsic magic treasure in the future will definitely be able to go to another level. Gu Xingge drove the Howdy burning world amazing, changing various shapes in her hands, while uttering a sigh of emotion. This Howdy burning world amazing flame was a gold line emperor flame, an absolute divine fire that refiners could only dream of, capable of perfectly quenching out the impurities of spiritual materials and forging the most flawless magic treasures. If there is a lack of spirit stones in the future, as long as he puts out the word that he is in possession of the Howdy burning world amazing, there are bound to be countless cultivators who will come to plead with him to help them to quench and repair their own treasure, in order to maintain the treasure's optimal state. Of course, Gu Xingge was just joking. After putting the Howdy burning world amazing inside her body, Gu Xingge was just about to leave the temple and go looking for Tantai Qingxian when she heard a respectful voice coming from outside. Daozi, the maid of the goddess of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, has sent an invitation letter, wanting to ask you to go to the Heaven's Pride Gathering. At those words, Gu Xingge froze slightly. Regarding this Heaven Mending Pavilion goddess, he had also heard about it, and it was said to be an innate Taoist fetus, which, like the supreme Taoist body, was a special physique that was attuned to the Tao. The speed of its cultivation was so fast that it wasn't much inferior to Gu Xingge's. He was already a Yuaning powerhouse at the age of peach and plum, and it wasn't a problem for him to achieve God realization within 100 years of age. Gu Xingge pondered for a while before asking the attendant outside the door to bring the invitation. It's idle anyway, so go join in just to pass the time. The invitation was beautifully handwritten with a faint Taoist rhythm, written by the goddess of the Heaven Mending Pavilion herself. The Heaven Mending Goddess invited Gu Xingge to attend the evening's Heaven's Pride Gathering, the location of which was at the Heaven Mending Subcourt in Xiantian City, and besides him, there were other Heaven's Pride of other forces, all of which were on the human Jia ranking. At the end, the Heaven Mending Goddess also labeled the expectation of sitting with Gu Xingge and discussing the Tao. Gu Xingge took the invitation and told the attendant to go back to Mending Heaven Pavilion to let the people know that he would be on time for the appointment. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. The night of Xiantian City is still noisy. The street next to the palace countless, brilliant, bright lights. Look around. The Chinese light flow, a piece of spiritual light reflecting the thousands of palaces. Performances such as a dreamlike scene. Starlight like a waterfall. Moonlight dropping. The entire Xiantian City is covered in a layer of star and moon veil. Magnificent. Like a divine city in the sky. The intoxicating fragrance of fragrant wine wafted out from within a tall building. And vaguely, several delicate figures swayed in the building, showing off their charm. This scene attracted an unknown number of cultivators inside. On the main street, Gu Xingge followed behind Ji Gue, who was a step behind, and according to the location on the invitation, arrived at the Heaven Mending Branch Pavilion in Xiantian City, mending the spiritual Qi. It was a jade palace, suspended in mid-air. Every brick and tile of the palace was carved from jade, carved beams and painted buildings, beautiful and exquisite. Situated in the clouds, extending 999 layers of white jade steps, surrounded by white mist. Beautiful. Gu Xingge lifted his foot towards the white jade steps, but the moment he landed, the scenery around him quickly passed by in a flash. Even Wu Zhengui hadn't reacted to the fact that her master, who was still in front of her, had appeared at the end of the jade steps in the next second. In front of the spirit Qi, the 8 beautiful maids who had come to greet the heavenly pride of the major powers were stunned, and one word all came to mind. Shrinking. A tactic that could only be used by those who were skillful and proficient in the way of space. It's just that didn't Qiankuan Daozi enter the Tao with thunder law? I didn't expect him to be so proficient in the way of space as well. Daoist Gu, my goddess has been waiting for a long time. Please follow the maidservant. The 8 maids are all foundation cultivators, not too old, put into some small clans or rare genius. but in this complementary spirit K, but can only do to lead the way, as well as pouring tea and wine work. The depth of the heaven-mending pavilion was indeed profound, worthy of being a great sect with 100,000 years of inheritance. A flash of golden light flashed, and Jigue also flew up, following Gu Shunga into the Spirit K under the guidance of the Spirit K's maidservant. Passing through the palace gate, the interior of the palace was even more open than it appeared from the outside, divided into many areas and presenting 100 different sights. The maidservant led the way in front of them, bringing them to the depths of the Spirit K, an area where only honored guests could step into. A Jade Q. Gu Daozi, please come in. Gu Shunga brought a nod of his head and walked into the Jade K with Jigue, and there were already quite a few people present in the Jade K. Among them were Xiao Zhanyun, who had waved his sword at him during the day, and Wine Sword Immortal from the Ling Xiao sword sect. His arrival attracted the attention of many people, among whom there was surprise, amazement, and awe. Xiao Zhanyun didn't expect the heaven-mending goddess to even invite Qianku and Daozi, and was secretly surprised, and his mind couldn't help but recall the passage from the daytime. Gu Shunga casually found a seat and sat down, closed his eyes and waited quietly for the appearance of the heaven-mending goddess. Wazengui lowered his eyebrows and stood honestly beside him. A few moments later, the heaven-mending goddess descended from the sky, her snow-white long skirt fluttering. Under the bright moon, she was like a moon palace fairy, incomparably holy, cold and absolute, attracting the attention of everyone present. Her face with a thin veil, covering the beautiful face, 3,000 green silk pulled up, woven into a flying bun, a pair of Rue Phoenix eyes flowing with the autumn water waves of light, the slender body covered with a light moonlight, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate and touching. There is a trace of the Taoist rhyme lingering, out of the world. Seeing the heaven-mending goddess landed, some of the heavenly prides got up to greet her, and the heaven-mending goddess nodded in response. Her pink lips under the veil lightly opened. Her voice was gentle and melodious, refreshing. Xiao thanks all of you for your appreciation and willingness to come here for a gathering. If there is any lack of hospitality, please forgive me. Xiao is here to make amends first. Divine Maiden is joking. Since it is Divine Maiden who has invited me, how could I not come? Quickly take a seat. We have come to wait for Divine Maiden to preside over the sermon. A blue-clothed youth laughed out, his words filled with admiration for the heaven-mending goddess. Xiao sat down at the main seat. Her beautiful eyes swept over the people present, and when she saw Gu Shunga, she lingered for a little while. She withdrew her gaze, and a faint smile surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face under the veil as she softly said, "Gentlemen." Unexpectedly, just as the heaven-mending goddess opened her mouth, a flirtatious voice that was numbing to the bones suddenly sounded, interrupting Xiao's words. "Aya Xiao sister, how do you carry people behind your back for everything ah? If it wasn't for my younger sister who happened to be passing by, I really didn't know that sister you invited so many heavenly pride to discuss the Tao with you. It's just that my sister has a doubt. With so many people, can this body of yours stand it, sister? Ha ha ha." In the next moment, the scenery changed in front of everyone's eyes, as if countless stunningly beautiful fairies without a single piece of silk appeared, exhaling to the crowd, swaying and tugging at their hearts and minds. Gu Shunga frowned slightly, her heavy pupils flowing with the two qi of yin and yang, her eyes like sharp swords, stabbing at the voluptuous fairy that lunged towards her. The fairy illusion broke at the touch of a button, and the stunning fairies in front of the others dissipated. Seeing that Gu Shunga had made a move to break the illusion, the heaven-mending goddess dispersed the mana in her palm, and her gaze then looked at the troublemaker. The crowd of celestial pride also looked towards the person who had cast the illusion, which was a charming woman who was demonic to the extreme. The woman's head was born with long vertical fox ears, and a golden lotus flower was tied to her long black flowing hair, while the color of the ends of her hair was dark red. She has a delicate melon face, foxy eyes slender seductive, agate nose jade quite, especially the corner of her eye that a tear mole, but also added a touch of unnoticeable charm. Cherry jade lips slightly open and closed, vaguely can see her little pink tongue. The black jacket wrapped around the fox charming woman's enchanting body, outlining her beauty to the fullest, with the red-edged neckline wide open, round and huge, her skin white and watery, with lotus flowers as the cuffs, and a lot of lotus flowers embellished on her body as well, and her hips were perky, with 5 cherry pink foxtails, which condensed together and transformed into one big fluffy foxtail. The skirt of the jacket is even open to the extreme, revealing the woman's pair of slender legs, a typical wineglass shape, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The thighs are very tight and plump, while the calves are slender and slender, standing on the ground with bare feet, with golden bells hanging from the ankles, jingling. The fox charming woman has a lot of flavor between her knitted brows and smile, and few people can resist it. However, all of the people present were all prideful people cultivated by the major forces. and were not seduced by the fox charming woman, only that some guys still couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Seeing that her illusion had been broken so easily, June Mengqing looked back at the person who had struck. This look, however, caused her to freeze on the spot. A flash of surprise surfaced from her beautiful eyes, but quickly disappeared. Xiao was quite dissatisfied with the uninvited June Mengqing, but due to the crowd present, it was not good for her to get angry, so she just spoke out. June Mengqing, this is a gathering of my human race's celestial pride, and it is inconvenient to invite you here, so I did not send you an invitation. Please forgive me, and please leave this place. Do not disturb our discourse. June Mengqing. Upon hearing this name, some of the heavenly pride suddenly came to a realization. No wonder it was so demonic and moving. It turned out to be her. If there was anyone in the vaulted mulberry domain who was most at odds with the heaven-mending goddess, it would inevitably be the June Mengqing in front of her. It is rumored that she has a 9-tailed sky fox bloodline, and now she has 5 tails, and is the young emperor of the Fox clan's holy land Qingqiu, even more worshipped in the same with 100,000 years of history of the interception of heavenly religion, was honored as the saint girl. Its strength is unfathomable. It is said to have reached the late stage of the Yuaning. Gu Xingge noticed the gaze cast by June Mengqing and was a bit puzzled. She seemed to recognize herself. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Sister is joking. This heaven-mending spirit K opens its doors for business, welcoming guests from all directions. Even if sister you are the goddess of the heaven-mending pavilion, there is categorically no way of expelling guests, right? In the face of the heaven-mending goddess' verbal repulsion, June Mengqing raised her hand to lightly cover her small mouth and said with a smiling face, she didn't believe that Xiao would do something out of character in front of so many people. This heaven-mending goddess is the one who loves her feathers the most. When Xiao heard this, although she was unwilling to let June Mengqing stay here, she was in the way, but she could not afford to have an attack to forcefully expel her. Seeing that simple verbal repulsion was unable to invite away June Mengqing, this thick-skinned person, Xiao did not want to let this tart fox delay the discourse gathering, and promptly switched to another method. Intercepting Heaven Holy Maiden, since you also want to participate in this discourse, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as one of you here is willing to speak on your behalf and allow you to participate, then it's fine, and I won't say another word about it. What appeared to be giving June Mengqing a chance was actually giving everyone present a choice of where to stand. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion and the Heaven-Intercepting Sect are both the only remaining 100,000-year-old great religions in Voltsang, with long histories, great powers that have produced ascended masters, and even when looking at the Tsangming Great World, they are also top great religions with unfathomable depths. Even the Qiankuan Dao sect was much inferior to the two great sects. Legend has it that the founders of these two great religions were twin brothers who disagreed on their philosophies and thus went their separate ways, and even became Taoist enemies because of the subsequent development of the great religions. The Pavilion of Mending Heaven proclaims that the world should follow the way of heaven, and if heaven and earth are in trouble, one should respond to the calamity with one's own body, mend the heaven and carry on the way, and save the people from being born in the fire and water. The Interceptor Church advocates going against the grain of heaven, which is not to be feared, and if a calamity falls from the sky, one should save oneself and seek survival, rise to the challenge, and intercept a thread of life in the midst of all the calamities to protect all beings on earth and in the heavens. The two seemingly opposite doctrines are not much different at all. It is just that with the development and evolution of 100,000 years, although this doctrine has not changed, the hearts and minds of the people have changed, and the meaning of understanding have all changed. Every generation of heaven-mending pavilion goddesses and godchildren, and the holy daughter and holy son of the heaven-intercepting sect, were all in an undying relationship. The people present all fell into silence as they heard the words. Although they were heavenly prides, they were only heavenly prides, and although the forces behind them were powerful, they were still far from the heaven-mending pavilion. There was no need to offend the heaven-mending pavilion for the sake of the heaven-intercepting sect, which was already at odds with the power they were in. Gu Xingge frowned slightly. How could he not hear what the heaven-mending goddess meant? This was trying to force them to take sides, but he had one drawback as a person, and that was that he had bad teeth, and he was a soft eater, and the best thing is not leaping realms to kill the enemy, but not following the rules. Just when Xiao thought that no one would speak up for June Mengqing and was about to squeeze her a bit, Gu Xingge spoke up. Fellow Daoist Xiao, since fellow Daoist June is also here to discuss the Dao, then stay. This seat would like to listen to her talk about the intercepting heavenly teachings and corroborate this seat's way. His thin lips slightly opened and his indifferent voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. The other celestial pride present froze for a moment as they looked at Gu Xingge, somewhat surprised, but feeling normal. They didn't dare offend the heaven-mending pavilion. but Gu Shunga had the capital. The eyes of the heaven-mending goddess stared, a hint of dismay showing in her beautiful eyes. She never expected the Qian Kuan Daozi to speak for Jun Mengqing. According to Shi Yao's understanding, the Chen Kuan Dao sect had no connection with the heaven-intercepting sect, and Gu Shunga and Jun Mengqing shouldn't know each other either. Why is he sticking up for slutty fox? It's hard not to look at her. This thought popped into the mind of the heaven-mending goddess, but it was quickly dispelled by her, secretly saying that it was impossible. Even if Jun Mengqing, the Tai fox, possessed the nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline, seductive and incomparable, a transfiguration celestial might not be able to block it. But Qian Kuan Daozi, being at the top of the list of human masters, would never be charmed by her? There must be some other reason. Could it be that he had annoyed him by making them take sides? Thinking about this, Shi Yao felt a twinge of remorse in her heart. Originally, today's argument was to pull together Qian Kuan Daozi, but I never thought that it would be a mistake, and I made it difficult for myself. When Jun Mengqing heard Gu Shunga speak up for herself, her foxy eyes instantly lit up, not to mention how happy she was. Her gaze full of spring water's colorful waves fell on that white-clothed figure, and it was on the verge of pulling silk. Humph, slutty fox. Shi Yao snorted coldly in her heart when she saw Jun Mengqing looking at Gu Shunga without taking her eyes off. Blame this Tai fox. Didn't even invite her. What is she doing here? And also wicked his own impression in Qian Kuan Daozi's mind, forcing her heart to hold back her displeasure. Shi Yao smiled and said, since it's the Qian Kuan Daoist son who has opened his mouth, Shi Yao is willing to give you this face. Come on, give the intercepting heavenly holy maiden a seat. No need. I have a place to sit. At those words, Jun Mengqing decisively rejected Shi Yao. I'm not your subordinate. I don't want you to give me a seat. With that, Jun Mengqing stepped in front of Gu Shunga with her plump legs, bare feet on the white jade floor, golden bells swaying between her ankles, swaying her fluffy fox tail. Seeing the intercepting heavenly saintess walk towards her, Gu Shunga was slightly puzzled. What does this woman want? Oh, is it so exciting to play? Under the eyes of everyone, Jun Mengqing even sat directly on Gu Shunga, her long and slender legs resting on her legs, as if she were a little fox, her upper body curled up in his arms, her bewitching pretty face showing some nostalgia, as well as satisfaction. With this move, not only the people present, even Gu Shunga was stunned. When Wine Sword Immortal saw Jun Mengqing taking such initiative, he instantly regretted it. Had he known that this heaven-intercepting holy maiden was so open, he would have opened his mouth. It's too bad that the surname Gu was cheap for nothing, but beauty is good, but not as good as wine in your hand. Why don't you open the table? I'm still waiting for a drink. The Wine Sword Immortal picked up the wine gourd and took a few sips, but his eyes never left the intercepting heavenly saintess for a moment. Gu Shunga looked at Jun Mengqing, who seemed to be somewhat attached to herself in her arms, and was a bit confused for a moment. No, what's going on here? I'm just saying a few words and you're throwing yourself at me. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhengwei on the side was so angry that he clenched his dragon's teeth. Damn it! Where did the Tai fox come from? Hitting on the master the moment he came up. On the contrary, Jun Mengqing did not care about the dismayed eyes of the people around her. Her agaric nose moved lightly, sniffing the scent emanating from Gu Shunga, just like a mother cat sniffing catnip. It was all a bit addictive. It's still a familiar odor. Young Geo, I finally see you again. Gu Shunga heard Jun Mengqing's murmur and looked puzzled. Young Geo? Did he save her before? As the heaven-mending goddess looked at Jun Mengqing, who had taken the initiative to throw herself at her, her pretty face under the veil was covered in frost. This shameless Tai fox, how dare she be so shameless? Don't think you can pull the Qian Kuan Taoist prince in this way. Dream on. As long as this goddess is around, it's impossible for the Qian Kuan Daozi to favor your intercepting heaven sect. Shi Yao's shell teeth gently bit, coldly rebuking the intercepting heavenly saintess. Jun Mengqing, put away your set of fox charming tactics. Is the Qian Kuan Daoist son not something you can defile? If you still want to stay and discuss the Dao, come down here. Unexpectedly, Jun Mengqing did not raise her head, nor did she give Shi Yao the slightest bit of face. What do you care? I like to stay in Young Gio's arms. Pull me down if you can. P.S. Today's update is a bit late. Sorry about that, mainly because I went drinking yesterday and got drunk and forgot to code. End of chapter. The intercepting heaven holy maiden snuggled in Gu Shunga's arms, her slender and pink-green onion jade fingers gently paddling on his chest. She raised her head and blinked her beautiful eyes slightly towards Gu Shunga, a touch of seductive smile surfacing on her bewitching pretty face, as if she was teasing him. Seeing Jun Mengqing being so dishonest, Gu Shunga frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure growing in her heart. Sage Jun, please also get up from this seat slap. This seat doesn't want to be gossiped about. He opened his mouth to leave Jun Mengqing behind, only dissatisfied that Xi Yao was forcing them to take sides. And why was this move by Jun Mengqing not another form of coercion in Gu Xingga's view? The last thing he liked was someone counting himself out. When the heaven-mending goddess saw Gu Xingga speak out to drive away Jun Mengqing, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of sarcasm. Hee slutty fox, still want to seduce Qin Kuan-daozi? People don't eat you at all. Xiao Zhanyun and the others also did not expect Qin Kuan-daozi to reject the Interceptor Heavenly Sage's offer, and they were immediately impressed. Worthy of being at the top of the human Jia list, just this kind of determination alone was not something they could compare to. The rejected Jun Mengqing's small mouth flickered, and a trace of aggression surfaced on her bewitching delicate face, but she still honestly got up from Gu Xingga's arms. She waved her hand to change a soft chair beside Gu Xingga, and after sitting down next to him, her beautiful eyes were also staring at him. The discourse gathering had arrived, and although there was an additional uninvited guest, it was harmless. Xi Yao sat on the main seat. Her pink lips slightly opened and her clear cold voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Feast. In the next moment, a dozen Spirit K attendants were carrying immortal meals and spiritual dishes, like fairies in the dust, descending from the sky. A plate of delicacies were placed in front of a group of heavenly prides. The spiritual qi filled the air. The aroma was overwhelming, and each of them was a top-grade spiritual meal. There was even a superb wine with a vintage of up to 1,000 years, and the aroma of the wine it emitted stirred up the cravings of all the people, with the exception of Gu Xingga, who did not like to drink. Monkey wine tastes sweet and he only drinks it occasionally. Wine sword immortal, Yi Ran smelled the mellow aroma of this 1,000-year-old wine. His throat rolled, and he had already begun to swallow his saliva, just about to be unable to hold it in. If he hadn't been in the way, he would have wanted to get on it right away. Gentlemen, I hope that you won't mind the thin food in the district, and if there's anything that doesn't suit your taste, feel free to speak with Xi Yao. Xi Yao said with a smile. Some of the heavenly pride hurriedly said that the heaven-mending goddess was joking. Ask who doesn't know that the heaven-mending spiritual queue is the best food queue in Xintian City. Every spiritual meal in front of them is carefully selected, using the most essential parts of the spiritual beasts, as well as all kinds of spiritual medicines boiled down into it. Compared to the crowd of prideful celestials invited here, although Jun Mengqing's treatment wasn't bad, it was just that the level of the spiritual meals wasn't in the same league as the others. In the face of this differential treatment, Jun Mengqing did not show dissatisfaction, but instead looked at Gu Xingga's dishes and thoughtfully introduced them to him. Eunuch, this spiritual phoenix wings is boiled with a spirit bird that contains a hint of phoenix bloodline and the fire attribute spirit medicine sycamore spirit flower. It is extremely tasty, but after entering the stomach it will have a sense of fiery heat, which is of great benefit to cultivators who cultivate the fire path. Eunuch, this 9 suns cupped heart is made with the lotus heart of the heavenly heart jade lotus as the main ingredient, supplemented with 9 water attribute spirit medicines, and has a sweet taste, which is just right for taking after tasting the spirit phoenix wings, to neutralize the fiery heat in the abdomen. Eunuch, this bowl of East Sea fish soup is made from the best parts of 137 types of East Sea spirit fish, cooked in the Luo Tian 9 turning furnace. It is one of the signboards of the Mending Heaven Spirit K. It is incredibly fresh and nourishing to the spirit body. Come on, my concubine feeds it to you. Jun Mengqing naturally picked up a bowl of East Sea fish soup, lightly scooped out a spoonful of fish soup with a white jade spoon, first put it in front of her mouth and blew on it, then sent it to Gu Xingga's mouth. This scene fell on Weisengai's eyes. Who the hell is the master's maid, anyway? Seeing Jun Mengqing being so attentive to Gu Xingga and condescending to be a dishcloth attendant, Xi Yao secretly said that she had really underestimated her. Again, he threw his arms around me and served food and fed me. On the aspect of shamelessness alone, she admitted that she was truly inferior to Jun Mengqing. When the other celestial pride saw the intercepting heaven holy maiden personally feeding Gu Xingga, strange colors passed through their eyes. How is it that such a good thing didn't happen to them? I don't need to trouble Saintess June to lay out the dishes for this seat. This seat can do it on its own. And also, there's no need to address this seat as a benefactor. It's just a sentence. It's not a favor. Gu Xingga's eyes lowered as she glanced at the East Sea fish soup that was brought to her mouth, and then looked at the expectant Jun Mengqing, and rejected her in a faint voice. Hearing this, Jun Mengqing did not force herself to do so and put the East Sea fish soup back down. Only her beautiful eyes dimmed, and a flash of sadness flashed beneath them. So, you've forgotten about me? The celestial pride enjoyed the food and wine, and there were even Spirit K beauties dancing, adding more fun to the party. With the wine and food in hand, the discourse began in earnest. A handsome young man with red hair and red pupils was the first to rise. He was tall and upright in his fire-patterned battle armor, and the left side of his face depicted a flame texture, implying the fire line Dao rhyme. He looked towards a blue-clothed teenager and opened his mouth. I've heard that the Siyao Palace is extremely good at the water walking way, and a certain person is good at the fire walking way. So I would like to have a discussion with my fellow Taoist friends about how fire can also overcome water. The heavenly pride of the Hai Yao Palace also stood up when he heard this. Gu Xingge looked at the red-haired youth's attire and pondered his origin. Jun Mengqing saw it and whirled around to introduce him. Eunuch. This person is the Flame Extremity Sect's young patriarch, Xian Flame Z, ranked 27th on the human Jia list, specializing in the way of fire. His cultivation has broken through to Yuaning not long ago, and it is said that he is also in control of the cold elemental ice flame, which is ranked 233 on the divine flame list, with a fair amount of strength. As for that blue-clothed one, it's the direct descendant of the old son of the Siyao Palace, also a branch of the Panglai clan, called Hai Wentian, ranked 24th on the human Jia list, broke through to Yuaning more than a year ago, and his strength is seen to be in the past. After listening to her introduction, Gu Xingge immediately lost interest in Xianyanzi and Hai Wentian. If the top 10 of the man of the hour list is still interesting, these outside the 10, let's forget about it. As for the divine flame list that Jun Mengqing spoke of, Gu Xingge also had some knowledge of it. The divine flame list listed 360 strange flames, and his How Deep Burning World Amazing Flame was also on the list, ranking 21st, with the remaining 4 imperial flames also ranking 21st. However, if the 5 directions and 5 emperors' fire were to merge, it would be the 9th ranked 5 elements emperor flame. Discussions on the Tao are non-martial combat and are based on the exposition of one's own understanding of the Tao. Xian Flame Z and Hai Wentian sat cross-legged, the Taoan reasoning that each had comprehended speaking out of their respective mouths, transforming into Taoist texts that haunted their bodies, and the collision of fire and water evolved into a strange scene. In the end, it was Hai Wentian who was more skillful, using his understanding of the Tao of water to win over Xian Yanzi's Tao of fire. After Xian Flame Z unwillingly retreated, the heaven-mending goddess had her maid fetch a pot of Xian Yuan heavy water and had it sent to Hai Wentian, and said, "Fellow Taoist Hai's understanding of the Tao of water walking is truly extraordinary, causing Shi Yao to be quite enlightened. It just so happens that I obtained a pot of Xian Yuan heavy water some time ago, and it's useless to keep it in my hands, so I'll give it to fellow Taoist Hai. Many thanks, goddess." Hai Wentian hurriedly accepted the Xian Yuan heavy water. This was a good thing. He was just practicing a watercourse divine skill, and he lacked this Xian Yuan heavy water. Shi Yao smiled, and then looked at the rest of the celestial pride and laughed. "Gentlemen, since this discourse is organized by Shi Yao, why don't we let Shi Yao set up a small rule? And of course, Shi Yao will also take out something as a prize. How about that?" When the crowd of celestial pride heard this, they didn't object. After all, the heaven-mending pavilion had deep roots, and the lottery in Shi Yao's mouth was bound to be not bad. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Thanks to all of you for your love. Then Shi Yao will not be polite. The heaven-mending goddess smiled and ordered her maids to bring 3 trays covered with red cloths, which she uncovered. And on each tray was a pill the size of a dragon's eye. The elixir was milky white in color, with cloud patterns lingering, covered with a layer of faint milli light, and filled with a strong Dan fragrance. This is my heaven-mending pavilion's heaven-returning pill. There's no need for Shi Yao to introduce more. I'm sure all of you know of its efficacy. Shi Yao has taken these 3 pills as a lottery. As long as you can get through 3 matches of the discourses here without being defeated, you'll be awarded a heaven-returning pill. Surprisingly, it's the heaven-returning pill. Big deal. The crowd of celestial pride saw the heaven-returning pill and showed surprise. This was a 6th grade elixir. The elixir was as its name suggested. No matter how badly injured one was, even if the Jindan was broken, the Yuaning was traumatized, and the entire body's spiritual veins were severed, one could recover as if it was the beginning of time. The heaven-mending pavilion is worthy of being a 100,000-year-old great religion, and the outbursts are bold and horizontal. Gu Xingge was also quite interested in the heaven recovery pill. No one could guarantee that they would never be injured, and with this heaven recovery pill, there was an additional safeguard. Seeing the benefactor's interest in the heaven-restoring Dan, Jun Mengqing lightly came to his ear, her pink lips lightly opened, exhaling like orchids, her voice charming and seductive. "Eunuch, my concubine has a better elixir than the heaven-returning pill. When this is over, my concubine will bring it to you. Don't let that woman Shi Yao be a drama for the sake of a heaven-returning pill." Gu Xingge sniffed and looked at Jun Mengqing, her heart growing even more suspicious. He just said a word for her. How come he keeps calling himself Ungung, and taking a better elixir than the heaven-returning pill to send himself? Overly attentive, right? Or is she trying to use this opportunity to pull herself together? It's not unlikely. Gu Xingge shook her head and politely refused. No merit, no reward, the holy maiden's elixir is better kept for herself. Jun Mengqing, who was once again rejected, sighed softly. Ankong was so wary of her. It seemed that he would have to find an opportunity to speak with him. At least not here, before the walls had ears. The crowd of celestial pride jumped at the temptation of the heaven returning pill. It's just not normally difficult to win 3 rounds of arguments. Yiran finished his 1,000-year-old wine and was not yet finished. 1 pot was far from enough for him to enhance his cultivation. According to the tip from the wine sword immortal system, at least 3 more pots would allow him to break through to the late yuaning stage. Yiran scanned the circle and realized that everyone had almost finished drinking. Only Qiankuan Daozi's was left untouched. He was inwardly delighted and said that it was too good to be true. Although he wasn't sure why Gu Xingge didn't drink it. Since he was shown it, he wasn't polite. Yiran staggered to his feet, instantly attracting the attention of everyone. Qiankuan Daozi, how about you and I have a debate? And if you lose, give me that jug of 1,000-year-old wine in front of you. Wine Sword Immortal burped, his face slightly red, and once he came up, he wanted to discuss Gu Xingge. This caused all of the heavenly pride present to reveal a look of surprise and secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. Is this guy from the Lingxiao sword sect drunk? The first one to challenge Qiankuan Daozi. Has he forgotten what happened to Xiao Xinyan? Who knows? Besides, we're just discussing the Dao. I'm afraid that he's trying to overpower Qiankuan Daozi with his comprehension of the Dao of the sword. Ignorant. Really think that just because others call him the wine sword immortal, he really thinks he is a sword immortal. Today I will see if his sword Dao is worthy of the title sword immortal. Gu Xingge raised her eyes to Yiran. Should she say he was brave? Or should I say he's reckless? What? Don't dare? Seeing that Gu Xingge didn't say anything, Yiran, who was already slightly intoxicated, began to speak out, causing Gu Xingge's face to sink slightly as she coldly grunted. Humph, think you're invincible after drinking a few mouthfuls of horse piss. Dare to be reckless in front of this seat. Fine, since you want to discuss the Dao, this seat will accompany you. But this seat also has a condition. If you lose, don't call yourself the wine sword immortal from now on. Call yourself the horse piss sword immortal instead. Once these words came out, Yiran, who was originally slightly intoxicated, immediately sobered up, followed by a burst of annoyance. You really think you're a big shot just because you're at the top of the list? He dares to call him a horse-pissing sword immortal, looking for death. Since obtaining the wine sword immortal system, Yiran had never been so enraged. Not even when he was slandered for molesting his senior sister. Humph, dared to look down on him. Wine sword immortal, wait to be slapped in the face. Shi Yao also didn't expect such a turn of events. Her eyes looked back and forth between Yiran and Gu Xingge, choosing to act as a spectator and take a look first. Yiran looked at Gu Xingge with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, Gu Daozi has a big mouth. This is so confident. Think I will lose to you? Not confident, but absolute. Gu Xingge slowly got up, her heavy pupils flickered, and her indifferent voice contained extreme dominance. The self-proclaimed wine sword immortal in front of him gave him a feeling that was not as good as Xiao Xinyan. Good. Tonight I'd like to learn how Gu Daozi's great Dao is stronger or weaker compared to my sword Dao. Yiran sat cross-legged, intent on separating himself from Gu Xingge. Gu Xingge was just about to sit down on his knees when he saw Jun Mengqing take out a piece of soft futon and subtly throw it under his buttocks. Sensing the softness under his buttocks, Gu Xingge didn't care about that at the moment as he coldly looked at Yiran. You are not yet worthy to hear of this seat's way, so lest anyone say that this seat is bullying you, let your sword way be the main focus. This seat knows nothing else, but will use the short to strike the long. Gu Daozi is really arrogant. Upon hearing this, Yiran was delighted. This is what you said. Then don't blame me for being a bully. Gu Xingge glanced at him. Then let's begin. The surrounding celestial pride also stopped transmitting their voices and quieted down, listening intently to the 2 great celestial prides' discourse. On one side, he was recognized as the top of the list of human geniuses and the number 1 heavenly pride of Voltsang. On one side is the recently famous wine sword immortal, who is rumored to have realized the way by drinking and shocked the world by practicing qi in his hangover to enter the yuaning. They were also looking forward to which of the 2 parties was stronger or weaker. Yiran was the first to speak, his voice clear and echoing in the ears of the crowd. In my opinion, the way of the sword is divided into 5 realms, one of which is the realm of the sharp sword, which is strong and rigid and indestructible. The second is the soft sword realm, where softness is used to overcome hardness and yin is used to overcome yang. The third is the heavy sword realm, where heavy swords have no edge, great dexterity, and lifting heavy weights is like lifting light weights. The fourth is the wooden sword realm, not sticking to sword weapons, using the grass and trees of heaven and earth as swords. A single blade of grass can also cut down the sun, moon, and stars. The fifth is the swordless realm, without a sword in your hand, but with a sword in your heart. You can also cut down the heavens and destroy the earth. After listening to the 5 realms of the sword Dao from Yiran's mouth, the group of celestial pride pondered. It sounded impressive, but it felt strange somewhere, but they couldn't tell. On the contrary, Guxinga was looking at Yi Ran with a look of a retard. It's confirmed. This is a traveler, or a dumbass who reads Jin Yong martial arts novels and has his brain rotted. Have traveled to the world of immortal cultivation. Actually still the so-called 5 realms of sword Dao of Dugu Tsushu as a treasure, but also take it out to discuss the Dao. This is not a stupid fork is what. However, there was one thing that Guxinga had read in her previous life, those metaphysical and immortal cultivation novels. As long as they involved the Dao of the sword, they would all take out the Dao of the sword of the doctor to pretend to be something else, and then a bunch of people would brag about it, saying how awesome and bullish it was. In fact, it was just like that. It was okay to use it in the martial arts world. But when it came to the world of metaphysics and immortal cultivation, this so-called 5 realms of the sword path was simply untenable. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. The 5 realms of the sword Dao. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Guxinga shook her head and snorted, doubly speechless at the 5 realms of the sword Dao in Yi Ran's mouth. People's Dokoroku's sense of the way of the sword is almost used up by the travelers. Can't they be gleaned by someone else? Doesn't one have any comprehension of the sword? Yi Ran was upset when he saw that his 5 realms of the sword Dao were denied, and secretly said that this guy knew the sword Dao or not. Himself. This is the world's #1 swordsman in the Jin Yong martial arts. How can Dokoroku's supreme comprehension of the sword way be bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Oh, Daoist Gu thinks that my comprehension of the sword Dao is wrong. Then I wonder what your opinion is? Yi Ran didn't change his face and smiled as he questioned Guxinga. Guxinga said blandly, this seed is not a sword cultivator, but this seed understands the fact that the reason why sword cultivators are called sword cultivators is because they use their swords as their weapons, not any grass, trees, or branches. When Yi Ran heard this, he immediately retorted, for those who have a high level of swordsmanship, everything in heaven and earth can be used as a sword. Even if you take a weed or a branch, you can still cut down the sun, moon, and stars, so how can you not be a sword cultivator? Then are they holding swords? Guxinga asked rhetorically, taking grass and branches as swords. Instead of calling it a sword cultivator, it would be better to call it a grass cultivator or a tree cultivator. After all, a sword cultivator who doesn't even use a sword. What qualification is there to call it a sword cultivator? The more Yi Ran heard, the more he felt that what Guxinga said was crooked, and couldn't help but say, the sword is in the heart. Guxinga, then pull out the sword in your heart and show it to the seat. Yi Ran angrily looked at Qianku and Daozi. Why can't you people understand? One saying that having a sword in one's heart is just a figure of speech. It's not like there's really a sword in one's heart. Even Dokoroku's supreme sword Dao could not be understood. Natives were indeed natives. Thinking about this, Yi Ran's eyes on Guxinga appeared to change a little, permeated with a trace of contempt. Aha! Guxinga was slightly puzzled when she saw that he actually showed him a contemptuous look. This guy isn't pissed off enough to be stupid, is he? When the rest of the celestial pride heard this discourse, the original confusion that arose from the 5 realms of the sword Dao gradually became clearer. Qianku and Daozi has a point. If a sword cultivator has no sword in his hand and takes a root of grass as a weapon, why is it called a sword cultivator? Nonetheless, I do think that the Wine Sword Immortals' 5 realms of the sword Dao are justified, not restricting themselves to the sword in their hands, and using all things in heaven and earth as their swords, when it's the supreme Dao of the sword Dao. I think this Wine Sword Immortal just drank too much horse urine. A sword cultivator doesn't use a sword and goes to use grass and trees instead. It's not stupid. Ankong is right. A sword cultivator has to use a sword in order to be called a sword cultivator. Jun Mengqing spoke aloud in support of Guxinga, and the 5 foxtails that were condensed and entangled together were liberated and blossomed like flowers, just like Guxinga's female fans, who were frantically calling from the stage. Guxinga looked at Yi Ran and continued, since fellow Daoist Yi believes that there is a sword in his heart, everything in heaven and earth can be used as a sword. And by using grass and trees instead of a sword weapon, he will still be able to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. Then may I ask, if 2 sword cultivators with the same strength, one of them holding a weed in their hands as a weapon and the other holding a supreme immortal sword, then who would win between them? Who is stronger or weaker? When this statement came out, it was like a sharp blade, directly poking through the 5 realms of the sword Dao in Yi Ran's mouth. The crowd of celestial pride also instantly understood why they thought the so-called 5 realms of the sword Dao were strange. When cultivators fought, in addition to divine secret techniques, they also relied on magic treasures and divine weapons. If one didn't use a magic treasure divine weapon, one's strength would inevitably be greatly reduced. Therefore, Yi Ran's words about having a sword in his heart, everything in heaven and earth being a sword, and no sword is better than a sword in this kind of sword realm, was simply nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. Yi Ran also froze. He didn't expect Gu Xingge to come out so unorthodoxly. They're arguing, not debating, and that's a pretty dark mouth to drop. Coincidentally, Gu Xingge believes that argumentation is debating, and as long as the opponent is rendered speechless, then it is a win. Damn it! How could Dokoroku's supreme swordsmanship lose? He was the #1 in swordsmanship in martial arts novels. Yi Ran roared inwardly. The one he admired the most was Dokoroku, followed by the wine sword Immortal from Immortal Sword. Forcing back his inner anger, Yi Ran said in a deep voice, Gu Daozi, what you said is simply nonsense. How can a sword cultivator rely on a sword weapon to win? The comprehension of the sword path is the core of sword cultivation. Not relying on sword weapons, relying on sword path comprehension? Fellow Daoist Yi even said this kind of words. I'm afraid that he drank too much horse urine. I don't think that fellow Daoist Yi needs to be called the wine sword immortal. He should be called the horse piss immortal. A guy who doesn't even recognize the sword. How can he be worthy of the title of sword immortal? Gu Xingge teased, while at the same time feeling more and more that Yi Ran had a problem. Obviously a guy who knew nothing about swords, yet he was able to comprehend sword intent and called himself the wine sword immortal. It seems that this guy is not only a traveler. I think he also has a system. The wine sword immortal. I think it's the male category of the wine sword immortal system. Gu Xingge looked at Yi Ran with interest. He had some knowledge about this wine sword immortal system, and he had also read many wine sword immortal system novels in his previous life. What slandered my wine sword immortal? A sword to open the gate of heaven. What wine sword immortal rebelled against his master? His master kneeled down to beg for forgiveness and so on, and watery and inked. Gu Xingge, don't go too far. I, wine sword immortal, am not someone you can humiliate. Yi Ran was furious. He was the wine sword immortal, except for that senior sister who had slandered him, and the senior sisters who favored his senior sister. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. Hearing this, Gu Xingge smiled disdainfully and said, did this seat say anything wrong? You say you are a wine sword immortal, but you don't recognize that the sword is the root of sword cultivation. Instead, you are chasing after that crooked saying that no sword is better than a sword, and a sword immortal without a sword. Where is the qualification to be called a sword immortal? Besides, wine is also called horse urine in the mortal world, so what are you if not a horse urine fairy? The crowd of celestial pride sniffed and thought that what Chen Kuan-daozi had said was very reasonable. Self-named wine sword immortal, but does not recognize the sword as the root of sword cultivation, but instead pursues the so-called swordless way. This is not the cart before the horse is what? Ha ha ha. Young Gio is right. You're a horse urine fairy for a guy who likes to drink horse urine and doesn't use a sword. Jun Mengqing's laughter was like a silver bell, but it was shrill in Yi Ran's ears. Yi Ran got up violently. A dragon spirit sword appeared in his hand. Annoyed, he pointed his sword at Gu Xingge. Surname Gu, you've bullied people too much. Think Yi Ran crossed into this world, bound to the wine sword immortal system. Although he experienced the teacher-sister defamation, the master-teacher sister indiscriminate punishment, but in his view is just a little wind and frost. But Gu Xingge humiliating him as a horse urine fairy was completely pissing him off. If he didn't teach this Gu Xingge a lesson today, where would he put his wine sword immortal's face? When the crowd saw Yi Ran's sword pointing at Chen Kuan-daozi, their hearts were startled, but none of them acted rashly. Oh, this is to discuss the Tao but not this seat. Want to use martial arts. Coincidentally, although this seat is not proficient in sword Tao, but is good at thunder technique. Just don't know how many heavenly thunder you can withstand from this seat. Ma Pui Xian. Looking at the spirit sword pointing directly at him, Gu Xingge got up without panicking. His heavy pupils flickered with metaphysical light. Threads of thunder overflowed from his body surface, and an appalling to the extreme pressure then spread out. Since this horse piss fairy is looking for death, then he himself will fulfill him. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Seeing that Gu Xingge and Yi Ran were at cross swords and the situation was starting to go out of their control, it was no good for the heaven-repairing goddess to stay on the sidelines any longer. After all, the Lingxiao sword sect and the Qiankuan Dao sect were both objects she wanted to draw in. Shi Yao stood up. Her pink lips under the veil slightly opened. Her voice was as soft as the spring breeze, caressing over the hearts of everyone. Even Yi Ran, who was burning with anger, gradually extinguished the flame in his heart. Fellow Daoist Yi, Daoist Gu, the two of you shouldn't be angry. This debate seems indistinguishable in Shi Yao's opinion. Fellow Daoist Yi's swordless way is refreshing, while Daoist Gu's sword is the fundamental of the way of the sword has also caused Shi Yao to have deep insights. In order to avoid hurting the peace between the Qiankuan Dao sect and the Lingxiao sword sect, why don't we consider this debate a draw? How about it? Upon hearing this, the intimidating pressure released by Gu Xingge converged. He wasn't someone who didn't know how to be courteous. And Shi Yao, as the host of the Tao Discourse gathering, since she had spoken out to persuade and make peace, as an invitee, he could give a face to it, but only this once. Guxinga turned her head to look at the heaven-mending goddess and said in a cold voice, "Goddess Shi Yao Yao, this seat will give you this face, but just this once. If this horse-piss immortal still dares to provoke this seat, then I'll not blame this seat for not giving you, or the heaven-mending pavilion, face. I'm the wine sword immortal, not the horse-piss immortal. I'm the wine sword immortal, not the horse-piss immortal." Yi Ran couldn't wait to raise his sword and behead Guxinga. He looked towards the heaven-mending goddess and said in a deep voice, "Since goddess Shi Yao has opened her mouth, this sword immortal will also give you a face." After saying that, Yi Ran returned to his position. Only his eyes kept staring at Guxinga, secretly saying, "Today's insult, he, wine sword immortal, took note of it, and in the coming day, he would definitely return it 100-fold. Seeing that both sides were willing to give themselves face, Shi Yao sighed in relief as she summoned her maidservant and ordered a few words. Not long after, the maid brought two things and put them in front of Guxinga and Yi Ran respectively. The heaven-mending goddess softly said, "Daoist Yi, Daoist Gu, the wonderfulness of the two of you discussing the Tao has caused Shi Yao to have deep insights, and I have prepared a small gift for you, so I hope that you won't mind it." Placed in front of Guxinga was a small piece of Tai Xin Jin, while Yi Ran's was 1,000-year-old wine. It had to be said that Shi Yao was worthy of being the goddess of the heaven-mending pavilion. Not only did she speak in drips and drabs, but she was also very good at being a human being. Guxinga looked at the Tai Xin Jin. Even though it was only the size of a fist, it was of great value, and was a fine spirit gold for refining the intrinsic spirit weapons. His eyes lowered. It seemed that this heaven-mending goddess knew herself very well, even figuring out the purpose of his trip. Yi Ran smelled the rich wine aroma of the 1,000-year-old wine. His face showed joy, and he unsealed the wine to pour it. With the wine sword immortal system, he could raise his cultivation level just by drinking, and when he broke through the spirit of transformation, he would make sure to let Guxinga know how powerful his wine sword immortal was. After the interlude, the other heavenly prides also came on the stage one after another to discuss the Tao. Little by little, time passed, and Guxinga went back on to win 3 rounds in a row, taking a heaven reclaiming pill. As the Tao discourse gathering drew to a close, the heaven-mending goddess had her attendants bring each of the heavenly prides another gift, all of which they needed at this stage, causing the crowd of heavenly prides to be overjoyed. Shi Yao raised her cup again and said with a smiling face, "Once again, thank you all for being able to give Shi Yao face and coming to this night's Tao discussion gathering. Shi Yao will finally toast you all again, wishing that all of you will have a straight path in the future, and that you will ascend through the tribulation and fly to the heavens." Goddess Shi Yao is polite. The crowd of celestial pride raised their cups and drank, and Guxinga looked deeply at the heaven-mending goddess. She's so skillful at buying people's hearts. This woman can't be underestimated. When the discourse party ended and the celestial pride left one after another, Yi Ran even glanced provocatively at Guxinga before he left. Although the Ling Shao sword sect had been friends with the Qian Koan Dao sect for generations, Guxinga had messed with him, the wine sword immortal, and no matter what, he would make Guxinga pay a painful price. "Hey Griffin." Guxinga returned a contemptuous smile. A mere waste who relied on the system to forcefully raise his cultivation. If he wasn't giving face to the heaven-mending goddess, he could have crushed him with one hand. "Eunuch, can you give my concubine some time? I have something to say to you." Seeing that the people were almost finished, Jun Mengqing came to Guxinga's ear, exhaling her breath like orchids. Her soft and charming voice poured into his ear with a hint of pleading. Guxinga sniffed and glanced at the demonic and seductive interceptor heavenly holy maiden. He also wondered why this woman had set her sights on him as soon as they met, and called out to him with a mouthful of eunuchs, and promptly nodded his head in agreement with her. "Divine Mistress Shi Yao, this seat will also take its leave first." Guxinga got up and arched his hand towards Shi Yao, and the heaven-repairing goddess reminded Jun Mengqing when she saw that she was pestering him. "Daoist Gu, the intercepting heavenly sect has always been good at crooked and evil stories, so please don't trust her gullibly." Jun Mengqing's face sank slightly. In terms of crooked sects and evil sayings, who is better than your heaven-repairing pavilion? Abetting your disciples to take the calamity in their own body day in and day out. Guxinga nodded lightly and turned to leave with Ji Gue. Jun Mengqing glared at Shi Yao and also hurriedly followed. When the Qiankuan Daozi left, Shi Yao gently caressed a bead at her white wrist, glowing with a faint warmth as she murmured, "Is he outside the heaven-mending spirit K?" Guxinga stopped her steps and looked back at the heaven-intercepting holy maiden who was following closely behind her. "Speak, what is it you wish to say to this seat?" "Eunuch, wait a moment." Jun Mengqing waved her hand and set up a soundproof boundary so that no one would overhear their rivalry with each other. Subsequently, the intercepting heaven holy maiden bowed towards Guxinga, and the slightest bit of aggression surfaced on her demonic pretty face as she said with some sadness, "Eunuch, have you forgotten me? I'm the little fox." Little fox? When Gushinga heard this self-proclaimed name, past memories surfaced in his mind. He did once keep a small fox. He remembered that when he was 5 years old, he had come across a hunter selling a small fox he had caught, and because it was rare with its cherry pink fur, he had bought it and kept it as a pet. After adopting the little fox, Gushinga liked to cuddle and sleep with it, and from time to time, he would also nourish it with the Qi of creation from the jade saucer of creation. And later, because of the awakening of his heavy pupils, he was taken to the Qiankuan Dao sect, and rarely returned home. The last time he returned home because of the death of his parents, he could not care about other things, and the little fox was also put behind him. Gushinga gazed at Jun Mengqing, her heavy pupils scrutinizing her as she questioned, "How do you prove that you are the little fox that this seed adopted when you were young?" Seeing that he allowed himself to be skeptical, Jun Mengqing came up to Gushinga's ear, her cherry mouth gently opened, and a little secret that only Gushinga knew came out. After saying that, a touch of shyness even flashed in Jun Mengqing's eyes. Gushinga listened, her face showing embarrassment. No, does this little fox remember so well? Jun Mengqing was not talking about anything else. It was the fact that when Gushinga had adopted the little fox, she had purposely explored it in order to confirm whether it was male or female. This matter was known only to little fox. Who was the fox in question? Besides Gushinga herself. Only then did Gushinga believe Jun Mengqing's words, believing that she was the little fox he had adopted as a youngster. I just didn't expect that after 12 years of not seeing each other, the once little fox had transformed into the holy daughter of the intercepting heavenly sect and the young emperor of the Fox Clan Qingqiu. What happened to come from this? Gushinga was also curious. P.S. About the plot, if you think there are any problems, you can take the initiative to put forward little brother or timely revision. If written to the poisonous point, big brothers should also be timely reminder. And by the way, I beg the big brothers to cast more monthly votes. Recommended votes. End of chapter. Jun Mengqing told Gushinga about her experience. Not long after Gushinga was taken away by the sinking night-old ancestor back then, when she was still a little fox, she was annoyed because she couldn't find him and wouldn't let the rest of the Gu family touch her. And under the emotional excitement, the nine-tailed sky fox bloodline in her body awakened. It wasn't long before the Qingqiu Empress descended on the Gu family, took her away, and erased the memories of everyone in the Gu family. After being brought back to Qingqiu, the female emperor of Qingqiu named her Jun Mengqing and appointed her as the young emperor, teaching her to cultivate. Later on, she worshipped the intercepting heaven sect and became the sect master's personal disciple, and was again crowned as the holy maiden. Under the dual cultivation of Qingqiu and the intercepting heavenly sect, Jun Mengqing's cultivation had skyrocketed, and now had reached the late Yuaning stage, with few existences among her peers able to match her. After listening to Jun Mengqing's experience, Gushinga also didn't expect that the little fox that she had casually purchased at the beginning actually possessed a nine-tailed sky fox bloodline, but this was all thanks to the jade disc of creation. Without it, even if Jun Mengqing had the nine-tailed bloodline, she would not be able to awaken. Unkong, that year's life-saving favor. Mengqing can't take it for granted. If Unkong has any needs in the future, you can order Mengqiang. Qingqiu and intercepting heavenly sect will do their best to help. Jun Mengqing's pretty face was serious as she solemnly assured Gushinga that as long as he needed help, the two major forces behind her would come to his aid. Gushinga nodded. Jun Holy Maiden's good intentions are appreciated, and in the future, if we encounter difficulties, this seat will not be polite. When Jun Mengqing saw that her benefactor accepted her kindness, a bright smile appeared on her bewitching pretty face, all of a sudden seductive, making it hard to resist. It's getting late, so Mengqiang won't bother Ngong. See you tomorrow at the auction. After explaining her own life, the intercepting heaven holy maiden looked at the sky. The night was already sinking. If they continued to chat, I'm afraid it would be dawn, and immediately said goodbye to Gushinga. Gushinga nodded and watched Jun Mengqing leave. Looking at the gradually disappearing back of the intercepting heavenly saintess, a flash of hidden light flashed from the bottom of Gushinga's eyes. Qingqiu, interceptor cult. Interesting. From start to finish, he didn't believe every word Jun Mengqing said, even if Jun Mengqing was really a little fox. So what? Can you believe that a pet he only had for a year is now running around saying he wants to return the favor? Besides, Jun Mengqing knew his biggest secret. Gushinga guessed that the reason why the other party had approached him was because he was afraid that it had something to do with the Jade Disc of Creation. The Jade Disc of Creation was able to activate the hidden bloodline within a living being, causing the living being to return to its ancestors and transform. If this news were to be released, not to mention the human race, the demon race would be absolutely crazy. After all, they had some divine beast bloodline in their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. Honestly speaking, the moment Jun Mengqing revealed her identity to herself, Gu Xingge had already moved to kill. It was just that he wasn't sure if Jun Mengqing had told the others about the secret of the bloodline metamorphosis, so he didn't act rashly. Furthermore, as the holy maiden of the Interceptor sect, he couldn't guarantee that she didn't have a protector of the Tao following her around. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Xingge chose to wait and see what happens and observe Jun Mengqing for a while longer. If she didn't divulge the secret of the Jade Disc of Creation, then she would be in control. If he said anything, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Gu Xingge let out a long breath to calm the killing thoughts in her heart and looked up at the bright, clear moon. Oh little fox, don't make me. Meanwhile, inside another ancient alley, Jun Mengqing changed from the gentle and charming before. The demonic pretty face is flooded with a trace of coldness. The golden pupils are as deep as the abyss. The majesty between the eyebrows permeates. As the young emperor of Qingqiu, the condescension of the intercepting heavenly saintly maiden is truly displayed. Holy maiden, why don't you let your old slave take action to capture the Qiankuan Taoist son? With the sacred sect's heritage, although the Qiankuan Taoist sect is strong, it's not enough to look at. A purple-haired crone appeared beside her, inquiring respectfully and suspiciously. Although the Qiankuan Tao sect ranked in the top 10 in the Voltsang domain and had quite a strong foundation, in the eyes of the intercepting heavenly sect, it was still young and tender, and it was just a bigger ant without even a Jinshur immortal artifact or a harmonized Tao powerhouse. Since the holy maiden wanted to know the secrets of Qiankuan Daozi, she could have captured him directly and brought him back to the sect to search his soul directly, so why bother to lure people with her body? Jun Mengqing glanced at the purple-haired crone and said in a faint voice, Granny Purple, do you think you can capture him with your strength? At those words, Granny Purple hesitated. Although she had reached the transformation god celestial, she was only at the 10,000 longevity realm. As for Qiankuan Daozi, when he had just broken through to Yuaning, he had suppressed a 10,000 longevity devil, and she really might not be able to capture the other party. Granny, if you can't capture him and expose our purpose, then a heavenly pride who is number 1 on the human Jia ranking will hate the intercepting heavenly sect for this, and in the future, when he grows up completely, how much trouble do you think it will bring to us? Jun Mengqing continued to question. Assumptions like the one she brought up were not unheard of in the history of Qiangshan. As early as 4,000 years ago, there was once a great sect in Voltsang that had crossed paths with the 7th heavenly pride on the human Jia ranking at the time, slaughtering his clan and killing all of his friends and family, but was escaped by that heavenly pride. And then just 700 years, that heavenly pride returned strongly. The cultivation has reached the realm of the harmonious Tao. With his own strength will be a great religion destroyed, and even laid down the blood break absolute array, to the great religion of all the people's blood as a guide, to their own cultivation as a sacrifice, kill all the world's bloodline related to the living beings. According to the uncertain statistics of the intercepting heaven sect, the number of living beings who died on that day due to the blood break extinction formation had exceeded tens of billions. This was still only the 7th heavenly pride on the human jade ranking. As for Gu Xingge, he was regarded by Xian Tianlu as the person with the strongest natural talent since the vaulted Sang in 10,000 years, and the intercepting heavenly sect had set their hands on him, not to mention whether or not they would be able to capture him. Even if Gu Xingge was captured, the Qiankuan Tao sect would definitely not stop, and the Heaven Mending Pavilion would definitely intervene as well, causing a series of troubles at that time. It is only by taking a slow approach that we can avoid these pitfalls. Jun Mengqing looked up at the moon. All of this is for the great ambition of the Holy Church. So benefactor, don't blame me. Qiankuan Palace. Gu Xingge had just returned when Tantai Qingxian suddenly appeared behind him. This scared Gu Xingge so much that she subconsciously pinched her magic, but when she saw that the visitor was Tantai Qingxian, she loosened her pinched hand. He lightly patted his chest and looked at his own master, his heart palpitating as he said, Master, you're so godlike that it's easy to scare people's hearts. Gu Xingge had thought that her divine sense was sharp enough, but she didn't expect to notice even a single movement from Tantai Qingxian, who seemed to be one with this heaven and earth, with no way to probe. If Tantai Qingxian hadn't been standing in front of him, even if he had used his divine sense, Gu Xingge wouldn't have been able to detect the slightest trace of her. The supreme Tao body, existing with the Tao, was truly terrifying. Tantai Qingxian didn't say anything, only silently looking at Gu Xingge. Suddenly, the tip of her nose moved slightly, as if she had smelled that fragrance on his body, and although her face did not change, her eyes showed a subtle change. Tantai Qingxian looked deeply at Gu Xingge before turning to leave. Gu Xingge froze for a moment, then realized what was going on and hurriedly chased after him. Master, listen to my explanation. I didn't go out to fool around. P.S. Sorry for the late updates in the past 2 days. I've been adjusting my sleep lately, so when my sleep adjusts, I'll start updating regularly. End of chapter. Early the next morning, a brilliant sun rose and Xiantian City was shrouded in sunlight, dispelling the ghostly cold of last night. When the sound of a long bell echoed through Xiantian City, it was the Zhaoyun heavenly bell of Xiantian building. This bell was used to tell the cultivators in the city about the start of the heavenly auction. Every time the Zhaoyun bell rang, Xiantian City would be stirred up, and this time was no exception as countless cultivators flew towards Xiantian building. Gu Xingge flew out of the Qiankuan palace and headed to the giant building in the center of the city. As for Tantai Qingxian, she didn't want to go. The Xiantian building is extremely tall and majestic, as if a mountain of the gods that passes through the sky towers over the city. The huge building is luxurious and incomparable. Constructed with purple Xian spirit wood and purple spirit crystals, the body of the building is carved with mountains and rivers, covered with countless superb spirit stone tiles, and the spirit mist lingers, flowing with a dreamy spirit light. Gu Xingge arrived just in time to meet Jun Mengqing. Eunuch, you're here. Jun Mengqing hurriedly greeted him, and Gu Xingge nodded lightly, walking with her into Xiantian building. After entering the building, a maid led them to a heavenly box, positioned just right, able to overlook the crowd and clearly watch everything in the auction hall. At this time, the hall was already crowded and packed, bustling with noise and clamor echoing endlessly. Gu Xingge's gaze scanned the thousands of cultivators in the hall. Any one of them was in the foundation establishment, or even Jindan realm, and as for those boxes, they were all Yuan Ingzhenjun. Young Gio, come and taste this grape. Suddenly, Gu Xingge's voice rang in Jun Mengqing's ears, and he turned his head to look. However, he saw Jun Mengqing peeling open a green-colored grape at an unknown time. Crystal clear, with a sweet scent, she pinched the grapes with her green jade fingers, lightly bent her delicate body, swayed her fox tail, and came in front of Gu Xingge, smilingly sending the grapes in front of his mouth. The image is rather like Daji feeding King Zhou. Gu Xingge didn't refuse and opened her mouth to eat the grapes, only to be wrapped and annihilated by him with the power of space as she took it into her mouth. She, Jun Mengqing, is Daji, but I, Gu Xingge, am not King Zhou. Jun Mengqing saw Gu Xingge eat what she had fed her and started feeding other spirit fruits again. Gu Xingge came and went, and then all of them were annihilated with the power of space. Waiting for a few moments for the auction to begin, representatives from the Voltsang domain, and even forces from other domains, made their appearance one after another. Gu Xingge raised her hand to block the spirit fruit that Jun Mengqing had fed her, signaling that she had eaten enough and didn't need to. Only then did Jun Mengqing put down the spirit fruit with great interest. When, as the Zhaoyun heavenly bell rang once more, the noisy hall instantly quieted down and the auction officially began. In the center of the hall appeared a platform made of Xianhuang jade, crystal clear, golden radiance flowing, very magnificent, completely carved out of Xianhuang jade. An old man with white hair walked onto the jade platform and announced the start of the auction. 16 marvelous young ladies stood on either side of the jade platform. They were graceful, covering their bodies with a thin veil, and would be responsible for presenting the auction items. Although it was a heaven-level auction, the auction items displayed at the beginning were not rare treasures, and could not make Gu Xingge, as well as other people from other forces, interested, and the atmosphere was not mobilized. Several lots later, the seventh item up for auction, a piece of ancient precious jade, with a reserve price of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. On the Xianhuang jade stage, the auctioneer called out the name and price of the new auction item. In the next second, a delicate young girl held a rosewood tray and walked up to the Xianhuang jade platform, and on the tray was a peculiar ancient jade, which appeared to be simple and unadorned, but had detailed patterns and was filled with a special Dao rhythm. The moment the ancient jade appeared, in the earth character No. 7 box, a handsome-looking black-clothed young man got up violently, staring at the ancient jade with unblinking eyes, his heart jumping dramatically. He was all too familiar with this piece of jade. It was because of this piece of jade that his family incurred ruin, leaving only him and his sister alive. I didn't realize that there were other ancient jades in this world besides the one he had on him. It's just 1,000 top-quality spirit stones. Luo Chen gritted his teeth. 1,000 is 1,000. This ancient jade must not be allowed to be obtained by anyone else. Is there anything to this piece of jade? A cultivator in the auction hall opened his mouth to inquire. The auctioneer patiently explained. This jade contains special Taoist rhythms and is suspected to be worn by a great power. Holding it for a long period of time can help comprehend the divine secret techniques. As soon as these words came out, a flash of displeasure flashed across the eyes of Luo Chen inside the box. Damn it! This old guy! How could he tell the purpose of the ancient jade? However, not everyone believed the auctioneer's words. After all, in order to sell the lots, the auction houses would tout that perhaps this ancient jade could help one cultivate the divine secret techniques, but the effect might be minimal. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones is too much of a loss to buy. Gu Xingge looked at the piece of ancient treasure jade. His senses told him that it was not ordinary. And then his heavy pupils floated with a faint golden light. And the great Qi luck technique was cast. Everything in this world has its own Qi. And the thicker a thing's Qi is, the more useful it is. With the heavy pupil under the great Qi luck technique, he instantly saw through the Qi luck contained in the ancient treasure jade. Purple with a reddish color. As Gu Xingge felt, it was very open door. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xingge immediately made an offer. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. He didn't bother to bid with others. And his bid was 10 times the offer, forcing Luo Duan, who was still rejoicing that other people didn't know what they were looking for and thought he could pick up the pieces, to die. In the Earth character box, Luo Duan was first stunned, followed by a tense expression on his face. Surprisingly, there was still someone who knew the purpose of the ancient jade. Could it be the person who had destroyed his entire family in the first place? Seeing that Gu Xingge had auctioned off an exaggerated ancient jade for 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, Jun Mengqing secretly said that could it be that Ngong knew about this ancient jade? She sidestepped. Eunuch, auctions like to exaggerate about the items up for auction. That ancient jade might not be as useful as the auctioneer said. 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones to buy it is too much of a loss, right? No matter. I have a lot of spirit stones. Gu Xingge casually replied back, leaving Jun Mengqing somewhat speechless. You can't be so wasteful even if you have a lot of spirit stones. That's not true. He must know what that jewel is for. Jun Mengqing did not believe Gu Xingge's words. Not to tell, but also more spirit stones. You can have my spirit stones more. The ancient jade was eventually won by Gu Xingge since he was the only one who bid on it. After another dozen or so auction items, the auction finally ushered in the first heavyweight lot. The young girl carefully held a volume of silk book, walked up to the Xianhuang jade platform, and on that silk book the Dao pattern lingered, vaguely echoed the Dao sound. Sent up to the yellow diamond dragon platform. The auctioneer looked at the scroll of silk and was also very excited. His old face reddened as he said in a loud voice, "This is a cultivation epiphany written by a harmonious Dao powerhouse, with a base price of 500,000 extreme spirit stones." Boom! The auction hall was abuzz with excitement as hundreds of cultivators were agitated, and many of the God-realizing celestials from the great sects and holy clans made their bids for this volume of cultivation senses of the harmonized great powers. 1 million extreme spirit stones. 1.5 million extreme spirit stones. This seed offers 1,700,000 extreme spirit stones. 1,800,000 extreme spirit stones. The cultivation epiphanies of the harmonized great powers, which might not be of much use to Jindan and Yuaning cultivators, but to the God-realizing celestials who had already begun to cultivate the laws of the heavens and earth. It was a supreme treasure. In the end, this volume of harmonization great powers cultivation senses was auctioned off at a sky-high price of 2,700,000 extreme spirit stones, shocking even Gu Xingge. Isn't it just a great power sensation? As to be so crazy, why don't I use the jade disc of creation to deduce some of them and earn some spirit stones? P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. With the end of the auction of the great senses, the Xuanwanjia stage, the white-haired auctioneer strikes while the iron is hot. In a crowd of cultivators in high spirits, once again throughout the same heavyweight auction. Next, there will be a Dao Ancient Divine Warrior up for auction, so please keep your eyes peeled and don't miss it. When the crowd of cultivators heard the words, they immediately quieted down. The hall became silent, and immediately afterward, many of them became short of breath. Inside the box, Gu Xingge heard about the Dao Ancient Divine Soldier and also cast her gaze towards the Xianhuang Jade platform. The so-called Dao Ancient Divine Soldier was an ancient divine soldier with a history of at least 100,000 years or more, perhaps broken, but the Dao on the divine soldier still existed, and it could be topologized onto the original treasure, which would be greatly beneficial to the original treasure. It just so happened that he was preparing to refine his own life magic treasure, and if he were to topographize the Dao of the Dao Ancient Divine Warrior during the refining process, the power would definitely be drastically increased. Not long after, 4 strong men combined their efforts to carry a halberd up to the Xianhuang Jade platform. The halberd is simple and unadorned, cannot see any other place. Seeing that the 4 Jindan realm hulks were struggling to carry it, the crowd in the auction hall was quite surprised. Worthy of being a Dao Ancient Divine Warrior, this weight should not be underestimated. The white-haired auctioneer stepped forward and personally took it from the hands of the big men, welcoming the crippled halberd onto the Xianhuang Jade platform, placing it at the highest place and displaying it for all to see. When the people see the whole picture of the divine weapon, suddenly clamor, because the halberd blade has been missing a large part of the halberd, and the halberd body is full of scars. The road is not obvious. As if the battlefield can be picked up anywhere on the waist of soldiers. What's the point of bringing up a broken halberd? Even if he's a Tao ancient divine soldier, broken to such an extent, I'm afraid that the Tao rules contained in it are all gone. It's useless even if it's slapped into his hand. Some cultivators questioned loudly, clearly disappointed with this Tao ancient divine soldier. The other cultivators were also disappointed with this Tao ancient divine soldier. The damage was too severe and the Tao rules contained within it could no longer be felt at all. It was a complete waste of a soldier. However, the white-haired auctioneer was solemn and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, when have I, Xian Tianlu, ever auctioned off a useless object? You must not underestimate it. This Tao ancient divine soldier has an extraordinary origin. Old man, don't sell the story, tell it clearly at once." A cultivator does not like the auctioneer's behavior. To sell, hurry up and say, grinding, wasting time. The white-haired auctioneer stroked the mutilated halberd and introduced, "This item is from the heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain. It was brought out by someone in the Divine Mountain. According to the appraisal of my Xian Tianlu, the years of existence are incomparably long. At the very least, there is a history of 500,000 years. The starting price is 10,000 extreme spirit stones, heavenly Gothic God Mountain." As soon as this name came out, whether it was those seniors of the big forces present, or those scattered high cultivators, all of them froze, their faces showing scorn. Even Gu Xinga, likewise, heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain, one of the 5 end of the Tsangming forbidden areas. Legend has it that it is a bizarre mountain left over from an unknown number of end of the era ago, and what's inside is rarely known, because very few of the beings who go in can come out, and even if they do, they will die a violent death in a short period of time, with their bodies corrupted and their souls dispersed, never to be reincarnated. An ancient halberd brought out from the heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain, even if it was crippled, its value was incalculable. Even if he was brought out from the heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain and is now useless, what can be done? The supreme elder of a major power spoke. Although this object is crippled, it still contains a Tao rule within, and according to my Xian Tianlu's probing, this divine weapon is one that was once used by a Mahayana Tao father. After the auctioneer's words fell, the auction hall was a cacophony of noise. This is the weapon used by the Mahayana Tao Zun. Even if it contains only one Tao rule, it is not comparable to the general Tao ancient divine warrior. Countless cultivators were excited, and they made offers. 20,000 extreme spirit stones, 25,000 extreme spirit stones, 30,000 extreme spirit stones. At this moment, everyone opened their mouths to make offers. Even Gu Xinga was no exception. The scene was very hot. In the end, the price of the crippled halberd soared all the way up to 138,000 extreme spirit stones, and was auctioned off by a major power in the Xiansong domain. Inside the box, Jun Mengqing was slightly puzzled when she saw that Gu Xinga had given up in the middle of the day, and then asked in a soft voice, "Eunuch, why did you suddenly give up? Is it because there aren't enough spirit stones? If it's not enough, you can tell Mengqing, and Mengqing will do her best to support Nkong in the auction." Gu Xinga shook her head. "There's no need. That thing has no connection with me. It's more than just a no-brainer. It almost screwed itself." Luckily, Gu Xinga was cautious and used her heavy pupils with the great Qi Yun technique to take a look during the auction. And the Qi luck on that halberd was called a black just like ink. Moreover, he also found that the Qi of those who had touched the halberd was more or less tainted with some black color. Whoever shoots the halberd is out of luck. It was worthy of being something that came out of the heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain, and it was truly bizarre. The Qi is black to such an extent. How much the heavenly Tao hates this stuff. The halberd was carried down, followed by 2 strong men pushing a large cage covered in red cloth onto the jade platform. The auctioneer pointed at the cage covered by the red cloth, his old face showing an ambiguous smile. "Gentlemen, this auction item is a good thing, and it's not even from my Tsangmeng, it's from another world that's at war with our realm, and it's even a great cauldron, not to be missed, a great cauldron for the otherworldly." Upon hearing this title, some of the people of the great powers who knew something about the other world guessed what it was, and their eyes became fiery. Inside the box, Jun Mengqing looked at the prison cell under the red cloth, and a flash of disgust flashed across her demonic pretty face. As the auctioneer lifted the red cloth, the scene in the cage appeared in everyone's eyes. When Gu Xinga saw what was imprisoned in the cage, the heavy pupil surfaced with a hint of shock and blurted out, "Angel." Within the cage, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, stunningly beautiful woman was curled up in the cage. Her features were generally the same as those of the Europeans and Americans in Gu Xinga's previous life, her plump body tightly wrapped in a few strips of white cloth, and behind her were 3 pairs of snow-white wings, saintly and dusty. It was a 6-winged angel. Before, Gu Xinga had felt that the cultivation system of the other world was very familiar. Exactly the same as those Western fantasy novels in her previous life. And now that she saw this six-winged angel, she was even more certain that the other world was a Western fantasy world. It was only unexpected that Xian Tianlu could even get their hands on angels. Gentlemen, this otherworldly angel's cultivation has reached the subdivine level, equivalent to the late stage of Might Songming's Yuaning, and its body contains pure to the extreme bright energy. It is an excellent cauldron, not to be missed. The starting price is 10,000 extreme spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, hundreds of cultivators frantically bid. An excellent cauldron for a late-stage Yuaning. Not only could it be used for cultivation, it could also be driven as a war slave. They couldn't afford to miss it. Gu Xingge retracted his gaze from the angel. If it was a rare spirit material he would have made a bid, but an angelic furnace. There was no need to waste spirit stones to auction it. His cauldron was a supreme Tao body that had reached the great circle of transformation, and he didn't even care to fight for a late-stage Yuaning angelic cauldron. As for riding a big oceanic horse, naturally, it was necessary to ride the best, and mass-produced angels like this one couldn't get into Gu Xingge's eyes. In the end, this angelic furnace cauldron was auctioned off for 73,000 extreme spirit stones. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for monthly tickets. Ask for recommendation tickets. End of chapter. After the angelic censer, a young girl walked up to the Xian Huang Jade platform with another rosewood tray, on which was a small tripod, looking plain and unimpressive, and with no signs of age. Auctioneer, gentlemen, this small tripod is not a magic treasure, nor is it a Tao ancient divine warrior, but it is more precious than anything before it because it is a realm guide. Boundary leader. Everyone was shocked, even Gu Xingge was no exception, and Jun Mengqing beside him was even staring at the small tripod, her demonic face flushed with excitement. Surprisingly, it's a boundary guide. The so-called boundary guide, also known as the guide of returning to the boundary, can help cultivators who set foot on the boundary road and travel to unknown worlds to precisely find the direction of returning home. As for the realm road, it was the path that cultivators opened up in order to perfect their inner heaven and earth and leave the pale great world. When a cultivator reached the God transformation realm, he would open up the violet mansion, and when he reached the refining void realm, the violet mansion within his body would need to metamorphose from the illusory mysterious realm to the real heaven and earth. This process is extremely cumbersome, so the ancient cultivators thought of a method, that is, directly refining a heaven and earth into their own violet mansion, so as to metamorphose into the inner heaven and earth. However, this method would not work in the Tsongming Great World. If you dared to dig up the flesh of the world, the heavenly Tao would definitely send down heavenly punishment and split you into dust. So the ancient cultivators opened up the path of the realm, leaving the pale and going outside the realm, refining other small worlds and turning them into their own inner heaven and earth. It is only that once outside the realm it is easy to lose your way back, and the realm guide is born from this. The manufacturing of the boundary guide was also very complicated and disposable, which led to the scarcity of the boundary guide and its value. The starting bidding price for this boundary guide is 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Please bid as much as you like. As soon as the words fell, Jun Mengqing took the lead in bidding. 200,000 extreme spirit stones, 250,000, $300,000, $500,000. Such frantic bidding caused even Gu Xingge to glance sideways at Jun Mengqing. I didn't realize this little fox was still a rich woman. However, on second thought, Jun Mengqing's backing of Qingqiu and the heaven intercepting sect was so profound that even Ten Qiankuan Dao sect could not compare, and it was normal to have more spirit stones. In the end, the realm guide was auctioned off by Jun Mengqing for 1,200,000 extreme spirit stones. Seeing that the realm guide had been obtained by Jun Mengqing, Gu Xingge smiled and spoke. Holy Maiden Jun, I wonder if I can lend this realm guide to the seat for some study later. Upon hearing this, Jun Mengqing did not hesitate for a moment and softly said, since your excellency is interested in this boundary leader, why don't we just give it to your excellency? Sage Lady Jun's kindness is appreciated. This seat is just curious about this realm guide and wants to study it. Gu Xingge politely rejected Jun Mengqing's good intentions. He could not afford to enjoy treasures worth millions of extreme spirit stones. Moreover, as long as he used the jade disc of creation to figure out the manufacturing principle of the boundary leader, he would be able to make it himself. At that time, there would be as many boundary guides as one wanted, and spirit stones would come in droves. Jun Mengqing, who had been rejected yet again, continued to smile on the surface, but a trace of irritation flared up inside. I've shown you kindness so many times and fed you. Why don't you get the hang of it? Is it because I'm not good looking? Or is it that old lady doesn't fit your aesthetic? The more she thought about it, the more Jun Mengqing suffocated, thinking that she is the young emperor of Qingqiu, or the holy daughter of the intercepting heavenly sect. Her suitors are all lined up from the dome of the Sang to the western wasteland. and which one of them is not obedient to her? As a result, Gu Xingge to seemingly and intimate, but always maintained a distance. Jun Mengqing looked at Gu Xingge's side face and secretly cheered. I don't believe I can't take you. The auction venue changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a dozen more lots were taken, during which Gu Xingge made 2 bids and auctioned off 2 spirit materials, 5 elements essence gold and Sunhai stone. Jun Mengqing saw that Gu Xingge was auctioning off all the weapon refining materials, and secretly wondered if he was trying to refine his own life magic treasure. Thinking about it, she immediately had a new idea. Eunuch, you haven't refined your own life magic treasure yet, have you? Gu Xingge sniffed, nodded, and didn't deliberately hide it. In the next second, a piece of immortal gold like a bright moon with a clear and cold moonlight, glittering with silver light and shaped like a jade rabbit appeared in Jun Mengqing's hands. The Taiyin Dao rhythm filled the air, and it was divine and extraordinary. Taiyin immortal gold. Gu Xingge's eyes stared, surprise welling up in the depths of her heavy pupils, recognizing the true form of the immortal gold in Jun Mengqing's hands with a single glance. Taiyin immortal gold and Sun immortal gold are known as Yin and Yang immortal gold, which are mutually exclusive, and if these 2 great immortal golds are melted into the same artifact, the artifacts cast are not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Your Excellency, this piece of Taiyin immortal gold was obtained by chance by my concubine, and it is useless to keep it in my hands, so I might as well gift it to Your Excellency to help you out. Jun Mengqing looked at Gu Xingge with a smile on her face, a wisp of smugness flashing under her eyes. Bastard! I don't believe you can refuse again. Indeed, faced with the temptation of Taiyin immortal gold, Gu Xingge was indeed hard to refuse. Looking at the piece of Taiyin immortal gold, Gu Xingge fell silent. Jun Mengqing was like a fishing man, using the Taiyin immortal gold as bait, pulling on the fishing line and tempting him while constantly urging in his heart, take the bait, take the bait. Then thank you, holy maiden Jun. After thinking about it again and again, Gu Xingge still chose to bite on Jun Mengqing's bait. He needed this Taiyin immortal gold too much. Even though he knew that Jun Mengqing had deliberately taken it out to lure him onto the bait, it was hard not to want to eat such a big fish bait. After all, immortal gold can be hard to come by. The Xian Tian Buildings auction was nearing its end, and the top-tier weapon refining spirit materials had yet to appear, so it would be a shame to miss out on the Taiyin immortal gold. Moreover, Jun Mengqing had been showing herself kindness, and it was fine to refuse once or twice, but if she refused more than once, it would backfire. Seeing Gu Xingge reach out and accept the Taiyin immortal gold, the corners of Jun Mengqing's mouth lifted up slightly, harder to suppress than a pig that had been slaughtered on New Year's Day. I knew you couldn't say no. Jun Mengqing, it's good that Nkong needs it. If the materials for refining the instinctive magic treasure are still lacking, feel free to speak with my concubine, and I will find them all for you. Then thank you, holy maiden. Gu Xingge nodded her head and turned her head to look at the auction hall again. At this moment the last lot was also served up, an ancient talisman. The auctioneer's face reddened with excitement, and his energy-raising efforts vanished in front of this ancient talisman. Gentlemen, the last lot of the day is on the stage. I'm sure you've all seen the roster. Yes, it is none other than the True Spirit Transmutation Immortal Talisman. True Spirit Transmutation Immortal Amulet. Countless cultivators stared intently at the ancient talisman, and there were even some cultivators who were eager to try, with a tendency to directly make a move to grab it. Swish! 2 figures appeared beside the ancient talisman with a majestic aura. They were clearly 2 god transformation celestials. Gu Xingge looked at the True Spirit Transmutation Immortal Talisman, but was not interested. This thing would not be of much use even if given to him. The so-called True Spirit Reincarnation was actually a way of seizing the body, only that compared to ordinary seizing, it was more thorough, more perfect, and it was a passive seizing. Once the cultivator holding the True Spirit Reincarnation Immortal symbol fell, the immortal symbol would activate, thus taking the cultivator's true spirit and reincarnating it into the pre-selected person who had been taken from him. It may seem convenient, but there is a downside. Then it will merge with the true spirit of the one who was taken away. So is the one who was taken away still himself? Even if Gu Xingge wanted to take over her body, she wouldn't have chosen this seemingly perfect but hidden method. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. As the auction draws to a close, Luo Duan in the ground box is a sad face. He is not sure if the auction of the ancient treasure jade is not the person who destroyed his whole family, and is afraid to go out of this Xian Tian building. The other party found out it would be bad. Ding detected that the host is caught in the troubled path ahead, simulating the immortality system binding. System, you're finally here. Hearing the beep in his head, Luo Chen was ecstatic. He wasn't actually the original Luo Chen, but a blue star traveler who crossed over after the Luo family's destruction. He had also begged his grandpa and grandma before, hoping for a plug-in, not realizing that the system still had opening conditions. Simulation of immortality system. Listening to the name Luo Chen knew that it was the kind of system that simulated various futures and then acquired future cultivation and experiences. As long as he kept simulating, he could leap into immortality. When the time comes to meet the exterminator, one finger can poke him to death. The host is at the early stage of foundation establishment. One simulation requires 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Do we start the simulation? Nodding his head, Luo Chen couldn't wait to start the simulation while muttering, set a small goal. Simulate to the Yuaning stage first. Simulation begins at. On the first day, you suspected that the one who auctioned off the ancient treasure jade was an enemy who exterminated your family. And, terrified, you decided to hide in the Xian Tian building first, waiting for all the people to leave before going out. The auction ended and everyone left before you carefully left the Xian Heavenly building. Without realizing it, the ancient treasure jade you possessed created an induction with the auctioneers, and Qian Kuan Daozi followed the induction. Forced to do so, you offered the precious jade, and Qian Kuan Daozi gave you 1,000 top-grade spirit stones as money to buy the jade. So it wasn't the group. Luo Duan looked at the analog screen and was relieved to see that the person who bought the walk-on ancient treasure jade was not the enemy of the exterminator. But immediately afterward an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. This Qian Kuan Dao's son spent 10,000 spirit stones to auction for the precious jade. Why should he only give 1,000 spirit stones for his precious jade? There is already a way to take death. Luo Chen put a mandatory kill sign for Gu Shenga in his heart, and when he became an immortal in the future, he would return the revenge for taking the jade 100-fold. You took 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and were happy on the surface, but inwardly you secretly remembered Qian Kuan Daozi's revenge for taking the jade, thinking that when you became an immortal in the future, you would definitely retaliate back. But what you didn't expect was that Qian Kuan Daozi saw through your mind with his heavy pupil, and he disregarded his face and killed you with one palm in full view of everyone. What? Luo Chen's face was stunned and he exclaimed out in shock, that Qian Kuan Daozi could actually see through him. Wasn't this cheating? At the end of the simulation, please select your takeaways from this simulation. I. Simulation of acquired cultivation. 2. Experience gained from simulation. 3. Resources from simulations. After the shock passed, Luo Chen looked at the simulation panel and decisively chose resources, and in front of him there was also an extra 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. On the other side of the sky character box, Gu Shenga was keenly aware of a strange force enveloping him, seemingly interfering with him. Not being able to think much, Gu Shenga commanded Jun Mengqing in a deep voice. Holy Maiden Jun, this seed is feeling slightly unwell, so please protect me for me. Upon hearing this, Jun Mengqing was slightly stunned, and when she saw that Gu Shenga's face was a bit hard to see, a trace of worry rose in her heart, and she nodded her head back and forth, assuring him, don't worry, eunuch, with my concubine here, I won't let anyone disturb you. Immediately, Gu Shenga closed her eyes, and a part of her mind precipitated into the sea of consciousness as she began to catalyze the jade disk of creation. He would like to see which unknowing fellow dared to count on him. As for the other part of his mind, it was always focused on Jun Mengqing. The reason why she told her that she was not feeling well was to test this female fox and see if she would reveal her fox tail. As expected, right after Gu Shenga closed her eyes, the pale voice of Granny Z rang in Jun Mengqing's ears. Holy Maiden, the heavens have helped you. Taking advantage of the fact that the Qian Kuan Dao's son is now different is the best time to strike and control him. No, how can you be sure that something is really wrong with him? What if he said it on purpose? Jun Mengqing looked at Gu Shenga, who was meditating with her eyes closed, and refused Granny Z's offer. After all, Gu Shenga had been fine before, and now that she suddenly said she was unwell, it was a guarantee that she was deliberately testing her. I'm not going to fall for that. The intercepting heaven Holy Maiden inwardly snorted coldly. Did she look that stupid? At this moment, as Gu Shenga catalyzed the jade disk of creation, the bizarre force was also isolated. He tried to follow the strange force and explore the source, but it broke off in the middle. Break off your tail to survive? Gu Shenga murmured. Although the force pinched off in time, it still left traces behind. By following these clues and taking some time, he could still catch the rat that had counted on him. Gu Shenga slowly opened his eyes, and Jun Mengqing's stunningly beautiful and pretty face that was so bewitching that it was reflected in his eyes, looking at him with a concerned expression. Eunuch, are you okay? It's fine. Gu Shenga shook her head then got up and said, the auction is almost over. Let's go pick up the lots. Good. Jun Mengqing and Gu Shenga finished first and went forward to fetch what they had auctioned. After handing over the corresponding spirit stones to Xian Tianlu, the ancient treasure jade, the 5 elements essence gold, and the Sanhai Ming stone also went into Gu Shen's storage ring. A small tripod was delivered to him, and Jun Mengqing's soft voice rang in Gu Shenga's ears. Eunuch, This boundary guide is also lent to you for your research, so when you're done with it, you can return it to my concubine. Hee, that's very generous. Gu Xingge sneered in his heart. Don't think he doesn't know what this female fox is playing. Isn't it just wanting to borrow the boundary lure to get some more chances to get close to himself? Thinking too much. With the parsing speed of the jade disk of creation, it wouldn't take long for this realm leader principle to be completely disassembled. At the same time, Luo Chen began his second simulation. Simulation begins on the first day. In order to avoid being approached by the Qiankuan Taoist sun again, you chose to hand over your piece of ancient treasure jade to the Xian Heavenly Building, allowing them to help you auction it off. And in the end, the treasure jade was again auctioned off by the Qiankuan Taoist sun at 1,500 upper-grade spirit stones. After leaving Xian Tian Building, you bought a large amount of cultivation resources and purchased a separate compound in Xian Tian City to begin closed-door cultivation. 3 days later, Qiankuan Daozi suddenly descended on your special compound and slapped you to death. *******. Didn't I throw the precious jade to Xian Tianlu? Why is Qiankuan Daozi still looking for me? Luo Duan was furious when he saw that he had once again been slapped to death by Qiankuan Daozi. He himself had taken the initiative to hand over the precious jade to Xian Tianlu for auction in order to avoid this fellow, but as a result, it was still hard to escape. Could it be because the precious jade had his own aura left on it? And Qiankuan Daozi thought that he had discovered the secret of the precious jade, and all specially came to kill him. System, continue the simulation. A somber look flashed in Luo Chen's eyes as he ordered the system to continue the simulation. He didn't believe it. He had the simulation system in his hand and still couldn't handle a Qiankuan Daozi. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. 3 days later, you were slapped to death by Qiankuan Daozi. 4 days later, you who fled Xian Tian City were slapped to death by Qiankuan Daozi during your flight. 2 days later, you were slapped to death by Qiankuan Daozi within Xian Tian City. A day later, you just left the gate of the Xian Tian building and were killed by a divine thunderbolt that fell from the sky. It was Qiankuan Daozi who struck. 5 hours later, Qiankuan Daozi approached you and exterminated you in front of the Xian Tianlu elders. You've been slapped to death by the Qiankuan Daozi again in a double whammy. Looking at all of his simulation results on the simulation screen, without exception, all of them died at the hands of Qiankuan Daozi. Luo Chen was completely numb, and an unprecedented powerlessness and despair rose within him. So many simulations, none of which have worked, and one of which died sooner than the other. What kind of demon was this Qiankuan Daozi, and why did he want to kill himself? It definitely wasn't the reason for the ancient jade. Luo Chen was puzzled, but this looming fatal crisis made him fidgety. He wanted to leave Xian Tian building immediately, but he was afraid that Qiankuan Daozi had already been waiting for him outside. On the other side, Gu Xingge once again felt the appearance of that weird power, although it was fleeting each time. However, under the capture of the jade disk of creation, the source of the weird power gradually became clear. It's actually inside the Xian Tian building. What is this? A lampshade? Gu Xingge's heavy pupil surfaced with a flash of ferocious light. Guts are really big. It wasn't enough to count on this seat once, but you still dare to continue to strike. Looking for death. Aha! Noticing Gu Xingge's difference, the pure and intense killing intent caused Jun Mengqing's heart to tremble. What happened? Did he find something? Jun Mengqing instantly tensed up. However, Gu Xingge just turned around and left without a word, her figure flashing so that even Jun Mengqing couldn't catch up. Gu Xingge's divine sense penetrated her body and recklessly scanned the auction hall, as well as those boxes. Even at the risk of offending everyone present, he had to find out the guy who had counted on him. If he doesn't kill that guy, it won't be good for him. The auction hall, as well as the people in the boxes, all felt a divine sense sweeping over them, and their faces changed, all revealing displeasure. Using one's divine sense to probe another person without permission is no less than invading another person's privacy. It's unacceptable no matter who you put it on. It's not polite to come and go. Many cultivators released their divine sense and followed Gu Xingge's divine sense, wanting to see who was being so rude. Knowing that her move was inappropriate, Gu Xingge didn't hide herself and explained herself greatly to the cultivator who had cast his divine sense. Sorry for offending you all. The matter is urgent. Someone has used evil techniques within the Xian Tian building to count on the late generation. In order to avoid that person to fish in the water and sneak away, I have no choice but to use my divine sense to search on a large scale. I hope that you all will forgive me. The late generation is here to make amends. Gu Xingge was not a rude person, and knowing that her actions had offended the crowd, she didn't act too brash, but took the initiative to lower her stance and apologize to the crowd. Some of the cultivators saw that it was Qiankuan Daozi who released his divine sense, and although they were disgruntled, when they heard that he called himself a junior and apologized to them, The disgruntlement in their hearts was replaced by a kind of vanity. Hear that? The top of the list of human jewels says he or she is a latecomer in front of him or her. Isn't it just being swept by divine sense? It's nothing. Of course, this was only the idea of some people from small scattered sects. The other people from the other major powers were still annoyed and released their own divine sense in unison to block Guxinga. As her divine sense was blocked, Guxinga's heavy pupils flashed with a touch of displeasure. These guys, they really give a. Since you don't want to be decent, then this seat will help you be decent. Guxinga's voice was chilly. The thunder pattern on his brow flickered, and in an instant, his divine sense was empowered by the eyes of the heavens, and the true intent of heavenly tribulation was paired with his divine sense, transforming into an invisible thunderbolt that blasted at those divine senses that were blocking him. Those divine senses immediately felt like they were in the middle of a heavenly calamity, with endless thunder bombarding them furiously, destroying them all. Within the many boxes, the sound of dull grunts continuously resounded, and all those who blocked Guxinga's way all suffered heavy damage to their divine sense. Outrageous! This Qiankuan Dao's son is so bold. Is he going to make enemies of us all? In the heavenly character No. 9 box, the supreme elder of the Ling Xiao sword sect rose up in anger, his face turning blue, and a faint agony spreading across his brow. Beside him, Wine Sword. No, it's our horse-piss fairy Yiran also had a pained look on his face, and it was obvious that he was also the one who had put out his divine sense to block Guxinga. In the second box of the heavenly character, the heaven-mending goddess frowned slightly, but quickly soothed her divine sense trauma. She looked at Guxinga, who was still searching for the person who had counted. Her pink lips under the veil lightly opened, her gentle voice transmitting the slightest hint of scorn. Worthy of being a heavy pupil, this divine sense is truly terrifying. Goddess, this Qiankuan Daoist son is too arrogant. The old slave will step in and capture him. The tall and thin old man beside Xiao said angrily, but was rejected by her. There's no need to be able to provoke the Qiankuan Daoist son to be this angry, all without regard to offending many forces, but also to use his divine sense to probe, so it can be seen that the grudges in it are so great that it's better for us to stay out of the way. Immediately afterward, Xiao instructed, Elder Yun, if Xian Heavenly Tower makes a move to stop them, you should make a move and help the Qiankuan Daoist son. Old slave knows. Elder Yun nodded his head. Since the goddess had given the word, he had no choice but to obey. The people from the other boxes of the great powers were cursing angrily. It was so outrageous. They had never seen someone as arrogant as Guxinga in all their years of cultivation. Just as they were about to strike, two figures appeared in front of Guxinga, their auras as majestic as mountains, attempting to suppress him on the spot. Qiankuan Daozi, you passed. The visitors were none other than the two transformation god celestials from Shen Tianlu, one tall and one fat, and the pressure released by the two caused Guxinga's figure to stall. Guxinga's heavy pupils looked at the two transformation god celestials who intercepted him and said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way. This is Shen Tianlu, not your Qiankuan Dao sect. If you insist on making trouble, Daozi Gu, then I won't blame us for being rude." The tall man coldly warned Guxinga that although the Qiankuan Dao sect was strong, he, Shen Tianlu, was not weak either. Today, Qiankuan Daozi caused trouble first. Even if they suppressed him, the Qiankuan Dao sect could not say anything. Since you won't let me, don't blame this seat for being rough. Guxinga didn't bother to say anything more to these two guys. They didn't deserve to hear it yet. Even if the master of Xiantian building were to come in person today, he would still have to give him a back seat. Boom! Two blazing, extreme light shot out from Guxinga's heavy pupils, as if they were two supreme divine swords that cut through heaven and earth, piercing through all things in heaven and earth and killing demons and monsters. The light of the eyes was too terrifying, causing the two god transformation celestials to feel threatened, and they mobilized the power of their own laws to block the heavy pupil light of the eyes. As Guxinga exchanged blows with the two great god realizing celestials, the cultivators in the auction hall quickly fled the place, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire and die under the aftermath of the engagement. When Luo Chen saw that Qiankuan Daozi had really killed him, his entire body was stunned. No way. This guy was actually there. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. How could the people within the Xiantian building not expect Guxinga to make a direct move? He wasn't even willing to say a word more. That blazing eye light was like two absolute divine weapons, and although it only forced the two god transformation celestials from Xiantianlu back, it still shocked the crowd of people from the great powers. Hiss, this Qiankuan Daozi is also too crazy. How dare he make a move in Xian Heavenly Building? Not afraid of the liquidation of the Xian Heavenly Building Master? To actually want to fight the two great transformation gods alone with his own strength? Should I say that this guy is arrogant? Or is he just stupid? The Xian Heavenly Building has stood in the vault of Sang for 80,000 years and has a deep heritage that is not comparable to the Qian Koan Dao sect. This Qian Koan Dao son is in big trouble. Serves him right. Who let him be so arrogant? Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants just because he is the top of the human Jie ranking? Even if he is beheaded by Xian Tianlu today, he is still to blame. Thunder flashed in the auction hall. Water and fire rushed to the sky, and the three figures collided together. The aftermath alone was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Fortunately, the auctioneer opened the hall's defense array at the first time, protecting Xian Tianlu's property and avoiding the fish in the pond. Thunder rumbled continuously, echoing the Xian Tian building. Gu Xingga's black hair was wildly disheveled, surrounded by silver thunder, and he blasted his fist at the fat man's transformation spirit, with so much power that it seemed as if that mountain was pouring over it, and the air exploded, setting off a ripple. Qian flame refining heaven. At the same time, the taller transformation god who had entered the Tao with the fire line let out a deep sigh, and endless black flames erupted from within his body, raging like a volcano erupting, turning into a sea of fire that filled the sky and enveloped the four directions. With an air of wanting to refine Gu Xingga on the spot, District Yuaning actually dared to call their bluff. So what if the top of the list of human experts? The same suppression. With a punch that blasted the leg of the fat man's transformation god, Gu Xingga saw the sea of black fire spreading out, and his heavy pupil surfaced with a faint disdain. Playing with fire. You've met your ancestors. Stop. The heavy pupil flashed a flash of red aura. Gu Xingga let out a deep voice. The royal fire avatar words follow the law. Control of heaven and earth all the fire. That black sea of fire actually really stop. No longer swept to come. What? The tall transformation deity was shocked as he tried to continue to catalyze the sea of fire, but found that it didn't work at all. Without allowing him to think too much, the thunder god's spear transformed by thousands of thunder suddenly stabbed, pointing straight at his face. The taller transformation god raised his hand and choked. The power of the laws transformed into a large hand, easily blocking the thunder god gun. Unexpectedly, the thunder god gun exploded with a loud bang, and the endless thunder plasma spread out, catching him off guard. But this trick was simply not enough for a transfiguration celestial. Although the thunder slurry was powerful enough to exterminate a Yuaning, it didn't even soil the corner of the taller transformation god's clothes. Gu Xingga naturally knew that these small tactics couldn't hurt them. They were just to stall for time. Just as he was about to strangle and move his magic with a display of the eyes of the heavens, a young figure suddenly appeared between Gu Xingga and the two transformation god celestials. He just waved his hand. And what divine secret method? What sea of fire and thunder? All disappeared, as if they had never existed. When the crowd saw the visitor clearly, they revealed awe. The two transfiguration celestials from the Xian Heavenly Tower also immediately collected their magical power and respectfully bent down to salute. Greetings, Master, ×2, Master of the Xian Tian building. Gu Xingga sniffed, her heavy pupils looking at the visitor. Unlike the sinking night-old ancestor, the boyish image of the Xian Tian building master looked to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, and his breath was ethereal, as if it was united with heaven and earth, and seemed to be everywhere. Gu Xingga didn't fail to be polite either, as he bowed his hand and said, "Late generation has met Master Xian Tian." Luo Chen, who was hiding inside the box, was relieved when he saw the Xian Tian building master appear, and his entire body collapsed onto the soft chair like a void. Great! It's saved! With the Xian Tian building master, a great cultivator, he didn't believe that this Qian Koan Daozi would still be able to forcefully kill him as shown on the simulation system. The elders can't stop you, but the building owner is always okay. All of this development was expected by quite a few people. The Xian Heavenly Building Master was guarding Xian Heavenly City, so how could he allow Gu Xingga to go unchecked in his territory? The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master turned around, his eyes that flowed with the vicissitudes of age looking at Gu Xingga. His eyes slightly condensed as he scrutinized him. Sinking Knight's disciple's grandson, right? The nature is really the same as that guy's. So impulsive, but still a bit polite. After a half a minute, the Xian Tian Building Master slowly opened his mouth, but his voice was not as young as he appeared to be, pale and hoarse. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingga smiled and said in a warm voice, "Senior, the old ancestor ordered me to greet you." "He greets me? That guy isn't that polite." Upon hearing this, the Xian Tian Building Master let out a light snort. He had known that reckless fellow, Shen Xiao, for over 4,000 years, and knew that fellow's nature well, so how could he possibly ask for his favor? However, this kid knows how to be polite and is much smoother than that old thing. Sinking Night. The Xian Tian Building Master's eyes looked at Gu Xingga with more than a hint of satisfaction, worthy of being at the top of the list dished out by the old man. "Greetings to Senior Tsong Ming, all hail Senior." Jun Mengqing appeared beside Gu Xingge and respectfully bowed to the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master. And the representatives of the rest of the major powers didn't watch the show any longer and showed up in unison to greet the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master nodded slightly and turned to continue looking at Gu Xingge, inquiring in a faint voice, "Kid, tell me, why are you causing trouble in Lao Fu's territory? Is it because you feel that buying things from me is expensive? Want to smash the store or what?" Senior's misunderstanding. Seniors are just being plotted against. A moment of urgency, afraid of that person escaping. This is why they made a move. Please bear with me. Gu Xingge hurriedly explained that he actually had some understanding of the relationship between the sinking knight Old Ancestor and the Xian Heavenly Building Master. It was mentioned in the Old Ancestor's Benji of the Tibetan scripture pavilion that Old Ancestor's sinking knight and the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master were close friends, as well as life and death buddies. That's why he dared to fight at Xian Tian Building. It can't be helped. We have connections. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master frowned slightly. Someone counting on his old friend's disciple's grandson in his territory. Wasn't that slapping him in the face? Kid, are you sure? The Xian Tian Building Master re-asked. Gu Xingge nodded her head seriously. Senior is willing to swear by the way. There is indeed someone who is counting on Senior. In that case, then I will make it easy for you, and will not stop you from finding the person who counted. The Xian Heavenly Building Master did not ink. After all, it was his old friend's disciple's grandson. He was being counted on in his own territory, and if his old friend knew about it, he would surely sneer at him again. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge hurriedly thanked, "Many thanks, Senior, and I will also compensate in full for the damages that my junior caused to Xian Heavenly Mansion." When he heard that he wanted compensation, the Xian Heavenly Building Master but smiled mysteriously and said, "Kid, are you sure you want compensation?" His smile gave Gu Xingge a bad feeling. Was it expensive? But since the words have been spoken, there is naturally no reason to change them. Gu Xingge nodded her head, and the Xian Heavenly Building Master didn't say anything else, just left a sentence and disappeared. Good. Then come and meet old man at the Xian Tian penthouse later. Okay, Senior. Even Gu Xingge didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It seemed that it was the golden qi that had almost blinded his heavy pupils that was working. The crowd of people from the big powers also didn't expect the Xian Tian Building Master to step in, and not only did he not chastise Gu Xingge, but he seemed to be quite optimistic about him, and actually allowed him to go up to the Xian Tian penthouse. That was a place where only the elders and power holders of the great sects and holy clans could go. On the contrary, Luo Chen slid down from the soft chair and paralyzed on the ground with his eyes lifeless, repeating under his breath, "It's over, it's over, it's over. P.S. Ask for recommendations, ask for rewards, request for monthly tickets." End of chapter. Gentlemen, could you do me a favor? After the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master left, Gu Xingge looked at the two god-transforming celestials from Xian Heavenly Mansion, changing her previous tough attitude and smiling as she questioned them. The two transformation god celestials naturally wouldn't stop Gu Xingge when they saw that their own building master had spoken. Horsepiss Fairy Yiran was jealous when she saw how easily Gu Xingge had resolved the crisis. Damn! This guy's luck is too good to be true. The Xian Tian Building Master stepped in and didn't even punish him. In the end, is he the son of heaven's destiny? Or am I? The heaven-mending goddess did know a little bit about the relationship between the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master and Old Man Xiankuan, and secretly said that it was a pity. She had originally thought of taking advantage of this matter to step in and help Gu Xingge, so that he would owe her a favor. Seeing that Gu Xingge was unhindered, Jun Mengqing was also a bit distressed, and she also had the same idea as the heaven-mending goddess. Gu Xingge didn't care about the thoughts of the people around him as he released his divine sense once again, following the weird power and exploring the source. Within moments, he had a lock on his target. Mouse. Found you. It was clearly Luo Chan's Earth character box. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xingge transformed into a brilliant thunderous light, forcibly breaking through the box's formation and rushing in. Warning! 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 System enemy detected approaching fast. Host activate escape teleportation. The system's beeps kept ringing in Luo Chan's head, and every system had an emergency function used for the host. For example, the forced interference of the heartbeat system is its emergency function. The emergency function of the simulation system is to escape with the host. As long as it ensures that the host is alive, it can plunder more and fulfill its own mission. When Luo Chen, who had thought he was going to be finished, heard the system warning, he instantly came back to his senses and exclaimed in excitement, "Use it! Quickly use it!" The system got a response and immediately enabled emergency teleportation. Want to run? Dream on! Gu Xingge appeared in the box, seeing that Luo Chen was wrapped in a white light to escape the place. Without hesitation, his heavy pupils erupted with supreme divine might, bound to kill this person on the spot. Heavy pupils open the sky, chaos destroys the world. a soft cry rang out, and Gushinga's eyes flowed with a vast chaotic light, with a terrifyingly shocking scene of the sun and moon falling and the stars and rivers collapsing. A pair of light tore through heaven and earth, blazing to the extreme. Through the four directions of heaven and earth, space could not withstand this kind of horrible light. Wherever it passed, it exploded inch by inch. Spatial turbulence rampant across the world, straight towards Luochen. Boom! Even the Xian heavenly building, which was able to withstand the attack of a transformation god celestial, was blasted out with a large hole, and the entire Xian heavenly building trembled 3 times. Everyone in Xiantian City saw a supreme divine light strike out from within the Xiantian building, striking through the clouds and piercing through a large chunk of the sky, so powerful that a transformation god would not be able to resist it. What's that? So terrifying. The Xian heavenly building was even blasted out of a big pit. What kind of person actually dares to cause trouble in Xiantian building? Quick, let's go check it out. Even though Gushinga urgently struck a heavy pupil-killing move, it still failed to leave Luochen behind. But it did annihilate the lower half of Luochen's body, and even if he didn't die, he was crippled. Moreover, being injured by his heavy pupil, even if there was an elixir to repair his body, it wouldn't help. Gushinga could still use the traces left by the heavy pupil on that guy to find Luochen's whereabouts. All in all, it's not a loss ahead. At this moment, Gushinga's face was as gloomy as it could be. If he hadn't sensed it wrong just now, the power that had carried the one who had counted on him to escape was exactly the same as the 2 systems from before. So again, it's the system that's screwed up. Hey, it's really shady. Moreover, Gushinga had the feeling that the sky had collapsed when she looked at the Xiantian building's wall that had been blasted out of a large hole. How many spirit stones must be lost? The 2 transformation god celestials from the Xian heavenly tower flew in, and as they looked at the destruction caused by Gushinga, they glanced at each other, both seeing each other's shock. It was important to know that the Xian heavenly building was built using a large amount of spiritual materials, and it also had various defensive formations as well as defensive runes applied to the walls. A seemingly thin layer could block even the full force of a transformation god's purple mansion. Now that he was actually blasted out of a large hole by Gushinga, wouldn't that mean that he was in control of a means that could kill a transformation god celestial? Wu Tuan, Wu To, bring this boy to see the old man and talk about compensation. The voice of the master of the Xian heavenly building rang in the ears of the endless patrol, and they made an inviting gesture to Gushinga. Gushinga suddenly thought of the mysterious smile that the Xian heavenly mansion master had given earlier. Could it be that elder has already calculated that he will have this fortune-telling calamity? Jun Mengqing and the heaven-mending goddess were also shocked when they saw the destruction caused by Gushinga. Grasping such a powerful divine ability, it was no wonder that he was able to suppress the god transformation great demon. The top floor of the Xiantian building was not a layer of rooms, but a secret cave. The cave was filled with birds and flowers, beautiful scenery, and rich aura, planted with purple sunflowers. Purple sunflower? Gushinga looked at the purple sunflowers roaming the mountains and secretly wondered. His own old ancestor's favorite thing was the purple sunflowers. Could it be that this hobby was passed down to him by the Xian heavenly mansion master? In the sea of purple sunflowers, the Xiantian building master sat cross-legged, and when he saw Gushinga arrive, he gestured for him to sit in front of him. Here, sit down. Gushinga honestly sat in front of the Xiantian building master, like a child who had made a mistake, and he couldn't help but ask, Elder, did you calculate that I would cause so much damage to Xian Heavenly Tower? Is that why you're smiling like that? It was known to all of Sangming that the master of the Xian Heavenly Mansion was a master of the Heavenly Evolutionary Tao, and it didn't seem to be unusual for him to have calculated this point. However, the Xian Heavenly Mansion master shook his head and explained, I only calculated that Xian Heavenly Mansion would be in trouble today. I did not calculate that it was caused by you. Although he was quite accomplished in the way of heavenly evolution, there were few in the world that could not be reckoned with, except for the 5 major forbidden zones of the end of the world. But coincidentally, Gushinga was one of those he couldn't count on. Once when listing the list of outstanding people, Master Xian Tianlu projected the 100 heavenly prides on the list. Even Shi Yao and Jun Mengcheng, who had the Heaven Mending Pavilion and Heaven Intercepting Sect to cover them up, he was able to calculate 1 or 2 of them, except Gushinga, who was not at all. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master looked at Gushinga and snickered. Kid, any one of the spirit bricks in this Xian Heavenly Mansion of my old man is worth thousands of top-grade spirit stones, as well as the formation runes on it, as well as the other forests and forests, so how much do you guess you should pay out? Or you can just kill me. Gushinga did a rough calculation, and immediately had a feeling of being unlovable. I can't pay for it. There's no way to pay for it. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? If I take your life to pay for it, that guy-sinking knight shall not flatten the old man's Xian Tian building. It's not cost-effective. It's not cost-effective at all. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master's face changed, and he quickly raised his hand and gently patted Guxinga's mouth, telling him not to speak blindly. People who cultivate immortals must all the more remember that trouble comes out of the mouth, and that some things said will come true. He continued, since you don't have any spirit stones to pay for it, why don't you do something for me? And after it's done, not only do I not want you to pay for it, but I'll also give you a chance. How's that? P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. No good. Fell for it. After the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master finished speaking, Guxinga instantly realized that she was being punked. LOL, Ginger is still hot. Guxinga's face was helpless as he looked at the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master with a smile in his eyes and complained. Senior, you are at least a great cultivator of refined void. Is it appropriate to pit me as a junior like this? Aren't you afraid that I will report to my family's old ancestor? Little fellow, the old man didn't pit you. It was you who promised to compensate, the Xian Heavenly Building Master said with a smile. Guxinga raised her hand and slapped her forehead, sighing and shaking her head with a lifeless look. Well, you have to eat the bitter fruit of your own making, no matter how hard it is. Guxinga, elder, go ahead. As long as it's within my power, I can do things for you. Between losing spirit stones and selling hard labor, he chose to sell hard labor. Of course, Guxinga also wanted to see what the chance was that the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master was talking about. Don't worry, what the old man wants you to do will definitely not jeopardize your life or make you suffer. After saying that, a spiritual jade treasure box appeared in the hands of the Xian Tian Building Master. He hit it, which presented a piece of earth as big as a baby's fist. The spiritual earth was colorful, flickering with brilliant spiritual light, like a dream, flowing with a rich and extreme earth spirit Qi, and the majestic earth lineage Dao rules filled the air. Colorful resting soil. The moment she saw the spirit soil, Guxinga subconsciously exclaimed in shock, and a hint of fire surfaced in her heavy pupils. Colorful resting soil, the top existence of spiritual soil. A grain of resting soil can become 10,000 acres of spiritual fields, is the dream of spiritual planters. The value of this piece in the hands of the Xian Tian Building Master was no less than the Fusang Divine Wood that Nangong Qiyue had taken out at the time. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master sent the multicolored resting soil to Guxinga and laughed. Little fellow, this piece of multicolored resting soil is to be taken as a small payment from the old man in advance. As long as you do that for the old man, you won't be able to miss out on the benefits of the opportunity afterwards. Looking at the colorful resting soil in front of her, Guxinga quickly extinguished the fire in her heart and looked grave. Even such treasures are treated as small rewards beforehand. The matter in the mouth of the Xian Tian Building Master is bound to be not small. Elder, this is such a large reward before even doing anything. I'm afraid that my junior will have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it, Guxinga said in a deep voice. Seeing that he was so cautious, the Xian Tian Building Master also stopped beating around the bush and directly said plainly, Little fellow, I'm sure you know about the Heavenly Burial Underworld. I know, Guxinga nodded. The Heavenly Burial Underworld was the same as the Heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain, the same as the end of the Law Forbidden Zone. The other three forbidden zones were the Heavenly Blight Demon Sea, the Heavenly Jedi Evil Forest, and the Heavenly Defeat Ancient Mine. When it came to these five major end of the world forbidden zones, it was time to talk about the distribution of spirit domains in the Tsangming Great World. There were 9 great spiritual domains in the Great World of Tsangming, which were the middle heavenly domain in the center, and the 8 directions of Dome Mulberry, Xian Tsang, Western Wasteland, Underworld Daylight, Dao Zhe, Heavenly Demon, Luofu, and Demon God. Of the 5 forbidden zones, the Heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain was located in the middle heavenly domain, while the remaining 4 forbidden zones were between the 8 spiritual domains. The Dome Mulberry domain was then close to the Heavenly Burial Underworld. How to form these 5 forbidden zones? Ancient history does not have much record, only know when the end of the era related. Suspected ancient cultivators to avoid the end of the hijacking of the creation. Elder wants me to enter the Heavenly Burial Forbidden Area? When Guxinga heard the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master mention the Heavenly Burial Underworld, he thought that the matter he was talking about must have something to do with this forbidden area. The Xian Heavenly Building Master nodded. Well, I would like to ask you to enter the underworld and bring out a set of remains for me. Senior, are you kidding? Not to mention the ferocity of that underworld. Even a Mahayana Taofather may not be able to come out when he enters it. Just the billions of skeletons within the underworld. Trying to find out what Senior wants can be said to be as difficult as climbing up to the sky, as if looking for a needle in a haystack. Guxinga naturally had an understanding of the Mordor Forbidden Zone that was immediately adjacent to Vault Sang. Inside the underworld, the corpses of an unknown number of epochs have been buried, and the dead gas is like the sea, breeding infinite ghost kings and demons, which is not a place where living beings can step on. Trying to bring out a skeleton from inside was no less difficult than crossing the threshold to ascend. If it is other people, the underworld is naturally a place of extreme ferocity. But you are different. You practice thunder method, and the power of the heavenly tribulation for their own use. The ghost king in the underworld of the underworld demon to see you, like a cat to see a mouse. Don't be offended by you. Avoiding can't even avoid it. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master looked at the smudge of thunder pattern on Gushunga's brow and punctured it. Although he was unable to deduce anything related to Gushunga, after all, he had lived for so many years that his eyesight was still there, and with a single glance, he could tell that the thunder pattern on Gushunga's brow was a type of supreme divine power of the Thunder Tao, containing the power of heavenly tribulation. Gushunga, elder, sometimes more mice can bite the cat. Seeing that Gushunga refused to agree, the master of Xian Tianlu's heart crossed and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that it's the old man's appetizers that can't satisfy your little guy's appetite. This is how it is. As long as you agree to the old man will allow you to go to my Xian Tianlu's treasure trove later, and let you pick out any 2 treasures you want. The Xian Tian building contains all the strange treasures of the Tsangmeng, and in the Xian Tian treasure trove, there is only what you can't think of, not what they don't have." The Xian Tian building master could be said to be bloodthirsty. Gushunga was also shocked. To do this to such an extent for a skeleton, that skeleton was bound to be extraordinary. Then he inquired, "Allow the late generation to take the liberty of asking, which one of you is the skeleton that senior is talking about?" "It's the old man's own sons." The Xian Tian building master's tone became heavy, his childlike cheeks showing sadness, and in his eyes was a deep regret. It was already difficult for a cultivator to conceive an heir, and that was his only biological son, who was buried in the underworld for his sake. Over the past 1,000 years he had searched for a number of cultivators who practiced the thunder method, even Heidao greats, in the hope that they would bring back the skeletons of their own sons, but without exception, they had all failed. Originally, the Xian Tian building master had given up, ready to go to the underworld before the end of his life, with his son buried in a place. However, Gushunga's appearance raised another glimmer of hope in his heart that Alacio, who controlled the power of the heavenly tribulation, might actually be able to bring out the remains of his own son. Gushunga was silent. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master did give more, so much that he couldn't refuse, but the heavenly burial underworld was too dangerous. He was only a Yuaning. Even though he was stronger than the average god-transforming celestial, he would die 10 deaths if he went to the underworld. "Senior, is there a time requirement?" Gushunga asked. If there was no time requirement, then it wouldn't be too late to wait until he broke through the transformation spirit. "Master Xian Tianlu, as long as you can bring back the remains before my life expires, that's fine." Master Xian Tianlu also understood that having Gushunga, a Yuaning cultivator, go to the underworld to search for bones was no less than going to his death, so he didn't ask for time, as long as he could see his own son's bones again before he died. The late generation understands. Gushunga nodded his head as he promised the Xian Tian building master that he would bring back the skeleton before his lifespan expired. Even if the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master only had 100 years of lifespan, it would still be enough. Good. This is the compass that I refined with my own blood and my son's fetal hair. In the future, when you enter the underworld, you can follow the compass's guidance and find my son's bones. Master Xian Tianlu took out a palm-sized compass and solemnly handed over Gushunga. The fetal hair of his own son had all been used up, and this was the last piece. The latecomer does his best. Gushunga didn't dare to guarantee that she would accomplish it, but she would do her best. Vast state, a mundane country, a flash of white light surfaced, and Luo Duan, who only had his upper body left, fell heavily onto the official road that was littered with stones, and those sharp small stones pierced into his lower body wounds, causing the unconscious man's brow to furrow with pain. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. The treasure vault located in the depths of the Xian Heavenly Building was a cavernous secret realm with countless strange and exotic treasures, as numerous as the stars, all appearing in the form of balls of light, glowing and dazzling. Greetings to the owner of the building, ×4. The 4 god transformation celestials guarding the Xian Heavenly Treasure Trove simultaneously uttered their greetings when they saw their own building master. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master nodded, and Gushunga looked at the 4 townspeople and was secretly surprised. The aura they emitted was considerably stronger than even the Wei Sek Yang Emperor, and all of them were Yin gods, or even Yang god-level transfiguration celestials. The Xian Heavenly Building Master handed a jade omen to Gushunga, telling him that this was the roster of the Xian Heavenly Treasure Vault, which recorded the 17,839 types of treasures that were included in the treasure vault. Any one of these treasures would be an unattainable superb item in the outside world. Gushunga's divine sense probed into the jade omen, and immediately a large number of treasure messages flooded into his mind. Not only the names of the treasures, but even their functions and origins were clearly labeled. With so many treasures, he would have to pick carefully. The first choice was a spirit that could help the holy Dan to metamorphose into a divine infant. There were quite a few treasures of this level similar to the Fusang Divine Wood and the 5-colored breath loam in the treasure vault, only that most of their attributes were too heterogeneous and didn't meet Gu Xingga's requirements. Primordial Yuan Magnetism, Phoenix Divine Flower, 9 Spectral Earth Demon Souls, Xian Yuan Empyrean Spirit, 9 Yang Spirit Pearls. Gu Xingga searched carefully. He now had 5-colored resting soil in his hand, which should be enough for the Earth Ancestor which sacred Dan to metamorphose into a divine infant. Then there were still gold, water, wind, electricity, weather, time, and space, the 7 ancestral which holy elixirs. The 5 spirits of gold, water, wind, electricity and weather were fine. It was time and space that were difficult. There it is, the relic of the Void King beast. I didn't realize that Xin Tianlu could even get their hands on such a strange beast, or a king beast. After Gu Xingga flipped through tens of thousands of exotic treasures, she finally found one that suited her, the remnants of a Void King beast. The Void Beasts were not Sungming spirit beasts, but beings outside the realm, naturally proficient in the way of space, wandering outside the realm, feeding on space debris, and their numbers were extremely rare. The King Beasts, on the other hand, were the rulers of the Void Beasts, and were extremely powerful, with each of them being comparable to a harmonious Tao powerhouse, or even a Mahayana Tao father. With the relic of the Void King Beast, as long as it was refined and the spatial Tao rules within it were extracted, Gu Xingga had a 70% chance of helping the spatial ancestor's sacred Dan to metamorphose into a divine infant. What's the second pick? After a small half hour, Gu Xingga finally chose a pot of Sanhai Divine Water. Sanhai Divine Water comes from the Sanhai Sea controlled by the Dragon Tribe. It is the water produced by the Sea Eye of the Sanhai Sea, and the production is extremely rare. For example, the pot that Gu Xingga had chosen was the output of the Eye of the Sea for 300 to 400 years. After the selection was made, Gu Xingga told the Xian Tian building master about the results. The Xian Heavenly Mansion master had 2 items fetched, and not long after, a storage bag was delivered to them. Gu Xingga put the storage bag away and left the treasure vault with the Xian Tian building master. Little fellow, don't forget your agreement with the old man. I know that later. Outside the Xian Tian building, Jun Mengqing had been waiting for a long time, bored and playing with her tail, with Granny Z's voice ringing in her ears from time to time. Holy maiden, do you want to wait any longer? I'm afraid waiting any longer will delay the return to the church. Grandmother Violet, it's not for you to worry about when I'll return to the religion. Listening to Granny Violet's nagging, Jun Mengqing was disgruntled. This old thing was thinking of meddling in her affairs as much as she could. The self-consciousness of being a protector of the way was not there. When we get back to the holy church, we'll get a new protector. When she saw a white-clothed figure walk out of the Xian Tian building, Jun Mengqing's eyes lit up and she immediately greeted her. But someone was faster than her and appeared in front of Gu Xingga first. Daoist Gu, Elder Tsongming didn't make things difficult for you, did he? A plain-colored dress with a thin veil on her face, the heaven-mending goddess appeared, her beautiful eyes gazing at Gu Xingga, asking him with concern. Gu Xingga politely shook her head and said in a warm voice, "Thanks to Goddess Shi Yao's concern, Senior didn't make things difficult for me." At those words, Shi Yao's brows stretched out in a slight smile. "This is very good. It is that I don't know how many spirit stones Senior Tsongming has asked Daozi to compensate for. If Daozi is not generous in his hands, he can speak with Shi Yao, and Shi Yao is willing to make a small contribution." When Gu Xingga heard this, he was just about to refuse when a soft and charming voice that contained a hint of anger interrupted him. "That's not necessary. If your excellency is short of spirit stones, I'll pay for it, so I don't need to trouble the heaven-mending goddess." Swinging her 5 fox tails, the intercepting heaven holy maiden came aggressively, her demonic pretty face full of displeasure, robbing the territory and resources. Even if you meow now also want to rob the man with the old lady, really think that I intercepting heavenly sect is good at bullying? Jun Mengqing walked quickly to Gu Xingga, as if swearing sovereignty, and hugged his arm, sticking it tightly, instantly causing Gu Xingga to feel a burst of unspeakable softness. When Shi Yao saw Jun Mengqing being so shameless, the laughter between her brows dissipated. This Tai Fox, she really doesn't know how to be reserved at all. When the surrounding cultivators saw that both the heaven-mending goddess and the heaven-intercepting holy maiden were showing favor to Gu Xingga, they were envious and jealous, and they all wanted to take their place. In the crowd, Horsepiss Fairy was even more furious that her back teeth were about to be clenched. "Damn it! I'm the Wine Sword Immortal with a system. Why aren't there any goddesses and saints throwing themselves at me?" The more Yi Ran thought about it, the more unwilling he became. As the Wine Sword Immortal, he was actually not as popular as a native. It was in a strange shame. Just wait, Gu Xingge. I, wine sword immortal, will pay back the shame you brought on me 100-fold. Yiran swore in his heart that both the heaven-mending goddess and the heaven-intercepting holy maiden would only be his, and Gu Xingge, a mere aborigine, was not worthy of their favor at all. Eunuch, let's go. Ignore this prude. Jun Mengqing pulled Gu Xingge and was about to leave, and when Shi Yao saw this, she didn't stop her and let the two leave. As for the insults that the intercepting heavenly saintess had hurled at her, Shi Yao didn't care about it. There had already been a verbal argument since their first meeting. Shi Yao all but used Jun Mengqing's evil words as a refining of her heart. If a casual remark made her angry and broke her defense, it would only mean that her mind wasn't up to snuff. But that doesn't mean she doesn't do anything. Looking at Gu Xingge's departing back, Shi Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of color. Jun Mengqing, since you want the Qiankuan Taoist son so badly, I will not do as you wish. Sacred Maiden Jun, the boundary guide is returned to you. After leaving the Xian Heavenly Building, Gu Xingge returned the boundary leader small cauldron to Jun Mengqing. The jade disc of creation had already finished parsing the boundary leader, and this thing was no longer useful to him. Jun Mengqing also did not expect him to return the boundary guide to himself so quickly, and hurriedly shrugged it off. Wen Gong doesn't need to return it to my concubine so quickly. There's no harm in staying to study it for a while longer. Gu Xingge shook her head. No need. I've already finished my research, and I thank you for your kindness. If you are free in the future, you can come to the Qiankuan Dao sect to seek out this seat to drink tea and discuss the Dao, and this seat will definitely welcome you with open arms. Jun Mengqing sniffed and took the boundary guide. At least she still had Gu Xingge's invitation. She could still go to the Qiankuan Dao sect to look for him in the future. Unbeknownst to her, this sweeping couch welcome was a trap Gu Xingge had prepared for her. When you get to his territory, you're still at his mercy. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Jun Mengqing looked at Gu Xingge's fading back. Her fox-charming eyes surfaced with a faint gloom. She could feel Gu Xingge's defenses against herself. Looks like we still need to add more fire. Holy Maiden. Saint Sun Lin sent a spiritual message asking when you will return to the sect. Suddenly, Granny Violet appeared beside Jun Mengqing and reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jun Mengqing's eyebrows frowned slightly, her face slightly cold, and she impatiently said, "When did this holy maiden return to the church? When does he need to worry about it? And also, didn't I instruct you to reject any spiritual messages about Lin Chen for me? Holy Maiden, Saint Sun Lin is also concerned about you." Granny Z bitterly tried to persuade Jun Mengqing. Unexpectedly, Jun Mengqing raised her hand and blasted a palm at Granny Purple. Even though Violet Granny was a transformation god celestial, she didn't dare to defend, much less fight back, and was directly blown away by a palm, her body smashing into a temple like a cannonball, with masonry splashing and smoke rising in all directions. Half a dozen times later, Granny Purple crawled out with a gray head and knelt in front of Jun Mengqing, her face terrified as she continuously kowtowed and admitted her mistake. Holy Maiden, it's the old slave who spoke too much. I still hope that the Holy Maiden will spare the old slave once for the sake of the old slave's many years of following you. Old slave wouldn't dare. Jun Mengqing looked coldly at Granny Z. If it wasn't for the fact that she had followed her the longest, it wouldn't have been as simple as a slap just now. Grandma Violet, you know how much this Holy Maiden hates Lin Chen? For the sake of your hard work in the past, I'll give you one more chance. If there's a next time, I won't blame this Holy Maiden for being merciless. Granny Violet nodded her head repeatedly and hurriedly assured Jun Mengqing that she wouldn't dare anymore, and that when she returned, she would return those gifts that Lin Chen had given her. Humph, Lin Chen, you even dared to stick your claws into me. It seems necessary to teach you a profound lesson. Jun Mengqing's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of killing intent, and her voice was so cold that Granny Z couldn't help but shiver. With regard to the interceptor Saint Sun, Jun Mengqing was as loathsome as she wanted to be. That guy is like a flamboyant male peacock, wooing women everywhere. But whenever he meets the prettier ones, he sends spirit stones to send magic treasures, and his hand is extremely generous, and there is a problem at a glance. Just ask which cultivator would give away his or her cultivation resources. Even between Dao couples would have reservations, unless that person had other plans. Jun Mengqing had once adhered to the friendliness of the disciples within the sect and had received a gift from Lin Chen once, but of course she had prepared a return gift afterward and made a special effort to come to the door to return the gift to Lin Chen. However, what she didn't expect was that it was because of this return gift that she discovered Lin Chen's secret and directly blacklisted him. Qiankuan Palace. Wazengui accompanied Tantai Qingxian, bored to death as she played with her hair and looked outside the hall from time to time. What's the difference between accompanying a woman who doesn't talk in this huge palace and locking her up in a small dark room? The more Ji Gui thought about it, the more dissatisfied she became. Since the incident with Yi Chen, her status had fallen to pieces. from a maid to a complete sitting duck, without any dignity at all. She was at least a 5-clawed golden dragon, and her bloodline was so high that even in the Tsunhai Sea where there were many dragons, she was at the top of the heap, just below the 5 great ancestral dragons. No, it can't go on like this. Wazengwi's silver teeth lightly clenched, and a trace of unwillingness spread across her pretty face. She had to find an opportunity to escape. As long as she could go to the Kanghai Sea, with her 5-clawed golden dragon body, the dragon clan would surely shelter her, and the ancestral dragon would also step in to break the master-servant contract in her body. Suddenly, a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared behind Wazengwi, and an indifferent questioning voice followed. "What are you thinking?" Wakagyu, who was fantasizing about a bright future, heard this familiar voice and shivered in fear, his face showing panic as he hurriedly replied back. "No, nothing, the slave girl was just thinking about you. Master, why aren't you back yet?" "Yes?" Gushinga gazed at Wazengwi and saw that she had the panicked look of a mouse caught by a cat, so he didn't need to make much of a guess to know what this white-eyed dragon was thinking. If it wasn't that cultivating a true dragon consumed too much of the chi of creation and it wasn't worth it to kill it, he would have peeled the skin off of this white-eyed dragon long ago. Don't think that this seat doesn't know what's in your heart. Remember, everything you have is given by this seat. If you want to escape from this seat, you can try, but if you are caught back by this seat, Gushinga coldly warned Jigue. He had already given this white-eyed dragon enough mercy. If she didn't know any better, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Wazengwi was shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly kneeled on the ground, his delicate body trembling from excessive nervousness. While kowtowing, she whispered to Gushinga and assured her, "Master, don't worry, slave girl won't make any more mistakes. If slave girl makes any more mistakes, you'll strike slave girl to death with heavenly thunder, letting slave girl turn into robbing dust, never to come back to life. Really, you better remember what you said." After saying that, Gushinga withdrew her gaze from the shivering Wazengwi and turned towards Tantai Qingxian. Wazengwi cautiously raised his head and looked at Gushinga's back, an imperceptible strand of resentment flashing through the depths of his golden eyes. Aha! Gushinga seemed to feel something. Her footsteps slightly stopped, and Wazengwi hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to show any more dissatisfaction. Tantai Qingxian slowly opened her eyes, her clear and cold gaze falling on Gushinga, just quietly looking at him without saying a word. Aside from showing some unusual emotions last night, Tantai Qingxian had reverted back to the sadness-less, emotionless, lustless appearance. Gushinga's face was helpless, and she felt more and more that her own master had a problem. Were all emotionless Tao cultivators like this? It wasn't that he hadn't gone over the records about emotionless Tao cultivators, it was just that they were far from Tantai Qingxian. The general emotionless Tao was just a bit more emotionally indifferent, but still had the 7 emotions and 6 desires, while something like Tantai Qingxian had never appeared before. Oh, dear. Gushinga sighed softly and waved his hand for Wazengwi to retreat before his mind settled into the sea of consciousness and communicated with the jade disk of creation. After half a month of deduction, the Taishang Sentient Tao Code, which was modeled after the Taishang Forgotten Love Tao Code, had already been completed 9 times out of 10. According to the progress, the day after tomorrow at the most, this Taishang Sentient Tao Canon would have been deduced. It was only due to the fact that the Forgetfulness Tao Canon was originally a remnant. It could at most be cultivated up to refined void, and the same was true for the Sentient Tao Canon. In addition, the heart sound system had been completely refined by the Jade Saucer of Creation, evolving a heavenly Tao divine ability as well. The Great Mind Tricks. As the name suggests, the Great Mind Technique is a divine secret technique that targets the mind, and is even more powerful than the Buddhist sect's Tathagata. Cultivating the Great Mind Technique not only allowed one to easily read the inner thoughts of living beings, but even their deeply hidden secrets, as well as memories that had been forcibly erased, could be seen through. Moreover, when cultivated to a high level, one can easily modify and control the wisdom of living beings and transform them. In addition to this, the Great Mind Technique can also evoke the fear of living beings and evolve a mind demon. Hundreds of golden Tao cultures became a divine power seed and were planted in Gushinga's sea of consciousness, and within moments, they took root and sprouted, branching out and growing into a divine tree of the mind. With this mind god tree, Gushinga didn't need to worry about mind god powers or fear taking over. P.S. Sorry, recently the weather turned cold. Blowing the air conditioning did not pay attention to. Make himself a cold. The spirit is not very good. Today can only one more. Tomorrow the spirit is a little better. The ode make up back. End of chapter. The Great Mind Technique. It really is extraordinary. Feeling the sense of security brought about by the mind god tree sheltering the sea of consciousness, Gushenj softly lamented. With this Great Mind Technique, in the future, whether it was taming slaves or gaining insight into people's hearts, it was guaranteed. Gu Xingge looked towards Tantai Qingxian in thought. Tantai Qingxuan's innate lack of emotion and desire was also a kind of mind defect. Perhaps he could use the great mind technique to modify this shortcoming and help her nourish her love and desire. Master, I just learned a spiritual aptitude that should be useful in breaking your emotionless Tao, but I need you to empty your mind to cooperate with me. Is that okay? Gu Xingge inquired about her own master, and Tantai Qingxian lightly nodded her head before closing her beautiful eyes and emptying her mind of her sea of consciousness. Immediately, Gu Xingge released a force of the mind from her brow, extending it towards Tantai Qingxian. However, the moment the power of his mind touched Tantai Qingxian, a force that was quite familiar to Gu Xingge suddenly surged forth, instantly transforming into an impenetrable layer of psychic protection that easily isolated his power of mind. The power! Gu Xingge snapped his eyes open, his handsome face showing shock as he looked incredulously at the cold-colored Taoist nun. If he hadn't perceived it wrongly, the power protecting Tantai Qingxuan's mind wasn't any other power. It was clearly the power of the heavenly Tao. His own master was actually burdened with the power of the heavenly Tao. The only reason why Gu Xingge would recognize that power was because the power of the heavenly tribulation he controlled was also an evolution of the power of the heavenly Tao. Both have the same root. Gu Xingge withdrew her mind power and looked at Tantai Qingxian in shock. It was reasonable to say that even what a transfiguration celestial controlled was only the power of the laws. And even a Mahayana Taofather couldn't touch the power of the heavenly Tao. So why would Tantai Qingxian have it? Could it have something to do with the supreme Taoist body? Gu Xingge fell into the middle of contemplation. According to the canonical books he had read, there were very few descriptions of the supreme Tao physique. Only the special characteristics of this physique were recorded. With the innate Tao fetus in general, are born with the Tao fit special physique. But the specific what special features? The canonical books also have no record. Gu Xingge collected his thoughts as he once again looked at Tantai Qingxian. The cold and colorful Taoist nun had also opened her beautiful eyes at this moment, still without any sadness or joy, just like a puppet. If it was before, Gu Xingge still felt that Tantai Qingxian was just extremely low in lust and had no feelings or emotions, but now that he sensed that heavenly Tao power, he felt more and more out of place. There's a problem. There's a big problem. For the first time ever, Gu Xingge was having trouble with one thing. Even he had a premonition that he seemed to have gotten involved in something unimaginable. And while Gu Xingge was touching Tantai Qingxuan's mind protection, a few existences that had been sleeping for an unknown amount of time were awakened in an unspeakable place. The enchantment I left on him was moved. Thou wilt come forth? No, the encumbrance is not broken, and he is unhindered. Song, thou art in too much of a hurry. It is not yet time. Sigh, he is a matter of great importance and must not be rushed. All those S can be looking for him. If we didn't have to hold on to the S, we would have cleared those S long ago. There's a lot of trouble on the inside and on the outside. The great mind technique was useless against Tantai Qingxian, so Gu Xingge could only abandon this method. It's a long way to go. Looking at the cold and colorful Taoist nun, Gu Xingge inwardly sighed lightly before inquiring, Master, how do you feel? Although the power of the mind was blocked, it triggered Tantai Qingxuan's mind protection, so Gu Xingge thought it should do a little good. The cold and colorful Taoist nun shook her head lightly. She didn't feel anything, as always. Okay. A touch of helplessness surfaced in Gu Xingge's eyes. It's just, let it be. Since he had promised to help Tantai Qingxian break the emotionless Tao and had taken her Tai Shang Yuanin, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Gu Xingge told Tantai Qingxian to wait 2 more days. When the Tai Shang sentient Tao canon deduction was completed, there might be a turnaround. Whiskit. Outside the hall, Ji Gu-a, who was thinking about how to escape to the Kanghai Sea, heard Gu Xingge's voice, and after a hint of reluctance flared up on her pretty face, she quickly reverted to her original form and turned around to walk into the hall. Wazengui lowered his eyebrows and respectfully said, Master, what is it that you have called your slave girl for? Gu Xingge looked at the gold-skirted dragoness and cast the great mind technique, the power of her mind enveloping Wazengui and probing her inner thoughts. I'm a real dragon, not a dog. All you know is to call me. I am a true dragon, not a dog. Wait, when I find a chance to escape to the Tsanghai Sea and get the shelter of the dragon tribe, then I will lift the master-servant contract in my body, and I will return all the shame of these years, and I will take you as my favorite, and I will use you to serve me every day. After listening to Wazengui's inner monologue, Gu Xingge's eyes quickly chilled. Humph, a white-eyed dragon is a white-eyed dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xingge fiercely reached out and pinched Wazengui's delicate neck. Wazengui, you really haven't apologized for this name. This seat is curious to know how you're going to escape to the Kanghai, and how to take this seat as a human favorite. What? Wakaki, who had been strangled, stared with wide eyes, shock showing on her pretty face. How did he know that he wanted to escape to the Tsanghai Seas, and also knew about his idea of retaliation? Is it because of the master-servant contract? The master-servant contract doesn't have that function. And as for why this seat knows what you're thinking, you don't need to know. Gu Xingge's face was chilled with frost. There was no way he could keep another sinful animal around that thought about rebelling against his master at all times. Upon hearing this, Wuzengui instantly realized that Gu Xingge was going to kill her. Her eyes showed horror and she begged for forgiveness, her voice filled with remorse. Master, slave girl knows she is wrong. The slave girl will never dare again. Please give the slave girl another chance. Slave girl. But Gu Xingge just shook her head, her expression indifferent, and a single word revealed what she was really thinking. You don't know it's wrong. You just know you're going to die. After he said that, he did not say any more words, and his majestic mind power condensed into a dragon-chopping heart sword, chopping towards Wuzengui's sea of consciousness. With just one sword, the mind of this white-eyed dragon was chopped into countless pieces. Ahaha! With his mind chopped off, Wuzengui's face was instantly distorted, and he could be described as being in pain, wailing and wailing, writhing madly in Gu Xingge's palm like a loach. In a short while, the white-eyed dragon lost its movement. Its eyes were lifeless, and it also changed from its human form back to its true dragon body. Gu Xingge looked at the golden dragon in his palm. He had only erased its mind, which was equivalent to turning Wuzengui into a plant dragon. He once again cast the Great Mind technique, and the power of his mind once again invaded the golden dragon's sea of consciousness, and began to wash away the memories of those fragments of mind, as well as the Wuzengui nature. After the baptism was complete, Gu Xingge gathered these mind fragments again and recoalesced them into shape, molding a brand new mind that only obeyed his orders and would never betray him. A few moments later, the original no movement of the golden dragon re-alive. From now on, your name will be Jinshi. Don't let this seat down again. Gu Xingge looked at the golden dragon who had remodeled her mind and renamed her. Jinshi, thanks your lordship for the name. Jinshi transformed into human form, landing on all four limbs, prostrate in front of Gu Xingge, kowtowing and thanking for his kindness. Not much more respectful than Wuzengui. Now that Wuzengui has died and Jinshi has regenerated, the past has vanished. P.S. Are you all satisfied with Wakagu's disposition? By the way, I'm asking for some monthly votes, rewards, and recommendations. End of chapter. After obtaining the refining materials he wanted, as well as the 3 kinds of treasures, Gu Xingge didn't stay in Xiantian City for long. With Tantai Qingxian and Jinshi in tow, he headed directly to Xian Heavenly Tower and borrowed its interstate transmission array to return to the Qian Heavenly State. As for why they didn't use the teleportation array to come when they came, it was because the Xiantian building's teleportation array was unidirectional, and it was also to ensure the safety of Xiantian City. Qiankuan Dao sect. The clan was quite lively during this period of time, as the position of the Holy Maiden was vacant, and many young female disciples within the clan wanted to compete for the position. Gu Xingge didn't care about this. No matter who became the Holy Maiden, there was no difference as far as he was concerned. After returning to the clan, he first greeted the patriarch before heading back to Daoyuan Mountain to pay his respects to the old ancestor. On Daoyuan Mountain, Gu Xingge told old ancestor Xinyao about his affair with the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master. After hearing this, the sinking night old ancestor was silent for a long time before revealing sadness on his face and letting out a light sigh. Ugh, is he still unwilling to give up? Gu Xingge, old ancestor. You also know that Elder Songming's own son is buried in the underworld? The old ancestor nodded his head and slowly told him about a past event that happened 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the master of Xiantian building was sneak attacked by an outlaw and suffered from the poison of returning to life. This was an ancient strange poison. It would not cause harm to a person. It would only make a person keep returning to their old age. Even the top alchemists of the central heavenly domain could not do anything about it. Later, Xiantian building master's own son consulted ancient texts and discovered that a strange flower growing in the underground earth was able to restrain the poison of returning to life. So he traveled to the heavenly burial underground earth in spite of the Xiantian building master's obstruction. It's just a shame that this one went away and never came back. Thousands of years had passed, and the Xiantian building master had sent out quite a few strong men to search for them, not to mention returning without any success, and not even one of them had returned. Little fellow, are you sure you want to go? The heavenly burial forbidden area is not a good place. Even if you cultivate the thunder technique and have mastered the power of the heavenly tribulation, going in there would be a 9 deaths, or even 10 deaths. Sinking night old ancestor told Gu Xingge to think carefully. It's not just breaking the Xiantian building. The big deal is that he'll pay out more spirit stones. He doesn't want Gu Xingge to take the risk. Gu Xingge, old ancestor. Since I've already promised Elder Songming, I naturally won't go back on my word. Besides, Elder Songming didn't ask me to go right away. He said that as long as I bring back the remains of my own son before his lifespan expires, it's fine. Is that so? That's good. although that guy has been hit by the poison of returning to life. With his cultivation, it's not a problem for him to resist for another 700 or 800 years. It's enough for you to develop. Hearing this, the sinking night-old ancestor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the surnamed Song didn't let his own heavy pupil go immediately, or else he would really have to go up to the Xian Heavenly Building in person and look for that guy to have a fight. Refinement of the great cultivator body into a small world of its own. To 3,000 years for the spring, 3,000 years for the fall. Immortal life without boundaries. Immortality. Even if the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master was infected with the poison of rejuvenation and returned to his old age, with his cultivation and lifespan, he would still be able to last for a few more 100 years, let alone 700 or 800 years. Even if it was only 100 or 200 years, it would be enough for Gu Xingge to develop. After bidding farewell to the sinking night-old ancestor, Gu Xingge returned to Daozi Peak. Inside the palace, when Tantai Qingxian saw Gu Xingge return, she directly removed her Dao robe, revealing her flawless supreme Dao body, which shocked Gu Xingge and froze her on the spot, her speech becoming stuttered. Master, what are you? What are you doing? Double cultivation. The cold and colorful Taoist nun spoke out indifferently. In Tantai Qingxuan's opinion, since she had returned here, wasn't it about dual cultivation? Hold off on the dual cultivation thing for a while. I have other things to do. And when I'm done, it won't be too late for me to dual cultivate again. When Gu Xingge heard this, her face showed consternation and she hastily refused. Although dual cultivation helps in cultivation enhancement, there should also be a degree. How long has it been since the last double talk? And you want to come back again? Tantai Qingxian, who had been rejected, instantly felt some discomfort in her heart, but she didn't know what this feeling was called. Gu Xingge sensed her dissimilarity and spoke out to pacify her. Master, I really have something to do. When I'm done with my business, I'll accompany you for double cultivation. Good boy, wait for me on the sidelines first. I'll be done soon. Aha! Tantai Qingxian nodded and sat down to wait for him. Gu Xingge then took out the relic of the Void King Beast, which was hundreds of feet in size and only 1/6 of its upper body. The silver-gray scale armor and hair flowed with faint spatial Dao rules, and the blood and flesh also contained an extremely large amount of ethereal energy. This remnant of the body was very light, as if it were nothing, and it was integrated with the space, as if it would vanish into the void at any time and any place. Gu Xingge pinched her magic. Her heavy pupils flashed with silver aura, and an illusory and invisible blade of space coalesced, chopping at the remnants of the Void King Beast, stripping away all of its scales and fur, and then separating the flesh and bones. Scales were able to be made into armor. Hair could be refined into net-type magic treasures or whisks, while flesh and bone could be quenched to produce spatial essence. Gu Xingge strangled and exercised her magic, and golden imperial fire burned up, enveloping the bones and flesh of the Void King Beast, burning them, and refining the spatial essence they contained. This process lasted for the better part of a month, during which Gu Xingge didn't dare to take her eyes off for a moment, fearing that if she didn't pay attention, she'd lose all her efforts. The golden imperial fire gradually extinguished, and 5 small thumb-sized drops of spatial essence were suspended in mid-air, taking on a bright silver color and permeated with rich spatial laws. These 5 drops of spatial essence, put in the outside world, are worth a lot of money, cannot be found, is the cultivation of spatial one cultivator's dream. Gu Xingge hurriedly wrapped them in the power of space, fearing that they would merge into space in a second at night. With this spatial essence, together with the 5-colored resting soil and the Tsunhai divine water, Gu Xingge has the confidence to take a big step forward. He looked to the cold and colorful Taoist nun who had been waiting on the side for a long time and smiled as he said to Tantai Qingxian, Master, let's double cultivate. Haoran Prefecture, Heavenly Dao Sect. In the Heavenly Dao Mountain, Long Ao Tian hugged 2 beautiful female cultivators, ate the purple grapes that the female cultivators brought to his mouth, and watched the striptease of a few goblin maidens, which could be described as pleasurable. Patriarch, it's bad. Something happened to Li Kuei and Yun Buoguan and the others. A short little man with thieving eyebrows and with all the gold and silver jewelry suddenly ran in, disturbing Long Ao Tian who was enjoying himself. The goblin girls who had been dancing also stopped. Long Ao Tian's face was instantly gloomy, not because he was angry because something had happened to Li Kuei and the others, but he was upset at being disturbed. Ling Hu Bu Chong, didn't I say that I can't be disturbed when I'm enjoying myself? You've turned a deaf ear to my words, haven't you? Long Ao Tian cursed, not the slightest bit of the temperament of the lord of a clan, more bandit than a bandit. Ling Hu Bu Chong hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Patriarch, rest his anger. It is really urgent. Yun Buoguang and Li Kuei, 2 brothers, died. You have to avenge them. If you're dead, you're dead. No one can disturb my enjoyment. Get the hell out of here. Long Aotian was even more upset. Wasn't it just the death of two toolmen, as to disturb his enjoyment? Linghu Buchong was so rolled and crawled away. Long Aotian looked at those stopped goblin girls, face with an evil smile, continued, "What are you standing there for? Give me the music and the dance to continue. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets." End of chapter. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already half a month later. Inside the Daozi Palace, Gu Xingge sat cross-legged, his body surface covered with a seven-colored halo. Thunder, ice, wood, fire, earth, water, space, 7 different kinds of Tao rhythms were presented, making him look like a rainbow sun, shining in the palace. Thunder flashed, frost filled the air, grass swayed, divine fire blazed, thick earth was heavy, weak water was gentle, and the void was unfathomable. The 7 great visions lingered around Gu Xingge, setting off his body like a god, like an immortal, transcendent. Just compared to the first 5 visions, the 2 types of water and space are slightly illusory and not solid enough. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and the vision dissipated. Feeling the divine infant within her body carefully, Gu Xingge murmured as a faint disappointment surfaced in her eyes. Not enough. Compared to the Earth Ancestor God Infant, the Water and Space Ancestor God Infant was only barely able to complete its metamorphosis, and was not as solid as the other Ancestor God Infants. LOL, it was impulsive after all. Gu Xingge let out a light sigh, originally thinking that she could use the Supreme Tao body, along with the 3 divine items of colorful resting soil, spatial essence, and Sunghai divine water, to metamorphose 3 divine infants at once. Unfortunately, although he had done it, the Water and Space Ancestor God Infant was not solid enough. Before these 2 great divine infants were solidly congealed, it was inappropriate to let the remaining 4 holy Dan metamorphose into infants, so as not to impact these 2 great divine infants. Moreover, since the Gong Gong divine infant was too fragile and Zhu Rong divine infant was far stronger than him, if not for the Xian Mo divine infant suppressing Zhu Rong divine infant and avoiding the dissonance of water and fire, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gu Xingge collected her thoughts and waved her hand as her white clothes covered her body, rising from the futon and raising her eyes to Tantai Qingxian, who was also silent in her cultivation. Not long ago, after the dual cultivation had ended, he had given her the Taishang Sentient Tao Canon that he had finished deducing, and as for what kind of changes it would bring about after cultivation, it would be up to Tantai Qingxian to make her own fortune. After Gu Xingge left Daozi Peak, she drove over to the alchemy hall and applied for a top-tier alchemy room. As a refining room that only Yuaning true lords could use, the indoor configuration from the refining array, refining flame, and auxiliary materials were all the best in the Tao sect. The Tao Ancient trial still has more than a month to go, enough time for me to refine my own life magic treasure. After Gu Xingge finished speaking, she turned on the weapon refining formation, and then took out Sun Immortal Gold, Tai Yin Immortal Gold, 5 Elements Essence Gold, Sunhai Ming Stone, and other materials. It was just that he looked at the other spirit materials that were mediocre compared to the 2 great immortal golds and silently put them back again. What's good to refine? Gu Xingge was caught in the middle of his contemplation. Before, when he only had Sun Immortal Gold, he considered refining a Sun Divine Halberd as his life magic treasure. Now that he had obtained the Tai Yin Immortal Gold, it was again a bit difficult for him. How about refining it into a Yin Yang Immortal Sword? Just as soon as this thought popped up, it was dismissed by Gu Xingge. Perhaps it was because of that brainless wine sword immortal, he was now indifferent to sword cultivators. Suddenly, Gu Xingge had a flash of light and thought of the Taiji diagram. Perhaps he could refine a Taiji disc. With this in mind, Gu Xingge no longer hesitated and pinched her hand to summon the Howdy Burning World Amazing. As the golden elemental emperor flame, the refiner's destined love fire, it was only when used to refine weapons that it could be used to its fullest effect. The golden imperial fire split into 2, wrapping the Tai Yin and Sun Immortal Gold separately, burning and quenching them, and this process lasted for 7 days before refining 2 clusters of immortal gold essence that were the size of a small half of a baby's fist. Gu Xingge's divine sense poured out, wrapping the 2 clusters of immortal gold essence and fusing them together. This process was the most testing of precision and was extremely time-consuming. There absolutely could not be the slightest deviation, and the consumption of divine sense was also enormous. More than half a month later, the immortal gold essence was under Gu Xingge's control, and the 2 clusters of immortal gold essence fused perfectly, transforming into a disc. At the moment the disc took shape, Gu Xingge quickly pinched her knuckles, her heavy pupils bursting out 2 channels of yin and yang divine light. Using her own blood as a guide, she struck one yin and yang prohibition after another into the disc, all 360 of them, all of which were engraved on top of the disc. In a flash, the disc stirred up a majestic yin and yang Tao rhythm, the golden crow sword, the laurel tree grew, and the visions were amazing. Yet this is only the beginning. Immediately afterward, Guxinga summoned the jade disc of creation, dropping endless qi of creation to cover the disc for another quenching. After incorporating the power of creation, the disc changed once again, resembling a Taiji yin-yang diagram, with the sun on the left, the most virile of all, and the Tai-yin on the right, the most feminine of all. The yin and the yang mingled, and it even evolved a trace of chaos, transforming into the eye of chaos that dotted the head of the yin and the yang. The gold and silver disc slowly rotated, and the power of yin and yang cleansed away and swept through the refining room. It's done! Guxinga's heavy pupils flashed with a touch of joy as he immediately drew out a drop of soul blood from his brow and punched it into the gold and silver disc as a way to wrap things up. The jade disc of creation returned to the body, and the howdy burning world amazing amazement was extinguished. Thus, the refining of Guxinga's innate magic treasure was completed. Guxinga looked toward the gold and silver disc, but the size of the palm. The left is gold, the right is silver, like two jades set together. Jades at the head end of each has a chaotic eye. Yin and yang laws intertwined. Chaotic Tao rhyme permeates, slowly rotating, as if it can wear out all things in heaven and earth. Taking the gold and silver disc into her hands, Guxinga's brows smiled as she said, 360 yin and yang prohibitions, a top-grade spiritual treasure. From now on, you'll be called yin and yang great mill. Mana treasures were graded by their prohibitions, with 12 or less being considered mana weapons, 81 or less being spiritual weapons, 365 or less being spiritual treasures, and 720 or less being heavenly spiritual treasures. As for half-immortal weapons, there must be at least 1,000 prohibitions before they could be refined. Moreover, the prohibition that Guxinga had struck within the yin-yang great mill was no ordinary prohibition. It was a yin-yang prohibition that used the heavy pupil as the source and the essence blood as the guide. After taking the yin-yang great mill back into her body to continue warming it up, Guxinga left the artifact refining hall. However, not long after he had left, someone sneakily came outside the refining room, but because the top refining room could only be used by Yuaning true lords, he could only stand outside dryly, unable to enter it. Master, you didn't sense it wrong, right? There really is a divine fire in here? Song Yin pointed at the refining room and carefully inquired. The ancient ring he carried on his finger floated with a trace of unnoticeable soul fluctuations, and a majestic female voice resounded in Song Yan's mind. There's no mistake, it's the scent of the howdy burning world amazing. Someone should have used it to refine weapons in this refining room, but they've already left. Ah, why the favor of having a master? Song Yen sniffed. His heart was reluctant. Howdy burning world amazing is the 21st ranked divine fire on the divine fire list. How good it would be if it was his. There's no need to be frustrated. The howdy burning world amazing fire is a top-level divine fire. Even a transformation god celestial can't fully control it. You'll ask who's refining here later. As long as it's not a refined void exalted master, my master will be able to help you capture it. The majestic female voice sounded once again, and when Song Yin heard it, his face showed joy. He hurriedly went to question the disciples in the refining hall and asked if it was Daozi who had used the refining room. Although Song Yin had only just started, he still had some understanding of Qiankuan Daozi, the youngest Yuaning true lord of the Qiankuan Dao sect. But so what? As long as it wasn't a refined void exalted, with his master, the howdy burning world amazing was bound to belong to him. Senior brother Song, Patriarch Yinho has summoned you to the Patriarchal Hall. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for recommendation votes. Request for rewards. End of chapter. Daozi, you're back. Guxinga had just returned to Daozi Peak when a shout came from his ears. He looked back and it was one of the disciples from Tianqian Mountain. The Tianqian Mountain disciple flew in front of Guxinga, bowed his hands and said with a respectful face, Daozi, the Patriarch has an invitation. Upon hearing this, Guxinga nodded and followed him out of Daozi Peak. Tianqian Mountain, Patriarch's Great Hall. Emperor Yang and Empress Yin were seated on their thrones, and there were also 8 outstanding disciples of the Qiankuan Dao sect in the hall, 4 men and 4 women, each of them possessing the cultivation of Jin Dan Great Circle, or even false infant realm, and were only slightly older, having all passed the number of 20s. A flash of silver-colored lightning flashed by, and Guxinga had already appeared in front of the disciples. Greetings, Sovereign. Guxinga bowed towards Emperor Yang and Empress Yin, while the 8 disciples behind him saluted him. Greetings, Daozi, times 8. Emperor Yang looked at Guxinga with a smile in his eyes and told him not to be polite, but on the contrary, Empress Yin's face was slightly cold and she seemed to be somewhat displeased with him. As for the reasons, this goes without saying. When Emperor Yang saw that everyone had arrived, he then spoke. I'm sure you all know why the sect has summoned you here, so the sect won't say any more. The Dao Ancient Trials will be held in 5 days. Due to the long journey, Separated by several states, the clan has decided to set off tomorrow, this time led by the Yin Empress Patriarch. All of you will listen to the orders of the Yin Empress this time, respectfully following the sovereign's holy orders. Times 9. The 9 disciples, including Gu Xingge, arched their hands in unison. Emperor Yang nodded his head in satisfaction as he lightly waved his hand and said, "Well, all go down and get ready." Wait a minute. Suddenly, the Yin Empress, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, leaving the crowd behind again. With a puzzled look on his face, Emperor Yang turned his head to Empress Yin and inquired, "What else is there?" "Nothing much. It's just that this clan discovered a fire Dao wizard within the clan not long ago, and also mastered the Heavenly Frost Kanyan, which is 73 on the Divine Flame list. So let's add him to the list of candidates for this trip to the Dao Ancient Trial." After saying that, Empress Yin summoned that disciple into the hall. The visitor was no other than Song Yan, who had appeared in the refinery hall earlier. Gu Xingge looked at Song Yan, a hint of surprise surfacing in her eyes. How this guy looks so much like a star in his past life. Disciple Song Yan, greetings to the two patriarchs. Song Yan saluted towards the two patriarchs, the slightest hint of a different meaning appearing as his gaze collided with the eyes of the Yin Empress. The Yang Emperor frowned slightly when he saw that the Yin Empress had pushed for a male disciple. According to the rules and duties of the clan, the male disciples within the clan were under his control, while it was the female disciples who were under the Yin Empress. Don't look at the Yang Emperor's close relationship with the Yin Empress on a regular basis, but in fact, they were not Dao couples and could only be considered close friends. When it comes to his own power, Emperor Yang won't give in to the Yin Empress. Seeing that Song Flame only saluted the patriarch and ignored Daozi, the eyes of the disciples changed slightly, and a disciple with a tall and lanky figure, like a small giant, stood out and said in a cold voice, "Song Flame, why don't you worship the Taoist sun in front of you?" When Song Yan sniffed, he just glanced at Gu Xingge. Not only did he not make any moves, he questioned instead, "This senior brother, this is the Patriarch's hall. The biggest is naturally the Patriarch. Could it be that in your opinion Daozi is even bigger than the Patriarch? Should I worship Daozi first, then the Patriarch?" Ran Nanshan looks like a big man. In fact, coarse and fine. How can he not hear the meaning of Song Yan's words, and how can he fall for it? Humph! Song Yan, according to the sect rules, Daozi is on par with the elders and peak masters, and is only below the Patriarch. Any disciple who sees him must bow. Since you have already paid homage to the Patriarch, why are you ignoring Daozi? Is it because you think that Daozi is not worthy of your respect? Or are you looking down on Daozi? At these words, Song Yan's face sank slightly. He didn't think the big guy had the brains to not be pitted by his own words. Song Yan turned his head, no longer paying attention to Ran Nanshan, nor did he salute Gu Xingge. After all, in his opinion, Chen Kuan Daozi was also a disciple of the sect. Wasn't it just that he had a Daozi position? Wasn't it just that his cultivation was a little bit higher than him? What qualifications did he have to deserve a salute? Ran Nanshan saw that Song Yan still looked arrogant and was ready to continue to open his mouth. But unexpectedly, the Yin Empress rebuked in a cold voice. "Enough, this sect didn't summon Songflame here to listen to you guys bicker. Ran Nanshan, if you start any more trouble, this sect will disqualify you from participating in the Dao Ancient Trials this time." Ran Nanshan could only retreat helplessly. When Emperor Yang and Gu Xingge saw that Empress Yin spoke for Song Yan, their hearts were shocked and doubly puzzled. Who in the world was this Song Yan that he could get such a high regard from the Yin Empress? The Yin Empress looked at Song Yan, a faintly different color flashing in the depths of her eyes as she continued. Song Yan is exceptionally gifted and is a nine-yang spiritual body. Although his cultivation has just reached Jindan, he is a first-grade Jindan and is qualified to participate in the Dao Ancient Trials as a Dao Sect seed. You have no opinion on this, Emperor Yang. After the Yin Empress finished her introduction, Song Yan showed arrogance and swept his gaze over the other disciples with a bit of contempt. No. In the face of the Yin Empress's request, Emperor Yang refused without even thinking about it, also causing Song Yan's expression to freeze. Emperor Yang said to Empress Yin in a deep voice, "The number of people in the Dao Ancient Trials was set long ago. Even if this Song Yan is a first-grade Jindan with exceptional talent, we can't break the rules for him." Dissatisfaction appeared behind the rejected Yin. She knew that Emperor Yang was a person who took the rules very seriously. Even for Gu Xingge, he had never made an exception. "Your Highness." Gu Xingge's eyes swept over both the Yin Empress and Song Yan, feeling more and more that there was a story between them. The Yin Empress has never meddled in the affairs of the male disciples of the sect. Although this Song Yan talent is good, it is only good. There are many disciples of the Dao sect, and there are quite a few who are better than him. For example, Ran Nanshan, who had just spoken, was equipped with the granite battle body, which was no less than the nine-yang spiritual body. Let this seat see what secrets you have. Gu Xingge's heavy pupils flickered slightly, and the great mind technique unfolded smoothly. The power of the mind enveloping Song Yan in an invisible manner, peering into his heart and exploring his hidden secrets. Half a dozen times later, Song Yan's experiences from childhood to adulthood, as well as his secrets, were all known by Gu Xingge, even the past that he had already forgotten. Gu Xingge's face appeared to change, astonished beyond measure, while murmuring, "So that's how it is, it's really a dog's blood." It turned out that the reason why Empressine favored Song Yan was because Song Yan had saved the seriously injured Empressine outside the clan more than a month ago and had also cooked her a bowl of white porridge. When he returned to the clan afterward, Empressine took care of Song Yan in all sorts of ways, sending a large amount of spirit stone resources to help him raise his cultivation. But what really made Gu Xingge care was that this Song Yan actually also had a cultivator's residual soul in his possession. But unlike that Wang Fan from before, the cultivator's residual soul that Song Yan possessed was a female cultivator, specializing in the way of fire. Moreover, just a short while ago, this Song Flame was hostile to him, wanting to join with that female cultivator's remnant soul to seize him as the how deep burning world amazing. Gu Xingge's heavy pupils flashed with a cold aura. What an ignorance. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for recommendation votes. Request for rewards. End of chapter. Emperor Yang. Rules are made by people. Song Yan's talent is outstanding, so making an exception once is not unavoidable. The Yin Empress tried to persuade the Yang Emperor, who glanced at Song Yan before asking rhetorically, "Outstanding natural talent? Empress Yin, have you ever seen this clan make an exception for Xingge?" At those words, Empress Yin was momentarily speechless. If we are talking about natural talent, who within the Dao sect is as strong as Gu Xingge? Emperor Yang didn't even make an exception for him, let alone a mere Song Yan. Song Yan felt Emperor Yang's contemptuous gaze, suddenly felt that he was being belittled. On the surface, he did not move, but inwardly, he was already on fire. Surname Gu is not just cultivating more than 10 years earlier than me, but I reached the Jindan realm in only 5 years, or a first-grade Jindan. Isn't it better than him? Even if surname Gu's cultivation is stronger than mine. So what? If I really have to fight hard, it's not a problem for me to peel off a layer of his skin. Gu Xingge listened to Song Yan's heartfelt words, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, forcing a smile to keep from laughing out loud. District Jindan cultivator. Not to mention hurt him, even close to him cannot do, but also hard to pick off a layer of his skin. Really laugh at the death of individuals. Gu Xingge felt that this Song Yan cultivated not the fire Dao, but the confidence Dao, and was overconfident. Seeing that Emperor Yang refused to allow himself to participate in the Dao ancient trial, Song Yan then stood up and took 2 steps forward, showing a proud face as he proposed aloud, "Patriarch, since the rules can't be broken, why don't we do it in a different way? I'll issue a challenge to the disciple participating in the trial, and if I win, I'll be allowed to compete in their place. How about that?" After saying that, Song Flame felt that he was too smart. As long as he defeated a random trial disciple, not only would he be able to obtain the qualification for the trial, he would be able to build up his prestige. It was simply 2 birds with 1 stone. The quotas for the disciples of the Dao ancient trials have been set. The sect will not change them again, so wait for the next time. Unexpectedly, Emperor Yang did not play his cards the way Song Yan thought he would, and bluntly rejected this request, not giving him a chance at all. The disciples who were able to participate in the Dao ancient trial were all selected through the sect and passed through the ranks all the way to obtain a place. Without participating in the sect selection, Song Yan wanted to seize the qualification by directly challenging the trial disciples. Think of the beauty. This behavior was placed in the eyes of Emperor Yang, which was a clear attempt to speculate. Even if someone volunteered to give Song Yan the qualifications for the trial today, Emperor Yang wouldn't let him participate. Song Flame sniffed and almost couldn't control his expression management. What does this old thing mean? He's targeting me. It's just that I'm talented and valued by my sister Lok Yao, so I'm trying to suppress me. Let's see how I'll peel off your skin. Listening to the ragged words in Song Yan's mind, Gu Xingge frowned slightly. Without waiting for him to make a move, Emperor Yang was keenly aware of the change in Song Flame's eyes and was displeased. His fingers holding the armrests of the throne moved slightly, and a majestic pressure that was only directed at Song Flame was suddenly released. With a plopping sound, Song Yan was suppressed on the spot by this celestial pressure before he could react. You have a problem with what the clan says? Emperor Yang stood tall and coldly looked at Song Yan, his voice chilling, as if it was the frost of the 9 sepulchral abyss, causing the patriarch's hall to be covered in a layer of frost. Song Yan slumped to the ground like a dead dog. He felt that every inch of his body's flesh and blood, every section of his tendons and bones were about to be crushed. The pain caused him to subconsciously let out a wail. When the Yin Empress saw the Yang Emperor suddenly applying pressure, she hastily stepped in to cancel out the pressure on Song Yan. She was displeased with Emperor Yang's move and rebuked in a cold voice. Mu Qianyang, what do you mean? Even if you don't agree, you still made a move to target a disciple. What? Do you think the Qin Dao sect is your one word? This sect is also a sect leader, and also has the power to decide on the candidates for the trial. Song Yan must participate in this Dao ancient trial. This isn't asking for your opinion. It's informing you. Being called by his name, Emperor Yang's face sank slightly, but he was even more puzzled. He had been with the Yin Empress for hundreds of years, and although he was not a Daoist couple, he was still a close friend. Now Shi Luyo had actually rebuked him for a disciple, losing him face in public. If there was no problem here, Emperor Yang would definitely not believe it. The Yin Empress flashed and appeared beside Song Yan, helping him up from the ground and glancing at Gu Xingge again before she left, before turning into a spirit light and flying away. Gu Xingge, who had been given a look, felt puzzled. What did this have to do with him? He didn't say a word the whole time. Suddenly, Gu Xingge thought of something else. He forgot to use the Great Qi Luck technique to look at Song Yan's Qi Luck, even though the name didn't come with Fan, Chen, Dust, and it wasn't like it was one of the 4 major surnames, but from the memories probed by the Great Mind technique. This guy's experience is quite similar to that of the protagonist of the waste material stream, and it is highly likely that he is the son of Heaven's destiny with deep fortune. However, so what if the son of Heaven's destiny dared to count on him? He would kill just the same. If it wasn't for the patriarch's face, he would have already made his move the moment he detected Song Yan counting on him. All of you step back. Don't worry, the sect won't let your qualifications for the trial be replaced. On the hall, Emperor Yang lightly waved his hand, allowing Gu Xingge and the others to retreat. Gu Xingge and the others bowed their hands and left the patriarch hall together. Just before coming out and taking a few steps, Ran Nanshan called out to Gu Xingge, Daozi, do you need me to teach that Song Yan a lesson for you? So that guy will know what it means to be disciplined. Looking at the burly man who wanted to curry favor with himself, Gu Xingge smiled faintly and said in a warm voice, no need. After all, they are fellow disciples. There's no need to get rough over this small matter. We're about to participate in the trial. It's better not to cause any trouble. He wasn't a devilish villain, and he didn't like to pretend to be someone else, and dealing with guys and enemies who didn't see eye to eye. It was far smoother to do it himself than to let someone else do it. Understood. Michiko. Ran Nanshan nodded his head. Since Daozi had sent word not to trouble that Song Yan, it was better for him not to cause any trouble. At the same time, Mythical Koan Peak. Empress Yin brought Song Yan back to her spirit peak and fed him a healing elixir. Under the repair of the potion's medicinal power, Song Yan gradually recovered, and he looked at the concerned Yin Empress with an apologetic face. Sister Lok Yao, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you. It's none of your business. It's that guy Mu Qianyang who's too dictatorial. Don't worry, the quota for the Dao Ancient trial will definitely have you. The Yin Empress assured Song Flame, who nodded, and although she had a smile on her face, she was inwardly cursing the young emperor. The transformation god Celestial is terrific. Big deal. The big deal is that he are tough. Peeling off a layer of his skin is not a problem. Song Yan immediately communicated with the ring granny. Master, if you and I join forces, can we beat Mu Qianyang? Can. But the Qin Dao sect has a refined void venerable sitting in the town. If it's at the peak of my master's period, I can destroy it with a wave of my hand. But not yet. After participating in the Dao Ancient trial and getting that divine power left behind by the Forgotten River Sacred Courtyard, don't say refined void venerable. Even harmonized Dao great powers won't be your opponent. Upon hearing this, Song Yan became more and more curious about the divine ability that the ring granny was talking about and hurriedly asked after it. Master, what exactly is that Oblivion Sacred Academy's divine ability? It can make you hold it in such high esteem. The strongest killing aptitude in history. When you get it, you'll know how strong he is. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for recommendation votes. Request for rewards. End of chapter. On the following day, all 8 disciples participating in the Dao Ancient trials arrived, only for one of the 4 female disciples to suddenly choose to withdraw, giving the spot to Song Yan. When Emperor Yang learned of this news, his face was dripping with gloom, but the wood had already been turned, and it was too late for him to stop it, as Empress Yin had already set off with the trial disciples. On the sky of 10,000 hectares of blue, a treasure ship was traveling rapidly, and beside the treasure ship, a 5-clawed golden dragon followed. Its might filled the air, shocking the flying birds and beasts. Gu Xingge sat on the dragon's head, letting the astral winds blow, her figure not moving at all. A jade slip appeared in his hand, which contained some of the essentials of the Dao Ancient trials. Previously, Emperor Yang had mentioned that the Dao Ancient trial was an inheritance tower left behind by an ancient sect, and that ancient sect was called the Forgotten River Sacred Courtyard. which was extremely powerful and mysterious in the ancient times. Legend has it that wherever there is a place infested with disciples of the Oblivion Sacred Academy, the cultivators will avoid it for fear of socializing with them, fearing it like a tiger. Forgetfulness Sacred Academy. Seems like I've heard of it somewhere. Gu Xingga's face showed a hint of contemplation. He had some impression of the Forgotten River Sacred Academy. He had once read about it in an ancient tome, but there were only a few words about it. The canonical text said that the Holy Academy of the Forgotten River had violated the punishment of the law of karma and was destroyed. As for what the punishment of the law of karma was, Gu Xingga wasn't sure, but when karma was involved, it was bound to be terrifying. The inheritance tower left behind by the Forgotten River Sacred Academy was not a reward through breaking into the tower as Gu Xingga had imagined, but rather a test of the mind. According to the description on the jade slip, the inheritance tower would evolve a side of the spiritual world based on what the cultivator's heart desired most. The faster a cultivator passes through the test world, the more generous the rewards he receives. It was just that during this process, the cultivator's ego consciousness would be sealed off, and if he wanted to pass the test, he would have to rely on spiritual perseverance. Gu Xingga withdrew her divine sense, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, sketching out a faint smile. This ancient trial doesn't seem to be that difficult. At the side of the treasure ship, Song Yan looked at Gu Xingga sitting down on the golden dragon, and jealousy surfaced in his eyes. Everyone, including the patriarch, was sitting on the boat, and he was riding a dragon. What a damn pretense. Surprisingly, it's a 5-clawed golden dragon. This Qiankuan Daoist son has good luck. The Ring grandmother's voice rang in Song Yan's ears with a hint of surprise. It's not that she hadn't seen the dragon race. She even went to the Kanghai Hai as a guest before she fell, but the 5-clawed golden dragon was the first time she had seen it. Although there were many dragon clans in the Songhai Sea, true dragons were extremely rare, and most of them were miscellaneous blood such as augurs, gnarls, Qi dragons, and the like. Even the 8 dragon kings today, only 2 of them are true dragons. As for the 5 great ancestral dragons, they had long since died, been injured, and disappeared. Senior, do you have a way to take this golden dragon over? Song Yan inquired of the Ring Granny. Ring Granny, the dragon race is arrogant by nature. It will not submit to any living creature. Don't look at this golden dragon as docile now. I'm afraid that in my heart there has long been a desire to get rid of it. Even if the teacher captures it for you, it won't submit to you. Why don't you do a favor and give it a hand in the snow? Help it a hand. Song Flame was puzzled. Help it? That's right. The 5-clawed golden dragon is a real dragon. In the dragon family also has to be extremely rare existence. Each head is regarded as the hope of the dragon family. Although I don't know why this head of 5-clawed golden dragon will be straight outside. But if let the dragon family know that it is being used as a mount to drive, the dragon family is bound to do whatever it takes to make this Qiankuan Daozi to pay the price. And even Qiankuan Daozong is also overthrown. As long as you tell the dragons this news, coupled with my teacher's friendship with the dragons in his lifetime, it's enough for you to gain the friendship of the dragons and become their guest. The dragons are rich to the core, and a little bit of stuff leaking from the crack of your fingers is enough for you to cultivate for a long time. The Ring Granny analyzed the pros and cons for Song Yan, who was instantly mesmerized by the big pie she drew. Although having a 5-clawed golden dragon as a mount could greatly satisfy his vanity, the friendship and treasures of the dragon clan were even more coveted. Song Yan looked at Gu Xingga, a flash of sarcasm in his eyes. I told you to act like a pussy. Wait for the dragons to tear you to pieces. And Mu Qian Yang, when I get the support of the dragon clan, not to mention peeling off a layer of your skin, even if I kill you. Song Yan fantasized greatly about a better future. However, all the thoughts in his mind were read by Gu Xingga's. Gu Xingga put away the jade slip and glanced sideways at Song Yan, his handsome face revealing a touch of undisguised contempt. His lips slightly opened and he wordlessly said, a loser who only relies on women. Song Yan, who saw the shape of Gu Xingga's mouth, was instantly enraged, and he hated being told that he had gotten where he was by relying on women. Song Yan, who had been poked and prodded in the point of breaking his defense, stopped pretending, braced his hands on the ship's rail, and roared, Surname Gu, what are you arrogant about? Isn't it just that you broke through to Yuaning one step ahead of Laozi? What's so great about it? If you really want to fight hard, it's not a problem for me to peel off a layer of your skin. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingga looked coldly at the loudmouthed Song Yan and sneered, toughing it out with this seat? Who do you think you are? A punk who relies on women to get to the top and eat soft food. You deserve it too. You. The pain points were constantly being bludgeoned. Song Yan was so angry that he could barely speak. In the next moment, the Yin Empress appeared behind Song Yan, her eyes looking towards Gu Xingga, and without asking what exactly had happened, she immediately rebuked angrily, Gu Xingga, as a Daoist son you vilified a fellow disciple for no reason. It's simply too much of a shame. Shi Luya, indiscriminately coming to rebuke this seat. Is your brain filled with white porridge? Also, this seat is a noble Dao Sun. So what's wrong with lecturing a disciple who doesn't distinguish between honor and inferiority? If you have a problem with that, you can report it to the old ancestor and see if the old ancestor listens to you or believes in this seat. Since the Yin Empress was shameless, Gu Xingge naturally didn't need to give her face, not even calling the patriarch by her name. Shi Luyo already had a problem with Gu Xingge because of Nangong Chiyue's matter, and now that she heard these words, she didn't care about her status and raised her hand to forcefully suppress Gu Xingge. Shi Luya, you've disappointed this clan too much. A deep voice suddenly sounded, and immediately afterward, a figure like a brilliant sun descended from the sky and landed on the Qiankuan treasure ship. The golden light dispersed, and what came into view was clearly Emperor Yang, as well as the female disciple who had been replaced by Shi Luyao. Shi Luyao also didn't expect that Emperor Yang would be so persistent that he brought that female disciple to chase after him, her clear face revealing a hint of shock. Mu Qianyang, what are you doing here? Don't forget that I'm the leader of this trial. So what? Shi Luyao, you are the patriarch. Yet you disregard the patriarch's rules and arbitrarily deprive your disciples of their qualifications for the trial. You are not qualified to take on the role as the leader of this trial any longer. This patriarch has come here to replace you, and order you to return to the Dao sect with Song Yan immediately. Emperor Yang opened his mouth to deprive Shi Luyao of the power to lead the team, although a mere Dao ancient trial was not worthy of his presence, but any move that shook the fundamentals of the clan, he would have to stifle it in the cradle. The rules of the clan are sacrosanct and cannot be changed. Neither the disciples, nor the elders, not even them as patriarchs. The Qiankuan Dao sect would never allow any dirt to appear, and it must also be fair and just, so that no disciple could be chilled about the sect. P.S. Ask for monthly votes, ask for rewards, ask for recommendation tickets. End of chapter. Beside the treasure ship, Gu Xingge, who was sitting on the golden dragon, was not much surprised to see that Emperor Yang appeared and also brought the replaced female disciple along with him. It was just expected. Mu Qianyang, as a fellow Dao sect patriarch, you are not qualified to order me around. When the Yin Empress heard that she had been stripped of her qualifications as a leader, her beautiful eyes glared angrily at the Yang Emperor, and even her voice became a bit shrill. Yan Huan gazed at his good friend who had worked together for many years, disregarding the rules of the clan for the sake of a disciple, but he actually felt a bit strange. Judging him as two people, he could not help but feel pained and rebuked. Shi Luyao, do you know what you are doing? Are you going to break the oath you made 700 years ago for the sake of a song flame? Are you going to go against your original heart, to bring back the darkness that once characterized the Dao sect? Shi Luyao's expression was stunned as she froze on the spot. After half a minute, her eyes slightly drooped. Her complex expression murmured, I didn't forget. It's just that this kid cooked me a bowl of white porridge, and after senior sister left, there's no one else who's been so nice to me. Gu Xingge, who was an audience member on the side, heard them mention the darkness of the Dao sect 700 years ago, and the history of the Dao sect that he had read came to his mind. 700 years ago, the Qiankuan Dao sect's patriarch was not yet the two Yang emperors, and the Dao sect was not as strong as it is today, with the disciples living in dire straits. At that time in the Dao sect, the old ancestor set foot on the boundary road and traveled far beyond the boundary, while the power of the Dao sect was controlled by a father and son. In the historical records, the Dao sect controlled by the Red Hao father and son was the darkest era. The elders were not elders, the disciples were not disciples, and especially the female cultivators of the Dao sect were the desecration tools of that pair of father and son. In the end, it was the Yang Emperor who stepped forward, and with the Yin Empress sister, with the resistance of the entire clan, expelled Shi Hao's father and son from the Qiankuan Dao sect. It was a pity that senior sister Yin Ho was seriously injured in the great battle and fell before the dawn of the Dao sect arrived. After the Yang Emperor became the patriarch, he set up numerous rules and split the original patriarch's power into two, with all of the female cultivators of the Dao sect being handed over to the Yin Empress to manage. The Yin Empress shall not meddle in the affairs of male cultivators, and the Yang Emperor will not meddle in the affairs of female cultivators. 700 years had passed, and the Qiankuan Dao sect, under the management and leadership of the two men, had smoothed out the wounds it had once suffered, and had grown stronger, becoming a top 10 sect in the Dongsan domain. The Yang Emperor looked at the Yin Empress who mumbled with her head down, pained by what she had done. They all lived through that dark period and know the consequences once those in power start abusing their power. Emperor Yang had always kept this in mind, and had never abused any of his power, nor had he ever made an exception for anyone, even for a supreme talent like Gu Xingge. Now that the Yin Empress was forcing female disciples to give up the trial qualifications that they had worked so hard and gotten through the selection for the sake of Songyan, How was this different from the Red Hao father and son back then? Isn't this a betrayal of their former vows and beginnings? Shi Luyao, can you stand up to your senior sister? The young emperor questioned the Yin Empress in a deep voice. What she was doing now was worthy of her senior sister who had always protected her during those dark times. The Yin Empress was like a heavy blow. Her face showed pain. Her feet could not help but take 2 steps backward, stumbling and falling to the ground. During that dark period, it was senior sister who protected her by feeding her body to the wolves. And it was also senior sister who was seriously injured by Red Styx's sneak attack in order to save her. Senior sister, strong as Yin Ho, thinking of that gentle woman who was like a sister, like a mother. She also covered her face and cried, like a girl who has lost her dependence, choking and calling her senior sister. Gu Xingge was secretly surprised to see that Emperor Yang had made Empress Yin break her defense with just a few words. On the contrary, Song Yan's face was as ugly as it could be. This old man is sick. Other people will give the place to the old man. Why still want to intervene? The patriarch terrific. Have the ability to tough. See how I peeled off a layer of your skin. The more he thought about it, the more angry Song Yan became. He looked at the Yin Empress who was told to break her defenses and was silent in her past sorrows. Wanting to speak up but fearing that the Yang Emperor would target himself, he could only silently shut up. Emperor Yang let out a light sigh and softly commanded, Lu Yao, take Song Yan back with you. But what Mu Qianyang didn't expect was that Shi Lu Yao got up from the ground, wiped her tears, and stubbornly said, no, Song Yan must participate in the Dao Ancient trial. The Yang Emperor's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that after all he had said, the Yin Empress would still be stubborn, and the pain he felt for her was replaced by anger. Good. Since you insist on letting him participate in the Dao Ancient trials, then I won't blame this clan for being merciless. When the trials are over, this clan will convene a clan-wide assembly to remove you from the position of clan leader. Then let's wait until the trial is over. Little flame, let's go. After saying that, Shi Luyao waved her hand and summoned her mount, leading Song Yan away from the treasure ship and heading to the trial land alone. Emperor Yang looked at the distant flying birds, his eyes constantly changing. There was anger, there was disbelief, and more than anything else, there was pain. What was so peculiar about that Song Yan that made Shi Luyao care so much, even going so far as to give up the position of patriarch? Gu boy. Hearing the patriarch call out to him, Gu Xingge didn't pretend to be dead anymore, got up from the golden dragon and flew in front of the young emperor god. Uncle Mu, you command. Emperor Yang, I can't leave the clan for too long, so you'll lead the team for this Dao Ancient trial. Gu Xingge nodded. He did his work. Mu Qianyang was assured. Before leaving, Emperor Yang thought of Song Yan and commanded again, pay more attention to Song Yan. If that guy has problems, deal with him. There's no need to take into account Shi Luyao. She's no longer worthy of being the head of the female sect. If Shi Luyao hadn't gone too far, Mu Qianyang hadn't wanted to make such an embarrassing scene. Seeing Emperor Yang leave, Gu Xingge's face was thoughtful. After this matter, it was impossible for Shi Luyao to serve as the head of the female sect again. It should be said or not said that the master and disciple are one and the same. Because of Yi Chen, Nangong Chiyue was deprived of her status as a holy maiden and imprisoned herself in the pure immortal pond. Shi Luyao was also unable to serve as the head of the female clan anymore because of Song Yan. It's just a matter of thinking about it. It's none of my business. Gu Xingge banished these matters that had nothing to do with her from her mind. The most important thing right now was the Dao Ancient trial. He was very interested in what Song Flame's ring granny had said about the strongest killing aptitude in history. Returning to the Golden Dragon. Following the location of the trial site he had seen on the jade slip earlier, he let Ran Nanshan maneuver the treasure ship, and he himself opened the way in the front and continued on. 3 days later, Underworld River State. Domsang domain adjacent to the Heavenly Burial Underworld spiritual state. Compared to the other spiritual states of Domsang, this place has a thin spiritual qi, and the cultivators are scarce and nearly extinct. Rather than being a spiritual state, it is more like a mortal state. The ruins of the Forgotten River Sacred Academy were also adjacent to the Heavenly Burial Underworld, and if it wasn't for the Inheritance Pagoda being here, the 5 great clans wouldn't have come here at all. Outside the Underland, a great rift valley that stretches for tens of thousands of miles. This place is completely devoid of life, not even a single weed, and the valley is jagged with strange rocks, revealing strangeness everywhere. Swish, 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 swish. A dozen of powerful sword lights cut through the dim sky, bringing a hint of light to the dark heaven and earth, cutting through the clouds in the sky, all landing on the cliffs on the side of the Great Rift Valley, and it was certainly the people of the Ling Shao sword sect. Ma Yuexian was certainly among them. Is this the place of trial? Is it nothing special either? Yuran stood on the cliff and looked down. There was nothing peculiar about this Rift Valley except that it was a little deeper, a little bigger, and the rocks below were a little weirder. How is it that when they set out the sword master repeatedly told them to be careful? However, the other sword sect disciples were staring. They were not watered-down goods like Yiran who relied on the system to forcefully raise their strength. As sword cultivators, their divine senses were sharp, and they naturally felt the strangeness of this place. This place seems to be preying on their vitality. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for rewards. Ask for recommendation tickets. End of chapter. A group of sword sect disciples sensed the strangeness of this place and took out the talismans that the sword master had given them earlier, activating them to isolate the inexplicable force that was robbing their vitality. Seeing Yiran's indifference, they thought that he could rely on his own strong cultivation to resist this weird force, and they envied and worshipped him. Anon, a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds, causing the sword sect disciples to raise their heads in unison to see a five-clawed golden dragon flying from the distant sky, its scales and armor flickering with brilliant golden light, dispelling the grayness of the sky and earth. The golden dragon was followed by a treasure ship, and they recognized the emblem of the Qiankuan Dao sect on it. Yiran looked at the five-clawed golden dragon, and the slightest hint of jealousy surfaced in his eyes. This damned Qiankuan Daozi, even more pretentious than his wine-sword immortal. I should have known that I would be the last one to come, so that the other sects could appreciate his wine-sword immortal's overwhelming elegance. As the golden dragon and the treasure ship landed, Guxinga also noticed the strangeness of the trial land and waved his hand to disperse the inexplicable force that was attempting to plunder his vitality before mobilizing the power of heaven and earth to protect himself. He turned back and instructed the Dao sect disciples who had just flown down from the treasure ship. This place is bizarre and will prey on vitality. Use the talismans given to you by the patriarch to protect yourselves. Yes, Michiko, times 8. The Dao sect disciples took out their talismans in unison and activated them to isolate that force. Although Yiran was a half bucket of water and couldn't perceive the weirdness of the trial place, he could hear what Guxinga said. His face changed slightly, and he fiercely looked at the sword sect disciples, questioning in a deep voice. Why didn't you guys warn me that this place would be plundering the lifeblood? The disciples of the sword sect were astonished when they heard this. Could it be that the sword son couldn't sense it? Seeing their strange faces, Yiran realized that he had spoken too much and quickly changed his words. Ugh, I drank too much last night. Even my sense of God was dulled. After saying that, he immediately took out the talisman given by the swordmaster and used it on himself. The sword sect disciples were even more puzzled when they saw that Jianzi also used talismans. They were not cultivated enough and had to use them. But Jianzi had already broken through to Yuaning, so there should be no need to use talismans. Guxinga stood tall and looked at those strange rocks in the Rift Valley, her brows slightly furrowed. For some reason, those strange stones gave him a strange feeling, both dead and alive. Very strange. Roar! Suddenly, the sky resounded with another lion's roar. Many people looked up. A golden lion as strong as a mountain stepped into the air. The breath was thick and majestic, just like a Yuaning great circle of great demon. On the golden lion, there stood a group of handsome men and women, but they more or less had some demonic beast features. Some had antlers on their heads, some had green scales growing at their cheeks, and some directly topped a beast head. Heavenly Demon Divine Qi, Demon Race Forces. The golden lion landed on the ground, and after the demon race of the Heavenly Demon Divine Qi jumped off of it, the golden lion turned into a blonde-haired old man. Dragons! The crowd of demons were instantly attracted to the golden sun, and they were stunned as they felt the majestic dragon power, originating from the suppression on their bloodline. The yellow lion elder was also surprised. When did a true dragon come to the Vault Sang domain? And it was also a five-clawed golden dragon. This kind of existence doesn't still stay in Songhai. Why did it come to such a bird ***** place like the Mechuan prefecture? A handsome youth with a green unicorn horn on his head walked out. His pupils were also green vertical pupils. His temperament was extraordinary, and the surrounding demon tribesmen respected the youth. The demonic youth tried to get closer to Jinshi, and Jinshi coldly glared at it, and the dragon's might came out, scaring the demonic youth to take a few steps back. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! The group of demon clans rushed forward to help the youth, who shook them off, while then respectfully kneeling down on one knee towards Jinshi, their faces showing reverence. Qingchen has met the true dragon superior. The young man called Your Highness was the most outstanding descendant of the heavenly demon Divine Qi's demon emperor, and his body was a green jiao. Compared to other demon races, the true dragon's bloodline suppression of the Jiaolong was even more powerful. Although Qingchen and Jinshi were both Yuaning great demons, under the suppression of their bloodlines, Ten Shangchen were no match for Jinshi. The existence of a true dragon had always been the goal that Qingchen, as well as the demon emperor, chased after, and they longed to transform into dragons by shedding their augurs. And now that the true dragon was in front of them, how could they not pay homage to it? It must be known that even in the Qanghaihai Sea, which is the main camp of the dragon race, The true dragons are few and far between, less than 2 hands, and each one is the meat of the dragon race's heart. When the crowd of demons saw their own highness kneeling, they all knelt down as well to show their respect for the true dragon. Ha ha ha, your heavenly demon divine Qi is really funny, actually kneeling down to a mount. It's really laughing at this sword immortal. Yuran couldn't help but sneer when he saw the group of demons from the heavenly demon divine Qi kneeling down to Gushinga's mount. Of course, he wasn't that stupid, and the reason why he was mocking was just to pull hate for Gushinga. When Qing Chen and the other demons heard this, they looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon in front of them in disbelief. True dragons are the mounts of other cultivators? That's impossible. As strong as a Mahayana Tao father, he might not even dare to take a real dragon as a mount. If this was known to the dragon clan, those dragon kings would go crazy. What? You don't believe it? The owner of this golden dragon is the famous Qiankuan Daozi, and Qiankuan Daozi can be right next to him. Yuran pointed at the cliffside where Gushinga was using his heavy pupils, carefully observing the strange rocks in the canyon, and teased. The group of demon gazes also looked towards Gushinga. Qing Chen was pondering. It had heard comments about the Qiankuan Daozi, saying that he had heavy pupils in his eyes and his feet were on a golden dragon. Originally, Qing Chen had scoffed at this, thinking that Xian Tianlu was exaggerating, describing the golden Jiao as a golden dragon. But looking at the 5-clawed golden dragon in front of him, Cheng Chen was shocked and angry, and his eyes looked at Gushinga with intense killing intent. To actually dare to take a real dragon as a mount was not only slapping the face of the dragon race, it was also trampling their ideals underfoot and ravaging them. Lionel. Qing Chen let out a low roar and ordered the yellow lion elder to make his move. The true dragon shouldn't be humiliated like this. Compared to Qing Chen, who had somewhat lost his mind, the golden lion was quite calm as he transmitted his voice to persuade him. Your Highness, Qiankuan Daozi is highly valued by the old ancestor of the Qiankuan Dao sect. That's a void refining venerable. Don't be impulsive. Although the demon emperor was powerful, he was only at the great circle of God transformation, and was far from being a match for a void refining exalt. If Qiankuan Daozi was injured or even died in their hands, the heavenly demon divine Qi could not hold back the wrath of a void refining venerable. Qing Chen sniffed, his anger instantly extinguishing and coming to his senses. It was almost a disaster. It was just that Cheng Chen looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon, and he was able to sense that this true dragon was very young, and moreover, it was still a female dragon. If he could save this true dragon from the fire and return her freedom, he himself might have a chance to bond with her. Thinking about this, Qing Chen's heart was on fire. Your Highness, after the trial, I will go and inform a close friend of the Dragon Clan, and when the time comes for the Dragon Clan's experts to come, even if the Qiankuan Dao sect has a void refining venerable, it will not be enough to fear. The yellow lion elder continued to persuade. Qing Chen nodded his head as he looked at Jin Shi and reached out to touch her, trying to comfort her and tell her to wait for him to come and save her. However, Jin Shi simply swept Qing Chen away with a single blow of her tail. Jin Shi glanced at the wretched Qing Chen, his dragon's eyes transmitting a hint of disdain. A mere miscellaneous blood-green scaly dragon is worthy of touching this dragon. Get out of the way. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for rewards. Ask for recommendation tickets. End of chapter. Yi Ran was secretly upset when he saw that the demon race of the heavenly demon divine Qi did not make a move against Gushinga. He was just about to continue sneering for a few more sentences when he was interrupted by the sound of hoofbeats, and the crowd looked up to the sky, only to see 5 cloudy chariots each pulled by 4 heavenly horses, riding the light of the sky, their wheels rolling, and flying in from the distant sky. The chariot's flag was fluttering, with a phoenix pattern in golden lines, with a large U character written on it, lingering with the pressure of the imperial way, shocking the 4 directions. The heavenly horse spread its wings and soared, its hooves trampled on the void, creating ripples after ripples, and the red golden chariot at the forefront surrounded by red flames, like a fire-bathed phoenix, charging into the sky and striking the clouds. On top of the chariot stood a tall figure, holding the reins of the heavenly horse in his hands, with a grandiose aura and a warlike intent in the air. As the phoenix chariot gradually approached, the crowd also saw her true face. I didn't realize it was a female general. The female general had a head of reddish-red long hair that moved with the wind, a phoenix battle helmet on her head, a delicate goose-egg face with colorful features, stern phoenix eyes, and her eyebrows were even more heroic. The crimson phoenix patterned battle armor outlined her tall and perfect figure, delicate and graceful, concave and convex, without too much tedious decoration, clean and valiant. The war flag flew, and the 5 chariots landed not far away, raising a cloud of dust. The people from the imperial court of Fabian are here. More accurately, it was the Sibei Wangfu of the Great Yu dynasty. The Diyu imperial dynasty occupies the land of the 3 states of Dongzhang, while the king of Sibei is the prince of Diyu. guarding the north of Diyu against the ghosts of the underworld, which is close to the underworld river state. With the arrival of the Diyu imperial dynasty, only the heavenly Dao sect was left in the end. Along with the two Yin empresses who had parted ways midway, Guxinga withdrew her gaze from the female general and continued to observe those strange rocks in the valley. But even if he possessed heavy pupils, he could not tell what was hidden within these strange stones. There was a momentum interfering with Guxinga. This made him feel more and more that this place was very weird. Five-clawed golden dragon. Su Beihuan flew down from the chariot. She was also instantly attracted to Jinshi, her phoenix eyes surfacing in surprise. A true dragon could exist in such a barren land. Who brought it here? An offering from the Sibei royal mansion spoke up and explained. County Lord, that golden dragon is the mount of the Qian Kuan Daoist son, Qian Kuan Daozi, that heavy pupil. At those words, Su Beihuang thought of the heavenly pride list of the vaulted Sangha domain released by the Xian Tianlu, and that Qian Kuan Daozi who was at the top of the list. For this head of vault mulberry heaven's pride, she had only seen a portrait. She had never seen a real person yet. Su Beihuan looked towards the white-clothed figure at the edge of the cliff, pondering. I didn't expect the Qiankuan Dao sect to actually send him to participate in the Dao ancient trial, so it seems that he has an opponent this time. Even though Qiankuan Daozi was at the top of the heaven's remarkable ranking, Su Beihuan did not have the slightest fear. So what if the top of the list? The Dao ancient trial tests not strength, but the mind. She, Su Beihuang, was born in the Sibei royal house, carrying a phoenix bloodline, and since she joined the Tao at the age of 6, she has been fighting with demonic beasts and ghosts. 14 years, large and small battles experienced no less than 100. The mind has long been exercised indestructible. Not Qiankuan Daozi such greenhouse flowers can be compared. When the elders of the Ling Xiao sword sect saw the arrival of the Dayu imperial dynasty, they then led the disciples of the sword sect up to greet them. There were quite a few sons and daughters of the Sibei royal house who sought the sword Dao in the Ling Xiao sword sect, and the two families had some relations. Yi Ran, this is the northern Phoenix County Lord, the first daughter of King Sibei, County Lord Sibei, and this is my sword sect's contemporary sword son, Wine Sword Immortal Yi Ran. Greetings to the northern Phoenix County Lord. I've heard of County Lord's beautiful name for a long time, and this time I've seen it, and it's truly astonishing. Yi Jianzi Muzhan, Jianzi drunk into the Tao. A sword to open up the sky deeds spread throughout the dome of the Sangsang. I also have a desire to see, today to see, Jianzi really worthy of the name of Wine Sword Fairy. Sprightly Ah. After Yi Ran and Su Beihuang commercially bragged about each other for a while, they gradually opened up the topic and exchanged ideas. Yi Ran is the sword son of the sword sect. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, he was bound to be the lord of the sword sect in the future, and in Su Beihuang's opinion, there was no harm in befriending him. When the battle for the throne was to take place in the future, with the assistance of the Ling Xiao sword sect, she would be able to relax a lot. During the conversation, Su Beihuang glanced at Guxinga with his afterglow. It would be even better if he could get the support of the Qiankuan Dao sect again. When the Ling Xiao sword sect and the Sibei royal house were talking, a bird of prey arrived late, and it was certainly the Yin Empress and Song Yen. Only there was one more person beside them. The leaders of the three forces were puzzled when they saw that the Yin Empress wasn't even with the Dao sect disciples. It was only when they saw another person beside the Yin Empress that they all froze. How did the Tendo sovereign get together with the Yin Queen? Guxinga fixed his eyes and also recognized the heavenly Dao sect master, whose face he had seen inside the memories of those two evil heavenly Dao sect disciples. It was just that Guxinga didn't realize how the Yin Empress got involved with this guy. Gentlemen, this clan isn't late, is it? Queen Yin took the flying bird mount back inside her spiritual pet bag and arched her hand towards the three elders and the offerings, opening her mouth to greet them. They shook their heads, but doubt still lingered on their faces, not understanding why the Yin Empress was with the heavenly Dao sovereign. As soon as he landed on the ground, Long Ao Tian's gaze was instantly attracted by Su Beihuang. The corner of his mouth raised an extremely exaggerated arc as if it was a Nike logo, and then with what he considered to be a very charming and evil smile, he walked toward Su Beihuang in large strides. Beauty. Hello, under Long Ao Tian, Tian Dao sect master is also. Is there any interest in joining my Tian Dao sect? Follow this young man to mix. In the future, I guarantee that you will eat good food and drink hot water, so that you will die of lust. As he spoke, Long Ao Tian deliberately bit the word later, fearing that others would not know what he was thinking. Where did this come from, Brainiac? The disciples of the three families and the leader all ventured this thought, and Su Beihuang's face instantly grimaced as he coldly rebuked. What are you? You dare to molest this county princess? Looking for death? Proud as Su Beihua. How has she ever suffered such humiliation? A red gold phoenix gun appeared in her palm, fiercely stabbing at Long Ao Tian. Right at the moment when Su Beihua struck, A mechanical beep sounded in Long Ao Tian's head. Ding detected that the host is fighting with the early stage of Yuaning. Meets the conditions of the superior realm matching in the next moment, Long Ao Tian's body erupted a powerful might, terrifying as it was, sweeping in all directions, instantly transforming into a layer of pressure protection. Bouncing Su Beihua's red phoenix gun forcefully away and shaking back 10 steps. Transfiguration Celestials, times N. Elder Yellow Lion. Yi ran. Confessorly, Elder Wang and the others were all shocked and looked at Long Ao Tian incredulously. You're kidding. How old is this guy? And he's already reached transformation. Compared to the shock of the crowd, Gu Xingga's eyes stared, her heavy pupils staring at Long Ao Tian, who was greatly displaying his divine power, feeling the strange power within his body. Sure enough, just as he thought, it was the system again. The girl is quite hot. I like it. Long Ao Tian exuded transformation god pressure and smiled even more wildly. His aura was like a rainbow, crushing towards Su Beihua and closing in on him step by step, with an overbearing stance. The Sibei Wangfu's provider immediately stopped in front of him and warned in a deep voice. Your Excellency has overstepped the mark. Even if you are a transformation god celestial, my division, the Northern King's Mansion, is not one to be bullied. Don't make a mistake of yourself. P.S. Any comments on the plot? You can put forward. The follow-up I also modify. End of chapter. Gu Xingga watched with interest as Long Outyan forced Su Bei Huang. He was more curious about where the limits of Long Outyan's system were compared to Hero's rescuing duty. Is it possible to be one realm above everyone else all the time? Or is there a limit? The only one with the highest cultivation present was the Yin Empress, and even if Long Outyan used her as a blueprint and was one realm higher, it was at most the refined Void Daojin realm. Now that he had the 7 divine infants, he still had the power to fight against the Dao True realm. Alternatively, Long Ao Tian's cultivation would only be one realm higher than his opponents, and fighting him would only result in reaching the harmonized God Celestial. Long Ao Tian looked at the royal family's envoy who was blocking in front of him, stopped his footsteps, and with an alms-like tone, smiled evilly. That's just it. For the sake of the Sibei royal family, this young man will not be bothered. After saying that, the appalling and incomparable pressure of the transformation god dispersed, which also caused the people of the royal family to breathe a sigh of relief. And the Ling Xiao sword sect's spirit swords that were ready to be sheathed were also put back. The humiliation of Su Beihuan was so furious. Holding the red phoenix gun of the jade hand veins rippled. Hate to a gun through the dragon Ao Tian. Stab that spit out obscene words of the dog's mouth. County princess, calm your anger. This place is not the territory of the royal palace. The king can't whip it. When the trial is over, we will go back and inform the king, so that he can make a decision for you. The royal house provider rushed to persuade Su Beihuang, urging her to be calm and not to act out of anger. When Su Beihuang heard this, she could only silently recite the meditation incantation to calm her inner resentment. Humph, damned denizen. I'll settle things with you when the trial is over. There are questions. Gu Xingga looked at Long Ao Tian, who suddenly withdrew his hand. His heavy pupils condensed slightly, seeing that the power in the other party's body was dissipating extremely fast, and there seemed to be a time limit. So, it seems this guy's system isn't very good either. Or is there something else to ask for? Gu Xingga muttered, while releasing his mind power. But it wasn't aimed at Long Ao Tian, but Song Yan. In order to avoid being detected by the system in Long Ao Tian's body, he chose to go through Song Yan to figure out why the Yin Empress had gotten involved with Long Ao Tian. Half a dozen times later, after reading the near section of Song Yan's recent memories, Gu Xingga's face revealed a strange color. I thought that the Yin Empress and Long Ao Tian had been in contact with each other for a long time, but I didn't realize that they just met halfway. Seeing the beauty of the Yin Empress, Long Ao Tian flirted with the Yin Empress for a couple of sentences like he flirted with Su Beihua, which caused the Yin Empress to make a move to suppress her. But he erupted the refined Void Realm pressure and shocked the Yin Empress, and then blew up his own identity to extort a sum of money from the Yin Empress. After that they came together, during which Song Yan also saw Long Ao Tian move against the Yin Queen, holding back his anger. Serves you right. Gu Xingga not only had no sympathy for what happened to the Yin Empress and Song Yan, it was entirely what they deserved. Glancing at Long Ao Tian walking towards her, Gu Xingga frowned slightly. What's he doing here? To die? Long Ao Tian stopped a dozen steps away from Gu Xingga, his head held high, his eyes squinted, and he questioned in a cold voice. Your Qiankuan Daozi? It's not much better. Who gave you the guts to kill my heavenly Dao sect disciples? Rumble. Unexpectedly, as soon as Long Ao Tian's words fell, Gu Xingga directly zero-framed her hand, not giving him a chance to react at all. Thousands of thunder came out through his body, transforming into 9 huge dragons of thunder and lightning with teeth and claws. The 9 dragons rushed into the sky, breaking everything. At the same time, His heavy pupil flashed with blazing light, like a supreme divine sword that opened up the sky and the earth, piercing through the clouds and shadows of the 9 heavens, shooting towards Long Aotian with an irresistible momentum. The thunder dragon soared to the sky, his eyes were like swords, the system in Long Aotian's body didn't even have time to react, and in full view of everyone, the heavenly Tao sect patriarch, who had been infinitely arrogant just now, was chopped into nothingness in an instant, until he died. Long Aotian did not understand why Gushunga was so decisive. Shouldn't he have argued with him before making a move? Why don't you give me a chance to prepare? The moment he decimated Long Aotian, the jade disk of creation flew out and instantly suppressed the higher human system that wanted to escape, and then returned to Gushunga's body in a lightning-fast manner. Everything happened too suddenly, so fast that Su Bei Huang, Yi ran, and the others didn't react, and Long Aotian, who had just been incredibly wild, was beaten by Gushunga and left in the dust. Not even dregs left. Don't know how to die. Gushunga spoke indifferently. A puppet of the system also dared to run to question him, really not knowing how to die. Hiss. Everyone who came back to their senses couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, revealing a look of disbelief. Killing a transformation god celestial in 2 moves was too terrifying. It's simply terrifying as hell. Many people wondered if they were under an illusion. To instantly second a transformation god celestial with the cultivation of a Yuaning, this simply didn't exist when placed in Voltsang's history of 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Su Beihuan looked at the white-clothed figure and were dumbfounded. So powerful. Song Yan's jaw dropped in shock. This? You should be able to peel off a layer of his skin if you touched him hard yourself, right? The heavenly demon Divine K's demons were so frightened that they retreated back and forth, and Qing Chen's legs were even softer as he fell to the ground, his vertical pupils contracting violently, filled with fear. Luckily, Lion Elder stopped him, or else 10 of him wouldn't be enough for Qin Kuan Daozi to kill. The Yin Empress also froze on the spot. Avoid refining Venerable died just like that? Really? Impossible. How could Gushunga be this strong? He was clearly only a Yuaning. Daozi divine might. Heavy pupils are invincible. Suddenly, I don't know who shouted within the disciples of the Tao sect, breaking the crowd's shock, followed by shouts like a mountainous tsunami resounding through the land of trials. Obviously only 8 people, but as if there were thousands of people shouting again, resounding through the clouds and reverberating in all directions. Daozi divine might. Heavy pupils are invincible. Daozi divine might. Heavy pupils are invincible. Daozi divine might. Heavy pupils are invincible. Gushunga's heavy pupils swept over the people present, scaring them into backing away, not daring to meet their eyes. Moreover, they were afraid that this invincible Dao Sun would give them a shot of heavy pupil eyesight as well. Is it okay for all of you to withdraw from this Dao ancient trial? Taking advantage of the intimidation of killing a transformation god celestial, Gushunga pursued the attack, seemingly inquiring, but her tone was filled with a tone that could not be refused. At this moment, his heavy pupils were terrifyingly astonishing, and looking at them from afar, one had the feeling of facing an ancient demonic abyss, and one's soul would have to sink into it. It was clearly blooming beams of light, but people felt as if they were facing 2 magic wells and had to sacrifice their souls. As Gushunga's heavy pupils opened and closed, strands of runes flickered and a divine chain of order swam, making this Qian Kuan different, changing the rules of heaven and earth. Vaguely, in that heavy pupil, there was the destruction of the sun and the moon, and the regeneration of the stars and rivers filled with despair, but also contained vitality, making people like moths to the flame, to dedicate everything. It was at this moment that Gushunga truly displayed the heavy pupil divine might. He was like the invincible heavy pupil in the legend, looking down on all things in heaven and earth, intimidating all the spirits in the world, and no one could be defeated or blocked. Heaven and earth fell into eternal silence. The only sound is the sound of the divine might of the Daozi. The heavy pupil invincibility echoes, and heavily struck the hearts of the crowd on the heart. It was also at this moment that they realized the difference between themselves and Qin Kuan Daozi. The sky and the earth have become indescribable, and the fireflies and the haojis all seem small. A thought popped into their heads at the same time. If there is an invincible person in the world, it is not Qin Kuan Daozi. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Gushunga's heavy pupils showed their divine power, looking down on heaven and earth, intimidating everyone present. The 2 blazing eyes were like the light of the Haoyang sky, piercing through everything, and no one dared to look at them. At this moment, with the exception of the Tao sect's disciples, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. Their minds and bodies trembled, and many of them beat an inner drum of retreat. It's just one trial. If they quit this time, the big deal is that they will participate again in the future. They can't afford to lose their lives here. Inside the Lingxiao sword sect, Yi Ran looked at his trembling legs and subconsciously looked at the people around him. Seeing that they did not focus their attention on him, he secretly sighed in relief. That was close. I almost lost face. He forced his legs to stabilize, a wave of humiliation rising in his heart. He was the wine sword immortal. How could he be intimidated by him? He absolutely could not back down. Immediately, Yi Ran raised his head, presuming to look straight at Gu Xingge, but that double pupil was too blazing, like the ancient sun, completely unseeable. Yi Ran had to lower his head, but his inner humiliation was even stronger. Damn it! I'm a protagonist with a system. How can a mere villainous aborigine scare me? Yi Ran desperately cheered himself up, telling himself that the protagonist was the son of heaven's destiny, invincible and immortal. A little self-hypnosis did the trick. Yi Ran was confident again. He did not believe it, as the protagonist of his own will die in the hands of the villainous natives of Qiankuandaozi. Until the crisis, there will certainly be a high person to save himself. Seeing that the crowd was in retreat, Yi Ran showed a hint of arrogance on his face. Now was the time for him to make his appearance. As long as he stepped forward to fight against Qiankuandaozi, not only would he be able to harvest more adoration, but County Lord Sibei would also definitely be impressed. And when the time came to throw his arms around him, would he accept it or would he accept it? Thinking about it, Yi Ran was getting a little excited. Gu Xingge saw that in the sword sex crowd. That horse-piss fairy's body trembled. And this is what scared him. A flash of disdain flashed through his heavy pupils. If you all are unwilling to leave, then this seat doesn't mind helping you out. After he said that, silver-colored thunder surged out from Gu Xingge's body, dropping down like a heavenly river waterfall, and he rose up in the air, the eye of the heavens on his brow slowly opening. In an instant, the already dark sky was covered by countless dark clouds, and 10,000 miles in every direction were shrouded under the calamity clouds, with billions of thunders rolling within the calamity clouds, like scaly dragons with their teeth and claws, permeated with terrifying heavenly might. Heaven's robbery. The Yin Empress looked incredulously at the calamity cloud that stretched for 10,000 miles. Her clear face was filled with consternation, and she subconsciously exclaimed in shock. There could be no mistake. Having crossed the heavenly tribulation of transformation of God, she understood the heavenly tribulation better than anyone else present, and knew how terrifying it was. At the same time, Empress Yin felt grateful in her heart that she was fortunate to be a member of the Tao sect as well. The rest of them felt the brilliant heavenly might emanating from the heavenly tribulation, and their already trembling hearts became even more terrified, especially the group of demons from the heavenly demon Divine Qi. Their demon race's fear of the heavenly tribulation could be said to be engraved into their bones, originating from the depths of their souls, and they almost changed back to their original forms. Seeing that Gu Xingge had forced the crowd to this point, Yi Ran knew that it was time for him to take the field. After all, the protagonists are all in jeopardy. Immediately, Yi Ran stepped out from the sword sect disciples and looked up at Gu Xingge with a resolute face as he said aloud, Qiankuandaozi, you are too overbearing. This Tao ancient trial was set by the 5 families together. You want to monopolize it alone today. Are you trying to go against the agreement of our 5 families? Are you not afraid that we will go back and report to the sect and ask for your offense? Qiankuandao sect. The more Yi Ran talked, the more energized he became, but he didn't notice that the thunder of the heavenly tribulation was condensing. Gu Xingge looked down at Yi Ran. This jumping clown, before giving face to the heaven-mending goddess and letting him off once, he thought he was good? Originally, I was prepared to find a chance to dispose of this guy after the trial, since he came to give away his head on his own. I'm not going to be polite. The heavenly demon Divine Qi, the Sibei royal mansion, and the others were shocked and furious when they saw that Yi Ran actually dared to jump out at this time and speak out against the Qiankuandaoist son. Martyr! Don't drag us into your death! Sibei Huang gripped the red phoenix gun tightly. A trace of anger surfaced on her gorgeous pretty face, and she cursed in a low voice. This idiot, is his brain filled with guinea pig feces? Does he want to get us killed? The sword sect elder also didn't expect his own sword son to suddenly jump out. His face changed greatly, hurriedly stepped forward to block in front of Yi Ran, arched his hand and bent down towards Gu Xingge, and pleaded in an urgent voice. Daoist Gu, please don't bother with my family's sword son. He's young and unintelligent. My Lingxiao sword sect is willing to withdraw from this trial. Please forgive my family's sword son for his offense. The sword sect elder glared at the other disciples, and 2 disciples immediately stepped forward, pulling Yi Ran's arm and trying to lead him away. Unexpectedly, Yi Ran shook off the disciple's hand and crossed over to the sword sect elder, while a top-grade spirit sword appeared in his hand, and with a haughty face, he pointed his sword at Gu Xingge amidst the crowd's horrified gazes. Qiankuandaozi, even if you can instantly kill a transformation god, so what? I am wine sword immortal. free between heaven and earth. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Today, this sword immortal will open the heavenly gate with his sword and break this heavenly tribulation of yours. The words just fell. Yi Ran erupted a majestic sword intent, as if it could cut down the sky, endless sword chi through the body. In an instant, 1,000 miles in a radius turned into a sword domain, so that the people present felt the sharpness added to the body. Muscle tingling. When the sword sect disciples sensed the powerful sword intent released by Yi Ran, the spirit swords in their hands were involuntarily unsheathed and flew in front of Yi Ran for him to drive. Perhaps Kenshir could actually win. The thought popped into their heads. When the others saw this scene, they were also a bit surprised that this Lingxiao swordsman seemed to really have the power to fight with Qian Kuan Daozi. Under the heavenly tribulation, Gu Xingge looked at Yi Ran, who had threatened that no one could kill him, and couldn't help but snort. A mere Yuaning waste that has been forcibly elevated by the system. How dare you speak so loudly here? It's truly laughable. Since you insist on seeking death, this seat will let you know today what it means to be true. What? Hearing Gu Xingge talk about the system, Yi Ran was startled, his eyes instantly widening with disbelief. How is it possible that this villainous native actually knows the system? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in Yi Ran's head. Alarm! 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 The enemy of the system has discovered the existence of the Wine Sword Immortal system. The emergency escape mechanism is on. With the villain system and the heartbeat system suppressed and eliminated, the systems in the pale, and those not in the pale, were given a directive. As soon as their existence is revealed, then regardless of whether the host is dead or alive, immediately disengage and escape without any hesitation, because the moment one hesitates, one may be suppressed on the spot. In the next second, the monstrous sword intent released by Yi Ran, as well as the endless sword chi disappeared without a trace. His cultivation level, which had been raised by drinking, also fell in an instant, and in an instant, he turned from a Yuaning true lord into a mortal. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be dumbfounded, and Gu Xingge's face changed slightly as she immediately grabbed at Yi Ran. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Everything happened too suddenly. 1 second. The crowd thought that Yi Ran could compete with Gu Xingge, and the next second Yi Ran shriveled up. The big hand of silver thunder descended from the sky and grabbed Yi Ran, who was still in a daze, and tackled him in front of Gu Xingge. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The Wine Sword Immortal system in Yi Ran's body had fled without a trace, which surprised Gu Xingge. Counting the previous one, this was the second system that had escaped from him. These systems are really getting more and more alert. They just bolt when something is wrong, not even caring if the host is dead or alive. Yi Ran, who had returned to his senses, could not accept that the Wine Sword Immortal system had left him, and frantically cried out in his heart, "System, you come out. We can beat Gu Xingge. Come out. I'm going to drink. I'm going to improve my strength. Give me another chance. Don't you break away from me, ah. System, you don't go, ah. What do I do if you go? Please, system, you come back, ah." But no matter how much Yi Ran cried out inwardly, the Wine Sword Immortal system did not respond. It had abandoned him for a new host. There's no need to shout. You've been abandoned by the system. Instead of shouting for the system to save you, think about what to say in your last words. Gu Xingge interrupted Yi Ran with a voice, her heavy pupils full of teasing as she looked at Ma Puixian, who was without a system. Kind as he was still willing to give Yi Ran a chance to say his last words. Yi Ran was horrified when he heard this, but he pretended to be calm and threatened Gu Xingge with a trembling voice. I'm the Wine Sword Immortal. I'm the Ling Xiao Sword Son. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be destroying the friendship between the Qian Kuan Dao sect and the Ling Xiao Sword sect. Right. Why don't you hurry up and let me go? Or else the Ling Xiao Sword sect won't let you go. And you'll just wait for the Ling Xiao Sword sect to ask for punishment. Even if you're the Dao son of the Qian Kuan Dao sect, you won't fare well. The more Yi Ran spoke, the more energized he became. Although he had lost his system, he was still the sword son of the Ling Xiao Sword sect. He didn't believe that Gu Xingge would dare to kill him. Really? Are those your last words? Gu Xingge looked at Yi Ran, who thought he could rest on his laurels just because he was a sword sect sword son, and was rather speechless. Since the beginning of time, it was never words that made people feel intimidated, but strength. Not even such shallow reasoning. It's so stupid. Gu Xingge's palm was slightly clenched, ready to pinch Yi Ran to death when the sword sect elder flew forward and pleaded urgently. Daoist Gu, please stop. I beg you to give my clan's sword son a chance. Forgive him this time. The sword sect is willing to compensate you for an extremely high-grade spirit sword, and 50,000 extremely high-grade spirit stones. I hope that Daoist Gu will calm down. Although it was unclear why Yi Ran had shriveled up, He was after all a sword sect sword son and couldn't be okay. Allow this seat to refuse. Gushunga also maintained his usual politeness in the face of the sword sect elders who pleaded with him. The rejected sword sect elder could only look at the Yin Empress, hoping that she could persuade Gushunga for herself. The Yin Empress felt the sword sect elder's gaze and immediately understood what he meant. Then she flew up into the sky and rebuked Gushunga in a commanding tone. Gushunga, don't let go of Jianziyi. Do you realize that what you're doing is destroying the friendship between the two clans? The contemporary sword master of the Lingxiao sword sect and Emperor Yang were close friends. And 700 years ago, it was the Lingxiao sword sect that swept through the battlefield, blocking the help of Red House father and son on behalf of Emperor Yang, and aiding Emperor Yang in his endeavors. Gushunga glanced at Yin Ho and said in a faint voice, "You're not qualified to order me." Empress Yin did not expect to be rejected. I'm a Dao sect patriarch. How can I not order you? A Dao son. You're not anymore. Gushunga's words caused Empress Yin to freeze on the spot. What? She's not the patriarch anymore? How can that be? Gushunga, this clan sees that you're an evil demon in your body. If this clan isn't the patriarch, then who is the patriarch? The Yin Empress shrilled in anger. This Gushunga is so unlikable. When she returns to the sect, she will remove him from the position of Dao Sun and lock him up in the Yan Fall prison to be tortured by the flames of incineration. Gushunga, not too many days ago, the Yang Huang Patriarch convened a clan-wide assembly and has removed you as patriarch. And the new Koan Dao Patriarch is this seat's master. 2 days ago, Emperor Yang had sent a message to him, telling him that Shi Luyao had been deposed and that the position of the Koan Dao sect leader was held by Tantai Qingxian. Gushunga was surprised that her own master was acting as the patriarch. It was only right that she didn't have that aspect in mind. The Yang Emperor then told him that it was the decision of the old ancestor. What? Impossible. The sect is not even present. What right do they have to remove the sect? Besides, the sect leader must be a harmonized god celestial to take up the position. Tantai Qingxian. She's only a Yuaning. What qualifications does she have? Fake. Definitely fake. Shi Luyao couldn't believe that she would be stripped of her sovereign position. Gushunga looked at the woman who started to go crazy after being taken over. It was really ugly. Who told you that this seat's master is only a Yuaning? She has long since broken through to the transformation god and is stronger than you, and is now in the great circle of the transformation god's Dharma phase. The great perfection of the transformation Dharma phase. Wouldn't that be not far from refining the void? When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked, knowing that the reason why the Qinkuan Dao sect was able to securely occupy the two spirit states was because of the existence of the void refining exalted. As strong as the Great Yu imperial dynasty, although it possessed 3 states, the area and degree of aura of these 3 states combined were not as large as 1/3 of the Qian heavenly state, with 1 middle grade and 2 lower grades only. Of the 72 spirit states in Voltsang, the Qinkuan Dao sect's 2 major spirit states were both upper grade spirit states. Although the Lingxiao sword sect had a void refining venerable, it had been in seclusion for many years and had not come out for a long time. Gushunga no longer paid attention to the sword sect elder and Shi Luyao, and looked at Yi Ran with a smile, teasingly. So, wine sword. No, horse piss fairy, it's time for you to be on your way. Yi Ran did not expect the Dao sect patriarch to step in, and Gushunga was unwilling to let himself go. He was horrified, he was afraid, he regretted, and he was snotty. No, don't. I don't want to die. I don't. Why? Why didn't someone high up come to save themselves? He is the wine sword immortal, but he is the main character. Silver Thunder's big hand clenched with force. In front of everyone, ignoring Yi Ran's pleas for mercy, annihilating this one day yelling about the sword opening the gate of heaven, calling himself the wine sword immortal, and drinking too much horse urine, with no dregs left. Gushunga clapped his hands. Although he had exterminated the horse piss fairy, he had allowed the wine sword fairy system to escape. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before another wine sword immortal appeared. Next time, definitely catch it. When the sword sect elder saw his own sword son killed, although his heart was angry, he didn't dare to show it. He could only shake his head and sigh as he bowed his hand towards Gushunga. Daoist Gu, I'll leave with my disciples. The Sibei Wangfu's envoy also bowed towards Gushunga and said aloud, Daozi Gu, we are also leaving. If Daozi is free, you can come to my Sibei Wangfu as a guest. The demon race of the heavenly demon Divine K was also about to turn around and leave, but they couldn't, as thousands of heavenly tribulation thunderbolts rained down on the earth, directly annihilating a bunch of demon races, not even giving them a chance to react. I've summoned the heavenly calamity. How can I do it without chopping something? This scene caused the sword sect's disciples to be frightened for a moment, and they hurriedly fled with their swords. They didn't want to be the ashes under the heavenly calamity themselves. As the Lingxiao sword sect and the Sibei royal house withdrew, Gushunga looked toward Song Yan, who had been silent. It's time to deal with this guy. When Song Yen felt the heavy pupil gaze, his heart trembled tremendously and he had a bad feeling. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for recommendation votes. Request for rewards. End of chapter. Not good. Apprentice. Run away. That guy is on to you. Song Yan's ears rang with the ring granny's anxious reminder. Song Yen was so alarmed that he couldn't think about it. He immediately took out a spatial lore talisman and crushed it as soon as he could. A spatial force emerged and wrapped Song Flame, but it lasted less than 2 breaths of time before the spatial force was suppressed by an inexplicable force and collapsed into nothingness. This turn of events caused Song Yen to freeze in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Gu Xingge looked down at Song Yen, who was trying to escape, and her heavy pupils flashed a touch of sarcasm. As early as after coming to the land of trials, he had discovered that this place was weird. Not only did it plunder vitality in an invisible way, but there was also a force of sealing in the underworld, affecting spatial changes. Any means of breaking through space would be useless here. This would also explain why the Qiankuan Taoist sect did not place a teleportation array platform here. Gu Xingge's mind moved, and the thunderous hand that covered the sky reappeared, crushing down on Song Yen. Seeing that the thunderous hand was about to fall, Song Yan's eyes showed horror and wanted to escape, but he realized that his body was as heavy as lead, unable to move. He subconsciously closed his eyes and shouted urgently, "Sister Luoyao, save me!" When Shi Luyao heard Song Yan's plea for help, her figure instantly flashed and appeared in front of him. Her hands pinched, and infinite water vapor emerged, instantly transforming into a layer of light and soft water curtain that was vast and stretched for hundreds of miles, blocking in front of the two. Gu Xingge, a futile struggle. As soon as the words fell, in Shi Luyao's dismayed gaze, the thunderous hand forcefully tore through the water curtain, and with unabated power, it blasted down. Weak water treasure umbrella. Rise. Thunder came from all sides. Shi Luyao was too late to be shocked, and quickly offered up her own magic treasure, a green-blue treasure umbrella, which was suspended above her head, dropping thousands of gorgeous light. Under Shi Luyao's urging, the precious umbrella transformed in an instant into a side of heaven supporting Huagai, with water waves and waves surging, evolving a water spirit heaven and earth, wrapping up the thunderous hand with the momentum of goodness like water. Explode. Gu Xingge spat out a word indifferently. Boom. Only a loud sound was heard as the thunderous hand wrapped by the water spirit heaven and earth exploded apart, the destructive power suddenly spreading and unleashing itself within the weak water treasure umbrella. Humph. Shi Luyao lightly hummed, her eyebrows slightly frowning, her face showing the slightest bit of pain. The essence magic treasure is connected to the cultivator's life. Although Gu Xingge's move, Thunderstorm, couldn't destroy the weak water treasure umbrella, it made her feel less good. Song Yen, who was protected by Shi Luyao, was relieved when he saw that the Thunder Striker had been dissolved, and his face revealed a sense of celebration after the robbery. He looked up at the white-robed figure standing above the green destiny, his eyes showing indignation. Outrageous. He hadn't messed with this guy, so why would he kill himself? Was it because he hadn't bowed to him in the Patriarch's Hall before? How did this kind of narrow-minded person become a Dao son of the Dao sect? Shi Luyao strongly suppressed the disordered mana in her body and angrily looked at Gu Xingge, rebuking in a delicate voice. Gu Xingge, what do you want? It's not enough to kill a sword son of the sword sect, you also want to kill a fellow disciple. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because this seat isn't the sect leader anymore? Seeing Shi Luyao's insistence on not coming to her senses and still thinking of sheltering Song Yen, Gu Xingge's heavy pupils turned slightly cold and said in a chilling voice, "The Patriarch has ordered that Song Yen has plagued the sect, and his crime should be executed, ordering this seat to clean up the door. Shi Luyao, if you insist on obstructing, don't blame this seat for not remembering the love of a fellow sect member and even kill you together." Upon hearing this, Shi Luyao first froze, followed by a look of disgust, her beautiful eyes surfacing with contempt as she sneered at Gu Xingge. What a scourge on the sect! You claim that the rules of the sect are sacrosanct and inviolable, but now you want to execute a sect disciple with a pure and good nature because of a trivial matter. But you are really hypocritical. She looked back at Song Yen. This child had cooked a bowl of white porridge for her. How could he possibly wreak havoc on the clan? Shi Luyao, Gu Xingge, today this seat will put the words here. Unless this seat dies, no one can kill Song Yen. When Gu Xingge saw Shi Luyao being so stubborn, his heavy pupils flushed with scarlet, and his ghastly killing intent surged like a tidal wave. The sky and the earth were covered with a layer of faint scarlet, and the heavenly tribulation thunder was even more violent. Feeling that majestic killing intent, Shi Luyao's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly commanded towards Song Yen behind her. Little flame, I'll stop Gu Xingge. You find a chance to escape. No, I want to live and die with you. Sister Luo Yai. Song Yen shook his head, his face resolute, unwilling to escape alone. Shi Luyao was touched upon hearing this. Teacher, if we team up with Shi Luyao, can we beat the surname Gu? Song Yan anxiously communicated the ring granny. It's not that he doesn't want to run. It's out that this place is too weird to escape. The ring granny was silent and didn't answer Song Yan. This made Song Yan even more anxious. How to fall off the chain at a critical time. Shi Luyao didn't notice Song Yan's abnormality. She looked up at Gu Xingge and said in a delicate voice, Gu Xingge, on account of you being a junior, this seat will give you one last chance to stop here, and this seat can forget about it. However, all that answered her was an oncoming thunderbolt that struck the weak water treasure umbrella and made it tremble. Good. Then don't blame this seat for being merciless. Shi Luyao's silver teeth clenched. A touch of law spirit pattern emerged on her brow. The law of water rhythm. Endless water mist surged out, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles, causing this side of the earth and sky to be wet, turning into a water kingdom. The moment the water kingdom was formed, a 1,000-foot water shadow rose up from the ground. The condensed water phoenix surrounded it, holding a precious umbrella. The water of 1,000 rivers converged in one body. The water waves were torrential, just like a god of weak water. Majestic, shocking all the spirits. Domain of laws, water spirit genjutsu. As soon as Shi Luyao made her move, she showed all her cards, and the two major means of the transfigured god celestials were on display. Looking at the 1,000-foot water spirit Yuan Shun, Gu Xingge's face showed disdain, sculptor's little skill. He raised his hand and tapped the center of his brow. The eyes of the heavens bloomed with brilliant silver, and endless thunder came out through his body, transforming into a thunder god shadow that was also 1,000 feet tall. Brilliant heavenly might filled the air, holding a silver thunder halberd. The blade of the halberd was shiny, and the sharpness of the halberd seemed to be able to break through this part of the earth and sky. When Shi Luyao, who was driving the water spirit Yuan Shun, saw that thunder god shadow, her pretty face revealed shock and she lost her voice. How is it possible? You haven't broken through to transformation spirit yet. How can you drive a law Yuan Shun? It was common sense that the only way for a cultivator to metamorphose into a law Yuan Shun was to reach god transformation and for the Yuan Ing to cross the threshold to receive the baptism of laws. But Gu Xingge is the existence that breaks common sense. This divine shadow made of thunder laws was made of the power of the heavenly tribulation, and was not a regular law Yuan Shun, but he was more powerful than ordinary law genii. What's with all the nonsense? This seat doesn't have the bad habit of not hitting women. After saying that, Gu Xingge drove the thunder god shadow and wielded the silver thunder halberd, splitting heavily at Shi Luyao like opening up the sky and earth. Shi Luyao wielded the treasure umbrella in a hurry to resist the silver thunder halberd. As the 2,000-foot existences fought together, the Dao sect disciples scattered and withdrew, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. While Gu Xingge was being held back by Shi Luyao, Song Yan didn't care about sharing the same life and death. He took out a spirit boat from his storage ring. Roar! Just as Song Yan sat on the spirit boat, a golden figure blocked in front of him and destroyed the spirit boat with a single claw. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for recommendation votes. Request for rewards. End of chapter. Boom! 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 The earth shook as if the earth dragon turned over. The dark sky thunder rolled as if the end of the world was coming. The two mountain-like tall divine shadows clashed together, shocking the earth more than just cracking. Smoke and dust like fog. Thunder shadow waving silver halberd. Halberd blade sharpness can break the sky, like Erlang Kai Shan. Heavy cleave to the water shadow. Water shadow holding umbrella to resist, but still be cleaved backward 10 steps. The barren ground were trampled out one after another big pit. Thunder god shadow multiplied the victory. He was like a god of war approaching the world. The silver halberd swept across the sky and earth, destroying everything, beating the water shadow back. Each fall of the silver thunder halberd left unhealable scars on the Mizuki's body. Even though the water spirit primordial spirit had the added power of the domain of laws, it was still being pressed by the thunder god shadow and was powerless to fight back. Shi Luyao, who was driving the water spirit Yuan Shun, was pale and her brows were filled with pain. The Yuan Shen was the root of a cultivator, and when the Yuan Shen was injured, she felt the pain as well. Rumble! Gu Xingge maneuvered the thunder god shadow and swung the silver halberd heavily, opening mountains and breaking rivers. 10,000 pounds of thunder wrapped around the halberd blade and slashed at the water spirit Yuan Shen. Boo! The silver halberd was blocked by the weak water umbrella, and when the halberd and umbrella clashed, a strong fluctuation was stirred up, sweeping through the sky and underground, shaking 1,000 miles in a radius, and setting off a fierce wind. In the underworld, that sealing momentum was actually disturbed for a moment. Even though there was a weak water treasure umbrella to resist and cut down most of the power, water was conductive, and there was still a portion of the thunder power stirring on top of the water spirit Yuan Shen. Shi Luyao's face changed greatly. Her delicate body trembled involuntarily. She forced herself to endure the pain of her Yuan Shen, pinched her magic, and roared out in a low voice, "Weak water of 3,000, washing all spirits, heaven and earth are filthy, purifying the world and sweeping away obscurity." The water spirit primordial god raised the weak water treasure umbrella high, and 3,000 weak waters emerged, as light as nothing, sweeping toward the thunder god's shadow like a heavenly river, and wherever it passed, everything sank and dissolved into the water. The moment the silver thunder halberd touched the weak water, it was dissolved. Gushinga's face remained unchanged, allowing the weak water to wrap around the thunder god's shadow. "Gushinga, I'd like to see how you're going to break this weak water divine power of mine." Seeing that the thunder god's shadow was enveloped by the weak water, Shi Luyao propped up her pasty body, her mature and pretty face revealing joy. But in the next second, her expression froze. But see, the weak water entangled in the thunder god's shadow from the inside to the outside was actually inches of ice. Thunder god's shadow gently shook. "The weak water will be turned into ice crystal dust, dissipated into nothing. Impossible. How could my weak water be dissolved so easily? Didn't you use thunder to enter the Tao? Why would you use an ice Tao divine ability?" Shi Luyao shrieked shrilly, her face filled with disbelief. Wasn't Gushinga a thunder Tao entrant? Why was she able to make the ice Tao divine ability? Gushinga indifferently said, "There are many things that this seat can do, and the lightning method is only commonly used by this seat." As he spoke, he once again drove the thunder god's shadow, and the silver thunder halberd coalesced once again, slashing down heavily towards the water spirit Yuan Shen, intent on splitting her in half. Shi Luyao could only endure the pain and hastily resist. On the other side, Song Yan, who had been intercepted by Jin Shi, had an unsightly face as he looked at the five-clawed golden dragon in front of him and forced a smile. "Honorable true dragon, please let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll head to the Tsunghai Sea and inform the Dragon Clan of your imprisonment. And when the Dragon Clan's great powers descend, they will surely be able to help you get out of your trap and let you regain your freedom." The more he said, the more Song Yan got energized. "You are a noble true dragon. Can you not be driven as a mount? As long as you let me go, you will be able to gain your freedom. Why not?" If Wu Zhengui had heard these words, he would have spared Song Yan, but she was already dead, and Jin Shi wasn't moved in the slightest, just coldly looking at Song Yan, keeping a close eye on him to prevent him from escaping. Seeing that the golden dragon didn't react at all, Song Yan was anxious, and he turned his head to see Shi Luyao being pressed. He was even more anxious. Is it really hard for him to escape death today? "Apprentice, don't panic. Master is back." The ring grandmother's voice resounded once again, which caused Song Yan's spirit to be shaken, and he hurriedly inquired, "Master, where did you just go?" "Master just went to make some preparations. You now go to approach Shi Luyao and follow what Master taught you." After Song Yan heard the ring grandmother's words, his face was stunned and his heart was torn. "Master, do we really have to do this?" "Granny Ring, stupid. Those who accomplish great things do not take small things into account. If you want to live, follow the master's instructions." "Yes, Master." Song Yan dispelled that little nagging feeling within his heart and looked towards Shi Luyao, who was still struggling against Gushinga, and quickly walked towards her. Gushinga noticed Song Yan's unusual demeanor and frowned slightly as he manipulated the thunder god's shadow to suppress the water spirit Yuan Shen, making it impossible for her to move. The water spirit Yuan Shen struggled desperately, and the thunder god's shadow punched her in the head. Shi Luyao was as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Her head was dizzy, and she didn't realize the song flame approaching behind her. Seeing that Shi Luyao hadn't noticed herself, a flash of joy flashed in Song Yan's eyes. Her hand with the ring was plated with a layer of dark red mana, and her 5 fingers formed a claw, stabbing at Shi Luyao's back. Just as Song Flame was about to get his hands on him, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck straight at him. It was Gushinga who made the move. Damn it! Song Yan didn't expect Gushinga to stop him. He had to dodge to avoid the thunder, but he also missed the chance to sneak attack Shi Luyao. And it was at this moment that Shi Luyao noticed Song Yan behind her. She turned back to look and at the same time felt the familiar and extremely familiar mana on Song Yan's right hand, which had not been forgotten in 700 years. In the next moment, Shi Luyao was in a rage as past memories kept surfacing in her mind. Her eyes were as red as blood as she pointedly questioned Song Yan. "This mana, say, who passed it on to you?" Song Yan had wanted to say that he was here to help her, but seeing that Shi Luyao reacted so strongly to the mana given to him by his master, he secretly said that it was not good. Had he himself been punked by his master? Seeing this, Gushinga controlled the thunder god's shadow to let go of the water spirit Yuan Shen and watched the two with interest. He had just made a move to stop Song Yan because he wanted to see how Shi Luyao would react when she realized that Song Yan had sneaked up on her. It just seems like a bit too much of a reaction. Shi Luyao stared at Song Yan. Even when facing Gushinga, she had not exposed her killing intent, but at this moment, all of it erupted. Her long hair rose chaotically, her eyes filled with blood, and her face was even more hideous and terrifying, just like a nine ghosts' ghosts. Sister Lok Yao, I just came. Song Yan vainly tried to struggle, but Shi Luyao didn't even listen to his sophistry and drove the water spirit Yuanshen to fiercely grab at him. Shi Luyao roared, "Speak! Where did you get this mana from?" Just as the water spirit Yuanshen was about to grab Song Flame into his hands, a powerful mana that was no less powerful than Shi Luyao surged forth, and at the same time, a sneering laugh sounded in everyone's ears. Shi Luyao, Shi Luyao, haven't seen you in 700 years? You're still so stupid. There's absolutely no comparison to your senior sister. However, a dark red shadow appeared, and although it was a female body, the face made Shi Luyao completely insane. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for rewards. Ask for recommendation tickets. End of chapter. Shi Luyao looked at the dark red figure. The memories of that dark period 700 years ago kept coming back. Her bloodshot eyes surfaced with infinite indignation, as if she was a mother beast that was stimulated, opening her mouth to hiss and growl. Qi Yunxiao, how dare you show up, red cloudy sky? Upon hearing this name, Guxing's heavy pupils condensed slightly as a flash of surprise flashed by. Isn't this the son of Red Hao who plagued the clan 700 years ago, and why is he in female body? Song Yan sat paralyzed on the ground with a stunned look on his face. It was also the first time he had seen the ring granny, but why did she have a man's face? Red clouds show a dark red robe, male face female body, red hair fluttering, dark red evil fire lingering its body, dirty obscure, to the een to evil, then Shi Luyao's powerful might cover the four sides, so that a group of Dao sect disciples feel the pressure. Looking at Shi Luyao, who had fallen into a frenzy, mockery flowed from Qi Yunxiao's eyes as he sneered. Ha ha ha, Shi Luyao, after not seeing you for 700 years, you're still as pathetically stupid as you were back then. Damn you to hell. Shi Luyao sniffed and her face became even more fierce, driving the water spirit Yuanshen to wave the precious umbrella once again. As if a heavenly pillar was tilted and heavily smashed into red cloudy sky, the air all emitted bursts of sound, agitating and undulating. However, Qi Yunxiao merely raised his hand and held it. Countless dark red textures appeared on the surface of the water spirit elemental god's body, and the water spirit elemental god instantly stopped where it was, no longer making any movements. Shi Luyao, who was also in agony, collapsed on the ground and looked at Qi Yunxiao in disbelief, roaring at him. What have you done to my genjutsu? Qi Yunxiao showed a sneer on his face and didn't answer this question of hers, but instead asked in return. Shi Luyao, is the white porridge good? White porridge? Shi Luyao looked fiercely at Song Yan, itching to break him into pieces. Song Yan also looked puzzled. What did this have to do with his white kanji? There's really something wrong, murmured Gu Shunga, who was watching the show. He had long been skeptical of Song Yan's white porridge, but he just couldn't find a single problem with it when he searched through his memories. The seemingly ordinary white porridge was actually moved by Qi Yunxiao long ago without Song Yan's knowledge. But this red cloud soar's male face and female body, could it be that he has practiced that evil law? The Qiankuan Dao sect had an overwhelmingly evil law that was expressly forbidden and had been destroyed. Its name was Yin and Yang Reverse Chaos Xian Beautiful Avenue, which was considered to be the immortal cultivation version of the sunflower treasure tree. Once practicing this evil method, a man's body will be forcibly transformed into a woman's body and will need to suck pure yang essence for a long time. The Xian Beautiful Avenue cultivation speed was strangely fast. There was almost no bottleneck to speak of before refining emptiness, and the fastest cultivator had reached the great perfection of transformation of the god in just over 400 years. However, none of the cultivators who practiced this method had reached refined void. Gu Xing's heavy pupils gazed at Qi Yunxiao and immediately saw through his metaphysics. This guy wasn't a remnant soul at all, but a split soul. So, this Song Yan wasn't the kind of heavenly destiny son he thought he was either. But a pawn for Red Yunxiao to penetrate the Qiankuan Dao sect? Also, where in the world are there so many sons of God? Gu Xingge thought darkly as his heavy pupils glowed with a faint golden aura, observing Song Flame's Qi fortune with the great Qi fortune technique. At this moment, Song Yan's Qi was already gray and black, and he was dying. It was negligence after all, Gu Xingge said with some chagrin. Only looking at Song Yan's memories, she thought he was the son of heaven's destiny, not realizing that she was the one who had fallen for it. Previously, when he was in the Sovereign's Hall, he didn't check it out first, and afterward, on the treasure ship, he was also distracted by other things. Until now, he hadn't checked Song Yan's Qi luck himself. It seemed that he would have to pay more attention in the future, lest this kind of oops happen again. What did you put in the white porridge? Shi Luyao braced herself and stood up. A little dark red texture also climbed on her white skin, an evil aura lingered, and her body was even more of a mess. A foreign force was suppressing her mana and trying to manipulate her body. Qi Yunxiao looked at her playfully. Didn't add anything, just a bit of memory dream flower, and the God-controlling liquid that I concocted. At those words, Shi Luyao's face became incredibly embarrassed, while Gu Xingge came to a realization. No wonder Shi Luyao said that the bowl of white porridge had the flavor of senior sister, so it was added with the memory dream flower. The sweet flavor of the memory dream flower was one of the main ingredients in the refining of the dream-seeking pill, and eating it alone could make people recall their fondest memories deep within their hearts, causing them to sink into them, unable to extricate themselves from them. That was why Shi Luyao felt so strongly about that bowl of white porridge. As for the God-controlling liquid, it was a soul liquid that targeted the Yuanshen, colorless and tasteless, and was mainly used to control the Yuanshen. Suddenly, Qi Yunxiao waved his hand and ingested Song Yen into his hands. Song Yen shivered in fear and inquired sharply, "Master, what are your orders?" Qi Yunxiao looked at Song Yen, originally wanting to use this carefully packaged chess piece to return to the Qiankuan Dao sect. I didn't expect that fellow Emperor Yang to be so cautious. Not only did he remove Shi Luyao from the position of patriarch, but he also had his disciples execute this fellow. The piece is kind of wasted, but waste can be wasted. Qi Yunxiao laughed sarcastically. Master has no orders, he just thinks that you are no longer useful and decided to personally give you a ride. After saying that, in Song Flame's terrified gaze, Red Cloudsore's mouth grew, and a suction force emerged from his mouth, directly devouring all of Song Flame's essence as well as his soul. He casually threw the dried corpse away and looked towards Shi Luyao, who was still mobilizing the laws and suppressing the foreign forces within her body, and teased, "Don't waste your efforts. The God-controlling liquid has been in your body for so long, it has long since penetrated deep into your Yuanshen. Unless you self-destruct your Yuanshen or find a harmonized great power to help you expel it, or else you will be powerless to return to the heavens with your current mana. 700 years ago, your senior sister has been protecting you, so that I wasn't able to taste you. Now it's not too late. Don't resist. Be my furnace honestly. Let us ascend to supreme bliss together." Qi Yunxiao laughed wildly, his eyes filled with evil desire as he reached out and grabbed Shi Luyao. Rumble! A silver thunderbolt would come from the sky, splitting between Shi Luyao and Qi Yunxiao. It was Gu Xingge who struck. He looked down at Qi Yunxiao and said in a faint voice, "This seed is here, so you can't be allowed to be reckless." Qi Yunxiao looked up at Gu Xingge, his face showing displeasure, and said in a cold voice, "Kid, don't you want to kill Shi Luyao? Can I take care of her for you? Shi Luyao is a member of my Dao sect. Her life and death should be decided by my Dao sect. You, a traitor, do not deserve to touch her." Gu Xingge's heavy pupils looked coldly at Qi Yunxiao. Shi Luyao made more mistakes. That should be dealt with by the Qiankuan Dao sect. When Qi Yunxiao heard the words traitor, the dark red flames that surrounded his body rose up and he cursed angrily to the sky. What a renegade traitor! The Qiankuan Dao sect was originally established by the old Red Clan. You fellows have taken over the magpie's nest, and you dare to call us traitors. Gu Xingge indifferently said, "The king has become a loser. If you want to blame it, you should blame it on the fact that you are too wasteful to keep your ancestral foundations." When Red Cloudsore heard this, he was first stunned, followed by a hearty laugh. "A good one. The king has become the loser. Kid, I appreciate you a little bit, but even so, it's hard for you to escape death today. Let me see how strong this generation's Daozi is." As soon as the words fell, Qi Yunxiao strangled and exercised his magic, forcibly controlling Shi Luyao's water spirit Yuanshin and killing Gu Xingge. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for recommendation votes. Request for rewards. End of chapter. Qi Yunxiao was only a split soul, unable to utilize the law Yuanshen, and could only forcefully control Shi Luyao's water spirit Yuanshen. But how could Shi Luyao do as he wished? Double-minded. Using her mana to resist the foreign forces in her body while forcibly trying to retrieve her Yuanshin, causing Qi Yunxiao to become annoyed. Seeing her being so obstinate, Qi Yunxiao had a plan in mind and sneered. "Shi Luyao, do you know how your senior sister begged for pleasure in front of me for you in the first place? That look, that action, I still can't forget it. Especially her flavor. It makes me want to stop. Ha 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 ha, it's a pity that she died to save you. What a pity that you won't be able to taste her flavor in the future. Ha ha ha." Qi Yunxiao's ridicule continued to reach Shi Luyao's ears, causing her mind to be in a state of confusion, and her mind couldn't help but conjure up her senior sister's voice and face. Senior sister smiled gently, as beautiful as a hibiscus. She reached out and touched Shi Luyao's little head, softly instructing her. "Little Yaoer, senior sister will be back as soon as she goes. You have to be good and cultivate. Oh, little Yaoer, look what senior sister brought for you. Sugar gourd. This is what senior sister secretly went out of the clan to buy for you. Quickly eat it." When Shi Luyao was reprimanded by her master, Her senior sister would always take out a candy cane and cook a bowl of sweet porridge to comfort and encourage her. Xiao Yaoer, don't come out. But then the scene shifted, and Master died, and the Red Yang Mountain disciples led by Red Yunxiao broke into their little spirit peak, and senior sister hid her in the secret room of the cave to face that group of beasts alone. Shi Luyao heard the laughter of those beasts and heard her senior sister's cries of pain, but she was powerless to do anything about it and didn't even dare to cry out. When she walked out of the secret room, as far as the eye could see, the cave was full of nastiness. The once radiant, gentle as a hibiscus senior sister was lying on the ground. Her eyes were hollow. She was covered in filth and bruises all over her body, but she was still smiling, reaching out to cover Shi Luyao's eyes. Xiao Yaoer, don't look, dirty. Ah ha ha. A scene from the past completely crushed Shi Luyao's mind, and she fiercely looked at Shi Yunxiao as 2 lines of blood tears flowed out of her eyes. Red, cloud, sky. The completely insane Shi Luyao hissed like a mother beast, causing Shi Yunxiao's face to change drastically. Not good. This woman is crazy. Gu Xingge also didn't expect such a turn of events, and then immediately stepped in to shield the 8 Dao sect disciples from the fish in the pond. He saw Shi Luyao releasing more and more furious mana, and his heavy pupils condensed. She shouldn't want to blow herself up. As expected, Shi Luyao transformed into a spirit light exploding and rushing towards Qi Yunxiao, that berserk mana surging like a flood, completely unleashed. Such a crazy move caused Qi Yunxiao to be shocked, his face showing disbelief as he let out a shrill shriek. Shi Luyao, I'm just a split soul. How dare you want to die with me? Are you crazy? Old mother is just crazy. What's wrong with a split soul? If you're destroyed, your main body will also be affected. Anyway, if old me doesn't die, I'll still be controlled by you. So I might as well die. Ha 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 ha. Shi Luyao laughed maniacally as blood and tears flowed. She had failed her senior sister, betrayed the oath she had made, and forgotten her original intentions back then. She taunted Yao and died for nothing. Crazy woman. You crazy woman. Don't you come over here. Shi Yunxiao cursed profusely and tried to escape but couldn't get rid of Shi Luyao. How could he not have imagined that the girl who could only survive under the shelter of her senior sister 700 years ago would now become so crazy? Shi Yunxiao, die with my old lady. When she was less than 5 meters away from Qi Yunxiao, Shi Luyao's smile was unbridled, and without the slightest hesitation, she blatantly self-detonated. No, no! Qi Yunxiao's eyes showed fear and his heart felt remorse. If he had known that this woman was so crazy, he shouldn't have shown his face so quickly. Elder sister, I've come to accompany you. When the consciousness dissipated, Shi Luyao's mind popped up this thought. Finally can go to accompany the elder sister. It's just that senior sister, Xiao Yaoer, has let you down. In a trance, she seemed to see a gentle figure that reached out and touched her head, as warm as before. Little Yaoer, senior sister is here to pick you up. Boom! The earth-shaking roar echoed through the 9 heavens. The self-explosion of a transformation god celestial was even more terrifying than a nuclear weapon. The heavens and earth trembled, and Qi Yunxiao was nothing more than a split soul, and in an instant, he was reduced to nothingness. A few moments later, Gu Xingge looked at the huge pit left behind by the self-detonation, leaving nothing behind. Ugh! Gu Xingge sighed, not expecting things to turn out like this. Originally, according to his idea, he was to capture Shi Luyao and then kill Song Yan. After all, Shi Luyao was the former lord of Koan Dao of the Dao sect, and regarding her disposition, it should be left to the sect. Unexpectedly, Shi Luyao's hatred for Qi Yunxiao was so great that he even went so far as to blow himself up, or to pull that split soul along with him to die. That's just it. Gu Xingge retracted her gaze, but immediately realized that something was wrong. It's not right. One is here to participate in the Dao Gu trial. Why is this direction getting more and more skewed? Almost forgot the business. With this in mind, Gu Xingge looked toward the Forgotten River Canyon and flew into the depths of the Forgotten River Canyon with the Dao sect disciples. Not long after, a stone tower came into view. The stone tower is 100 feet high, divided into 7 layers. Simple and unadorned, the tower is carved with a multitude of humanoid patterns, but with the wash of the years, it is already impossible to see the specific appearance. Daozi, are we still going in? Ran Nanshan stood behind Gu Xingge and inquired in a low voice. The other disciples also looked at Gu Xingge, waiting for his decision. Now that all 4 families had retired, only the Qiankuan Dao sect remained. But just now, the Yin Empress blew herself up, giving them too much of a mind-blowing impact. And the trials of the Inheritance Tower were again trials of the mind. In their current state, not to mention the trials, even if they went back they would have to spend a long time digesting. Gu Xingge glanced at Ran Nanshan and the others and said in a faint voice, "You guys just went through too much. Your minds have been affected quite a bit. It's not appropriate for you to participate in the trial. I'll let Qin Shi open the way. You guys should follow her back to the Dao sect first. Yes, Michiko, times 8. Ran Nanshan and the others clasped their fists and saluted, choosing to follow Gu Xingga's instructions and leave first. Although they were unable to participate in the Dao Ancient trial, it doesn't matter. The sect has always treated its disciples fairly and will give them suitable compensation. The 8 spiritual lights flew out of the Forgotten River Canyon, reboarded the treasure ship, and the Golden Dragon drove the way out of the underworld river state. Gu Xingga looked at the gate of the stone tower. The jade slip said that as long as one entered the tower, the trial would begin directly. He stepped forward, raised his hand and pushed the door, and with little effort, he pushed the tower door open and stepped inside. At the same time, the strange rocks that littered the Forgotten River Canyon also appeared to tremble slightly. Heavenly Demon Domain, Acacia Sect. Deep within a large peak of the Acacia Sect, Qi Yinshao violently opened his eyes. A mouthful of reverse blood sprayed out of his mouth. His face was pale, and his breath instantly fell to a low ebb, suffering from a heavy injury. Ah! Shi Luo Yao Yu. I should have played you to death in the first place. P.S. The trial plot is written about Earth kinship, so if the big boys don't like it, they can skip straight to chapter 68. End of chapter. Is this the hospital? Inside the clean white ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, Gu Xingga looked at the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar furnishings around her, as well as the electronic equipment, and a faint surprise emerged in her eyes. He looked down at himself again, thin in his hospital gown, with an 4 needle in his left hand and a bottle of medicine hanging off to the side. Is this the trial that the Inheritance Tower gave me? Gu Xingga muttered. Just why would it be a hospital? Could the Inheritance Tower be able to read his memories? But how did the Inheritance Pagoda do it when one sea of consciousness was sheltered by the Divine Tree of Mind and the Jade Saucer of Creation? Gu Xingga propped up her weak body and leaned against the bed, trying to communicate with the Jade Disc of Creation. But there was not the slightest response. Even he didn't react. Is this Inheritance Tower so powerful? This caused Gu Xingga's heart to sink. It seemed that this trial was not simple. With that, he used his hand to push the call button. Although it was still unclear what kind of trial the Inheritance Tower had given himself, he couldn't just think about it and not do it, and see it as he went along. A short while later, there was a knock on the ward door, followed by a trainee nurse walking in. When she saw Gu Xingga awaken, her small face revealed a smile and she hurriedly said, "You're awake. How do you feel physically? Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable? Are you hungry?" Gu Xingga, I feel fine. Just a little hungry. By the way, how long have I been unconscious? From the end of your surgery until now, you've been in a coma for 37 hours. It's normal to be hungry. Just wait a moment. I'll ask you to bring you a bowl of congee later. Even though the surgery has been done for a while, you can't eat too much yet. With that said, the little nurse took out her cell phone and called for a bowl of porridge to be brought in first. Suddenly, she thought of something else and continued. I almost forgot to notify your parents. Wait a moment. I'll have the hospital call your parents and tell them you're awake. Parents? Gu Xingga froze slightly. He was an orphan on Earth. Where did he get his parents? And this Inheritance Tower is too undisciplined. Well, you lost a lot of blood in the car accident. The hospital happened to be short of your type of blood at that time, so they called on people in the hospital to donate blood to you. A couple was in the hospital to check their health at that time, and the wife of the couple's blood type matched yours, so they thought of asking her to donate blood, just because of the follow-up match to be an immediate family member, and then switched to using the blood of other healthcare workers. Afterwards we realized that you were an orphan, and that couple were your real parents. Should I say no? You were blessed by a disaster. You found your parents. I'm really envious. After listening to the little nurse's explanation, a flash of surprise flashed through Gu Xingga's eyes. It's really doggy. Seeing the little nurse leave, Gu Xingga's face was deep in thought. The Inheritance Tower arranged a pair of parents for himself. Could it be that he felt that he had once longed for affection and used this as a trial? So how do you pass the trial? Kill a relative to prove the way? Or to realize kinship? More than half an hour later, a couple walked into the hospital room, and Gu Xingga put the bowl of congee he had finished eating aside and looked at the parents that the Inheritance Tower had arranged for him. The parents were exquisitely dressed. The middle-aged man had an extraordinary demeanor, a handmade exquisite suit, an extraordinary demeanor. His eyebrows did have a few similarities with him, but also with a hint of majesty, obviously a person who has been in a high position for many years. The beautiful woman is a Cheongsam, well-maintained, full of nobility. At a glance as a large family cultivated the main mother, although the face of the urgent, but the action is still calm. After Gu Xingga finished sizing them up, she secretly said that the Inheritance Tower had arranged for herself to have an illustrious birth. Ah! When the noblewoman saw Gu Xingga waking up, her face showed joy and she said with concern, "Son, you finally woke up. Are you still uncomfortable anywhere? I'll have the doctor give you another full body checkup." Gu Xingge, you are? I'm your mother. Ah. Mom knows you must have a lot of doubts. You listen to Mom tell you. The noblewoman sat down next to him, reached out to hold Gu Xingge's hand, and patiently told about his life. The noblewoman's name was Yu Meilin, and the middle-aged man's name was Gu Tianhao, the chairman of Shengtian Group. 19 years ago, because of a business rivalry, their momentary carelessness led to their business rivals buying out the villa nanny, causing Gu Xingge to be discarded by the nanny. Afterwards, Gu Tianhao fought off his rivals, even forcing him to jump off a building and sending his nanny to jail, but he lost track of Gu Xingge. They had been searching for Gu Xingge all these years, only there was never any news. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Meilin came to the hospital for her annual blood donation some time ago, there would have been no chance of finding their long-lost son. Lao Gu, I told you that the once-a-year blood donation is useful. And look, isn't this the one that found our son? After Yu Meilin finished telling about Gu Xingge's life, she didn't forget to turn around and say to Gu Tianhao, who nodded repeatedly. Gu Tianhao looked at Gu Xingge, who was lying on the hospital bed, with a clear face and a thin figure. According to the information he investigated, this child grew up in an orphanage, and although he was admitted to Mordor University, he didn't even finish half a year's study before he stepped into society, and is now working in a factory with a meager salary of a few $1,000s. Thinking about this, Gu Tianhao frowned slightly, his complexion obscure, as if he wasn't satisfied with Gu Xingge. In his opinion, Gu Xingge, as his son, even if he was living in the outside world and receiving the same education as ordinary people, he should still be outstanding and outstanding. How could he be so mediocre, dropping out of school without even finishing college? If his business rivals knew about this, they would laugh at him to death behind his back. It's a tiger's son. Gu Xingge naturally noticed Gu Tianhao's difference. Looks like this cheap old man has a bit of a problem with him. Gu Xingge, so, you guys are taking me back to my family? Yu Meilin nodded her head, and Gu Tianhao didn't object. After all, it was the Gu family bloodline. Even if it wasn't as outstanding as his sisters and brother, it couldn't be strayed. Gu Xingge didn't refuse either. He still had to figure out what exactly the trial the inheritance tower was giving him, so it would be good to end it earlier. Under Gu Tianhao's arrangement, the hospital conducted another meticulous physical examination of Gu Xingge, and after confirming that there were no major problems, she was discharged. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Gu Tianhao observed Gu Xingge's behavior and saw that he didn't lose his temper because it was the first time he sat in this kind of high-class luxury car, so there was a slight hint of satisfaction in his heart. Although his qualifications were a bit mediocre, his heart was good and he wasn't that bad. Gu Xingge looked out the window at the constantly collapsing scenery, skyscrapers, hurried pedestrians, and traffic lights, with a hint of nostalgia on her face. After a half hour, the Rolls-Royce drove into an upscale villa area and finally stopped outside a European-style villa. Just after getting out of the car, Yu Meilin remembered her daughter and adopted son and opened her mouth to instruct. Xingge, this is our family. Mom forgot to tell you at the hospital that you actually have 5 sisters, as well as a younger brother. Your brother is an adopted son. When you disappeared back then, your father adopted a boy from the orphanage to appease me. You need to give in to your brother more when you get home. He's the one who's been with Mom all these years you've been gone. After Gu Xingge heard it, she immediately felt that it seemed a bit familiar. Nope, isn't this a damn good plot for one of those brain-dead pro-regret articles on Tomato? Inheritance Tower, you get the hell out of here. How dare you feed Ali to this seat? This seat will demolish your broken tower. P.S. Don't worry, the trial plot won't be too long. The big boys can skip it if they don't like to read it and skip straight to chapter 68. End of chapter. Inside the Gu family villa, in the splendid hall, 5 glossy women with different postures and ages were sitting on the sofa, and beside them stood a handsome young man dressed in casual clothes and exquisite attire. Big sister, what do you think Mom and Dad mean? Calling us all back just for a guy who's been out in the world for who knows how many years? Is that necessary? I've got a date for a race. A woman in a racing suit with a bright and beautiful look was dissatisfied. She had an appointment to race. If she delayed any longer, she would be letting someone off the hook. The dainty-looking, sweet and lovely young girl sitting across from her nodded in agreement. Second sister is right. Mom and Dad are also really fine back on the line, but also want the whole family to meet. Troublesome dead. I and Xingyao agree to go shopping together. If we delay further, we will miss the time. I'd like to see if this brother has grown 3 heads and 6 arms, or if he's oddly shaped, and actually made us sisters wait for him with our brother. Let's see how I'll clean him up. Listening to the 5th sister's whining, the mature and cool older sister in a white lady's suit told her to be quiet and said in a light voice, "Well, Mom and Dad have spoken. There's no harm in waiting, but don't worry little Chen. Even if he comes back, we won't let you leave. You will always be our favorite brother." Gu Qingqiu looked to Gu Chen, who was silent on the side, and her voice was gentle, soothing him. Yes, don't be afraid, Xiao Chen. Even if that guy comes back, you're still our only brother. Xiao Chen, if you don't like that guy, we can think of mom and dad and say that we'll give him a sum of money at that time and get rid of him. Little Chen, you've accompanied us for so many years. The bond between us is no longer comparable to blood ties. If that guy dares to bully you, we'll help you teach him a lesson. The other Gu family daughters also opened their mouths to pacify Gu Chen. In their opinion, although Gu Chen was not related to them by blood, the many years of affection was not something that could be compared to that little bit of meager blood. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Gu Tianhao and Gu Shengge, who were standing outside the door and had yet to enter, caught the words inside in their ears. Yu Meilin showed a hint of embarrassment and hurriedly explained. Shengge, the sisters are just having a hard time accepting your appearance for a while. It's fine. It'll be fine after a while. If you get closer to them more often, they'll accept you. At those words, Gu Shengge's face was expressionless. Hey, getting close to them? Thinking too much. This seed is not the stifling wimp inside those brain-dead affectionate regret articles on tomatoes. Whoever makes this seed unpleasant, then don't blame this seed for being ruthless. The big deal was to fail the trial and not have that most powerful killing aptitude in history. When Gu Tianhao saw that Gu Shengge didn't have any emotions, he frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you hear what your mother said?" Unexpectedly, the only thing that responded to him was Gu Shengge's cold eyes, which made Gu Tianhao even more displeased and snorted coldly. Humph, after all, it's too disappointing to grow up outside. It's no match for little morning. When Mr. and Mrs. Gu Tianhao and Gu Shengge walked into the villa, the Gu sisters, who were still pacifying Gu Chen, stopped and turned their gazes toward Gu Shengge. Yu Meilin held Gu Shengge's hand and walked over to her children, smiling as she introduced them. This is your brother, called Gu Shengge. Shengge, they are your sister and brother. Gu Qingqiu in a lady's suit was the eldest sister, now the president of the Sheng Tian group, and she nodded towards Gu Shengge as a sign of friendship. The one in a racing suit was the second sister Gu Hongling, the best female racer in Magic City, who looked at Gu Shengge and sized her up before showing a hint of disdain. With gold-rimmed glasses, also dressed in a suit, is the third sister Gu Li, a partner in a Red Circle law firm in Mordor. She looked over the information in her hands, and when she heard Yu Meilin introduce herself, she just got up to say hello and left in a hurry. After that comes the fourth sister Gu Mingxi, a popular young flower and powerful singer in the entertainment industry. There was also his fifth sister Gu Yunjiao, who was the same age as Gu Shengge and was born a few minutes before him. Compared to the other four sisters, Gu Yunjiao's hostility towards Gu Shengge was undisguised. When she heard Yu Meilin introduce herself, she lightly grunted before turning her head away, not wanting to pay any attention to Gu Shengge at all. Hello brother, I'm Gu Chen, mom and dad's adopted son. Without waiting for Yu Meilin's introduction, Gu Chen took the initiative to go forward and greet Gu Shengge with a big smile, looking affable. Mr. and Mrs. Gu Tianhao were satisfied to see that their adopted son didn't cry and make a scene because his parent son had returned. Yu Meilin instructed Gu Shengge again. Shengge, you've been away for many years. It's all because your brother has provided me with emotional value. Without him, I'm afraid I would have been depressed in the process of losing you, so you have to give in to him more. Got it? Gu Shengge didn't agree, but only inquired. I'm sleepy, can you give me a room to rest? Still sleepy after sleeping for so long in the hospital, pigs aren't as sleepy as you are. Gu Yunjiao couldn't help but mutter when she heard this. Although her voice was small, it was still clearly heard by the crowd. Without hesitation, Gu Shengge walked up to Gu Yunjiao and only heard a snap. In the stunned gazes of the Gu family, he raised his hand and slapped Gu Yunjiao's white and tender face, leaving a slap mark. One more foul mouth and it won't be as simple as a slap. This scene greatly shocked the Gu family, and even Gu Chen, who was still thinking about how to deal with Gu Shengge, was dumbfounded. How dare he? He's not afraid of being kicked out of the Gu family. Feeling the pain on her cheeks, Gu Yunjiao covered her face, looked at Gu Shengge in disbelief, and shrilled in shock. You, how dare you hit me? I'm your sister. Gu Tianhao's brows furrowed and he became even more dissatisfied with Gu Shengge, coldly scolding. Shengge, what are you doing? Yunjiao is your sister. Even though she didn't say the right things, you can't hit her. It's so out of character. The other three daughters of the Gu family hurriedly surrounded Gu Yunjiao and turned their heads in unison to angrily look at Gu Shengge. The short-tempered Gu Hongling angrily scolded. Growing up outside is growing up outside. You don't know the rules at all. Yunjiao said, what's wrong with you? You actually dared to hit her. I think you're lacking in upbringing, believe it or not. I'll send you inside the detention center and let you stay for a few days. Gu Chen also persuaded Gu Shengge from the side. Brother, sister Yunjiao just said a word about you. How can you hit her? Why don't you hurry and apologize to Sister Yunjiao? Gu Xingge sniffed and looked coldly at the Gu family crowd. Listening to Gu Hongling's threats, he took a big step forward. Then, pop, pop, snap. 3 more slaps were slapped on Gu Hongling's luscious face, causing her to swoon and fall directly to the ground. Just whip her. Forgot to whip you, did you? Gu Xingge looked down at Gu Hongling and said indifferently, really thinking that he was one of those wimps in the tomatoes. Dare to threaten this seat? You really don't know how to die. The Gu family looked at Gu Xingge, who had slapped her 2 sisters in a row, and all of them revealed shocked eyes. Is this guy really not afraid of being kicked out of the Gu family? P.S. If you have any comments about the plot, you can mention them, so I can follow up with revisions. End of chapter. 63. About new episodes and updates. The big boys check it out. 63. About new episodes and updates. The big boys check it out. Regarding new episodes and updates, the big boys check out the. I've seen some bigots say that the new plot is inexplicable and too out there, and it was mentioned before that the inheritance tower evolves what a person craves most, and that the protagonist is an orphan, and so ostensibly consciously craves affection. The reason why I would write about Earth is because it's not just about the spirit world, it's about karmic connections, but it also involves some ambiguity about the jade saucer of creation, and about the use of the power of the mind. Secondly, it's the updating issue. I saw quite a few big guys saying that it's not enough to read. Don't worry, when I'm done with these 2 days, I'll start doing more. End of chapter. Xingge, how can you hit someone? Hongling, she's just scaring you. She's your sister. Yu Meilin looked at her second daughter, whose cheeks were red, and complained about Gu Xingge, and all of the Gu family members also spoke up to accuse her. Gu Qingqiu sank her face. Gu Xingge, this is the Gu family, not an orphanage. Don't bring back your bad habit of hitting people when you don't move. Hurry up and get over here and apologize to Hongling and Yunjiao. Dad, Mom, I don't care. This guy absolutely can't stay in the Gu family. If you guys insist on keeping him here, fine. Then I'll go. Gu Hongling covered her unbearably painful cheeks and roared shrilly, thinking that she, Gu Hongling, had lived for more than 20 years and had never been slapped 3 times in a row like today, was simply a strange shame. Gu Hongling stared angrily at Gu Xingge, her eyes flushed with threads of blood, itching to immediately find someone to break Gu Xingge's hand and make him kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Gu Yunjiao also protested strongly from the side. That's right. I don't want this violent maniac to stay in the Gu family either. If he stays, then I'll leave with second sister. Gu Chen secretly snickered when he saw Gu Xingge being accused by the Gu sisters. Originally, he had wanted to back off and take the initiative to say he was leaving the Gu family, but he didn't expect this Gu Xingge to offend the entire family as soon as she entered the house, so it would be strange if she wasn't kicked out of the Gu family. Gu Tianhao listened to his daughter's accusations and became even more dissatisfied with Gu Xingge. Gu Xingge raised her eyes and looked over the Gu family's crowd. Except for Yu Meilin, no one else was treating her well. Although he wasn't sure what kind of trial the inheritance tower had arranged for him, but looking at the faces of these guys, he was on fire. Hey, you think I want to review the family? Really think that the Gu family is esteemed bana, a person who looks like a human being but is full of feces, also worthy of being my Gu Xingge's family. Coincidentally, it's not just you guys who don't care about that tiny bit of bloodline. I don't care about it either. And having brain-dead relatives like you is the biggest insult to me. A voice filled with sarcasm and disdain echoed in the ears of the Gu family's crowd, and Gu Xingge didn't hide her distaste for them. Mr. and Mrs. Gu Tianhao, along with the Gu sisters and Gu Chen, were stunned beyond belief as they looked at Gu Xingge in disbelief. It's so uncharacteristic to call them brain-dead. Gu Hongling was furious, copied the fruit plate on the coffee table and smashed it at Gu Xingge, cursing angrily, "Get out! Get the hell out of the Gu family! We don't want to welcome back a bastard like you." Gu Xingge sidestepped to avoid the fruit plate that smashed at him, and when he heard the words wild seed, his eyes suddenly went cold, and a layer of frost climbed onto his cheeks. The dragon has reverse scales, and if you touch it, you will die. Gu Xingge, who had once been an orphan, hated being called a wild child. He looked at Gu Hongling, a touch of scarlet red passed in his eyes. His killing intent surged like a tidal wave. Gu Hongling seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, endless withered bones, so scared that she backed up. Her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground without paying attention. She wasn't the only one. The rest of the Gu family also felt the killing intent emanating from Gu Xingge, and the coldness pierced their bones, causing them all to shiver. Especially Gu Tianhao, who also had experience dealing with outlaws. Those guys would also exude the same dangerous aura as Gu Xingge, but compared to Gu Xingge, the outlaws he encountered were weak. Thinking about this, Gu Tianhao's face changed slightly. What exactly does this stray son of his do? How is it that he is even more terrifying than those outlaws? Seeing Gu Xingge staring at Gu Hongling without turning his eyes, he secretly said that it was bad. Could it be that this kid wanted to kill Hongling? Without being able to think too much, Gu Tianhao rushed forward. In the crowd's surprised eyes, Gu Tianhao raised his hand and slapped Gu Hongling's already red cheeks with 2 slaps, angrily rebuking her. Gu Hongling, I think Xingge is right about everything. Your mouth is just full of. You called Xingge a wild seed. What about your old man? What about your old man? You just know how to race cars every day. And you've ruined your brain by racing cars. I'm telling you, if you don't think before you speak again, I'll break your legs and see how you can still race in the future. Gu Yunjiao saw that her own father didn't teach Gu Xingge a lesson even if it was enough, but also hit her second sister, pulling his arm and saying in dissatisfaction, Dad, why do you hit the second sister? She is not wrong. This guy was originally raised outside the wild seed. Splat. Gu Tianhao backhanded Gu Yunjiao on the other half of her face, blindsiding her. You shut the hell up. Xingge just came back and you're just talking nonsense there. Why don't I usually see you saying those things to Gu Chen? I'm telling you, if you want to say wild seed in this house, Gu Chen is the one, and Gu Xingge is Laozi's own son. If any of you dare to say he's a wild seed again, it won't be as simple as a slap. Looking at Gu Tianhao, who was on fire and slapped his 2 daughters in a row, the others showed a hint of fear. They didn't understand why their own father would defend Gu Xingge so much. Was it because he was his own son? Is blood relationship that important? Gu Chen, on the other hand, had a gloomy face. Being admitted by Gu Tianhao himself that he was a feral seed was even worse than killing him. Gu Xingge was slightly surprised to see Gu Tianhao suddenly come on to defend himself. Had he guessed wrong? Gu Tianhao still cared about bloodlines? After lecturing his 2 daughters, Gu Tianhao turned to look at Gu Xingge and laughed. Xingge, don't you want to rest? Quickly go upstairs and rest. Mei Lin, give Gu Chen's room to Shanggu, and let Gu Chen move to the 3rd floor. Oh, well. Mei Lin returned to her senses and told Gu Xingge to follow her upstairs. Gu Xingge looked deeply at Gu Tianhao and didn't say anything more. And when she passed by Gu Yunjiao and Gu Hongling, she swept her gaze over them, her killing intent unchanged. Although Gu Tianhao had taught them a lesson, it didn't mean he would let them go. Their lives, Gu Xingge, had booked them, and Jesus couldn't stop it. Only when Gu Xingge went upstairs did Gu Tianhao breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, I reacted in time, or else something big would have happened. You guys come with me. Gu Tianhao brought his group of children to the study. He looked at his 2nd and 5th daughters who were covering their faces and gave a cold snort before comforting them. Hongling, Yunjiao, there's a reason why Dad hit you guys just now. Gu Tianhao told Gu Qingqiu and the girls about the dangerous aura he felt from Gu Xingge that was even more terrifying than the outlaws. If I didn't strike you guys just now, I can be sure that Gu Xingge would definitely kill you guys. Outlaws are even more terrifying than mental illnesses. They kill without reason. After hearing this, the Gu sisters were also scared for a while, especially Gu Hongling, who was truly feeling Gu Xingge's killing intent. Dad, then you're still keeping that bastard in the house. Let's hurry up and call the police on him. Put him in jail and shoot him. Gu Hongling was thrilled beyond measure. She was so harmed inside that she was afraid that if she didn't pay attention, Gu Xingge would take a knife and stab her to death. The others nodded their heads in unison. Having a guy who was more terrifying than an outlaw in their home, their lives were completely insecure. Gu Tianhao nodded. Well, I'll ask your mother to stabilize that guy first, and then call the police to arrest him when we figure out his details. In the meantime, you guys try not to mess with him. However, Gu Chen didn't believe a word of his words. After hearing Gu Tianhao say that he was the only wild seed in the Gu family, his father-son bond with Gu Tianhao was gone. What outlaws? All made up. One could tell it was to defend Gu Xingge's position in the Gu family. Gu Chen, don't believe it. P.S. Do you guys have any comments on the Dreaming Back to Earth storyline? If you think it's written too jumpy, you can say so I can speed it up and end it sooner. End of chapter. Inside the bedroom, Gu Xingge sat on the bed and tried to communicate with the Jade Disc of Creation once again, but there was never a response, which caused him to frown and become even more puzzled. The Jade Disc of Creation was extremely high in rank. Even if that inheritance tower was no longer powerful, even if it was an immortal artifact, it would not be able to shield him, right? If the inheritance tower was able to shield the Jade Disc of Creation, it was only logical that one's memories in the Tsangming Great World should also be shielded along with it. Why does he still have pale memories? Gu Xingge fell into the midst of contemplation, feeling more and more that this trial was not simple, revealing strangeness everywhere. Had he really returned to Earth? Or had he not traveled at all? Just a dream after a car accident? Suddenly, Gu Xingge had a flash of light in her mind. If this was really just a mental illusion realm, where no mana could be used, what about the power of the mind? Gu Xingge closed her eyes. Her mind settled down. emptied her thoughts, and began to try to mobilize her own mind power. A few moments later, a touch of weak power was released from his brow. It was extremely pure, without the addition of mana and divine sense. It seemed to be incomparably weak, but it could hold an entire heaven and earth, and could evolve all things in the world. At the same time, tens of kilometers away from the Gu family villa, an antique market, a dangling stall owner violently stood up from his reclining chair, his eyes under the sunglasses showing a hint of consternation. This power. He's back? How did it happen so fast? The floor stall owner raised his hand. His fingers pinched rapidly at a speed unseen by the naked eye, and the slightest hint of sweat appeared on his head. After more than 10 minutes, his fingers were rubbing together, and only then did he manage to deduce the cause and effect. Few scared this honored one to death. I thought that guy came back early, but it turns out it's just a change in the karmic thread. But this jade disc of creation's function of shielding the heavenly chances is just annoying. This father's hand is almost smoking before he can barely deduce it. The floor stall owner reclined back into his reclining chair, his entire body deflated, and he didn't forget to complain. Ugh, what an inhuman thing to do. I should have known better than to say yes to that guy. On the other side, Gu Shinga, who had channeled the power of his mind, slowly opened his eyes, which flickered with a faint light, the spiritual light of his innate nature, the source of his mind, without any external power. The power of the mind, though weak, contained no possible way to influence heaven and earth, all things, and even cause and effect. At this moment, Gu Shinga saw the intertwined threads of karma on his body. The thickest and longest one didn't go into the void, shimmering with light and tightly binding him. That's where he came from. The pail. The other few karmic threads that were wrapped around his arms spawned outside the bedroom, connecting to the Gu family. It is the cause and effect of this world, the bloodline of the predecessor. So, it turns out I'm really back. Gu Shinga looked at the array of karmic threads and murmured, and under the insight of the innate nature aura, everything became clear. This place was not a spiritual illusion world, but the real earth, the world before he crossed over. It was just that somehow, the inheritance tower had rattled his karmic thread, causing his consciousness to follow it back to the time when he should have died in a car accident and his soul was taken away by the jade saucer of creation and reborn into the pale past, thus interfering with this karmic thread and opening up a new future. Such greatness could not be achieved even by a true immortal, let alone shielding the jade saucer of creation. Gu Shinga didn't expect a small trial to have such a big change. How, then, was he to return to the pale? Gu Shinga looked at the karmic threads wrapped around his body. Cut them off? Or, it's just a good idea to try it first. The quickest way to cut off karma is to get rid of those who are related to his karma. It's just that it's not just a matter of killing each other. If you do that, not only will it not cancel out each other's karma, but it will aggravate it. Things like karma don't go away even if they are reincarnated for 100 lifetimes. Gu Shinga looked at the two shallowest karmic threads, which were Gu Hongling and Gu Yunjiao. They treated him the worst, not wanting to recognize him as a brother at all. And the karmic threads were quite a bit lighter compared to other blood relatives. They are the easiest to cut off. Just as Gu Shinga was thinking about how to cut off the karma, there was a knock on the door. Gu Shinga got up and opened the door, and what met her eyes was Gu Chen's seemingly harmless face. Gu Chen put on a smile and said, "Brother, I still have some things in this room. Can I go in and get them?" Gu Shinga didn't say anything and opened her body sideways to let Gu Chen in. Looking at Gu Chen's back, Gu Shinga's eyes flashed with a touch of playfulness. The villa wasn't without servants. Where was the need for Gu Chen to come and get things? He would like to see what tricks this guy Gu Chen was going to play. More than 10 minutes later, Gu Chen walked out holding a bunch of things and smiled at Gu Shinga again as he passed him. Gu Shinga closed the door and her mind power swept through the room. And she indeed found an abnormality. He walked over to the bed and pulled out a drawer under the bed that held a set of sexy lingerie. Gu Shinga's face showed disdain. Hey, it's really the underhanded tactics of those brain-dead affectionate regret articles. Inside those brain-dead regret articles, the fake young master's framing tactics against the real young master are either stealing underwear or jewelry. Obviously a man but using all the women's tactics. It's really disgusting to the extreme. Well, let's show him that it'll be the dumbass who jumps out. Gu Shinga pushed the drawer back again, wondering if causing the Gu family's disgust would make the karmic thread between him and them fade. More than 2 hours later, there was a heavy knock on the bedroom door, and Gu Shinga opened her eyes. Here comes the stupid. He got up and opened the door, and when the flaming Gu Hongling saw Gu Shinga, she angrily questioned, "Gu Shinga, is it you who stole my underwear?" Gu Chen brought Gu Qingqiu and the girls behind Gu Hongling and opened his mouth to pacify them. "Second sister, brother, but just review home. Even your room do not know. How could steal your underwear? You must have misunderstood. See if it is hanging somewhere, forget to collect it." When he finished speaking, his gaze looked into the room every now and then. revealing a faintly imperceptible hint of excitement. Humph, Xiao Chen. You don't have to speak for this beast. Gu Hongling snorted coldly. She had just opened her mouth. Unexpectedly, before she finished her words, her abdomen suddenly felt a strong force. The intense pain made her eyes instantly widen, and her eyeballs were about to burst out, only to hear a bang. Her whole body was kicked off and crashed hard into that guardrail. This scene startled the Gu sisters and Gu Chen, but they saw Gu Hongling covering her abdomen, kneeling on the ground, vomiting, spitting out bitter water in large gulps, her face twisted and red, full of pain. Gu Xingge slowly retracted her kicked foot, shook her head, and let out a light sigh. I really can't stand a little aggravation myself. Better to beat this to death. P.S. The Earth plot is mainly for ambush, not just written for fun. And also, my little brother didn't pull a stomp on tomatoes, which do have too many brain-dead pro-regret articles. End of chapter. Gu Hongling was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, her eyes slightly turned white, her features distorted by the pain in her abdomen, and she was spitting out a large mouthful of bitter water and wailing. The Gu sisters hurriedly helped her up from the ground, and they all turned their heads to angrily look at Gu Xingge. Gu Chen also did not expect Gu Xingge words do not even say. Direct action. A flash of surprise in his face, his heart stealing, pretending to be surprised. Brother, how can you kick second sister? Second sister is just something was stolen. Want to go into your room to look for it? You so big reaction. It can't be really you take it. When Gu Qingqiu and the girls heard this, they became even angrier. Before they heard their father say that Gu Xingge was most likely an outlaw and not to provoke him. But I didn't realize that this would fuel his anger. Not only stealing from the second sister, but also hitting people. Do you really think they are easy to bully? Old 4, you call the police and tell them that we have a thief here, so they can get out quickly. Old 5, you call an ambulance and send old 2 to the hospital. Gu Qingqiu didn't care if Gu Xingge was some kind of outlaw. She only wanted to kick him out of the Gu family now. As she made this decision, Gu Xingge clearly felt that the line of karma between him and the Gu family had faded quite a bit, but it wasn't enough. Gu Chen was overjoyed to hear that Gu Qingqiu was going to call the police, and the corners of his raised mouth were even harder to suppress than a good New Year's pig. Gu Xingge looked at Gu Chen, who had a happy face, and her eyes were slightly cold. Why? You're happy that you succeeded in framing me. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen hastily collected his laughter and turned to reveal a face of aggression, whispering, Brother, what are you talking about? What framed you? I didn't. Gu Xingge, don't wrong Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen has always been with us. Gu Qingqiu had a cold face and wanted to say that Gu Chen had been with them all along and how he had framed him. But before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xingge's figure flickered in front of their eyes and appeared in front of Gu Chen in the next second. And then, boo! Gu Xingge punched Gu Chen heavily in the stomach, and Gu Chen instantly lost his resistance, his back arching like a boiled basil shrimp. The sharp pain in his abdomen caused his eyes to suddenly widen. His eyes were about to fall out, and that coquettish mouth was wide open, spitting out bitterness. And a gust of wailing came out of his throat, and he finally collapsed on it in a disengaged manner, convulsing. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! Gu Qingqiu and the girls cried out in shock, anxiously stepping forward to try to help Gu Chen, but they were all kicked away by Gu Xingge. One by one, Gu Xingge reached out and grabbed Gu Chen's hair, lifting him up, looking at his face that was full of pain, but still harmless as a human being, and with a snap, she backhanded him and smacked him up, snorting. What? You think that if you play some underhanded tactics of false accusation and then call these 5 idiots over to back you up, this seat will be unable to defend itself with 100 mouths and let you frame it? What the hell do you think this is a female frequency? Pop, 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 snap, pop. Gu Xingge swiped Gu Chen's cheeks left and right, taunting him as she did so. This seat is not one of those wimps inside those brain-dead affinity regret articles, thinking that this seat will be like those wimps and pull with you at the limit. Overthinking it, messing with this seat. You're kicking the immortal gold plate. For a while, Gu Chen was beaten dizzily. His originally white face became as fat as a New Year's brined pig's head, with blood pouring out, and it was heartbreaking to see the Gu sisters. Gu Xingge, let go of Xiao Chen. If you dare to hit Xiao Chen again, believe it or not, we'll kick you out of the Gu family. Gu Qingqiu covered her chest, which was flooded with gusts of pain, and scolded sternly, trying to stop Gu Xingge. Gu Yunjiu, Gu Mingxi and the girls also spoke out to warn Gu Xingge. Let go of Xiao Chen. I've already called the bodyguard. If you dare to hurt Xiao Chen again, I'll break your legs when the bodyguard arrives. Xiao Chen. Gu Xingge, you stop it. Where's the bodyguard? Why isn't the bodyguard here? Listening to the Gu sisters clamoring, Gu Xingge frowned slightly as he lifted Gu Chen's hair and forcefully dragged him into the room. The Gu sisters hurriedly followed. However, when they saw Gu Xingge take out a set of sexy lingerie from the drawer under the bed. The very same set that Gu Hongling had disappeared in. The Gu sisters immediately revealed a look of realization. Sure enough, he stole it. Gu Chen opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at the set of sexy underwear, not understanding why Gu Xingge had thrown them at him. However, since Big Sister and the girl said that they wanted to drive Gu Xingge out of the Gu family, although they suffered a bit, at least the purpose was achieved. Gu Chen felt that his face didn't hurt so much anymore. Gu Xingge looked down at Gu Chen, pointed at the sexy lingerie set, and said in a cold voice, "This seat gives you two choices. 1. Eat it, 2. Wear it." What? The Gu sisters were stunned beyond belief. Are you kidding me? How can this be eaten? Gu Chen kept shaking his head. This stuff would kill him if he ate it. As for wearing it, that's even more impossible. Toast. Gu Xingge saw that Gu Chen was still dying, and her face showed disgust. He snapped his fingers and two figures appeared outside the door. Clearly the villa bodyguards Gu Mingxi had called. Seeing the arrival of the bodyguards, Gu Qingqiu and the girls showed joyful faces, and Gu Yunjiu was even more vocal. Gu Xingge, the bodyguards are here. Wait for your death. Why don't you guys hurry up and arrest this guy? I'm going to break this bastard's legs. I'll also smash his face. However, the bodyguard acted as if he hadn't heard Gu Yunjiao's words, directly skipping over her and walking in front of Gu Xingge. This caused the Gu sisters to be dismayed. They didn't understand why the bodyguards, who used to obey them and others, would ignore them. Feed these things to him, and if he can't eat them, fill him with water. Use toilet water. Gu Shenge ordered the bodyguard in a faint voice. Gu Qingqiu and the girls looked at the rebel lord's bodyguards in disbelief. How did they listen to Gu Xingge? There was no other way. Gu Xingge's mind power enveloped the entire villa, and the bodyguards had long been under his control. Otherwise why did he beat Gu Hongling? Gu Chen so much noise. The bodyguards do not come. Don't. I don't want to eat. Sisters save me. I don't want to eat. One bodyguard clamped down on Gu Chen, while another bodyguard took the underwear and shoved it into his mouth. Gu Chen was filled with panic, shaking his head frantically and loudly asking the Gu sisters for help. Gu Qingqiu and the girls wanted to go forward to stop this cruelty, but they were blocked by Gu Xingge. At some point, Gu Xingge had two extra sticks in her hands, a golf club and a baseball bat, both of which had celebrity signatures written on them. Gu Xingge grinned, a smile with the slightest hint of cruelty, and raised the two sticks, aiming them at the Gu sisters. Here, take your pick. Do you want this golf club or this baseball bat? You? What do you mean? Gu Mingxi looked at the slender golf club, and the thick baseball bat. Her body trembled, thinking of some of the disgusting things inside the entertainment industry, and was instantly shocked out of her wits. Gu Qingqiu, Gu Li, and Gu Yunjiu also changed their faces and backed up. The power of the mind enveloped the entire villa. How could Gu Xingge not know what Gu Mingxi was thinking? Her face instantly darkened, and she said in a chilling voice, "Don't think of this seed as being as nasty as your green tea White Lotus brother. This seed is just letting you choose which stick you're going to use to pop you. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets." End of chapter. Woo woo. Just as the Gu sisters were forced to choose the stick, the bodyguard had already shoved the underwear inside Gu Chen's mouth, and Gu Chen whimpered and whimpered, using his tongue to die against it, trying to spit out the underwear in his mouth. Seeing that Gu Chen was so difficult to deal with, the bodyguard scooped up a cup of toilet water from the bathroom and forced it down Gu Chen's throat as he looked on in horror. Quite a lot of toilet water was sprayed out of Gu Chen's nose. Gu Chen felt like he was suffocating, and the fear of death forced him to subconsciously swallow up the inside of his mouth, leaving space for him to breathe. Seeing this, the bodyguard feeds Gu Chen the underwear and toilet water at the same time, so that Gu Chen will have to swallow the underwear in order not to be suffocated to death. When Gu Xingge saw that the Gu sisters delayed in choosing a stick, a hint of impatience flashed in her eyes and she coldly said, "Since you don't choose, two sticks together." After saying that, without waiting for Gu Qingqiu and the girls to open their mouths, Gu Xingge swung a golf club and a baseball bat, lifting light as if it was heavy, lifting heavy as if it was light. The two clubs came out at the same time, causing the Gu sisters to shriek and scurry around the room like rats. "Don't! I was wrong. Don't hit me. Gu Shenge. We're your sisters. How dare you hit us? You're a lowly man. Actually hitting a woman. Pop. Boom. Pop. Boom. Pop. Boom. Not hitting women?" Gu Xingge didn't have this bad habit. The slender golf bat lashed at Gu Qingqiu and the girls, leaving a thin red mark. Their clothes exploded, and the thick baseball bat hit them with a bruise and a purple patch. Their noses were blue and swollen, and they begged for forgiveness. After a round of stick education, Gu Xingge put down the double sticks in her hands and looked at the Gu sisters who were hiding in the corner and shivering. Her mood was soothing. Indeed, if you have displeasure in your heart, you have to let it out, or else it will be in the way of the Tao. Gu Xingge looked at Gu Chen, who with the help of his bodyguards had already eaten all of that set of underwear, covering his abdomen and rolling in place, wailing in pain. Gu Xingge put down the golf club and only held the baseball bat as her gaze fell on Gu Chen once again, frightening him so much that his body shivered and his face showed a hint of panic. Don't you come over here, you can't hit me if you hit them. Gu Qingqiu and the girls who were hiding in the corner also changed their faces. This bastard. It wasn't enough to hit them, but he even wanted to hit Xiao Chen. Asshole, what are you doing? What for? Isn't it obvious? The corners of Gu Xingge's mouth rose slightly, sketching out a cruel smile, then raised the baseball bat high and swung it down heavily under the horrified gazes of Gu Chen and the Gu sisters. Stop. No. Gu Xingge, you stop it. Boom. Ka-ching. The baseball bat sliced through the air and viciously struck Gu Chen's arm, which bent on the spot, and the crisp and pleasant sound of bones cracking echoed through the room, even overshadowing the roars of Gu Qingqiu and the others. Aha! The pain of cracked bones deeply stimulate Gu Chen's brain nerves, scalp numbness, and how to pretend he cannot pretend at the moment. The pain wail resounded through the villa, listening to the Gu family sisters' heartache to the extreme. Ah! Gu Xingge, I'm going to kill you. Kill you Gu Xingge looked at Gu Chen, who was writhing like a maggot, and showed disdain. Scream! Scream! If you don't scream more, you won't be able to scream in the future. Gu Qingqiu and the girls froze in place. How could they not expect Gu Xingge to really hit hard? Xiao Chen, don't be afraid. Just bear with it. Mom and Dad, they'll be back soon. Just bear with it again. Just hold on. Right. Mom and Dad will be back soon. And when they do, we'll kick Gu Xingge out of the Gu family and make him pay a terrible price. Xiao Chen. Ooh. The Gu sisters were devastated to see their brother, whom they had loved for 18 years, have his arm broken. They kept comforting Gu Chen while looking at Gu Xingge with eyes filled with blood, itching to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Really? I'd like to know how you're going to make this seat pay dearly. But until then, your dear brother is in for a rude awakening. After saying that, Gu Xingge once again raised the baseball bat and swung it heavily at Gu Chen's left leg in front of Gu Qingqiu and the girls. Ka-ching! Gu Chen's left leg followed in the footsteps of his right arm and was knocked off hard. Broken arm in front and broken leg behind. Gu Chen, this kind of pampered young master, where to withstand this kind of pain. Features twisted, face white, in addition to wailing sound, has been unable to send out other sounds. Little morning, Xiao Chen. Gu Xingge, you wild seed, I'm going to get you killed. Gu Yunjiao listened to Gu Chen wailing, saw his bent arms and legs broken and dripping with blood, and was spurred to threaten to get Gu Xingge killed. Gu Xingge, however, didn't care and instead waved the baseball bat around on Gu Chen. So, where to knock next? The baseball bat pointed around and eventually landed on Gu Chen's crotch. Stop it. Stop fighting. Gu Xingge, I'm not banishing you from the Gu family. Just let Xiao Chen go. He's still just a kid. He's your brother. Gu Qingqiu begged Gu Xingge to stop. If this stick went down, Gu Chen would really be ruined. The Gu sisters also spoke out in unison to plead with Gu Xingge. As long as Gu Xingge stops, they will pretend that nothing happened today, and they will be a loving family from now on. Be family with me? You're worthy of it. As soon as the words fell, Gu Xingge didn't hesitate and struck a stick at Gu Chen's crotch. Stop. Just as Gu Xingge's baseball bat was about to be swung down, an urgent call for a halt sounded outside the door, and the sound of disorganized footsteps came from far to near, and a dozen figures rushed into the villa with it. It was clearly Mr. and Mrs. Gu Tianhao, along with a dozen or so burly bodyguards. Gu Tianhao was furious when he saw Gu Chen's arms and legs broken. Gu Qingqiu and the girls were overjoyed when they saw Gu Tianhao bring someone back. Ignoring the pain in their bodies, they all raised their voices to denounce Gu Xingge. Gu Xingge, your time to die has come. You actually dared to break Xiao Chen's arms and legs. You are simply inhumane. You don't deserve to be my younger brother at all. Even if you kneel down and kowtow and admit your faults, I'm going to kick you out of the Gu family. Big sister is right. You animal. Even if you stole second sister's underwear, how dare you hurt Xiao Chen? Wait to be prosecuted and jailed. Father, quickly have your bodyguards catch Gu Xingge. This beast. I want to avenge Xiao Chen. Looking at the Gu sisters who hardened up, Gu Xingge's originally halted baseball bat continued to swing, ruthlessly smashing into Gu Chen's crotch, not giving up on scrapping him because of Gu Tianhao's arrival. Boo! Ouch! It hurts too much. The pain of the chicken flying away caused Gu Chen to be in agony, and after a mournful wail, his eyes turned white and he fainted from the pain on the spot. The scene made all the men in the room feel a pain in their crotch and couldn't help but clench their legs. What kind of grudge is this? You're so cruel. Bastard. Bastard. Gu Shinga. How dare you? He's your brother. When Bai Yueguan's son was invalidated, Gu Tianhao was completely unable to tense up, and he roared hysterically as if he was insane. The Gu sisters were scared pale, raising their hands to cover their mouths and letting out cries of pain, their eyes filled with intolerance. Yu Meilin couldn't accept it for a moment and fainted in shock on the spot. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for monthly tickets. Ask for recommendation tickets. End of chapter. Gu Shenga was holding a blood-stained baseball bat, listening to Gu Chen's mindless wailing as she swept her gaze over the Gu family's crowd. Feeling Gu Tianhao's devouring eyes, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, outlining a teasing smile. Why? You want to kill this seat? Come on. Let this seat see if you have that ability. In the face of Gu Shinga's provocation, Gu Tianhao, whose sanity had been burned out by anger, glared angrily and roared at the group of bodyguards. All of you, go on and beat this sinful son to death. What outlaws? Gu Tianhao didn't believe that Gu Shinga was able to fight a dozen of them alone. However, the bodyguards were indifferent, as if they hadn't heard Gu Tianhao's words at all. Seeing that they didn't move, Gu Tianhao panicked inwardly and turned his head towards them, roaring angrily and ordering the bodyguards loudly. Why don't you guys move? Didn't you hear what I said? All of you. But no matter how much he howled, the bodyguards just stood where they were and didn't move. Gu Tianhao got anxious and walked over to one of the bodyguards, pulling and shoving him, but the bodyguard just gave him a cold look. That look, in fact, was generally the same as Gu Shinga's. Gu Tianhao felt horrified and backed up, falling to the ground without paying attention. He raised his hand and pointed at the group of bodyguards. His eyes were terrified and his voice was trembling so much that he could barely speak. You, don't waste your breath. They won't listen to you. Gu Shenga appeared behind Gu Tianhao, looking down at this father of his former life, his eyes flickering with the slightest bit of murderous intent, before slowly raising the baseball bat. This scene frightened Gu Tianhao, who crawled on all fours in an attempt to escape from Gu Shinga, while coloring angrily. What are you going to do? Gu Shinga, I'm your father. Are you going to kill your father? Patricide? Head the seat of this life since I remember, since I have no father, no mother, no relatives and no friends. Why patricide? This seat is only in the revenge of the abandonment of the original. Gu Shinga looked at Gu Tianhao coldly, her ghostly voice like 10,000 years of basalt ice, expounding on the grudge of a past life. Under the insight of her innate nature's aura, Gu Shinga followed the line of cause and effect and saw the causes and consequences of her abandonment in her previous life. What business retaliation? What nanny discard? Are all excuses for Gu Tianhao. The real reason was that Gu Tianhao had deliberately had a nanny paid off for the sake of his and Bai Yueguang's son, dropping Gu Shinga and then framing a business rival for the crime. After that, Yu Meilin, who was mad about losing her son, will use her family's power to fight against her business rivals, and then offered to adopt an orphan to replace Gu Shinga. Gu Tianhao didn't expect that the nasty things he did would be revealed, but he remained unrepentant. So what if I abandoned you in the first place? I'm your father. If you dare to kill me, you're committing treason and will be struck by heaven. What? Hearing that it was actually Gu Shinga, whom their father had abandoned, the Gu sisters were shocked beyond belief. How is this possible? It must be a lie. Father must be furious to say such nonsense. Gu Qingqiu didn't have time to think too much. She forced herself to endure the pain in her body and yelled at Gu Shinga. So what if your father abandoned you? There are no parents in the world. Facts aside, are you not at fault at all? That's right. If you didn't have problems, how could dad abandon you? You should reflect on yourself more. What are you all waiting for? Why don't you stop him? If something happens to my dad, you'll all be fired. Listening to the Gu sisters' tirades, Gu Shinga didn't even look at them. She would settle the score with them after she finished taking care of Gu Tianhao. Heaven strikes 5 thunderbolts? So what? If the heavens want to punish this seat for this trivial matter, then this seat will act against the heavens. As soon as the words fell, Gu Shinga raised the baseball bat high and swung it hard at Gu Tianhao's head. The whistling sound of sticks rang in Gu Tianhao's ears, and he was so shocked that his eyes were wide open and he cursed angrily. Sinful animal, you come true. With a bang, before Gu Tianhao could finish his sentence, his head was blown off like a watermelon. Red and white things splattered everywhere, and the Gu sisters were also stained with a lot of them, frightening them to the point that they lost their color and screamed shrilly. Aha! Gu Tianhao's headless body fell to the ground, blood flowing all over the place, and in that instant, Gu Shinga also felt an unprecedented ease, as those threads of karma that had entangled him collapsed as much as they could. Suddenly, Gu Shenj understood. The source of all karma is not the Gu sisters, nor Gu Chen, but this Gu Tianhao, who cheated his wife and abandoned his son for his own selfishness. and was a father to a wife in vain. He abandoned Guxinga for the sake of his son with Bai Yueguang as for cause. Today Guxinga kills him for the grudge of abandonment back then. And the revenge of uprooting is the fruit. Chopping off the karma of her past life and shedding the shackles of the past. This moment Guxinga was as relieved as ever. In a trance, a light came to his mind. His heart was enlightened, and he chanted long under his breath. Hiding from heaven's will. Avoiding cause and effect. All the shackles trap the true self. Obedience to the will of heaven. Bearing karma. Today I realize that I am me. Cut off all causes and effects to see the true self. Why fear the old shackles of the past? The world's chains are a dream, there is no cause, no effect, and no self. At the same time, the karmic thread connecting the pale lights up. The trial of the inheritance tower. It's over. As long as she followed the karmic thread connecting Songmeng, Guxinga would be able to go back. Just before that, he had a few things to take care of. Guxinga looked at the Gu sisters. A flash of spiritual light surfaced in her eyes, turning into a sharp sword and stabbing straight at them. Aha! The Gu sisters' minds were instantly decimated by him. Their eyes lost their vigor, and they all became vegetative. As for Gu Chen, he had one hand and one foot broken, and his offspring root was also abolished. Living was far more painful than dying. Guxinga walked over to the unconscious Yumeilin and looked down at her former mother, her face showing a hint of complexity. She is also a poor woman, deceived by her husband and raised an illegitimate child for so many years. If she wakes up and learns the truth about everything, I am afraid she will not be able to bear the blow and go crazy. Alas, Guxinga sighed softly. He had no resentment towards Yumeilin, and he could also feel the trace of genuine affection that she had shown when she saw him. Except, after all, there was no mother-son bond between them. Guxinga raised her hand and lightly tapped on the center of Yumeilin's brow, and the power of her mind poured into her mind, erasing everything she had experienced in the Gu family. In her new memories, she was not Gu Tianhao's wife, nor was she the mother of the Gu sisters and Gu Chen, but just a rich woman who had had a failed relationship and had been single for many years. When she woke up, she wouldn't grieve for the dead Gu Tianhao and wouldn't remember the Gu sisters and Gu Chen. She'll go on happily for the rest of her life, perhaps meeting someone she loves and joining hands for the rest of her life. Yumeilin accepted the new memories. Her eyelids moved slightly, and a cloudy tear slipped from the corner of her eye, fading away like the old memories did. After remodeling her memories, Guxinga gave those bodyguards the ultimate order, to take Yumeilin out of here and protect her so that she could pass through her life smoothly. Feeling the call of the pale growing stronger, Guxinga finally glanced at Yumeilin and whispered softly, "Farewell, my unattached mother." The great pale world. When Guxinga's consciousness returned to his body along the causal thread and slowly opened his eyes, he was in a void space. In the next moment, a crystal clear piece of skull, stained with hints of golden blood, came into his eyes. The skull was as translucent and glittering as glass, permeated with a majestic causal aura, and inscribed with several Tao texts that were arcane to the extreme. Awake! A gentle voice resounded from within the skull, and immediately after, a grey-clothed figure emerged. But Guxinga couldn't see his true face, yet she felt that he was everywhere. In the past, in the future, he was the embodiment of cause and effect, the true self of the cycle of reincarnation, the beginning and the end of heaven and earth. Guxinga didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly offered his hands in obeisance, respectfully saying, "Senior Guxinga, pay respects to senior. There's no need to be polite. I have fallen for endless eons. What you see is merely a trace of my residual thoughts." The grey-clothed figure lightly raised his hand, and an inexplicable force lifted Guxinga up, so that he didn't have to care about the etiquette. "Senior, are you an ancestor of the Forgotten River Sacred Academy?" Guxinga couldn't help but ask. The grey-clothed figure shook his head and said in a faint voice, "No, the Forgetful River Sacred Academy in your mouth is only established by the person who received one of my inheritances. And if we really want to talk about karma, it has a little bit to do with me. The late generation understands." Upon hearing this, Guxinga was slightly surprised. This seemed to be different from what was said inside the jade slip. It was mentioned in the jade slip that those who passed the trial would automatically receive a reward, but there had never been any encounters with this senior. The grey-clothed figure saw through what Guxinga was thinking in her mind and explained with a slight smile, "There's no need to be surprised. Those who passed the test in the past couldn't meet my requirements. But you're different. Your heart and talent satisfy me, so I'm willing to come out to see you." After saying that, the glazed skull circled around Guxinga, while also letting out an exclamation of admiration. Innate human, practicing Qi to reach the 33rd layer, building a foundation with the heavenly tribulation origin, condensing 12 immaculate sacred dawn, and even metamorphosing into 7 heavenly Tao divine infants. Honestly, if the remnant of my original soul was still around, I would want to take over you. especially that supreme treasure in your sea of consciousness. It's even more appealing to my heart. Having his origins and cards broken one by one, and even speaking the words of taking away his body, shocked Gu Shunga into instant vigilance. Seeing that Gu Shunga was wary of herself, the grey-clothed figure wasn't displeased, but instead smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, no need to worry. I no longer have the ability to take over my body, otherwise why would I have to wait until now? I would have done it when you came in. Gu Shunga, it's the latecomer who was rude." The grey-clothed figure shook his head. Anyone who hears that another person has the intention of taking over their body will be involuntarily alert. "It's not your fault, Elder. I have yet to ask for your honorable name?" Gu Shunga inquired tentatively. The grey-clothed figure froze slightly. His honorific name? Endless years had passed. Did anyone in this world still remember him? This seat causal reincarnation immortal king. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. After all, I have fallen for endless years. Causal reincarnation immortal king. Although Gu Shunga hadn't heard of this honorific title, but to be able to use immortal king as a suffix, one was bound to be a strong immortal Tao practitioner, a great power in the immortal realm. You brat, don't discredit me. I'm not one of those cowards from the Taicho immortal realm. I'm a native Tsong Mang living being. Unexpectedly, the words of the causal reincarnation immortal king directly gave Gu Shunga a dry hump. A native immortal king powerhouse? Seeing that Gu Shunga was puzzled, the immortal king of causal reincarnation patiently explained. Endless years ago, Songming was also a side of the immortal realm. Infinite epochs ago, Songming wasn't just a great thousand world, it was one of the top 13 immortal realms in the heavens and the worlds of the heavens. But it was a pity that Songming lost because of a boundary war. Not only were 90% of the realm's sources plundered, countless territories were divided, and bits fell, but they were even wrapped up in the Tai Chu immortal realm and became a great thousand world under it. The immortal king of causal reincarnation fell in that realm battle and was surrounded and killed by 3 otherworldly kings. After listening to the immortal king of causal reincarnation, Gu Shunga felt her scalp tingle. Was this something he could listen to as a tiny Yuaning cultivator? The causal reincarnation immortal king could see Gu Shunga's astonishment and pacified him. "Ha ha ha, don't be afraid. This is not a secret. Even if I don't tell you now, when you reach a certain level, you will know." Gu Shunga, Senior. It's also the first time that Senior has heard such secret stories, so it's only human to be a little scared. "You personally came out this time. Do you want to take Senior as your disciple?" Ran also. "I have searched for hundreds of millions of years, although I have encountered a lot of amazing talent, but compared with you, whether it is the qualification or chance, are far inferior to you, even I have to admit. With my talent, also slightly inferior to you some." The causal reincarnation immortal king softly lamented. He was also called a supreme heavenly pride that suppressed an era back then, a demon of the covered generation. But compared to Gu Shunga, it was still a bit worse. If it was placed in his time, it might be qualified to impact that supreme immortal emperor realm, if he had been able to cultivate a supreme immortal emperor in the first place. Not to mention victory, at least they wouldn't have lost so badly. Although immortal emperors are powerful, they can't defeat the hearts of the people. Gu Shunga didn't think that she had just casually asked, but it had come true. "Little fellow, don't be surprised. Having met a junior with such good qualifications and fortune as you, it would be a waste if I didn't take you as my disciple and inherit my mantle." The causal reincarnation immortal king laughed. He waited for endless years, and only with great difficulty was he able to wait for a creature that exceeded his expectations, whether it was his heart, fortune, or qualifications, all of which were very satisfactory, and it would really be unreasonable for him not to accept him as a disciple. "Gu Shunga, aren't you afraid that I'm evil by nature and a demonic cultivator who will do harm to the world?" The causal reincarnation immortal king shook his head. "I have seen everything you have done in the flood immortal world, and I am relieved." Flooded immortal world. Hearing those 4 words, Gu Shunga was once again startled. Earth was the flood immortal world? Nonetheless, the Earth that you have in mind is nothing more than a tiny bit of minuscule fragments of the flood immortal realm, which has long since been shattered, and is even more miserable than Songmeng, with only a tiny bit of debris left to exist. The causal reincarnation immortal king was a bit saddened. The flood immortal realm was once the number 1 ranked existence among the 13 immortal realms, but unfortunately, it was because it was too strong that it suffered a siege from the 8 immortal realms, and was ultimately outnumbered and defeated. At the mention of the flood immortal world, the causal reincarnation immortal king thought of the supreme treasure in Gu Shunga's sea of consciousness, which was very similar to the jade saucer of creation in the flood immortal world. However, he had never seen the jade saucer of creation either, and had only heard even more ancient immortal kings mention it. After all, the flood immortal realm had long been broken by the time he was born. Gu Shunga was silent. Just by participating in a trial, He had encountered the remnants of an immortal king and heard so many secret stories. No, he had to digest it before he choked on it. P.S. It also explains the origin of the Jade Disc of Creation. You big brothers have any comments on the plot? Although mention, I also modify. He. End of chapter.